Sima Yu immediately thought of the final mural that was on the wall. When it depicted the divine tool, it showed that a lot of spirit energy had flowed out, perhaps all the spirit energy in the tool had already been spent back then. The reason it had not rusted over was probably because it had been isolated from the world. How is that possible? The Gu clansmen cried out. If they really were damaged and useless tools, and they had for the sake of those things, broken off relations with the Sima clan, then the gains would not have made up for the losses today. No, it was a huge disaster. Are you for real, Master Ghost? Don't scare me. Sima Yu cried out. She had, because of these items, almost been taken hostage by those people, for ransom. She had made the hard journey here, but was actually told that these spirit tools were useless. This was too heart-wrenching. Later on, she didn't need the Master Ghost to reply to her. When those spirit tools were broken in the restriction, they immediately turned to dust. Earlier on, the Sima clan only broke through a majority of the way through and hadn't managed to break through completely before the Gu clan started acting. However, before the battle was completed, their energy slowly eroded through the final part of the barrier. Right now, with the disappearance of the barrier, the spirit tools touched the outside air and felt the light tremors, causing them to crumble into dust. Sima Yu wanted to cuss out loud, but thought about how she was now dressed as a female and could only swallow her words. However, it was at this moment that the other side rushed over upon hearing the sound. Many watched as the spirit tools crumbled away with their own eyes. They were just in time to hear what Master Ghost said and found out that they were spirit tools. However, they didn't know how the spirit tools were like before. What is going on here? They cried out loudly, hearts breaking. Nobody answered them. They didn't expect anyone to answer them either. That was because nobody needed to say it. They could already guess why. The others were still alright. The Gu clan and Sima clansmen were the most heartbroken. The Sima clan had already been thinking about this for many, many years. Especially because they had placed all their hopes of rising up again on these spirit tools. Now that they were gone, everyone's hearts were chilled. As for the Gu clansmen, they went for wool but came back shorn. They initially thought that they would be able to obtain the divine tools, but there was no need to even mention those things. They even offended the old companions that they've had for so many years and gained an enemy who knew them so well. What do we do now? Now? What else could they do? Now that the items were gone, were they just supposed to stay here and watch as the others fought? The Sima clan and the Gu clan would definitely fall out this time. If they stayed behind, they would definitely get dragged in. As such, the powers that just arrived left again. Without the spirit treasures, they had no intentions to stay. Very quickly, only the Gu clan and the Sima clan remained. The Sima clansmen quickly blocked off the exits of the Earth Palace, trapping the Gu clan. Since there was nothing left, they simply had to avenge today's hatred. You guys should leave first. Sima Luyun said, we'll look for you once this is over. The battle today would be intense. If she remained here, she might get injured. Alright. Sima Yu replied to this extremely quickly as she left with Deja and the others. She had come here for the sole purpose of stealing the treasure. Now that it was gone, there was naturally no desire for her to stay. Also, this was something the Sima clan had to settle. She had no plans to join in. When she left, she heard the Gu clan say something about regret. It was a pity that it was too late to talk about it now. However, they encountered some trouble when they went outside. When they left, there were many powers gathered together. When they saw Sima Yu and Deja come out, they surrounded them. Ghost clansmen, it's your rotten luck that you encountered us today. Hand your lives over obediently. Someone cried out. Another one. Sima Yu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Why did all these old coots from the inner region seem so ignorant? She wasn't sure when she was still outside, but now, the first sentence they spat out would always be to ask them to hand their lives over obediently at Setk. Were they stupid or dumb? Little lady, you're still so young. We'll give you a chance now. If you leave and swear never to hang out with these people again, we'll spare your life this time. That would be hard to do. Sima Yu sighed. Since they were her blood relatives, how was she to avoid them forever? Little lady, do not insist on doing things the wrong way. Someone threatened her, we gave you this opportunity based on the fact that you are still young. It would be such a pity for you to die so young. Thank you for your kind intentions. Sima Yu said, it's a pity that I cannot accede to your request. So you're saying that you will stay with them even upon death? Then, do not blame us for not letting you off. Sima Yu saw the killing intent in their eyes and said icily, you never planned to let me go from the start, I guess. You had killing intent in your eyes from the start. Humph, we gave you a chance that you refused, so leave your life behind as well. When they finished speaking, that person took the preemptive strike. He avoided Master Ghost and Deja, aiming straight at Sima Yu. Sima Yu's eyebrows raised, was she that easy to bully? She had just thought of reacting when Di Lu attacked and quickly got rid of that person. Sima Yu felt that the people were looking at her differently. So, after Di Lu had gotten rid of them, she went to check on their subconscious. They're actually Yun Zun's subordinates. Sima Yu saw Yun Zun's matters in the person's memories and was rather dumbfounded. This guy was giving her so much trouble even after he died. As for the powers that remained, Master Ghost had gotten rid of them all with a single strike. The moment the others saw, they were immediately stunned. Scram! Master Ghost ordered in a low voice. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. The Ghost clansmen are too powerful. We should retreat for now. As such, these people turned tail and ran away. However, before they could run far, they were stuck where they remained and they watched as the sky abruptly turned black. This is... Oh my dash. A strike was heard as the people who ran in front were the first to be swept up. The next time they appeared, they were already a pile of white bones. Ah dash. Those people were so afraid that they started running back where they came from, wanting to escape from the black mist that was coming ever closer. However, they weren't quick enough. Those who were rejoicing in the fact that they managed to run away quickly were now incredibly regretful. Ah dash. Help. Ah dash. Many people were constantly eaten up by the black mist and their bones were spat out one after another. The scene was incredibly terrifying. Sima Yu was shocked as well. She watched the horror-filled scene and asked, "Cousin, is this something from your ghost realm?" Deja, who had always replied to her questions without fail, didn't speak. Sima Yu turned her head over to look at him and saw his expression that carried even more shock than when they saw the mass groups of blood bats. What? She hadn't even managed to get her second word out when Deja pulled her and ran towards the Earth Palace. They were the first two to enter, followed by Di Lu and Master Ghost. The moment Master Ghost entered, he surrounded the entire Earth Palace with a barrier. Later on, only 3 to 5 of the people remained as they ran inside. The others were trapped outside the barrier. Let us in. Let us in. I'm begging you, let us in. Ah, help. Those people cried out desperately outside, but Master Ghost hadn't the slightest intention to let them come in. Sima Yu stood behind them. She had no intention to accede to their pleas. It wasn't that she was too cold-blooded. It was that those people could have chosen to leave this place earlier on, but they didn't because they wanted to stay behind to kill her and Deja. Towards people who wanted to kill her, she wasn't that pure and kind-hearted as to save them in dangerous times by ignoring the safety of herself and Deja to plead with Master Ghost to open the barrier. Let us in. Let us in. Those people were still crying out crazily. A few saw that it was hopeless, and could only turn their attention to defeating that weird entity. A few others continued to run backwards, but stopped before they made it far. That was because the cloud of black mist had stretched out into a circular shape, surrounding the entire area. It was only now that Sima Yu understood why Deja and the others didn't take her and escape further back, but chose to stay in the Earth Palace. However, this wasn't the steadiest of plans. Otherwise, Master Ghost wouldn't have surrounded the place with a barrier. Just what is going on here? This should be devil's blood. Deja said, who would have thought that this place would actually form devil's blood. It's no wonder that those blood bats would escape so far away earlier on. Is devil's blood that powerful? Sima Yu was speechless. Even those blood bats were that terrified of it, so just how scary was its existence? Yes, in front of it, we are powerless to do anything. Deja said with a pale expression, if we knew that devil's blood was here, we would never have come to the Wonderlands. You can say that facing it is like facing the god of death himself. Is it an underworld beast? Sima Yu asked. Not really, you can only say that it's a dark spirit beast. This kind of thing can form in the ghost and devil realm. It can also pass through all 3 realms. No matter who it is, even a paragon-ranked expert, has no sure chance of success. Unless you're an emperor, only then can you fight it. Deja explained. So powerful. Sima Yu sucked in a breath. An emperor had yet to appear in all these years, but something so powerful actually appeared. If it leaves this place and goes to the outside, wouldn't it swallow every single person on the continent whole? Deja and Master Ghost didn't speak, tacitly agreeing to what she said. No matter where this thing went, it would destroy entire continents. This thing has never appeared before? It has. It's rumored that it appeared once in the ancient times. The losses were dire, and it resulted in countless deaths. However, at that time, emperors were many and they managed to exterminate that thing. Master Ghost said. And right now, they didn't have even a single emperor. Man, devil and ghost, these 3 realms were in a lot of danger. It's a good thing that this thing has yet to completely grow. If a few who have half a step into the emperor rank attack it together, they might be able to exterminate it. Half a step into the emperor rank. Even if they only needed those half a step in, aside from the Ghost King and Devil King, there were no others. Of course, that didn't mean that there were none. They were probably just laying low and news wasn't spread. However, just how many people were half a step into the Emperor realm? There was no way they could rush here now and defeat this thing. What is going on? The Sima clansmen had not yet finished exterminating the Gu clan when they ran over. They were just battling when they heard the sounds outside, so they cut short the battle to see what was going on. The Sima clan initially wanted to see the battle to the end. The Gu clan's betrayal had really infuriated them, and they didn't want to let this go. However, the Gu clansmen were right. If something really happened, they could still face it together. Yu, didn't you guys go outside? What are you still doing here? Sima Lu Feng looked at Sima Yu, walked over and asked. Sima Yu turned around to look at Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun. Her little face was pale as she replied, we're in big trouble. What trouble? Sima Yu recounted what Master Ghost had told her, and the Sima clansmen and Gu clansmen were frightened. Damn it, they came here hunting for treasure, right? How did they end up encountering something so terrifying? Ah dash. Tortured cries rang out from the outside as the people in the Earth Palace looked to see what was going on. They were horrified by the scene before them. No matter how terrifying Sima Yu's earlier words were, it could not compare to what they saw with their own eyes. Hoo-hoo dash. Howls from the wind were heard, and it was nothing like the shrill cries of beasts, but it still frightened those from the Earth Palace to the core. This was a kind of mental torture, even more terrifying than fighting a huge battle with spirit beasts. How long can this barrier last? An elder asked. It is currently eroding my barrier. Based on our current circumstances, the maximum is half an hour. Master Ghost said. Half an hour. So he was saying that they only had half an hour left? Why don't we strengthen it together? Someone from the Gu clan suggested. Everyone looked at him as if he were an idiot. The Master Ghost was a ghost clansman. Everyone's spirit energy clashed with his. If you went to help him, wouldn't you just be causing more trouble? The person realized this and was rather embarrassed as he no longer spoke up. Do we really have no other choice? The unending silence brought with it a deep sense of despair. Master Ghost, could it be we really? Di Lu looked at Master Ghost, hoping desperately that he would have an answer. However, even Master Ghost could only shake his head. Was there really no other way? Silence. It swallowed their time along with their hope. Dash. One of the people who came in behind Master Ghost couldn't take being oppressed by the despairing atmosphere anymore and cried out. Do we really have to die here? Another person said tearfully. In the face of this entity, they couldn't resist at all. They could only watch with their eyes wide open as they walked through death's door. Shut up. Sima Yu was irritated by their tearful cries and she shouted at the both of them. Her tyrannical nature stunned everyone else. Was this a temperament that a little lady should have? Sima Yu cared nothing for the way they looked at her as she came to Master Ghost's side, asking, Master Ghost, creatures of the dark hate fire and lightning. What about this thing? Is it afraid of them too? Previous chapter. Master Ghost looked at Sima Yu, and his eyes suddenly shone, saying, Fire and lightning are the arch-nemesis of this thing. However, because its existence is heaven-defying, the average fire and lightning is useless against it. However, if it's your flame, it's not like we don't have a shot. How could he have forgotten the existence of her flame? However, Sima Yu didn't just want something so uncertain like a shot at it. Master Ghost, if I added calamity lightning on top of my flame, will the chances increase? Calamity lightning? Master Ghost was stunned. If it was truly the calamity lightning on top of your flame, that would definitely work. However, there's no calamity lightning here at all. How could a calamity lightning appear at this time? However, Sima Yu wasn't worried about this at all. She turned around to look at the elder and everyone else, saying, if I can save your life, can you swear that you will not take advantage of the situation to harm me or my ghost clansmen? Senior Elder didn't think that she would actually put forward a request like this as he replied, alright, I promise you. I need every single person here to promise me. Sima Yu said, I also mean that you cannot harm us now or ever in the future. If you can solve this problem, of course, it would be no problem to promise you this. Senior Elder said. He had never ever thought of killing or Sima Lu Xian. If she was able to save them, this would be no loss to him. Sima Yu glanced at the others and asked, what about you guys? If she could save their lives, they weren't even able to beg her quick enough. Who would dare harbor other thoughts? Every single one hurriedly nodded and agreed. Remember your words. Sima Yu said as she walked outside, saying, Master Ghost, I'm going to head outside. When heaven's lightning strikes, I'm afraid that your barrier. Deja grabbed her immediately, saying, what are you trying to do? Don't you know how dangerous it is out there? Cousin, take a look at Master Ghost's barrier. How much longer can it last? Sima Yu asked. He was worried about her and his hand was trembling, showing her how he really felt. Honestly, she didn't have 100% guarantee by going out either. However, she didn't like just sitting around and waiting to die. However, she felt like there was hope. Since nobody else could do it, she would let the heavenly law save her. Deja grabbed her and didn't want to let go. He didn't want her to go and face this danger. Cousin. Sima Yu looked at him and smirked, relax, I will return. You'll have to hide inside for a moment. Wait for everything outside to settle down before coming out. Cousin, we're running out of time. Sima Yu looked at him firmly. Master, relax. With her flame, even if she can't kill that thing, she will be able to return. Master Ghost said. However, if it truly came to that, there would be no more need for her to return. Because the barrier would not be able to last until then. Returning would no longer be a safe haven. Deja knew about Sima Yu's flame. He released her and told her, be careful. Sima Yu came to the end of the barrier where Master Ghost was about to open the barrier to let her out when he saw her fuse with Little Roar and leave. The Sima clan recognized the spirit skill she used and cried out with surprise, she actually knows how to use fusion. Sima Lu Feng, were you the one who taught her? Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun were extremely surprised because they had never taught her any sort of skill. We found her during the pill competition in Cloud Sea City. Looking at her proficiency at fusion, does it look like she began learning back then? The Sima clansman fell silent because that was definitely impossible. She is Lu Xian's child. Even if she didn't grow up in the clan, it's not strange for her to know of these things. Sima Lu Feng said, however, she's merely 30 years old right now. I wonder which of the geniuses in the younger generation of our clan at the 30 years of age are as accomplished as she is? Senior Elder and the others fell silent. There was no need to even mention the younger generation. Even in the past, there was nobody as heaven-defying. Now, these divine tools weren't even around anymore. If she was able to return to the clan, it wasn't impossible for her to shake up the clan. When they thought of this, the way they looked at Sima Yu changed. The others thought the same as well, and everyone's gazes changed. Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun saw the changes, but they didn't say anything. They had to properly think things through for themselves. If they were able to accept her, then they could look forward to her return to the clan. However, the prerequisite was that they had to safely pass through this calamity. The outside of the Earth Palace was already completely surrounded. The entire sky had turned pitch black, as if it was covered by a piece of black cloth. Everyone watched as she left the barrier and was afraid that she was going to be swallowed by the devil's blood. Every single one of them felt their heart clench tightly. Deja and Sima Lu Feng were the most worried about her. The elders were just afraid that they would lose a rare talent and lose the opportunity to ascend. The others were afraid that she would die and that they would lose their only hope of survival. They only saw that the moment she left the barrier, her body was surrounded by an intense gold flame. The black mist around her was burnt cleanly, and a silhouette appeared in its midst. Such a powerful flame. Someone inside the Earth Palace cried out. Although they were so far from her, they could feel the intensity of the heat. This proved how hot it was. It was such a powerful flame. Who knew, it might really be able to defeat the devil's blood. Who dash. The flame continued to burst forth, and the sound was even more intense than before. The devil's blood grew increasingly violent. Sima Yu could feel the power sucking Crimson Flame's energy as she said to the space, "Crimson Flame, I'll have to trouble you this time. I need you to buy me a few minutes." A silhouette flashed out from inside Sima Yu. When he appeared, his body was also surrounded by flame. His body suddenly moved and flew into the air, turning into his original form. It flew directly into the dense black mist. The opponent was too strong, so he had to change into his true form to increase his strength. It would buy him more time. Screech dash. He released a long cry, and everyone in the Earth Palace could sense the immense pressure. This is a phoenix. No, it's not a phoenix. Master Ghost looked at Crimson Flame with shock. That's the divine Vermilion Bird. Everyone in the Earth Palace was stunned. They had actually seen the divine Vermilion Bird. The divine bird of the legends. It was no wonder her flame was so strong. It was because of it. The black mist dispersed, focusing its strength to defeating Crimson Flame. Sima Yu remained where she was and began to activate the purple lightning in her, allowing it to draw the Calamity Cloud. Calamity Cloud was sleeping soundly in the sky, it was the most idle here. Suddenly, it felt the beckoning of someone and was immediately woken up. This guy again. It initially thought of not going over, but it could feel that there was some kind of heaven-defying entity there, so it could only sit on the Calamity Cloud and head over there. Sima Yu tilted her head back and looked at the sky. Why did it feel as if the Calamity Cloud was taking a particularly long time this time? A good few minutes had already passed, but the Calamity Cloud had yet to come. Could it be that the urging of the purple lightning was useless? Then wouldn't they have to hand their life over obediently? A chill rose from her back. This was even scarier than being struck by the lightning. 20 minutes passed, but the Calamity Cloud still didn't come, and Crimson Flame was also unable to hold out much longer. Although he had recovered quite a bit of his previous strength, he was still injured after all, and this was a particularly strong opponent. It was already really good that he was able to hold on to this point. Would this really not work? Yu, let Qing Yi come out. Little Seven said from inside the spirit pagoda. Qing Yi? Isn't he unable to casually get involved? If this were any average scenario, I would actually be unable to do anything. However, this is already beyond average. Qing Yi said. Sima Yu first considered the fact that he was unable to involve himself, and didn't force him to help her just so they could have a chance at surviving. This moved him a little. The moment Sima Yu heard that it wouldn't be a problem, she hurriedly called Qing Yi out. The moment Qing Yi appeared, his body radiated with a little gold light that turned into a full golden ray. The moment the black mist touched the golden rays, sizzling sounds were immediately heard before they disappeared. Then, he used both hands to form a seal, and a little life tree flew out from the front of his chest. It then grew bigger, pushing the black mist back slowly. Such a dense life aura. What is that? The Gu clansman cried out. Master Ghost and the others had already guessed Qing Yi's identity. Sima Yu had told them about what happened at the Tree of Life, but they had no idea that she had actually taken the Tree of Life with her. Sima Lu Yun and Sima Lu Feng guessed it as well, but they had no intentions of saying anything. However, they were still able to recognize it. Great Elder, as the Great Elder of the Sima clan, was not your average Joe. Tree of Life, it's the Tree of Life from the legends. The Tree of Life? That which is rumored to allow one to comprehend Tao. The Tree of Life that can help you grow stronger? Someone standing beside the Great Elder heard what he said, and cried out with surprise. That's right, it is it. It is exactly the same as rumored. Great Elder said with confidence. The Tree of Life. It was such a previous Tree of Life and not like those banyan trees outside. She not only possessed the divine Vermilion Bird but also the Tree of Life. Just how many secrets did she carry on her person? Who would have thought that something like this would appear, and who knows what that Calamity Cloud is doing? If the upstairs knew about this, would you still be able to sleep so soundly here? Qing Yi sounded like he was talking to himself, but he was actually causing the Calamity Cloud, who was already rushing here, to tremble and rush here even quicker. Sima Yu saw that Calamity Cloud come over and her anxiety finally died down. When the calamity cloud was mulling over whether or not to come down, she kept Qing and Crimson Flame away, facing the calamity cloud by herself. The devil's blood wanted to run away the moment it saw the calamity cloud, but it had already locked onto it as a target, so it was not able to leave this place at all. It was moved just a little bit, but Deja and the others just happened to be just outside the range of the calamity cloud. This was something that Sima Yu didn't expect. She initially worried about whether or not it would drag them in, but it was all good now and she got lucky. It could be because of what Qing said just now. If the upstairs knew that something like this had actually happened under its watch, it would definitely have been punished beyond what it could bear. So it had to kill it right here. The lightning tribulation shot down in 2s and 3s, the heavenly grandeur causing those watching to be beyond surprised. If this struck someone, would they be able to bear it? Everyone felt a chill while thinking about it. Although they were rather strong now, they still revered the lightning tribulation. If this lightning tribulation strikes Yu, will she be able to handle it? Sima Lu Feng said worriedly. They had never seen Sima Yu go through a calamity and saw how intense this calamity cloud was, so they were so scared that their faces turned white. If something happened to her, they would die of guilt. Great Elder and the others were the most heartbroken. If this genius died, their hopes for the clan. 1 to 2 hours passed by and the lightning tribulation continued to strike. It seemed like the others had been so shocked at the beginning, but were growing numb to it now. The others outside were beyond themselves with worry, but Sima Yu, who was inside, was just confused. This lightning tribulation wasn't crazy, right? This guy would always just strike her all the time. This time, she had clearly called it over, and she was standing right here, but it treated her as if she wasn't even there. This was the first time it had ever happened. She watched as the lightning tribulation struck it so happily, and she had nothing to do here, so she just took out a chair and sat down, watching it strike with leisure. Top-grade purple lightning came out from her body, wanting to snatch something to eat, but Sima Yu stopped him. Not this time. She used her spirit energy to trap it, saying, "The thing we have to strike today is extremely powerful. You can't snatch it. If there isn't enough of it, we'll be in trouble." Top-grade purple lightning twisted and turned inside the spirit energy sphere. It didn't care whether or not it was enough, it just wanted to eat. Sima Yu saw that it was about to break through her spirit sphere and gave a thought, tossing it into her spirit pagoda. It really wouldn't be able to come out from inside there. Top-grade purple lightning was infuriated. This lady actually dared to lock it inside here. It grew angry, very angry. Once it was angry, it wasn't able to control the energy inside and lightning started to fill the sky, striking down. It was a good thing that little spirit had a quick reaction and immediately tossed top-grade purple lightning over to where nobody was. Once it had finished its tantrum, only a wasteland remained of the entire place. Sima Yu pursed her lips. This guy really had a temper. It wasn't as cute as Cloud Spirit. When she thought of Cloud Spirit, she kind of missed it. Top-grade purple lightning, who was inside the spirit pagoda, could sense her thoughts. It had initially calmed down, but started to rage again, sending lightning strikes raining down. Wasn't it just an average calamity cloud? What was cute about it? It was so much more powerful than the average calamity cloud by a few hundred times. This lady had no eyesight. Sima Yu didn't care for it and let it continue to strike its lightning inside. In any case, there was a huge mountainous area. It could strike for as long as it wanted to. Top-grade purple lightning struck for a long time, but Sima Yu didn't care about him. However, it suddenly became quiet. It would be fine if this guy continued to strike. Now that he stopped, but he was still so downcast. What was going on? Sob dash. Sima Yu's expression started to crumble. This guy had struck the place with lightning for a day and a night, destroying so many of her things. She was the one who wanted to cry, so what was this guy doing? Wah dash. Nobody bothered with it, so it started to cry with more intensity. His sadness caused him to lose control of the power inside him again. Previous chapter. Sima Yu just couldn't understand this guy. Watching him cry all alone in an abandoned place really caused her to soften. She entered with her consciousness, came by his side and stared at him, but she didn't say a word. Sob. Top-grade purple lightning looked at Sima Yu with grievance. Why did she take such a long time to show up? This little guy had yet to fully transform. He only had a fuzzy figure with just that pair of eyes, making them look exceptionally large and round. With how grieved he appeared, he really looked so adorable. Although Sima Yu was inwardly captured by his cuteness, but looked cold on the outside. This guy was extremely arrogant. If she were to pamper him now, he would be unbearable in the future. Know your mistake? Sob dash. Top-grade purple lightning didn't speak. It just continued to cry. This girl was watching it cry so sadly, but she just refused to comfort it. She only knew how to watch it with an ice-cold expression, making it more sad, even more sad. It lost even more control of its spirit energy and struck its surroundings even more. Zap dash. A bolt of lightning struck Sima Yu, causing her to almost lose consciousness. Sima Yu's expression fell even darker. She wasn't struck on the outside, but had been struck in her own territory. Top-grade purple lightning was stunned and forgot to cry for a moment. Are you happy now with your lightning strikes? If you're done, then keep your energy away. You're going to annihilate my spirit pagoda at this rate. Then you shouldn't have locked me inside here. Top-grade purple lightning retorted. If you listened to my instructions, would I have locked you in here? I know, you consider yourself as the top-grade purple lightning, and you're very powerful. That's why you never cared about me. That's why you want to go once you've finished forming, and I won't stop you. I want a companion who will journey with me, not some great lord who needs me to wait on him. Sima Yu said, if you're not done striking the place with lightning, then continue. After all, this might be your last time coming in here. Here. After speaking, she prepared to go. Top-grade purple lightning continued to wail as if the world was ending. It was as if it had suffered a great grievance. You're the one who brought me over, now you say that you don't want me, sob sob dash. Sima Yu heard his retort and pursed her lips. She looked at the mountains around her that had been struck into black ashes. Those tears continued to fall like rain. Maybe it really did feel wronged. She sighed, then went up to hug it, saying, no more striking, and no more crying. Top-grade purple lightning took deep breaths and truly stopped crying. In the end, it breathed too deeply and ended up hiccuping. I'm cuter than that cloud spirit, and I'm stronger too. Top-grade purple lightning said in between breaths. You're the one who doesn't like it and keeps thinking of leaving once you've grown. Sima Yu said. I was only thinking about it, I wasn't really going to do it. The little guy's anger had vanished as it snuggled deeper into her embrace. But you didn't take me as a comrade. That's why I said that I would let you go. Then I won't think about it anymore. Top-grade purple lightning said, feeling wronged. Then are you going to listen to me from now on? Are you going to keep on striking? I won't. Then once we get out, are you going to listen to me? Fine then, I won't snatch anything. Top-grade purple lightning huffed, even if I don't snatch it, that guy won't be able to strike it to death. It will even allow it to succeed in growing and achieve acknowledgement from heaven. You know that? I knew it just with a single look. If striking it with lightning won't help, then what can we do? Sima Yu asked. The only way is to keep it away. Top-grade purple lightning said. Then, are we able to grab the opportunity where it's just done with the calamity and is weak, to kill it off? It's not impossible if you want it. Top-grade purple lightning replied, but it won't be so easy to kill it. But are you dumb? It's something so good, but you're going to kill it instead of keeping it? It's so dangerous. If I can't control it, if it fights back, I'll be the enemy of all humanity. Sima Yu said, although I've always felt like those people don't have much to do with me, to drag down the common person is a sin that I don't wish to carry. Top-grade purple lightning thought for a moment, it does seem to be the case. However, if I'm around, it definitely won't be able to fight back. Hee hee. Sima Yu petted his head. This little guy was so cocky, it actually didn't look so bad. It's about to finish outside. Little Spirit's voice sounded. Then we should go outside and take a look. Sima Yu carried top-grade purple lightning out. The lightning calamity outside had really almost finished. Although the black mist had almost completely gone, the aura in the air didn't completely dissipate. Sima Yu found a spirit beast that looked like a black dog inside one of the holes in the ground caused by a lightning strike. It was covered with wounds, but had a trace of breath left. She carefully went closer, but that devil's blood didn't have any reaction. This guy actually didn't die. She knelt down and used Crimson Flame's fire to surround herself as she examined the situation carefully. Useless. Top-grade purple lightning glanced sideways at the lightning calamity in the air. Because of its negligence, this kind of entity had actually formed. Right now, it had not even fully formed, but it was still unable to strike it to death. Death. It was useless. Is this thing going to punish it? Sima Yu asked, it would be such a pity to kill it just like that. Why don't you form a contract with it? Top-grade purple lightning said, don't you have the darkness attribute? You were able to form a contract with Little Dream and the others, so you should be able to form a contract with that. But this looks so powerful. If I form a contract with it, will I be able to control it? Sima Yu was a little hesitant. I don't want to end up being devoured by this guy and end up being its slave instead. With me around, it would never be able to. Top-grade purple lightning said confidently, in any case, Crimson Flame is able to suppress it too. Sima Yu was a little worried, so she went to ask Crimson Flame. You want to keep it? Crimson Flame wasn't too surprised at the idea. Based on her personality, she wouldn't let this chance go. I kind of have this idea, but I have my hesitations. Sima Yu said, we might be able to find a use for it in the ghost realm. Crimson Flame came outside and looked at Devil's Blood, who was on his last breaths. His eyebrows furrowed as he asked, why can't I feel its inner energy anymore? It seems so. Top-grade purple lightning dashed over and zapped Devil's Blood a little, but it couldn't sense any of its energy at all. What's going on? Sima Yu placed her hand on Devil's Blood's body, but she truly couldn't feel a bit of spirit energy at all. Could it be that this heavenly lightning didn't strike it to death, but turned it into a waste instead? Sima Yu guessed. That's not too possible. Crimson Flame denied it. There are two explanations why this could be happening. What two reasons? It could be that the lightning strikes broke its spirit energy and did turn it into a waste, but those who suffer this don't usually last to the end. And the other? The other reason could be that the lightning tribulation wasn't able to zap it to death but also couldn't let it continue to harm humans, so the heavenly law sealed its power away. Sealed? Sima Yu looked at the big black dog and was speechless. She wanted it, but now that she saw that all his strength was gone, was she supposed to kill it? Crimson Flame saw through her thoughts and said, you wouldn't be able to kill it anyway. Why? If it was really sealed by the heavenly law, then its body would have become immortal. Crimson Flame explained, unless it kills itself, we will never be able to kill it. Only if the seal is broken would external powers be able to kill it. Sima Yu kind of understood as she said, this should be the protection of the limit, right? Something like that. Crimson Flame said, so, what do you plan to do? That's a little tough. Sima Yu said, is there any possibility of breaking his seal in the future? Maybe, maybe not. I can't guarantee anything. Sima Yu focused, and truly heard sounds of those people coming nearer. It was only now that she noticed the calamity cloud had already left. Yu, are you okay? Sima Lu Feng and the others flew over. When they saw Sima Yu standing in the pit, they were a little surprised as to her current state. Didn't you get struck by the lightning? I'm fine. Sima Yu stood up saying, the calamity cloud was rather busy today so it didn't have time to strike me. It's good that you're fine. Sima Lu Yun and Lu Feng heaved a sigh of relief. They were almost worried to death just now. Deja and Ghost Master were afraid of the power of the lightning tribulation so they came a little later. They only relaxed after seeing that Sima Yu was fine. Cousin, did the lightning tribulation really not strike you? Sima Yu nodded. She saw that only the 5 of them had come and didn't see anyone else so she asked, where are those people? Senior Elder and the others are currently taking care of the Gu clan. The Gu clansmen wanted to take advantage of the chaotic situation to escape. Sima Lu Feng sighed, seeing the way they will probably be here soon enough. That's perfect, I just so happen to want to discuss something. Sima Yu said, what? Didn't Devil's Blood not get struck to death? Sima Yu shrugged. She glanced at the guy on the ground and said, he didn't die, but he's been sealed. Everyone here was knowledgeable, so they understood what she meant. So it can't be killed. Do we just leave it like that, then? We can't leave it so casually. Sima Lu Yun said, if a day comes where it manages to undo the seal, the entire world will be in danger. What do we do then? Keep it by our side? That's not practical. They couldn't do nothing all day just to keep an eye on this guy. Sima Lu Feng looked at Deja, saying, why don't you form a contract with it? Not possible. Deja hadn't spoken before Ghost Master rejected him. Isn't this a dark spirit beast? Why can't you form a contract with it? Sima Lu Feng didn't understand. Although this devil's blood has been sealed, a day may come where its seal is released. It would be hard-pressed to accept a master. If it's unwilling when the time comes and forcefully breaks its seal, I don't have to tell you how much danger its master would be in. Ghost Master said. No matter what they said, he would never agree to this suggestion. This won't do and that won't do, so what do we do with this big black dog? About that, I did think of forming a contract with it, so why don't I do it? Sima Yu said, even if a day comes where it can recover its strength, it won't be a treat to me. Everyone fell silent. They knew she could call forth the lightning tribulation and had the divine vermilion bird. To let her form the contract would be the best solution. Will it be dangerous? Deja was still worried. Little Purple said that it can control the devil's blood, so it should be fine. Sima Yu said. It's no wonder Yin Lin would say that you will rescue the entire world. Sima Lu Feng sighed. Sima Yu went to form the contract while the rest of them had not yet come. I hope that you will not spread word about this. Crimson Flame watched them, you humans are too complicated. If they knew about this, it would bring her much trouble. Furthermore, she has no time or energy to deal with those things. I am naturally aware of this. Sima Lu Yun said, we will tell the others that the devil's blood has been exterminated by the lightning calamity. That would be the best. Sima Yu came beside the devil's blood and placed a hand on its body, inserting her dark spirit energy into it. Woo. Devil's blood opened its eyes and looked at her. Its large eyes were bright and clear, looking like a pure and kind-hearted spirit beast. It didn't look like that earth-destroying existence from before. Sima Yu patted its fur saying, be good, come with me. We'll eat tasty treats together. Woo. Devil's blood made a noise, and she couldn't tell if it was answering her or not. She used the same method of forming the contract that she did back with Little Dream. She didn't know whether it was because of the seal, but she didn't grow any stronger even when the contract was formed successfully. Woo. The power of the contract healed the wounds on Devil Blood's body and its fur began to shine brightly, increasing in energy. Woo. Devil's blood ran to her side and rubbed its head on her body, acting spoiled. Sima Yu recalled how murderous he was before and, although she didn't see it clearly, it gave her a terrifying feeling. Seeing him now, she just couldn't link them together at all. After a moment, the Sima clansman came over. Sima Yu had just finished forming the contracts and was playing with Devil's blood. Has the Devil's blood been killed off? That's right. The lightning calamity turned its body to ask. Really? Senior Elder glanced at Sima Yu playing with Devil's blood and was a little suspicious, but he immediately dispelled that idea. It was such a cute spirit beast that it couldn't be the Devil's blood. Furthermore, there was no spirit energy fluctuations coming from it. It wasn't anything like that terrifying aura. Yu, are you alright? He looked at Sima Yu with concern. Sima Yu cast him a light glance and said with neither iciness nor warmth, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. Senior Elder was a little sheepish. She spoke to Sima Lu Feng and the others with such warmth while she was so cold when speaking to him. He was the senior elder of this clan. Sima Yu watched as he stood there without moving and said, Senior Elder, do you need something? Nothing. Senior Elder hung a smile upon his lips. Why don't I see your contracted beast? Are you talking about Crimson Flame? He's rather tired so he went back to rest. Wing Yi? The Tree of Life? The Sima clansmen were delighted. With a single thought, Qing Yi appeared in front of them. He didn't say a word but just waved his hand as a ray of light shot into the bodies of every single one of them. What is he doing? Senior Elder cried out. He didn't know what he had gone into his body for. You guys don't have to worry. I'm just placing a restriction on you. Qingyi said, this restriction will not usually do anything to you, but the moment you want to speak about us, it will restrict your movements. The first time, it will forbid you from speaking. However, the next time you think about it, it will take your life. The expressions of Senior Elder and the others changed. This was simply distrusting them. Can we not tell a single person? Someone asked. You cannot tell a single person. Not a single one. Qingyi glanced at Sima Yuyu, who kept him away into the spirit pagoda before turning to Sima Lu Feng, Uncle Lu Yun, Uncle Lu Feng, since there is nothing else, my cousin and I will be leaving. Will you not be journeying with us? Senior Elder asked. We won't. I still have something I need to do. Sima Yuyu rejected him directly. What is that? Could we help? Senior Elder asked with a smile, this place is so dangerous and there are so little of you. It's too dangerous. How would that do? Sima Yuyu said, this is our personal issue, we couldn't drag you into it. What is there to drag in or not, you are part of our Sima clansmen. Our clan will naturally help to share your burdens. Senior Elder said. Sima Yuyu sneered inwardly. Her, a part of the Sima clan? Why didn't she know about that? Senior Elder, you must be kidding. How could I be a part of the Sima clan? I merely came from the continent below. How could I dare climb into the ranks of the Sima clan? Aren't you just playing with me? The blood of the Sima clan flows in your veins, so you are from the Sima clan. Senior Elder said with confidence, no matter what happened in the past, the blood that flows in you cannot be changed. Is that so? Then why did I hear that some people wanted to kill me? Sima Yuyu said, if I were a member of this clan, shouldn't we be getting along well? Who dares to kill you? When I return, I will definitely report the matter to the clan leader and throw them all out. Senior Elder said. Not right not, but I heard that when I was just a baby, I almost lost my life a few times when I returned to the clan. Senior Elder, did you know about that? Sima Yuyu said. The smile on Senior Elder's face faltered a little and said, at that time, it happened because the clan was in chaos and whatever some people took the opportunity to do, I am not too certain of. However, I can promise you that this sort of thing will never happen again. Let's talk about the future, in the future. Sima Yuyu said, I have some things to do. I will take my leave for now. Sigh. Senior Elder wanted to say otherwise, but Sima Yuyu had already turned around to leave. Senior Elder, Yuyu's personality is just like this. She bears a grudge for what happened back then, which is why she is like this now. She'll be fine once she joins the clan. Sima Lu Feng said. What happened back then? Sigh. Senior Elder sighed, it isn't easy to talk about this now either. The clan over at that side shouldn't have much of an opinion. Sima Lu Yu and Sima Lu Feng felt a thread of disdain rise up in their hearts when they heard what he said. The people at that side would be beyond themselves with joy. How could they possibly have an opinion? However, she has truly suffered a lot these few years. It won't be easy for her to accept the clan. Sima Lu Feng said, when we first found out more news about her, we were rather moved. She has truly been through a lot. Have you already found out more news about her? Yes, when we first found out about her, we sent men to investigate. Sima Lu Feng said. Oh. Tell us then, about her. The more detail the better. This way, when we go back to the clan, we will be able to convince them more easily. Senior Elder said. We have already arranged the information neatly. Sima Lu Yun took out a thick stack of papers, on it dictates the experiences she's been through. Once you've read through it, you will understand. To compare those geniuses of the clan to her is simply highlighting their insignificance. Senior Elder took the papers and looked through it. He had only flipped through a few pages, but his shock was clear to see. Did she do all of these? This is simply too inconceivable. Is this really something a tiny person like her can do? If you don't believe it, you can send men to check it out. After all, the things that she has done is not something you can just bury. Sima Lu Yun said. Senior Elder didn't speak, but he really did think this way. When he returned, he would definitely have to get his men to check it out to ascertain whether or not she truly was the one behind all of it. If she was, then her talent. Senior Elder, this place is so dangerous, but she is unwilling to let everyone go with her. Why don't you let me and Lu Yun help her? Sima Lu Feng said, if anything happens, we will be able to protect her. Senior Elder pondered over it for a moment and said, go ahead. You definitely have to protect her and let her leave this place safely. We will. After speaking, the two of them flew off in Sima Yuyu's direction. Sima Yuyu had left with Deja and the others, and they had no idea whether or not the direction they had chosen to leave in was their desired destination. They merely wanted to avoid going in the same direction as the Sima clan. Sima Lu Feng and Sima Lu Yun caught up, which wasn't surprising to Sima Yuyu. They probably said that they would come to take care of her and wouldn't leave halfway. Is there anything you want to do or any direction you want to head in? She asked the others. No idea. Sima Lu Feng said, Sigh, Deja, aren't you from the ghost clan as well? You should know which areas have more ghosts, right? This isn't the ghost realm, alright. How would I know? Deja said, when we came in, we were just following the rumors spread before. We don't even know if they're true. I just want to know where most of the ghosts will gather, and which places require us to do what. Isn't there something here we can just ask? Deja looked pointedly at Devil's Blood lying in her embrace. Everyone's gaze on it and said, will it be able to bring us to the heart of the ancient battlefield? Who knows, this guy might really know. Sima Luyun said, Yu, ask it whether or not it knows. Alright. Sima Yu carried Devil's Blood and said, do you know which area has the most ghosts? Devil's Blood blinked its eyes, as if it didn't understand what she meant, so she repeated it twice more. Woo. Devil's Blood rubbed Sima Yu's hand, then pointed its head in a specific direction and called out twice, telling them that there were many ghosts in that place. It looks so cute like that. If it appears in that state, nobody will be able to guess its identity. Sima Lu Feng said. I can sense that something is being sealed inside it. Sima Yu said, it really does seem like it had been sealed by the heavenly law. She saw a dumb-looking thing that resembled a dog and felt helpless. It was obviously a devil's blood that could surround one from all directions, but it actually ended up like this. She didn't even know if she would be unable to undo its seal, so she didn't hold any hopes of this. She would just treat it as if she were really raising a dog. Although this dog, when it smiled with its teeth wide, its sharp canines showed clearly that it wasn't a dog. She flew off into the direction that the devil's blood pointed her in, and bumped into a lot of faults and gaps in space. If it were not because Sima Yu and Halcyon led the way, they would probably have landed in disaster. As they got closer to the center, it got more dangerous, and so they slowed down much more. After walking for a few months, they finally arrived at the heart of the battlefield back then. We're finally here. Sima Lu Feng sighed. He suddenly felt a burst of energy pull him to the side. Careful. Deja happened to be standing beside him and saw that he was falling to the side, so he pulled him back by reflex. Sima Lu Feng was pulled over and was only a small distance away from the gap in space. It was only then the sucking energy disappeared. Uncle Lu Feng, are you alright? Sima Yu looked at Sima Lu Feng worriedly. His arm was already bleeding and his sleeves were in tatters. His flesh was exposed and you could see bone. No problem. Sima Lu Feng took out a pill and ate it before changing his outerwear. Thank you for just now. Merely a reflex. I never thought of saving you. Deja said icily. The outcome is the same, so I still offer my thanks. Sima Lu Feng said. There was obviously no gap in space earlier on, but one suddenly appeared. This proves that there is a lot of movement in the space here. Sima Yu. Can you handle it on your own? Deja was rather uncertain. However, he knew that the space here was getting increasingly complicated. If they went inside, they would only drag her down. Although they were powerful, it was useless in a place like this. In this place, they had to know how to avoid this kind of spatial issues. Power was but a fart. After all, they had no sensitivity towards space to speak of. They couldn't find it in them to say that they could go together. You can place us into your little realm, Sima Lu Feng said. If anything happens, we'll still be able to come lend a hand. They were too worried to let her go on her own. Sima Yu knew that this was the best compromise as she nodded her head, saying, all right. But I don't know how much time I will have to take. If it take a little long, it might delay your chances of finding a fortuitous encounter. We came here to collect ghosts. Deja said, no matter how long you take, it will not impact us. Same for us. Sima Lu Feng said, those fortuitous encounters or whatnot are not as important as your safety. Sima Yu pursed her lips, saying, all right. I will do my best to complete it. Be careful. I will. She took out her little door and opened the door to the little realm. She placed them inside, then called out Halcyon. The both of them walked to the center together. With everyone else gone, they sped up quite a bit and quickly reached the heart of the area. You couldn't tell what the heart of the area used to be like in the past. However, it was now a flat piece of land. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Not a single blade of grass grew on the black ashen land, and remnants of the aura from the old battle lingered. The space here is a lot more stable. Halcyon said as he sensed the surroundings. Maybe it gets more stable as we get closer to the center. Sima Yu said. It was like her past earthquakes. The epicenter of the earthquake was actually a lot more stable than the peripheries. However, this feels a bit sinister. The temperature has dropped quite a bit. It should be that the death aura is rather heavy. Halcyon said, there are no ghosts here. Sima Yu nodded. She didn't find it strange. I guessed it when I saw Devil's Blood. She patted Devil's Blood, who was in her embrace. If I want to nurture it, it should need a lot of dark aura. It wouldn't be too possible for the ghosts to want to survive. This truly does seem unexpected. Halcyon said, who knew that, after going through so much, there actually isn't anything here. Sima Yu actually guessed it a long time ago. However, she was still a little disappointed at the outcome. Let's see if there's anything we can scavenge. If she were to return like this empty-handed, it would be such a waste. The outcome of this was too dissatisfactory. She walked one round and actually found quite a bit of treasure. However, they were all useless. These spirit tools had long since lost their spirit energy after all this time. Halcyon had lost quite a bit of his energy, so she let him go back to rest. Right now, she was searching the ruins with her little black dog. Woo-woo dash, little black dog ran about on his own before crying out. It sounded like he was calling Sima Yu over. Sima Yu walked over and saw little black dog digging on the ground with his two paws. With the way it looked, it really didn't appear much different from an actual dog. Sima Yu saw the way he was acting and felt a few black lines down the side of her forehead. This guy, he was just this close to barking like a dog, alright? Did you see anything good? She squatted down and looked where he ran. Woo woo dash. Little Black dug a few more times, and a few spirit stones were dug out from the pit. What are these? Sima Yu picked up those spirit stones. She held them up to the sunlight to take a look, and every single one of them were sparkling and pure. It even seemed like a crystal on the inside. Woo woo dash. Little Black placed 2 paws on Sima Yu before opening its bloody mouth to take a bite. SS dash. Sima Yu felt a pain shoot through her arm, and was going to ask it why it did that when her environment suddenly changed and it gave her a huge fright. You could actually see some hints of green in the initially pitch-black ground, but it was surrounded by flames. Piles of corpses surrounded her, some of which were burning still, and crackling sounds were heard all around her. Ah, kill dash. Ear-splitting cries pulled her out of her stupor and she raised her head. She found herself in the middle of a battle with many people fighting around her. Humans, ghosts and devils, there was one from every race. Every type of spirit beast, dark beast and devil beast was present. Ghost clansmen killed ghost clansmen, devils fought with humans, you kill me and I'll kill her, the entire battlefield was in absolute chaos. Sima Yu remained where she was. She saw others charging towards her and she subconsciously tried to dodge. However, the other party was too quick. She had just released her spirit energy but that person had already charged through her body. No pain. She stood where she was, stunned. A few others ran through her, but she didn't feel a thing. She tried to shoot out a bolt of spirit energy and it attacked towards a devil beast not too far from where she was. That spirit energy went through it as well and disappeared, but that devil beast still remained perfectly fine as it battled another dark beast. Previous chapter. Sima Yu looked at the people who had gone through her and took another look at the devil beast that was unharmed by her attack. It seemed like she understood. Could it be that I'm looking at another scene from the great battle? She looked at the scene around her. Although it was an intense fight, she couldn't feel a single ripple of spirit energy. Without the ripples of spirit energy, it seems totally fake. I can't believe I only found out about this now. She laughed self-deprecatingly. She finally understood things clearly. The scene earlier on had changed too quickly, not giving her any chance to react. She subconsciously used her spirit energy to block it. How did I end up seeing this? She was rather bewildered. Woo woo dash. Little Black nipped at the edge of her skirt to remind her of its existence. Sima Yu squatted down and patted it on the head, saying, "Were you the one who let me see this?" Woo woo dash. Little Black cried out twice and nodded. Although it had no more spirit energy, it could still do something like this. Then why did you bring me here? Woo woo. Little Black cried out twice. It was a pity that Sima Yu didn't understand. You've been sealed, your intentions won't carry across. Sima Yu carried it up, feeling a little sorry for it. What did you want me to see? She asked. Woo woo dash. Little Black nodded. However, what did it want her to see? She looked all around her. There were killings happening everywhere. She didn't know what Little Black wanted her to see. Woo woo. Little Black hopped out from her embrace and ran out in front of her before stopping in front of a mountain. It turned around to look at Sima Yu, hinting at her to go over. Sima Yu walked over and saw a group of people fighting with a group of devil clansmen. A man came beside a woman, helping to defend her against a barrage of attacks. Your wounds haven't healed yet, why did you run out here? The lady shouted towards the man. Even if they haven't healed, I can't toss you aside without caring about you. The man said, relax, I won't die. You don't usually care about me, so why are you pretending to treat me well now? She shouted at him. The man ignored her and continued to protect her from behind, fighting off the enemies. Go back. I don't want you to follow after me. The lady cried out. If you have the energy to talk, you might as well deal properly with those beside you. The man said icily. The lady looked at the man's back and her tears flowed down non-stop. Why? The lady shook her head and said, fighting back tears, why do you have to do this? Someone came close to the lady. Then, before she realized, the man turned around and happened to see this dangerous scene. He hurriedly came back to pull her to the side. Don't zone out. The man shouted at the lady. Then you tell me, what have you come over here for? I am already used to being alone. I don't need you to run over here to accompany me. The man looked at the lady and stayed silent for a long time, saying, if you insist that you need an answer, fine. I'll tell you. I like you. No matter whether we live or die, I have to be with you. Then why were you always so cold to me before? I wasn't being cold. I merely never felt like I was a person who could stand by your side. You're so outstanding that you deserve someone even better. Sima Yu pursed her lips. Wasn't he just being critical of himself? Why did he package it so nicely? However, that lady was touched and her tears fell. The corner of her mouth lifted up into a smirk. That charming look was like a single beacon of light. Come, we will kill our enemies together. We can't escape today, for every additional one we kill, we will gain. All right. Whether we live or die, we will stay together. Their hands were clasped tightly together as if nothing could tear them apart no matter what. Sima Yu watched as they killed their enemies together. She watched as they got injured while protecting one another and as they slowly lost their energy and were killed together by an enemy. Although she dared not speak highly of the fact that the two of them only got together at the end, she didn't know what happened to them before this. That was why she didn't want to comment on their final choice. In the midst of this kind of battle, there were many like this. However, the ones who could hold on to this point numbered very, very little. She watched as they fought together. Those resolute gazes and the love in their eyes did move her quite a bit. It was just a pity that in this battle, there was no victory to be won in the end. Whoosh! A pike shot over from who knows where and the two protected each other as it pierced through the both of them. The lady raised her hand and placed it on his cheek, smiled lightly and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. However, her hand finally fell. In the corner of her eyes, a teardrop fell slowly. The man also seemed like he did not have any breath of life left in him. However, seeing the way she was, his tears fell continuously. A single pike, two bodies. Frozen forever here on this battlefield. She seemed to see that teardrop fly into the sky and land in her hand. Boom dash. A burst of spirit energy exploded the entire area. The images around her disappeared along with the explosion. A teardrop flowed down the side of her cheek and landed in the spirit stone in her hand. She was rather surprised. Why was she crying? Was she moved by their feelings of living and dying together? Maybe, maybe not. She wasn't clear as well. Is this the tear from back then? She looked at that spirit stone. The liquid inside made her think of the final tears the two shed before they died. Woo woo dash. Little Black bit her skirt again. This damn woman kept forgetting about its existence. Sima Yu lowered her head and looked at it, saying, "Is this what you wanted me to see?" Little Black nodded. "Why did you want me to see this?" Sima Yu didn't understand. After all, there was no use for her to see it. Woo woo dash. Little Black called out twice. It was a pity that Sima Yu still didn't understand what it was trying to say. If it were not because she could feel the relationship they had from the contract, she would have wondered whether or not the contract was actually successful. Woo woo dash. Little Black cried out even more anxiously. Why didn't this woman know what it was trying to say? It used its claws to dig at the ground for Sima Yu to take a look. Water? Sima Yu could recognize the word it was writing and was stunned before she finally reacted, saying, "Water, it's the purest water?" Woo woo dash. Little Black nodded. "You're saying that you went to help me find the purest water?" Sima Yu finally understood what it was trying to say. Woo woo dash. Little Black nodded again. Sima Yu was rather moved. She didn't think that Little Black would help her find this. Although she didn't know whether or not it was the purest water that Lin was referring to, she was happy that it wanted to help her. Good boy. She stretched forth a hand and patted its head. She was beginning to accept this guy from her heart. No matter what the future held, he was still her companion now, wasn't he? Previous chapter. Sima Yu kept the spirit stones away. If they couldn't find a better type of water by then, she would give this to Lin, she just didn't know whether or not he would buy it. She hugged Little Black and picked him up, saying, "Alright, let's go back now." Little Black was still upset about the fact that this woman didn't understand what he was trying to say. However, when he felt her warm hug, the rage in his heart vanished. Humph, this stupid woman. Sima Yu took Little Black as they walked around. However, they didn't find anything else of value so they could only depart from the area. Look at you, you've already consumed all the ghosts here, so I can't find a thing. Sima Yu glared at Little Black in her arms. It shrunk its neck back, helpless to reply. This wasn't what he chose. At that time, he hadn't formed any kind of consciousness. Okay. Sima Yu thought of Deja before she left. She opened her little realm and called him out and explained the current situation to him. So there are no longer any ghosts. Deja had thought this would happen before. He just held on to a faint bit of hope. Perhaps he might be lucky enough to stumble on some ghosts. However, reality was like this in the end. There was no way they could change it. It was at this moment that everyone shot disgruntled looks at Little Black. Without it, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Woo woo dash. Little Black blinked its large round eyes, it was so innocent. Since there's none here, we can head back. Sima Lu Feng said. Although the space here seemed relatively more stable, this was still a fracture in space after all, so it could rupture at any moment. Since there were no ghosts here, it was better for them to leave early. Nobody had any complaints about leaving this place, so Sima Yu kept them back into the little realm and headed back outside with Halcyon. However, just as they feared, because the lightning calamity that had been used to strike Little Black was too powerful, the space here was already much more volatile. There are a lot more faults and gaps than before. If you ask me, the space here feels a lot more shaky. Halcyon said. That is true. Sima Yu realized this as well. I also can feel that there's some kind of battle going on outside causing this place to be a lot more shaky. If it's a battle that is able to affect the space here, the ones battling must be strong. She didn't know why, but Sima Yu suddenly thought of Feng Ruyen. If she got involved, the space here would definitely not stand a chance. She thought once again about the time she came to the continent. Her space tunnel was broken because of someone else's battle. That was the reason she fell through a rupture in space and got injured. When would she ever reach the stage where a single act of her would be able to cause space itself to tremble? The entire space swayed for a moment before finally stopping. Has the battle ended? I don't know. I only know that we have to grasp this opportunity to leave this place. This place might fall apart any time. When the time comes, we'll fall into infinite space and I won't be able to confirm that we'll be lucky enough to come out alive. Sima Yu said. She continued forwards with Halcyon and met quite a few on the way, who were also on their way out. It seemed like everyone could sense the changes in this place. When they went back, it was only herself and Halcyon the whole time, so it was a lot quicker than when they first came. They reached near the entrance in just a few months. These few months, there were a few times where she felt like the space was swaying. However, the good thing was that it finally stabilized in the end. We really don't know who are the ones battling outside. There was once where she had to wipe the sweat off her forehead after the space trembled so badly. It gave her quite a big shock. Logic tells us that there aren't that many powerful people in here. Halcyon said, but the recent battle has been powerful enough to affect the space here, so that means the ones fighting outside aren't weak by any means. They would be Paragon ranked at the very least. However, are there many Paragon ranked people here? No. Sima Yu said, counting loosely, there have been about 10 battles. If 2 people participate in each battle, there would need to be 30 to 40 of them. However, not that many Paragon ranked experts came in this time. Then this is too bizarre. Halcyon said. Maybe something happened outside. Sima Yu pursed her lips, rather worried for Shimin Feng and the others. Nothing should have happened. Halcyon said. Lin said that they wouldn't be in any great danger. But I'm still rather worried. Sima Yu said, if we work based on what Lin said, this place should be the place where nothing major happens. However, I get the feeling that something isn't right. If you're worried, we can look for them once we're out of here. Halcyon said, in any case, you've already done what you wanted to do and the 100 Ghost fan is already in your hands. You can stay with them all the way till we exit this place. Once we get out of here, let's see where they are. Sima Yu said. Inside the ancient primordial lands, divinators were busy the entire day. That was because many came to look for Lin, wanting him to see what was going on in the immortal land. Why were their sect members dying recently? Divinators' doormen came out and received them, taking them over to Divinator's inner room. This was something that rarely ever happened. Everyone, please wait here. Our master will be out soon. The doormen headed downstairs after ushering them inside. A simple room, decorating simply. If it were not because this was truly the Divinator sect, they would have thought that they were in a comer's house. Everyone was burning with anxiety and they waited for a long time before they finally saw Lin walk out with the support of a young child. Lin appeared even paler than he usually did. Both his eyes were even bloodshot as if he had just gotten injured. Sir Lin. Everyone stood up. Lin waved his hand at them, saying, everyone, please seat. The child led him to the seat and said, Master, be careful. Lin leaned on the chair for support and sat down. Only then did everyone else take their seats. Sir Lin, you do not seem to be doing too well. I am fine. I merely touched on some things when I was performing my divinations earlier. Lin said lightly, I know why everyone is here. The events unfolding in the immortal land are unexpected. Things have been fine the previous years, but who would have thought that something like this would happen at this time? What has happened in the immortal land? Why are our people dying so quickly? Someone asked. I was precisely performing my divinations about this. Lin said, I was rather surprised when I got the news. You have to prepare yourselves mentally. When he said that, everyone paid more attention. The ones who had gone into the immortal land were the elite of their youths. If something happened to them inside there, they would have lost out big time. Sir Lin, just tell us directly what has happened. Someone could take it no longer and said. Instead of being left hanging, it was better for him to tell them the answer directly. This immortal land would open for a longer period of time. We knew this long ago. Do you still remember that? Lin said. We remember. Master Lin, you said back then that you didn't know why that would be so. Do you know the reason why now? Yes. Lin said, the reason why the time was extended has something to do with what you are worrying about now. It is because of this reason that I expect that it has led to the death of your young ones. What is the reason? Lin stayed silent for a moment before saying with a grave voice, you know this as well. We have many continents outside us. There are those stronger than us and those weaker. Is this related to the outsiders? They asked with surprise. Others may not know about the outsiders, but many of the inner powers knew about it. Lin nodded, saying, I just made my divinations. The unforeseen incident happening in the immortal land right now is because the entrance to another place has also opened. It has opened into another place? Do you know which place it is? I couldn't. Lin said, I only know that the general strength of those there are much stronger. Those people entered the immortal land and bumped into those who came here first. Naturally, they would try to steal the treasure. Those who entered would rob those from the ancient primordial lands. The death rates would naturally be a lot higher than before. Is there a way to solve this? Someone asked. Lin fell silent once again. After a moment, he said, do you still remember the child from that year? The child from that year? Everyone was stunned. For a moment, they couldn't think of who he was referring to. Someone reacted earlier than the others and said, are you talking about the child left behind by Sima Lu Xian and the Ghost Clan's princess? Indeed. Could it be that the one who will resolve this will be her? The ability to solve this problem lies in her hands. However, whether or not she is willing to intervene is not something I can predict. Lin said. What if she isn't willing to intervene? The outcome is hard to say. Lin said, maybe it is something that you will not be able to accept. Not be able to accept? Wouldn't that mean that they would lose all of their elites? She's merely a 30-year-old young lady. No matter how talented her parents were, how would she be able to turn into a heaven-defying beast? There are so many of them whose powers are many times hers. How could she be the solution to this problem? There are times where the one who solves the problem isn't the strongest one but the crucial one. Lin said. Everyone fell into silence again. Master Lin, that time, when you got us to let that child live, you told us if we let her go, there would be a day where she would give us a pass of peace. That is right. I did say that. However, this doesn't refer to that. Lin said, it just so happens that for this incident, she is also a key person. Everyone fell into silence once again. However, this time, Lin didn't give them another opportunity to ask him a question. His little helper supported him as he stood up and headed outside. Master Lin. They didn't think that Lin would leave so quickly and subconsciously wanted to cry out to him. Lin stopped and turned around to look at everyone. Although he couldn't see, everyone felt as if he could see through how they really felt. I am powerless as to what happens next. However, I will leave this piece of advice for you now. There are some things in which you do not have to hold so tightly. When it is gone, do not chase after it. Otherwise, it will bring you disaster and your gains will not make up for your losses. After speaking, he turned around and walked out. At the same time, 2 doormen came in and bowed to everyone, saying, everyone, this way please. Although these people still had burning questions, they understand the rules of this place. They knew that they wouldn't get any more information and would even cause the divinator to be upset at them if they insisted on staying. As such, everyone could only stand up and take their leave. Lin returned to his room and couldn't help spitting out a fresh mouthful of blood. His face turned 3 times paler. The little helper hurriedly took out a pill and fed it to him, saying, Master, since this situation would tax you so much, why would you still want to make the divination? Lin took out a cloth and wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth, saying, Little helper, there are some things that I can't run away from even if I want to. However, you clearly don't have to make such a deep divination. If you just did a superficial one, you wouldn't get so injured. The little helper replied. Your master, at this time, would lose out once for every divination I do not do. Lin replied, Little helper, this is what you have seen. Do you still plan to become a divinator? Divinator? The little helper took the cloth in his hands and said, Master, no matter what happens, it will not change my mind. Sigh. Lin let out a long breath and said, You can head downstairs. Let me rest and heal up for a while. Yes, master. Master, I will be just outside the door. Call me if you need anything. After the little helper finished speaking, he retreated out and stood at the door. He lowered his head, and nobody knew what he was thinking. Lin sighed once again and hoped that she would be able to bring to him what he wanted. As for the one who carried the weight of everyone's hopes, she was cursing and spitting in her heart. Why was she so unlucky? Everyone had already gone out and she was just about to leave this place when the space shattered. Shattered, it shattered. At the moment it shattered, she kept Halcyon and Blackie away. Then, she launched her domain and surrounded herself in it. If it were not for that domain, she would have exploded because of the void. Those few people in front of her had clearly gone out, but it exploded in her area. She was hurling a million damnations and curses. However, even if she had the domain, it was useless. She was trapped here by the void and the moment she kept the domain away, she would definitely be harmed by the void and it would take her life for sure. However, if she remained trapped here forever, she would never be able to leave and this domain would eventually dissipate. What to do? Boom dash. She didn't know who was battling, but that power shook her, who was in the void, a few times. Damn it all, just who is fighting? If this does on, I'll really be tossed into the void. She couldn't help but curse. She maneuvered her domain to slowly head towards the exit. However, no matter what she tried, there was no way to get close to that exit. It was clearly right in front of her, but she just couldn't reach it. She was about to fall apart. Especially since her domain was being suppressed by the void. It was becoming smaller and already showed signs of crumbling. Furthermore, her distance from the exit just refused to change. Ka-cha dash. This sharp sound landed on her ears like a death gong. She howled inwardly in anguish. She wouldn't really be that damned, right? Ka-cha dash. The splitting sounds came once again, even louder than before. She could feel the gaps appearing in the domain, but she didn't manage to think of a solution before the entire thing shattered. Her heart shattered along with it. She didn't know whether her body would shatter along with it. Damn it, I played it too big this time. She cried out in her heart just once before she was swallowed by the void and lost consciousness. Previous chapter. When Sima Yu felt the ache in her entire body, she was both excited and happy. She clearly remembered her domain shattering, and that she would be broken into pieces in the void, so how was she still alive? A familiar smell. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw Wu Lingyu's familiar face. Senior? As she spoke, her throat was hoarse as she felt a burst of pain in her heart. Wasn't he in the spirit pagoda? What was he doing out here? Don't speak. Your throat hasn't healed. If you injure it again, it might never return to how it was like before. What are you doing here? She used her eyes to carry over what she meant instead. When you were unconscious, I got little spirit to let me out. Wu Lingyu said, although you are his master, he still listens to me. Especially in a situation like this, he naturally let me out. Wasn't I in space? How did I end up outside? She once again used her eyes to speak. Naturally, it was I who brought you out. Wu Lingyu said lightly, as if he didn't think too much of what he had just done. Sima Yu glared with her large eyes, although it was filled with joy instead. Have you recovered? He saw the happiness in her eyes and patted her head, saying, I have already recovered quite a bit. Although I still lack a little, it wasn't a problem for me to get you out of there. He had recovered, that was great. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Sima Yu pursed her lips and shot him a glare. I was in cultivation. When I came out, I saw that you had run into trouble. Wu Lingyu explained, alright, you just woke up. Stop using your brain and just rest well. Sima Yu nodded. She was unable to move her body at all and had no idea where she was. She only knew that she was in a tent that Wu Lingyu had prepared for her. She went back to sleep groggily. Just before she slept, she realized that she often got hurt ever since she came here. This time, she slept for 3 days and nights. During this time, Wu Lingyu didn't do anything. He merely stayed there watching here. He watched as she slept and didn't feel like time went by slowly at all. And so, but the next time she opened her eyes, she saw that he was still in the exact same position. She couldn't help but ask, you didn't remain the entire time like this, did you? A white seed flits past a crack. I now know what it means to have time fly by. I merely blinked a few times, and you woke up. Wu Lingyu said. How long was I asleep? Sima Yu asked. Her voice was still a little raspy, but it was no longer as hoarse from before. Not that long. Only 3 days and 3 nights. Wu Lingyu said, do you feel better? Much better, I can move now. It hurts a lot though. Sima Yu said, it's a lot better than before. Maybe it's because you brought me out. You are no longer the same as you were before. Wu Lingyu said, compared to last time, you have grown a lot. At that time, she had just risen to the saint rank. She had nothing. Her body was not as strong as it was now, and she didn't even have a domain. She was worse off in every aspect. I took a long time before I could recover back then. I just hope that it will be better this time, and that I'll recover faster. She moved her hands. It was still difficult and her body hurt, so she could only give up. You should be content. How many people would have ended up as complete wastes after going through the same situation as yours? Wu Lingyu took out a bucket of water and a piece of cloth. Sigh, man never knows how to be content, alright. When they have something good, they'll want something even better. Sima Yu sighed, right, do you know why the space shattered? What else, wasn't it because 2 spirit paragon experts were fighting? Wu Lingyu focused completely on helping her wipe down her body. Then do you know who it was? It felt like there were quite a few experts fighting. Did something happen? Sima Yu asked. Don't know. Wu Lingyu said, I don't care about these things. I only cared about you, so I didn't have the time to go outside and check. Once you're well, we can go outside and take a look. Wu Lingyu said. How long would I have to wait then? She gave a single thought and released a group of scarlet bees. She got them to go outside to check on the situation. As she was nurturing her body, the scarlet bees flew very far away. They found out quite a bit of information and sent it back. When she heard the news, Sima Yu's expression fell. Wu Lingyu saw that her expression had changed and he asked, have you found out any information? Sima Yu nodded, there happened to be a group of people nearby, so the bees found out quite a bit. Seeing how you're acting, it's probably bad news. Wu Lingyu said. The people from the outside have come in. Sima Yu said. Wu Lingyu was stunned, how did the outsiders come in? No idea. Sima Yu said, I asked Qing Yi earlier, but he said that something like this has never happened before. That was true. This was the first time that the immortal land had opened, so how could something like this have ever happened? The outsiders, the ones who came should be the ones who are stronger than we are. Wu Lingyu guessed. How did you know? You're the one who said it. Sima Yu blinked, when did I say that? You said before that many paragon experts were fighting outside. However, we don't have that many paragon experts in this continent. This only goes to show that many people came in, many of which are experts. Wu Lingyu analyzed. Brilliant. Sima Yu praised him before sighing, they're strong, which means that our people are in big trouble. After those people came in, they didn't think that everything here would have already been taken by our people. They would naturally snatch for them. Wu Lingyu said, fortuitous encounters from the ancient times belong to whoever can hold on to it. How many will lose their lives here for the sake of these encounters? It is normal that a few will die. I don't care about the others, but I worry for Feng and the others. Sima Yu said. If they bump into those people, they won't give a damn about us. If they encountered those from the ancient primordial lands, the other party would consider the powers behind her. However, the ones from the outside wouldn't. They wouldn't care whether or not she had the king of the birds and nobody would be able to find anyone after leaving the immortal land. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she grew. Since that is the case, we'll look for them once your wounds have healed. Although he really wanted some alone time with her, he didn't have the heart to when he saw her so worried. I hope that they will be fine. Sima Yu said. Alright, don't think about anything now. Just heal up properly. This way, you will be able to heal quicker and go look for them. Wu Lingyu said. I'm afraid that will be impossible. Sima Yu said, even before you swatted those houseflies, I'm afraid that I no longer have any way to rest properly anymore. Wu Lingyu used divine knowledge to sense and said, there are indeed some flies coming over, you wait here, I'll go shoo the flies for you. All right. Although Sima Yu felt much better, she still didn't want to get up from the bed. After a short while, a group of people came to where they camped. Elder senior brother, there's a camp in front. A guy with upside-down triangle eyes pointed to the camp and said. A camp here is so weird. Elder senior brother, could this be the trap that people in the continent built? Another girl said. This guy who was addressed as elder senior brother took a look at their camp, groaned and said, these people from the continent, they're only a group of ants, even if it's a trap, we can use our strength to break their trap. That's right. These people from the continent are really substandard, how dare they come here to snatch the fortuitous encounters with us. Another follower continued, these treasures are supposedly ours, those who dare to snatch our destiny will have to pay. Let's go and see who is in the camp. A girl with thick makeup ordered. Yes, second senior sister. Wu Lingyu came out from inside before those people were able to come close to the camp. Wow, it's a handsome guy. Second senior sister's eyes brightened upon seeing him. Second senior sister, you are drooling. Second senior sister wiped the corner of her lips, what did you mean by drooling? Go stand aside. She slapped that guy, but her eyes were fixated on Wu Lingyu. Enough, don't you know the second senior sister loves handsome guys the most? And you still dare to tease her, aren't you afraid to be beaten by her? What's there to be afraid of? Now that second senior sister only has her eyes fixed on the handsome guy, she won't care about us. That person said smilingly. Sister will settle with you later. Now sister is going to hook a handsome guy. Second senior sister smilingly walked towards Wu Lingyu. She told the people behind her while walking, elder senior brother, this man is mine, let me handle him. Oh my god, she becomes disoriented every time she sees a handsome guy. Elder senior brother whined, but didn't say much, meaning to say he would let her handle Wu Lingyu. That girl swayed her body while walking towards Wu Lingyu, all smiling and said, handsome, what's your name, will you go with me? No way. Sima Yu came out from the camp, walked to Wu Lingyu's side, wrapped her arms around his and said, my senior brother is already taken, he won't casually follow any Tom, Dick and Harry. Who are you talking about Tom, Dick and Harry? That girl shouted in rage when she saw Sima Yu come out, with that face that was 100 times prettier, being close wrapping his arm. Whoever responds then whoever it is. Sima Yu covered her mouth laughing, with that look of looking forward, smiling gently made that group of guys stunned. How could there be such a beautiful lady? Wu Lingyu lowered her head and looked at her who pretended to be virtuous, the corner of his lips raised and said, aren't you resting inside, why did you come out? I don't want to either, but isn't someone trying to snatch you from my side? So I came here to safeguard my interest. Wu Lingyu frowned, am I that easily snatched? Who knows? Sima Yu brushed lightly on his arm, there's no cat there won't go for fish, who knows you might be tempted in your heart, and get lured away by some rotten fish by others, leaving a foul smell. If there really is, I'll kill that fish first. Wu Lingyu acted along. Although he didn't agree with what she said, deep down his heart, he liked it seeing her acting coquettishly. Okay. Sima Yu stood up, looked at him smilingly. Wu Lingyu poked her nose lightly, this girl was actually injured and yet to recover, but she still wanted to play. But since she cared for him so much, then he would play along with her. He looked up and glared at those people and said, leave as far as you can if you don't wish to die. You want us to leave? Ha, just based on you guys, you're trying to get us to leave? This is the best joke after coming into immortal land. Those people laughed loudly, because Wu Lingyu couldn't feel their power, but Sima Yu and the rest felt it. There was only one divine paragon ranking, and it was an injured one, it wasn't even enough to be scared. And Wu Lingyu as her senior brother, they didn't think much of his strength, they felt that it was funny that such people asked them to leave. Just with your looks, aren't you embarrassed to occupy such a good guy? I'll kill you today and bring him away. Such scary eyes. Sima Yu hid behind Wu Lingyu, looking as if she was scared. Senior brother, I'm scared. Although Wu Lingyu was playing along, but now he couldn't put up an act anymore, that sweet and delicate look, really didn't suit her. Second senior sister, why are you so eager to kill such a pretty lady? You should let us play a while before killing her. She must have nice, plop, that guy with the upside-down triangle eyes was hit by a spiritual energy before he even finished his words. Wu Lingyu's aura around him was totally different from just now, it wasn't relaxed and faint smile, it was now full of murder intent. It was fine talking about him, but whoever dared to insult her would be asking for death. Those people were shocked by his strength, he finished him in one move, that means his power should be at least higher than them by a few levels. How did it? Sima Yu stopped teasing him after seeing him like that, pulled his arm and said, don't be angry, just kill this kind of bastard. That played down murdering look, was totally different from the virtuous lady earlier on, that was where they knew she was acting just now. Floey, someone wants to snatch us, I'll leave it to you as a snack. She released Floey, of course with Little Dream and Little Seven along with her. 3 of them were already inseparable. How dare you snatch Brother Lingyu? I'll never show mercy. Little Seven rolled her sleeve, showing she was preparing to fight. Fight. How dare you come up with such evil desire from Yu, unforgivable. Floey metamorphosed a vine that was filled with man-eating plants. Same old rule. Little Dream was the most straightforward and attacked those people straight. Again. Little Seven held her fist and went over, she couldn't lose to Little Dream. I'm coming too. Flowey opened up her pretty flowers, waiting to enjoy good food. Man-eating flower king. They couldn't recognize Little Seven and Little Dream, but Flowey was easier to recognize. Seeing Flowey, they felt despaired. How did they meet such a scary thing here? Previous chapter. With Little Seven and the other two fighting, those people were quickly taken down. Should we kill directly? Little Seven stood on top of the stack of people, those were caught by her. My flowers waited long enough. Flowey said. Her flower's mouth was filled with people, only with Sima Yu's command, then she would immediately swallow those people. Sima Yu held on Wu Lingyu's arm and walked towards those people, bent over, looked at their deadly pale face and said, these are people from the continent. They aren't any stronger than the people here. These thrash aren't embarrassed to come here. Little Seven used some force, the people below her cried out in pain. Disable their eldest senior brother, just leave him with one breath. Sima Yu said. Isn't that easy? Little Seven held up the eldest senior brother, with one punch, he only left with one breath. Sima Yu shakes her head, rather helplessly and says, Little Seven, how many times did I tell you, you have to be virtuous, don't be so violent. Little Seven moved her fist and said, this is virtuous enough, if I'm violent, this would become a meat patty already. Sima Yu drew out a smile on the corner of her lips, alright, it seemed like it too. She went to the eldest senior brother, used divine knowledge to search into his brain and found the news she wanted directly. Divine knowledge into the body. Those people cried out in shock seeing her did that. She had such skillful divine knowledge at such a young age, they didn't have anyone as amazing as that with them. You can still talk. Seems like you still have energy. As Little Seven spoke, she punched that guy which made him roll his eyes and fainted. So violent. Little Dream said in disdain. Aren't you the same? Little Seven shot a glare at the few people below Little Dream, none of them were conscious. Sima Yu read all that person's memory then threw him on the ground and said faint, clear them all. The easygoing way she looked at this was as if she wasn't deciding on that group of people's life and death. At that point of time, they all knew she wasn't a weak virtuous lady, but a devil that kills blindly. Too bad, they knew about it too late. Flowey quickly ate those people, Little Seven knew she likes to eat, so she let her. What information did you get? Wu Lingyu took out a handkerchief and wiped her hands, these hands were dirted by holding the guy. It's a continent called the Feng Qi, there's totally no intersection from our world. Sima Yu said, have you heard of it? Wu Lingyu shook his head, never heard of it before. Although he knew some continents that were out of the province, for this Feng Qi, it was the first time he heard it. From that person's memories, I can see that their strengths are actually higher than our continent, but there are more paragon rankers. Sima Yu said, they came in solely for this district, that's why they fight so much. Even to the extent of breaking the folding space. Seems like we really got into trouble. Wu Lingyu's eye didn't show any worries even though he said that. Sima Yu opened up the scroll, since most of them are in this district, if Fenger and the rest aren't here, that means, they are still there. They are all there? Who? Little Seven jumped over and asked while looking at the scroll. Heartbreak Valley, Imperial Academy, Kong Valley and Violet Water Dragon Clan, are actually in this district. And their positions aren't far apart. Sima Yu continued, even Big Brother Qin and the rest are here. Other than them, there were still many people rushing over, there were more red dots in this district than before she went into the folding space. Looks like it will get lively here. Wu Lingyu said. Indeed. Sima Yu continued, I'll contact them first. She took out the Sun Mother Stone and contacted Shimen Feng. Big sister? Where are you? Shimen Feng asked anxiously once he contacted Sima Yu. They tried contacting her when they knew there were any changes, but she couldn't be contacted. I'm still far from you guys. Sima Yu said. Are you alright? We couldn't contact you. Shimen Li said worriedly. Something happened earlier, but it's fine now. Sima Yu continued, you guys wait there for me, I'll go find you guys very soon. Okay. Sima Yu cut contact, took out the array stone, and fixed up the array with Wu Lingyu. Because they were far away, so she couldn't make it even for one, she did at least 3 times before she could get near them. Heartbreak Valley members stayed where they were after getting the news, when they saw Sima Yu, it was already 3 to 4 days after. Big sister, are you injured? Shimen Feng knew her body wasn't well right after seeing Sima Yu. Something happened earlier on, but it's okay now. Sima Yu said. Shimen Feng looked at Wu Lingyu with his eyes full of questions. Why was he well, but she was injured? How did he take care of her? This has nothing to do with senior brother, if it's not for him, I might have lost my life. Sima Yu explained. What happened to you? Why did you almost lose your life? Shimen Li went up and held Sima Yu's hand, her face filled with shock. Nothing much. Sima Yu patted her hands, then told her about what happened briefly. She didn't say it was to look for Deja in the folding space, she said she went in accidentally, so when she came out, the folding space collapsed and was saved by Wu Lingyu. How did this happen? You are lucky to be able to survive that. Feng Kai sighed. I felt lucky too. Sima Yu continued, what did you guys gain these few years? What we experienced was far from yours. Shimen Feng continued, but it's okay too, we found quite a few treasures this few years. We didn't bump into people from another continent too. But I heard that the Violet Water Dragon clan met once. The opponent wanted to create problems for them, but was beaten by them. Bai Sheng said. Then those people who came in later were too much, they didn't go find the treasure themselves, they even resorted to robbing. NINE despise them so much, if I bump into one, I'll whoop them up ruthlessly. Remember what you said. Bai Sheng continued, don't wait till when you bump into them and retreat. How is that possible? NINE shouted, NINE, don't know what is hiding. Then good, it's time you perform. Old Bai looked at him with smiles filling his eyes. I'll see how you perform later. Feng Kai and the rest put high hopes in him. What? NINE blinked, and didn't respond in time. But very quickly, NINE understood what they meant, because he saw a group of people coming towards them. The opponent looked fierce, with one look they knew that they were here to rob them. Saw another group of fat sheep. Someone from the opponent spoke, seeing Sima Yu, their eyes brightened and sparkled, especially after seeing her and Shimonly, they were more blatant. Boss, there's beauties. Those people used lascivious looks to scan Sima Yu and her body, they were as disgusting as they could be. Huh, it seems like not only we can snatch some treasures today, we can also snatch some beauties to play around, luck is on our side today. That boss laughed heartily. With what they just said, Heartbreak Valley's members' face turned black. How dare they have such disgusting intentions towards their boss? They must be tired of living. Initially they wanted to tease NINE, but now they all stood up together, preparing to settle these people. They were all fugitives from Blood Fiend City, once that aggressiveness was out, how could it be compared to others? Just with that murderous intent, it was enough to overbear the opponent's aggression, some of them even had their legs weakened. Seeing them like this, they should have robbed quite a few people already, since it's like this, then we shouldn't let them go easily. The fishermen catch both then, let us be the fishermen behind. Sima Yu smiled with the corner of her lips, she was in a good mood. Since people from that continent like to rob, then they should have a taste of their own medicine, we'll snatch all the things that they had robbed over. Of course, it would be hers once she snatched it, she obviously wouldn't return it to those people. This is a good deal, better than us risking our life to look for those treasures. NINE laughed. Others agreed too, one by one whipping out their weapon. Since it's like that, then we'll start from these guys first. Don't care about the others first, those low-class ones can't be let off. Brothers, let's go. Without Sima Yu and Shimin Feng's order, Heartbreak Valley members went ahead to fight, although some of the opponents were on higher rank, but their overall strength was far different compared to them. Quickly, those people were taken down by Heartbreak Valley members. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu stood behind without having to move at all. Shimonly wanted to help, but was stopped by Sima Yu, so she didn't go ahead. These were real fights, Lear was still young, and they weren't weak either. It was better that she didn't join in the fun. Those few that were lascivious towards Sima Yu and eyeing her evilly were all killed, none of them were let go. Sima Yu was well protected by Heartbreak Valley members, they didn't even dare show such intentions of her, didn't bear to dirty her, how dared they come into Tiger's den to extract teeth, they were indeed sick of living. They didn't have much hatred toward the rest, so they didn't take their life, only getting them to hand over the interspatial ring. Initially, they were not willing to. They were usually the one who robbed others, since when did they get robbed? But after killing a few of them, they realized that these people weren't just purely disciples from a clan, they really would kill people. So those people could only hand over the interspatial ring obediently, wiping away the contact with themselves. Heartbreak Valley members took over the interspatial ring, took out everything from inside and returned an emptied interspatial ring to them. Here, leave everything here, we'll return the interspatial ring to you. We're nice people. These guys never forgot to praise themselves. Sima Yu saw them being like that, she remembered when she was with Fatty Chu and the rest, Fatty Chu would always plunder others' interspatial rings without leaving any treasure left. She wondered how they were doing, they initially said to go to the Little Realm for a decade, now that she counted the time, they should be out soon. It was a pity she was still in the Immortal Land, they wouldn't be able to see her even if they go back. She really missed them. While she was in a daze, NINE and the rest already emptied them. Those people were unwilling, but they couldn't win Heartbreak Valley's power, they could only run away with their tails in between their legs. Humph, where did they think they came from, they thought they were powerful. When they met someone stronger than them, didn't they run away fast too? NINE commented. If you don't run after bumping into powerful people, are you stupid? Sima Yu laughed, quick, take a look at what you guys got. Hehe, boss, Valley Master, these guys actually robbed a lot, they have a lot of things. None of it is worse than any of ours. Dai Yi said. It's either they robbed many people, or their continent is better than ours. Shimin Feng continued, their members' strength is better than our normal ones, indeed, their environment is better than us a lot. Regardless how they are, we won't have any interaction after leaving Immortal Land. Sima Yu continued, so everyone, don't refrain from fighting, even if they're heaven outside, they're just a worm here, don't hesitate. Understand? Understood, Vice Valley Master. Heartbreak Valley members replied together. For the same reason with our background, it doesn't work on them. They won't care about Lil Rock's identity, they won't care if the Bird Clan is our backup or not. So when you're outside, you must be careful. If you can't fight them, running away isn't something shameful, it's better than losing your life. Sima Yu said. We understand. Everyone lived on the edge. Through their life, this was a principle everyone understood. But they still believed that with her around, nothing would happen. Towards her, they blindly trust her. Alright, let old Bai account for those things, others can take a rest, that fight just now was a bit tiring. Tiring. Sima Yu said. Although Shimin Feng was the valley master in name, she was someone who everyone wanted to pursue, but in the valley, all the things were handled by Bai Sheng. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't be this relaxed now. Originally, Bai Sheng followed Sima Yu because of what she said, he still thought that he could take revenge one day. But now, he would gladly endure the hardships. Sima Yu pulled Shimin Feng and Shimin Li to talk about private stuff, they were separated for so long as siblings, they went through so many things separately, she wanted to chat with them. Suddenly, as the space fluctuated, a spatial tunnel appeared in front of everyone. But, no one came out from there. Sima Yu stood up from the stone, looked at that spatial tunnel and said, they're in danger. Previous chapter. Who got into trouble? Shimin Li asked. I don't know either. I gave them the same, they can build up a spatial tunnel with me at critical moments, so I don't know who's on the other side. Sima Yu continued, Fenger, gather everyone together and follow me, I'll go in and take a look first. Shi and Wu Lingyu went in first, followed by Feng Zhi and the rest, those disciples that were further away also followed and flew in order. On the other side of Spatial Tunnel, Kong Valley and Imperial Academy's members leaned on each other, standing opposite of another group of people. They were surrounded by people in every direction, the head count was double of theirs, needless to say, the opponent's strength was higher. Instructor Mao, does this lifeline work? Mao Sanquan too was unsure, usually the lifeline that was given to them would be a transportation array to escape, but the one you gave him was useless now. He already activated that thing, but there wasn't any response. Didn't you guys call for help? The opponent surrounded them closer, why hasn't your help come yet? Seems like no one can save you guys today. Can you guys continue to run? Low in strength, but you're good at escaping. A muscular man said while holding a big sword and pointed to their nose. Right, no wonder the strength of people from this continent is so low, all their time and effort are wasted on escaping. Others agreed. Mao Sanquan and Kong Xiangqi's face blackened, they not only intended to rob their stuff, they were more on insulting them now. Hand over the things obediently, it saves us time from chasing you guys too. Someone who seemed like the leader of the opponent said, this way, you guys save energy while we save our effort. Impossible. Kong Xiangyi rejected, we will not give in to you, wait till you and the rest comes, see if you still can be this arrogant. Kong Xiangyi was initially with Shimin Feng and the rest, but after she bumped into Kong Valley's members, she left with them. Now she didn't even know if their help signal would be sent to her. In fact, they had never seen such a special signal for help. You will definitely come, let's preserve for a little while more. Mao Sanquan told the rest. The opponent was a little curious now, it seemed like this group of people had high expectations of this person naming Sima Yu. Then, we shall just settle you guys first, then we will wait for the person you said to come here and see how good she actually is that made you guys had so much expectation in her. Are you talking about me? Sima Yu's voice passed through from mid-air, the thing in Mao Sanquan's hand shot out a ray of white lights, the white ray of lights shot out as far as possible, a spatial tunnel opened, Sima Yu brought a group of people out from there. A beautiful moth, flying elegantly, her dress danced as her black hair flows, immediately distracted that group below. There was actually such a lady on earth. Kong Xiangyi and the rest's face showed a smile of hope after seeing Sima Yu. You're finally here, we thought you couldn't hear our signal. Kong Xiangyi said. I personally designed it, how can it be useless? Sima Yu took a glance at them, luckily, the head count wasn't as little as expected. Kong Xiangyi felt disappointed after looking around and didn't see Shimin Feng. Heartbreak Valley members were all there, why wasn't he here? Fenger is behind, he will get here in a while. Sima Yu said as she landed behind Mao Sanquan with Wu Lingyu, Instructor Mao, are you guys okay? We're fine. Mao Sanquan continued, but these people aren't easy to deal with, I'm afraid that if you bring your people here. We still have more to come. Sima Yu continued, just right I reunited with Heartbreak Valley members, they're all behind. The people from extraterritorial saw their members coming in non-stop, with stronger people, their faces started to look heavy. Destroy that tunnel, don't let any more people come out. Out. Yes, boss. A few people congealed spiritual energy and tried to attack towards the spatial exit, but it was dissolved before it even got near. Heartbreak Valley members stood in a row in the air, looking at the people below fiercely. With them there, who dared to even touch this spatial tunnel? Boss, these people look different from before, they look much fiercer. Don't spout nonsense, I can see it for myself. That boss glared at that guy who spoke. Heartbreak Valley's members were full of anger and evil tendencies, how could they compare themselves with the sect members? He could see it without saying. Sima Yu turned around, looked at those people and said, seems like luck is on our side. We just robbed a group of people, another group sent themselves to us. Such fat meat, everyone, don't let it slip. Boss, don't worry, we'll seize all opportunities, we won't show mercy on them. Ni licked his lips and said excitedly. Shimin Feng brought the last batch of people out from the spatial tunnel and walked out, seeing Kong Xiangyi safe and sound, he finally relaxed. Kong Xiangyi waved at him when she saw Shimin Feng. Shimin Feng nodded towards her, then ordered Heartbreak Valley members, do as planned. Yes, Valley Master. Heartbreak Valley members accepted the order and attacked towards them, wasn't the initial plan to counter-rob? They would definitely do it well. Kong Valley and the sect members didn't know what their original plan was, but quickly, they understood. Seeing how they beat the opponent, then emptied the opponent like robbers, everyone felt a sense of messiness. And looking at Sima Yu who looked as pure as a lotus and thug aura, it was a perfect mixture, no one would see through her. Boss, these people aren't as fat as the ones before. Nie and Dai E said while slanting their lips. So many people, they're only good to look at but useless. Sima Yu sighed. Boss, should we kill them? What's our original plan? Sima Yu asked. Rob but don't kill. We are not hunters, let them go this time. If they're tactful, they will avoid us when they see us. If they want to seek revenge from us, then just nice. The brothers in Little Realm heard that you're living a comfortable life, you guys also want to come out and stretch. Once those people heard about the brothers in Little Realm willing to come out, it would be fine even if they let them go, so she kicked those people away. Those people didn't dare to stay either, they struggled and helped each other leave. Those people were so jinx, they were so powerful, if they really saw them, they would have to make a detour. As they left, the news of a robbery happened in Primordial Land spread in Immortal Land, those who heard the news went blank. Who was so daring? Robbing Feng Chi continent people? Whoever dared to Feng Chi continent's people, in others' eyes, it meant that they had guts. Are they tired of living? Everyone was curious what kind of forces had such daring guts. After Primordial Land's people knew it was Sima Yu's Heartbreak Valley, they understanding showed expected expression. If the robbers were Heartbreak Valley members, they wouldn't think it was anything out of the ordinary. What kind of people are those Heartbreak Valley members? Those are fugitives, wouldn't it be asking for it to rob them? Also, Yu was never once a master that was scared of anything, if not she wouldn't do so many things in Primordial Land. Those years in the Dark Forest, she was just a little girl who just advanced to divine rank, who dared to plan and kill so many monarch rankers. With such a gut, would she be afraid of Feng Chi continent's people? But Feng Chi continent people didn't know about all this, they only knew someone actually dared to rob their people from the continent, although they didn't know them before they joined. Everyone had the same thought, since they were from the same place, they wouldn't let others bully them. Everyone actually understood this kind of thought, although everyone always fought badly, but once they got out, they would think that since they were from the same village, then they would be my classmate. They put down their internal battle and focus on battling the outsiders as priority. So, they were angered when they heard someone dared to counter-rob Feng Chi continent people. How dared a little stub attack them? Must be sick of living. These people hooted out to handle Heartbreak Valley members. When Primordial Land people heard about it, they laughed cheekily in their heart. Go ahead, they would send themselves as Heartbreak Valley's toy. If they couldn't win them, someone would definitely clear them. Sima Yu wasn't sure about what was going on outside, although she could guess that two groups that would spread the news out, but she didn't know it would attract such huge effect in Immortal Land. Sima Yu found a neutral spot, bringing out Sima Lu Feng, Sima Lu Yun, Deja, and the whole of the Ghost Clan out at a place with nobody. Since she was outside, she couldn't keep them in Little Realm the whole time. But, this time, Wu Lamai and Shui Qing Man came out together. They recuperated in Little Realm these few years, because Shui Qing Man was weak after delivery, that was why they stayed in Little Realm. Now that they heard others were coming, they both came out after hearing that the Violet Water Dragon clan might bump into these people. Others didn't know who Sima Lu Feng was, but they knew who Shiman Feng and Wu Lingyu. A group of people exchanged greetings for a while, then they discussed on how to deal with Feng Chi members. Deja didn't care about those people, he only cared about her. Once your news is spread out, Ghost Clan members would come for you. It'll be better for me to be with you this period of time, going against Ghost Clan members, I'm more familiar with it. Deja's words sounded as if he wouldn't let any counterattack happen. Sima Yu also worried that they would bump into them after leaving, so she agreed to his suggestion. Sima Yu initially thought Sima Lu Feng would look for Sima Chi Chi and the rest after they came out. After all, these younger generations would be dangerous to travel alone. But Sima Lu Yun left a while and came back saying, Greatest Elder and others already found Sima Xi and Shu and the rest, so they both didn't need to go back, and also Greatest Elder said they wanted them to stay there to represent Sima clan to protect her safety. Sima Yu drew the corner of her lips. If she didn't have all these talents, if she didn't have all these backgrounds, would the Sima clan even be bothered about her? The answer was of course no. Sima Lu Feng knew what she was thinking once he saw her eyes filled with sarcasm. He extended his arm, knocked her head and said, there aren't many ifs. Even if there is, you're also Sima clan's member. Sima Yu covered her head. How could this guy knock her head? It was so painful. Also, she was just thinking about it for a while and didn't make any actions. Don't even think about it. Sima Lu Yun continued, before you leave Immortal Land, I'll follow you. It will only be over my dead body if anything happens to you. Sima Yu was touched. If it was what she thought, she wouldn't know how Sima clan would treat her, but she knew that both her uncles would treat her like before. Everyone rested for a few days. She thought the first person who would look for problems was Feng Chi continent's people. She let go of them for a reason. If Feng Chi continent's people knew about it, they might seek revenge from them. That way, they could rob them openly. But she didn't expect it would be the Ghost Clan. These Ghost Clans didn't come in straight away, they came after Ghost Concubine sent them after she killed Yudu. So to say, these people weren't seeking for treasure, but to kill her. She looked at the Ghost Clan's member that surrounded her and said to Wu Lingyu, these people's strength doesn't look that weak. Of course they aren't weak, they are sent by Ghost Concubine to kill you. Deja saw how she wasn't nervous. He thought in his mind that this cousin really wasn't afraid of anything. But thinking back on those times they communicated and the performance she showed, wasn't this her character? Same as Little Ant. Those Ghost Clan members saw Deja and Sima Yu together, also in a position of defending. They chided, Deja, are you trying to defy the king and queen's order? Order? What order? I didn't receive any order. Deja said with a cold face, this is my friend, you can't kill my friend. He still didn't want to expose Sima Yu's identity. Those people hadn't seen Yukoluo, even if they sensed the ghost clan's aura in her, they wouldn't have thought of Yukoluo. Deja, don't try to do anything as you like just because your mother is the princess. If you dare to defy the king's order, no one can save you, even your mother. Hee hee. Since when did I, Deja, care about those? Deja sneered. Master, don't even bother to talk to these guys. These people are dead soldiers, they only listened to the king and queen's order, even if they talked so much, they wouldn't waver their thoughts. Master Ghost, you as a royal guard, you refuse to execute the king's order, I think you don't want the other half of your spirit anymore. Master Ghost's face blackened under the cloak, lowered his tone and said, so, we will definitely not let you escape and go back to report. If you guys don't tell, the king's side will never know. Before they knew, he started to attack. Once he started, both sides started exchanging blows. Deja's guard also went up to join in the battle. Sima Yu stood aside, her eyebrows slightly frowned upon hearing what they said. Another half of the spirit? The battle between ghost clans was filled with dead atmosphere and darkness. This made the humans uncomfortable. Maybe this was the reason why they disliked the ghost clan. But since one side was the boss's elder brother, and another side was here to kill her, Heartbreak Valley members definitely wouldn't sit still. They joined in the battle. Sima Yu summoned Little Birdie, she said while looking at the small flame in her palm, can you differentiate who's the enemy? Little Birdie nodded. What was difficult about this? The opponent's clothes were different anyway. Sima Yu understood its thoughts and said, then you go ahead. Little Birdie didn't shown much flame as both sides weren't far apart, it was shown only as big as the tray of mill in the Ghost Clan battlefield. Once it stood out, it immediately made big changes in both sides' terrain, both sides of Ghost Clan fear from its rising. Deja's side was still okay, they knew it was Sima Yu's flame, they knew it wouldn't hurt them. But the opponent wasn't doing that great, because they realized that the flame was there to attack them, those lower in strength was burnt to ashes right away by the flame. This flame, could it be? Their eyes widened when they saw that flame and didn't believe what they saw with their own eyes. Huff. Little Birdie was burning lively, it burnt happily every time it saw it. Once this little guy starts to get happy, he loses himself while enjoying, the flame becomes stronger, that led Deja's side people back away helplessly, preventing the bystander being affected. The ghost clan that was sent by Ghost Concubine was depressed. Before they came here, they didn't know Sima Yu had such a powerful flame, even if they knew about it. It wouldn't change anything. They would come if they had to. But at least they could prepare something. Seeing Little Birdie being so powerful, they couldn't help but put their focus on it, but their attack wasn't effective on it at all. Instead, their attacks were burnt by it cleanly, contributing to stronger flame. Deja's side were all shocked by the scene. If this flame was used on them, they were afraid they had nowhere else to run. Seeing how they couldn't fight back, the rest wanted to escape, but when they turned around, they saw Master Ghost standing behind them. I've already said I'll keep you guys here, you don't have to leave. The opponent's face was sunken and released a group of evil ghosts to attack him. There's ghosts. I like it. A delicate voice spread through, the ghost was sucked away by an energy before it could get close to Master Ghost. Those evil ghosts that were tamed before were harder to deal with, even Master Ghost would take a toll on his energy if he were to deal with that group of evil ghosts, but he didn't expect that her reaction was so fast to suck the evil ghosts into 100 Ghost Banner. 100 Ghost Banner? How could she even have the jinx of Ghost Clan? Sima Yu with her lips curled as she watched the 100 Ghost Banner absorbing those ghosts in. This thing is so useful. I don't have to be scared anymore next time if I see ghosts. She muttered, and told the others, do you still have any more ghosts? If there is, then let it all out. Just right, I didn't get any spirit from the ancient battlefield, you guys can help me to cut my loss. The opponent's face blackened like charcoal, she snatched their evil ghosts and even spoke like that, it was a total insult. Firm attack couldn't win Little Birdie, releasing evil ghosts got absorbed right away. Then what was there to fight? Half an hour later, those who came to kill her lost their life here, a bunch of Life Jade in Ghost Realm became ashes. Life Jade Protector heard there was movement inside, he got a shock when he went inside to take a look, and quickly reported it to Ghost Concubine. Once Ghost Concubine heard that the people she sent were killed, she was so angry that she overturned the table in front of her. Her distinct facial features were twisted because of anger, she didn't have the appearance of a Ghost Clan's queen at all. Ghost Concubine trembled in anger, it was only one human, but it made her lose so many soldiers, how could she swallow this? Send more people there, I'll not rest unless I kill this little guy. Queen. A guy came in from outside, that handsome face made the angered Ghost Concubine calm down. Why did you come here? I heard that the queen is raging, I'm afraid that you'll hurt your own health, so I came to check. How can I not be angry when such things happen? Ghost Concubine clenched her fist, she was highly angered. Seeing that guy and said, MOU, how about you go and help me? MOU seemed as if she didn't hear what Ghost Concubine said, he directly took out tea and water, and unhurriedly made a pot of tea, pouring a cup for Ghost Concubine, then pour himself another cup, he tapped lightly, then opened his mouth and said, you know, I've never liked the son of yours that wander everywhere, you want me to revenge for him, do you think it's possible? Ghost Concubine was just speaking too fast, seeing MOU didn't reply to her, she could guess the answer. So she wasn't surprised hearing him said that. I just said it casually. She explained. I know. MOU took a sip, this tea from Human Realm is really delicious, too bad there is not much left. If you want, I can send someone to send it to you. Ghost Concubine put it down after a taste. She wasn't interested in Human Realm's tea, but she made it because he liked it. No need. MOU rejected straight away, although the tea you sent is savory, it doesn't make me fond of it deep down. So I intend to search for it myself. You're going to the Human Realm? Ghost Concubine asked in doubt. It's been a long time since I went, who knows if someone already breeds savory tea in Human Realm. I want to go and look for it. Mo said. When are you going? I don't know, tomorrow maybe, or many years later. I'll go when I feel like it. You're always so erratic. Ghost concubine said helplessly. I still have some things I have to settle. By the time I go into human realm and if your man has yet to deal with her, I might be able to help you to check on her. But don't even think of getting me to fight. Mo closed his eyes and smelled the fragrance of the tea. This tea smelled so good. If you attack, it would be hard for her to live. It's a pity you aren't willing. Ghost concubine said faintly, but if you're willing to get information about her, it'll definitely be useful to me. You're not sending anyone into immortal land anymore? Mo frowned. For now, Ghost concubine already calmed down. Since it's useless to send to many people, it's pointless to send more. I'll wait for your news, that is, she can get out of immortal land alive. Sima Yu thought that if she killed these people, Ghost concubine would send more people to kill her, but she didn't expect that there was no sign of Ghost clan members at all. Did the Ghost concubine give up because there's hope in killing me? Someone said confidently. Impossible. Deja triggered her confidence. From our understanding of her, you killed her favorite son, she won't rest without killing you. Then why is there no movement anymore? She must be planning something bigger. Deja guessed, we can't get any information since we are not outside. So we can only fight if they come. We'll fight when they come then, anyway we won't know how much longer we will be here. Sima Yu asked. They were already in immortal land for a few years, as what they said earlier, they had to go out every 2 years, but since now that they had a situation here, and other continents people coming in, the time for seclusion wouldn't be accurate, left or right would be the seclusion for Feng Chi continent. But if people who came in before immortal land closes wouldn't be able to leave, so even though they know Feng Chi continent people were hard to deal with, primordial land people wouldn't be able to leave too, only when immortal land closes, it would automatically clear people out. I heard many primordial land people started to learn how to rob by your influence, they didn't hide when they see Feng Chi continent people, instead, they went to rob others. Deja said. What do you mean by my influence? That's their own thoughts, nothing to do with me. Sima Yu justified, don't you frame me. Before you become a robber, why didn't I hear other people counter-rob others? Deja continued, no matter what, it's all because of you. I only opened up their thoughts and let them explore their own nature. Sim Yu said innocently. Forget it. The more Deja talked to her, the more he sees through her nature. Last time he thought that Little Ant and her were carved out from the same mold, having similar characters, but after coming into contact for a while, he thought that his initial thoughts were all wrong. Although she and Little Ant has similar characters, she was actually very different from Little Ant, at least Little Ant didn't have the rogueness and narcissistic which she had. And many more, didn't know how did all that personality formed. Sima Yu and Deja was chatting at a side, the camp was at another side, a bunch if people walked over. Boss, someone is looking for you. Ni shouted out on top of his voice. Sima Yu looked over and saw the Alchemist Guild coming over. Greetings to Elder Yu. Seeing these people with white beards greeting her, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. A word of elder made her remember that she was still a reputable elder in the Alchemist Guild. You don't have to be so formal to me, senior. She helped him up and said after waiting for him to stand up and asked, did President Xia and the rest didn't come in? President Xia and the rest didn't get in, all the vice president and elders came in instead. That elder said. Oh, how did you guys find us here? Sima Yu asked. We are ordered by the vice president to ask you for a favor. Elder said. Favor? What favor? The Alchemist Guild was already so strong, they needed her help. It's like this. Recently there's a lot of fight from these two continents, the dead and injured increased by a lot, to lessen the losses, our continent and another continent come up with a competition. Competition? Everyone at the scene was surprised, this kind of place could even spring up a competition? Compete with what? Sima Yu questioned. Everything. Elder said. Alchemy, armament, arrayment and even soul seeker master, all of it. What's the bet? The bet is every force's treasure that has been found in immortal land, some of it was found by themselves, most of it was robbed from us. Elder replied, the treasure will belong to whoever wins. This kind of competition is indeed more civilized than robbing directly. Although nature was the same. Sima Yu sighed, that's all. The opponent also made a deal, whichever continent loses, all the treasure that is found after, they have to let the opponent have it. The people from the opposite continent can't snatch it. That's the main highlight. Deja said. They didn't know how much time they had left there, nor how many treasure they found here. If there is such a huge destiny behind, the people who came in first would have a higher chance. Sima Yu already gained quite a lot ever since she got in, so she wouldn't demand for anything after. But to others, they might be able to find their own chance behind. What do you want me to do? She asked. Vice President said that you're here, he said that he hopes you can represent the alchemy master in the competition. The elder said. Me? Why? My rank is not that high. Sima Yu asked. Because the opponent said, not only judging by the power, they will also take the age as criteria. Elder explained, you should be the youngest alchemy master. I'll help if I can. Sima Yu said. I'm only worried that I'll become the burden. If you go, who else can compete with you? That elder said excitedly, since the elder already agreed to it, just come with us. Okay. I'll inform them. When Heartbreak Valley members heard that she was joining the competition, they wanted to watch, but Sima Yu knew that they were afraid that something would happen to her, that was why they wanted to protect her, but she didn't reject their request and brought them along. Heartbreak Valley members actually thought the same thing. They robbed a few Feng Chi continent people, even if they met any enemies there. If they went, at least those people wouldn't dare to touch her. Heartbreak Valley members quickly packed the stuff and followed to a temporary competition ground. Since it's a competition, will we make it if we go now? Sima Yu questioned. The opponent told us that they will give us a month to look for the nearest and strongest to compete with them, to prevent being called bullies. Elder was angry. Speaking of it, the opponent actually belittled them. Senior, you're also lacking energy. They are always like that. I'll deal with them when the time comes. Sima Yu continued, up till then we will still need to thank them for giving us a month. As long as you're the one who competes, their eyes will be blinded. See if they still can throw their weight around. Elder said, we'll reach after this mountain. Sima Yu followed and flew towards that mountain. It seemed like the mountain range was already packed with people. Most of them were from Feng Chi continent. It looked as if they were waiting for help from primordial land. Previous chapter. Only after Sima Yu approached, did she know that they had already started the game. Although she did not know what they were competing on, based on the stances, the primordial lands probably lost, because primordial land's mood seemed very low and the other party were mocking them. When they saw Sima Yu, hopeful gazes appeared in their dejected eyes. Elder Yu. A male wearing an embroidered alchemist guild badge cupped his hands to Sima Yu. Elder Yu, you are here. The contest started? Sima Yu asked. Yes, several matches happened just now. How's the result? All defeated. Sima Yu launched a kick. Did you all lose? The other party says that since not all of our people came, we can compete for fun and will not be counted towards the result. But it really hurt our morale. The other party knows how to strike critically. Sima Yu coldly snorted. She strode towards the Alchemist Union. She greeted the newly appointed vice president. Vice President Lu. Lu Hai was anxious. He was joyous when he saw Sima Yu. Yu, you're finally here. The contest is about to start. I thought they couldn't find you. It's already starting. Didn't we agree in a month? It's almost close to a month. We haven't found many enlistees. The alchemists and armament masters are all right. We have them. But they are not good in other categories. Those who went out still haven't gotten back. I don't know if they can find more people. When will it officially start? Tomorrow afternoon. Less than a day left. This seemed to be quite troublesome. Let's see the situation first. They are calling for me there. I'll go ahead. Sima Yu looked over. Those people were the leaders of the more powerful forces in the continent, which included the deputy leader of Sage Pavilion, Tang Yun. Tang Yun nodded at her, then he continued talking to the people around him. The people around him were curious. Tang Yun had always been indifferent to everyone. Since he took the initiative to nod to others, they turned their heads to see, but they didn't see any powerful people. Lu Hai returned after a while. Sima Yu was surprised at his speed. Yu, I discussed this with the others just now. If we can't find people from 100 Changing Doors, then I would like to invite you to join the array competition. Me? You're also an array master. With your show of blink and spatial lock ability in Cloud Sea City, I believe your array skill shouldn't be bad. Lu Hai explained. If we can't find people, can you also participate in that too? Yes, but I don't know if I can win. We believe in you. Lu Hai encouraged. But don't have any pressure. Just do your best. A good array master might not necessarily be able to do spatial lock or blink. But the ones that are able to blink and spatial lock must be a good array master. That was what everyone understood it to be. Although Lu Hai said there was no pressure, they still believed that Sima Yu could do it. Lu Hai sighed in his heart. If they didn't know her age or they didn't witness it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe such a person exists. But why were there so few juniors with such talents? Sigh. He sighed unconsciously when he thought of how they couldn't find anyone. What is the vice president still worrying about? Sima Yu regretted it after asking that. If he didn't say it, she could pretend to not know. If he answered, she couldn't help herself from helping out. Sure enough, Lu Hai was worried about finding people. Alchemy has you and your alchemist guide. Armament has our armament masters guild. If we can't find anyone for arrays, we have you. We have no beast tamers and seeker spirit masters. Lu Hai answered. Does our opponent have these covered? Sima Yu asked. Yes. Lu Hai said. Many of the opponent's people are experts and the force is well-rounded, all of them of the powerful kind. It seems that the other party came prepared. Sima Yu commented. It is impossible for a single force to have so many experts, but that doesn't make sense. Little Seven said. They are obviously stronger than us. Why do they still want to do this kind of competition? The plunder is temporary. Even if our strength is lower than theirs, it is impossible for everyone to get plunder by them. What they want is long-term. Sima Yu said. After all, if there is any big opportunity in the immortal land, it is more important than plundering others. Then they drive our people away from our side after they find that opportunity. Little Seven exclaimed. If you see a treasure, would you leave? Little Seven shook her head. But they can use force to drive others away. If you start fighting with others and weaken your own strength, not to mention the disadvantages in the subsequent treasure hunt, you may be taken advantage of by others and robbed of opportunity. Losing the treasure is not worthwhile. Sima Yu said. Their continent is not united. Each force is as close as distant to each other. Just like people of primordial lands, before they met people of Feng Chi continent, they would openly fight for that opportunity. Now when facing people outside the territory, they are united together. Little 7 found that to be so. If people of the primordial lands are excluded, then the opponent would have a lot of advantages in treasure hunting later. That would explain why those people came prepared. There are no good seeker spirit masters and beast tamers. If we lose in these 2 areas, we must win the other 3. So the pressure is a bit high. Then let's put these 2 competitions last and try to buy more time to find these people. I hope so. Lu Hai sighed again, unsure of what to do in the later competition. When he walked far away, Little 7 expressed her concerns. You, why didn't you say that you are a beast tamer and seeker spirit master? If they can find these people, I won't expose my other 2 identities. It's best if they don't know about the imperial beast art and soul search for the root. Although she was not afraid of other people knowing now, it was always good to have less trouble. Boom, dash. The sound of a duel attracted everyone's attention. Sima Yu looked over and found that people of Heartbreak Valley were fighting with someone. Outsiders. Little 7 saw the person who was fighting with Feng Kai. Sima Yu shifted her gaze from the air to the ground. When she saw several people who had conceited looks, she coldly snorted. The people we plundered before now have found a helper. Do you feel smug that now you find a helper? Little 7 rolled up her sleeves. She ran beside Sima Yu. Those people still remember Little 7's ability to beat up people. So when Little 7 ran past then, the group of people subconsciously shrank their necks. It seems that you have short-term memory. Now is not the time to fight. Don't make trouble. Let's talk later when the incident is over. Little 7 didn't dare to break away, so she pouted and gave up. The people of Heartbreak Valley laughed involuntarily when they saw Little 7's cute look. Spirit beasts who like to fight so much were rare. Their appearance and personality were inversely proportionally. If she didn't move, they wouldn't be able to tell. Bang, dash. After a violent collision, both Shimin Feng and his opponent backflipped several times in retreat before stopping midair. The opponent's realm is about the same as your little brother, but with lower combat power. He looks pretty handsome. Sima Yu sighed casually when she saw the other party's looks. It's just a pretty boy. What's so good to look at? The male glanced at Shimin Feng, surprised at his combat power. They were obviously of the same level, but why did he have stronger combat ability than him? You are very good. You too. He could see the other person's gentlemanly attitude in the fight. If they didn't meet this time, they could have become friends. 2 white-clothed old men approached. They told Shimin Feng and the male, you too, the contest is about to start, no matter what grievances, please wait until after the contest. The 2 old men seemed to have good status in Feng Chi continent. As soon as they spoke, the other person who was shouting quieted down. Fenger. Sima Yu called out softly, motioning him to stop fighting. Shimin Feng nodded. He returned to her side. Let's go find a place to camp. Sima Yu suggested. If the contest was to go on for days, it was better to find a place to camp. All right. Shimin Feng replied. You and she. The male nonchalantly said. Shimin Feng understood his intention. He paused and turned around. Shimin Feng. Shimin Feng, I'll remember you. Yuan she replied. I'll remember you too. Shimin Feng finished. He turned and left and the people of Heartbreak Valley followed. People from Feng Chi continent came up. Young Master Yuan, why did you tell your name to that continent's people? Yuan she looked at that man. He didn't speak and turned and left. This fight was just an episode. It didn't arouse much waves. Those who had been plundered by Sima Yu's group were angry when they saw them. But they didn't dare to seek revenge against them. They could only glare at them. It's a pity that this level of lethality was no use to Sima Yu and the Heartbreak Valley people. When the contest started at noon the next day, none of the people they looked for came back. The contest between 2 sides had officially begun. Deputy Pavilion Master Tang, in order to save everyone's time and demonstrate the fairness of the contest, we might as well simplify the contest. When the people of Primordial Lands heard them, they wanted to scold them for being cunning. They actually thought of taking advantage of this loophole. In terms of strength, the people of Feng Chi continent were generally younger than those of Primordial Lands. According to them, wasn't that a sure win? On the other hand, Sima Yu was joyful, compete in age? As far as the entire Immortal Land is concerned, whose age was smaller than Sima Yu? When Sima Yu heard their request, she was stunned. Did they have brain? The other party saw the faces of the people of Primordial Lands were a little strange. They thought they were in conflict in agreeing because they weren't sure of winning. Pavilion Master Chen, are you sure? This is the result of our deliberation. Ugh. Tang Yun and Lu Hai both expressed embarrassment. Do you really want to waste time in this contest? Pavilion Master Chen looked at them aggressively. You have the time, we don't have that effort. We don't mean that. Tang Yun explained. We're just thinking if we let the youngest person come forth in the game, isn't it too hasty? What if they don't want to count it and refuse to acknowledge the results? Sima Yu lowered her eyes. Her eyes were hiding her smiles. She didn't expect Tang Yun to be scheming. He wanted to wait for the other party to continue digging. Why won't they admit it? With everyone present, how could we cheat? Pavilion Master Chen exclaimed. Do we really want to do that? Lu Hai asked. Yes. Pavilion Master Chen affirmed, let's see. Our youngest experts are less than 100 years old. If you don't have anyone under 100 years old, we can accept older ones. There is a condition, you must send the youngest. The leaders from Feng Chi continent felt proud when they saw Tang Yun's group embarrassed. A few days ago, they found out the youngest experts of the other party were not at a higher level than theirs. Even if they found people younger, their strength and talent wouldn't be higher than theirs. So in this contest, they were sure to win and not lose. Fine, since you said so, let's do it. Tang Yun agreed. The two sides will each send forth their youngest experts for the competition. No matter who loses or wins, no objections to the result of the contest is allowed. All right. Our youngest experts come forth. Pavilion Master Chen shouted. 5 people stepped forth from Feng Chi continent, each carried an arrogance of a genius. On the primordial land side, Sima Yu and another girl came forth. Previous chapter. People from Feng Chi continent laughed and the 2 girls came from primordial land side. Deputy Pavilion Master Tang, 1 month is not enough time for you to find people? Pavilion Master Chen felt that he was played. Even if they thought of this method, and the other party challenged them and won. It was unexplainable, they could play small tricks but they shouldn't make it so obvious. Pavilion Master Chen, don't be angry. These 2 are our youngest experts here. Tang Yun appeased. Both of them are within 100-year-old. Even if they are, how come there are only 2? Where's the other 3? You require the youngest person to come out of each profession. We only have them 2. Lu Hai said. Can the 2 of them participate in all 5 contests? The gazes of the people from primordial land on the 2 people changed. In this case, at least one of them would have 2 specialties and the other 3 specialties. Multi-specialist spirit masters were not too common in the continent. In order to cultivate and go further in their field, they often do not choose to become multi-specialist, but focus on one. Unexpectedly, there were people like this on their continent. They must be from a small place without long-term vision. Pavilion Master Chen, you have set the rule. We can only do so. Otherwise, wouldn't it be against your rule? What if we won and you won't acknowledge it? Tang Yun chuckled. Since this is your decision, then you must acknowledge it when you lose. We will. Tang Yun smiled. Let's start then. Sure, since you are small in number then you can decide the order of the competition. In order to make the outcome more stunning, they decided to let the other person play first. This is our armament master Xiao Hong. She will compete with you in the first round. The girl next to Sima Yu took a step forward and looked at the 5 people before her. As an armament master, her body was much stronger than average girls. She wasn't too pretty. A burly man from the other party stepped forward and looked at her in disdain. Refining tools was hard work. How much could this girl practice? It would be only a matter of minutes for him to win over her. However, even if he won against her, it wasn't honorable. If it wasn't for such an occasion, he wouldn't agree to it. Let's start. Xiao Hong took out her cauldron. The man did not introduce himself, as he took out his cauldron and started refining. Competition like theirs was to compare who has a higher rank, so they have to refine tools representative of their rank regardless of the amount of time. Sima Yu stepped aside to watch the match between the 2. She noticed that their ranks were average, probably because of their young age. They were not good enough for people to get excited about. If it was Fatty Chu, he would definitely defeat these 2 people. She said to herself. What she didn't know was that refining tools was more difficult than refining pills, because it not only involved mental power but also physical power. She once gave Fatty Chu a method to temper his mental power and temper his physical ability, so his starting point was higher than the average person. Even if other people have other methods, they were definitely not as good as Fatty Chu. She poked Wu Lingyu who was next to her and asked, what do you think, who will win? Wu Lingyu was sitting in a chair pondering something with his head down. He looked up at her nudge. They're about the same level, so their refined tools should be of the same level. The final call would be the time. Sima Yu had watched a lot of Fatty Chu's refining tools, so she could tell. She also saw that 2 of them were of the same level. She deliberately asked Wu Lingyu when she saw he was in a daze. She didn't expect that he could see the difference with a single glance. The gap wasn't just a tiny bit. But he was a powerful guy, so it would be embarrassing to have him watch this boring game. No wonder he was so bored and was thinking about something else with his head down. Do you want to go back first? She whispered. Go back? Where to? Wu Lingyu was taken aback, but immediately he understood what she meant. He murmured, they are telling me through my spirit beast. Besides, you're here. Where am I to go? Where she was, he would be too. This was a method of getting along. Sima Yu felt warm when she heard what he said. But she thought of a problem. She didn't hear about Ba Jia Zi's group coming to the immortal land. How did he contact them? Wu Lingyu noticed her questioning look. He rubbed her hair and explained, I left a devil beast outside, so even if I am inside and it's outside, we can contact each other. What a sneaky contact. Sima Yu parted her lips. The surprise in her heart was self-evident. Are you surprised? Wu Lingyu looked at her and grinned. The smile was like a spring breeze of the past with a trace of evil charm. But it was tempting that she wanted to hold him. The shouts in the background recovered her to her senses. She patted her head. Such an amazing contract connection, it's normal that I am surprised. She turned away. She saw someone of Feng Chi continent who was controlling his flames turn it into a fire dragon. His momentum was good. No wonder the people over there would clap their hands and applaud. But this was not enough for her. It was just a little trick. She would be embarrassed to show it off. What a young person, showing off his abilities. Wu Lingyu smiled lightly at her appearance. You are the youngest here. Don't. Sima Yu glanced at him. He knew that he was a person who knew she lived a few hundred years in her past life. Compared to these people, she was old, not young. Now every time people would praise her for her young age. She felt weird in her tender appearance. The two talked and laughed as time passed. After a few hours, the armament contest finally came to an end. Wu Lingyu watched the final moments of the contest. He took a second look at Xiao Hong. I didn't expect her strengths to be this much. It seems this contest is a close one. Xiao Hong was originally behind her opponent. But she did a good job in finishing and actually made up for the previous shortcomings and improved her speed. Therefore, originally they thought Feng Qi Continent would get an easy win. But it became a tie because the two of them completed the same rank of spirit weapon at the same time. Tang Yun was very satisfied with Xiao Hong's result. He commended, next round, Sima Yu would go compete in alchemy. Wait a minute. At this moment, the opponent's armament master suddenly cried out. Everyone looked towards the man, wondering what was wrong with him. Calling everyone at this moment, Xiao Hong stopped and turned around looking at him. The man cleared his throat and said. During the competition, we did not compare ages just now. Since our refined grades are about the same, it is natural that whoever is younger wins. Lu Hai's group looked at each other. They could see the confident look in the man. Presumably, he thought he would surely win. Then let's test that. He Chengdong, Armament Masters Guild's vice president, spoke out. He Chengdong rarely talked. So when Tang Yun and Lu Hai discussed, it was easy for everyone to ignore his existence. Tang Yun and Lu Hai nodded their heads when they saw how certain he spoke. Tang Yun glanced at Lu Hai. Okay, then test the age, but I don't have the age stone. What about you? Neither do I. Lu Hai murmured. Who would bring that with them? We have. The armament master took out a transparent crystal stone. Everyone recognized it at a glance. This could test the age between 50 and 200. Then test it. You go first. Xiao Hong said. All right. The man inputted his spirit power in. The age testing stone released a silver light. A bold 89 in silver light indicated his current age. That's not bad. To be able to achieve this level of armament skill at 89 years old. The people on the opposite continent expressed admiration. The hearts of the primordial lands people sank. Their opponent was only 89 years old. If Xiao Hong was older than him, then they would win this contest. Sima Yu looked around and noticed the people of Armament Masters Guild were not worried. Some were even laughing, indicating their confidence. Xiao Hong walked over and took the age-testing stone. After inputting her power, the silver light flicker and a bold 79 in silver light mocked the other party. 79. She's 79. Younger by 10 years. Huh, we won this round. The people of the primordial lands cheered. They didn't expect Xiao Hong to be younger than the other party. When they thought the other party wanted to compare age, now it was fine. A tie turned into their victory. Sima Yu had a faint smile on her face. If Xiao Hong won this round, then her pressure would become less. She only needed to win 2 more rounds and the primordial lands would win completely. But the people of Feng Qi Continent seemed to have eaten flies. Their faces were ugly. Retreat. Pavilion Master Chen scolded. Then he commanded, since the age-testing stone has been taken out, let the rest of them test it. Xiao Hong threw the age-testing stone back at them and went back to her seat. You're amazing. Sima Yu exclaimed. Then she added in her heart, but not as good as Fatty Chu. Xiao Hong was not too carried away. She tucked her hair behind her ears and said, I can't compare to you. I've been hearing your name for a while, and I'm looking forward to your next game. Sima Yu chuckled. Although this girl was strong. She had a good temperament and could be friends with. She saw the other 4 people finish testing their age. She stood up and said, I will try my best. I'll be watching you, fighting. Xiao Hong smiled, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth. Sima Yu returned her smile. She walked towards the center of the arena. Although it was an arena, it was flat ground. The remaining 4 people had tested their ages, which were 75, 83, 92, and 98. The other party seemed to have no plans to introduce themselves, so Sima Yu referred to them by their age. We all tested, it's your turn. 75 threw the age-testing stone at Sima Yu. Unexpectedly, the people of Primordial Lands actually won against them. When they saw Sima Yu enter, their faces were smug. Sima Yu caught the age-testing stone and fumbled with it for a moment. The other party impatiently urged, hurry up, don't be slow. Sima Yu glanced at the other party and injected her spirit power. Unlike the silver light and age numbers that appeared before, an emerald green light appeared this time with no number. Emerald green? Less than 50-year-old? Everyone present was stunned. Everyone knew that this type of age-testing stone could only test from 50 to 200. It would appear emerald green if the person testing was less than 50 years old and golden yellow if they were over 200. After she injected spirit power, the emerald green light emitted, indicating she was less than 50 years old. Sima Yu stopped injecting spirit power and the light dissipated. She threw the age-testing stone back and saw that the 4 people were in a daze. She retorted, enough of being surprised. Can we start the contest? You're less than 50. 83 asked in surprise. How old are you? How old am I? It seems that it has nothing to do with the competition. After all, I am younger than all of you. Sima Yu replied. Which one of you is an alchemist? Can we start the contest? 75 stood forth. Let's start. The other retreated and left the arena to them. Although 75 couldn't compete in age with Sima Yu, he did not relax his emphasis on the game because the armament master lost. He took out the herbs and prepared to refine the best pill he could refine. Sima Yu was not in a hurry to start. She waited for 75 to take out his herbs and started refining. Did she slowly take out her pill furnace and herbs after seeing what grade of pill he was going to refine? Seeing her sluggish actions, the people of Feng Chi continent were pleased. Such a little girl would dare to challenge them. If they were to give in, it would be embarrassing. Those alchemists changed their expression as soon as Sima Yu started refining her herbs. They discovered her strength was definitely above 75. Everyone waited for a few hours. The people of Feng Chi continent first watched 75 refine his pill, but later their eyes moved to Sima Yu involuntarily. The appearance of her refining was too beautiful, plus she was beautiful and graceful. It was simply a pleasure to watch her refine pills. Sima Yu completed refining her pill before 75. She packed her pill and her pill furnace was all cleaned up. But 75 had yet to complete his refinement. Although 75 took some time, he still believed that he could defeat her because his grade would be higher than Sima Yu. How high of a grade can a little doll less than 50 refined? However, the final result forced him to face reality. Sima Yu took a glance at the pill in his hand. She indifferently said, "Your 7th grade primary pill takes 15 minutes longer than mine, so you lost." 75 did not believe it. How could someone less than 50 win against him? "I spend more time than you, but my rank is also higher than you. We are looking at rank, not time. Don't because of your age that you can distinguish this," he said confidently. "I said that you have a 7th grade common pill." Sima Yu replied. "That's right." 75 raised his chin proudly as being able to reach rank 7 at his age was already an impossible feat. His face showed complacency when Sima Yu didn't reply to him. This little girl must have been frightened by himself, so she didn't speak. It seemed that this little girl was quite pretty. What was she called? He wanted to ask her name when Sima Yu took one of her newly refined pills from her table and threw it over. The pill was still warm after it was taken out of the furnace. 7th grade advanced pill? 75 opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Was he hallucinating? After Sima Yu finished refining, she never showed the pill, so everyone didn't know what rank was her pill she refined. The Alchemist Guild was not anxious. She could already refine an 8th grade pill. Wasn't it too easy to bully a slag? But other people couldn't accept this result, especially those from Feng Chi continent. They were already shocked by her age. Now they thought about it. Those who dare come to the immortal land weren't average people. However, a 7th grade advanced alchemist was less than 50. This was too difficult to accept. Sima Yu watched as 75 stared at her in disbelief as if he didn't want to admit she refined the pill herself. Her face sank and said coldly, "Everyone's eyes saw it. Do you think I can still cheat? Or do you want to say that the temperature of the pill is deceptive?" When she said that, 75 was speechless. His face flushed red. Yes, how could she cheat in full view? Everyone saw how she refined it. If she didn't refine it herself, wouldn't others be able to see it? "Are you done looking? If you are, please return my pill." Tang Yun stood up. "Everyone has seen the final result, Pavilion Master Chen, what do you think?" The faces of the people on the opposite side were as dark as they can be. However, the result was so obvious that they couldn't do anything about it. "Let's go to the next round. What are we competing in?" This was admitting that Sima Yu won this contest. Tang Yun looked at Sima Yu. "What do you want to compete in?" "Arrays." "Pavilion Master Chen, did you hear that?" Yu said arrays. "You still want to compete? You don't need to rest? Ha! Do you think you'll defeat us?" Sima Yu retorted. "How do you want to compete in arrays? We'll each set a trapping array and let each enter the other's array. Who leaves first wins." 92 said. "Okay." Sima Yu readily agreed. Then the two took out the array stones and fiddled with them. The speed of the two people was very fast. It seemed that they were very familiar with trapping arrays. However, Sima Yu's speed was still faster. She finished for a while before 92 finished. The two looked at each other. They walked to the opponent's array and activated the arrays. 92's expression changed the moment Yu's array was activated because it was an array he had never seen before. Most of the array masters of Feng Chi continent were dumbfounded. There was an array that they had never seen before. How could this continent have this kind of array? They watched how Sima Yu broke the array and then they saw how clueless 92 was. Everyone knew that the result was already set. The people of primordial lands were ecstatic. If they won this round, that meant they have won completely. From now on, the people of Feng Chi continent would no longer be able to plunder them as before. They would also have priority when they encounter opportunity. They had thought it was a tough competition, but they didn't expect to win it so easily. After a while, Sima Yu walked out of the 92's trapping array while 92 was still scratching his head and ears in the array, unable to find a way. "Pavilion Master Chen, we don't need to continue with the last 2 rounds?" Tang Yun said. With 3 wins in 5 rounds, primordial lands had completely won. It didn't matter whether they won the subsequent rounds. The people of Feng Chi continent did not respond for a long time. Fortunately, they still have a sense of shame. They were not shameless on the point of refusing. "You won." Pavilion Master Chen unwilling announced. He was the leader of the Feng Chi continent and if he admitted it, that meant the entire Feng Chi continent acknowledged it. After Sima Yu waited for the announcement, she came before the dragon trapping array and closed it, releasing 92. With a wave of her hand, she collected her array stone. Thank you, she said to 92, then she turned and walked back. 92's face was ugly. He originally thought he would win, but he didn't expect that he would have no power to fight back with the opponent. Moreover, the opponent was not yet 50. What qualifications did he have to be called a genius in the future? He drifted back to his camp without the high spirits or triumph he felt before. Since the results have been released, there is no need to continue. Pavilion Master Chen admitted. The people of primordial lands cheered. Wait a minute. Sima Yu, who walked halfway, paused before turning to the other party. I refuse. Then she went straight back to her seat. The whole scene fell silent in an instant. Not only the people from Fengqi continent but even those from primordial lands were stunned. She was also a seeker spirit master? Damn, was that really human? Such a young alchemist, array master, and now even a seeker spirit master. Was she really human? I want to compete with your beast tamer. I refuse. Sima Yu sat in her seat. The competition is over. I think I am eligible to refuse. The whole scene became deadly quiet. Some people even suspected that they had auditory. She was also a beast tamer. After the surprise, there was laughter and disdain. How can a person have so many specialties? This little girl is not afraid of bluffing. Sima Yu did not bother to explain to these people. Whether they believe or not, it had no effect on her. Xiao Hong stood up. I really only know how to refine tools. The remaining 4 rounds were all for you and you guys. Those people were stunned again. Only 2 people came from the other party. Now one person clearly denied that. What else can they question about? Although it was a joy for everyone to acknowledge his beloved girl, seeing the eyes of those men falling on Sima Yu, Wu Lingyu still wrinkled his brow. Sima Yu didn't like this kind of high-profile occasion. She stood up and said, President, Deputy Valley Master Tang, since this competition is over, you won't be needing me for later? Then please allow Yu to retire first. She left with Wu Lingyu before waiting for their replies and disappeared from their sights a few seconds later. What a powerful blink. Everyone sighed. At this speed, the average array master wouldn't be able to match her. What was more, she also brought a person, which left them a deep impression. Unexpectedly, there is such a girl in the world, such a strong junior. It seemed that this primordial lands was not as backward as they thought. This was the thought that was in everyone from Fengqi continent. It was precisely because of this, their thoughts on plundering them receded. No wonder Yin Lin said she was the key to resolving this crisis. Sima Yu took Wu Lingyu back to the camp. Because she was going to take part in the competition, everyone from Heartbreak Valley went to watch her match. There was no one at the camp and it was just protected by an array. Wu Lingyu wanted to return to camp early to stay warm, but the power of faith in Sima Yu's body was restless. She had to sit down to regulate her breath to avoid losing control of the power of faith. Sima Yu was quite helpless, these people and their damn faith in her. She was almost killed by them. Thinking of back then when she was joyous when she learned that she had the power of faith and think of the situation now. She had an urge to vomit blood at this unbearable annoyance. Well, it was her own physique problem. She couldn't blame it on others, although the physique brought her a lot of benefits. She felt as her strength grew, the power in her body became more and more uncontrollable. But Wu Lingyu had not told her a solution yet indicated that she had not reached that stage yet. To put it bluntly, it meant she was not strong enough to use that method. When she opened her eyes again from her meditation, someone was moving outside. That indicated that she left, the other people also came back. Wu Lingyu was beside her, leaning across the crouch as in a daze. He was probably contacting outside. He felt her wake up. He softly asked, all right? Sima Yu nodded. Senior brother, I have a question for you. Say. How long do I need to solve my physique problem? Wu Lingyu saw fear in her eyes. He came before her and cupped her face in his hands. He kissed her lightly. It's okay. Wait till you have your foot on Paragon rank. That means it's still early. Sima Yu felt discouraged. Can I wait until then? Although Wu Lingyu waited until then, her situation was different from him. He had the divine devil physique, and he had less things on him which also restrained one another. On the other hand, she might lose control when she's not careful. Your situation is indeed more complicated than mine, but it's okay. As long as you don't use them, I won't let you fall into danger. Sima Yu responded softly and stopped speaking. Even he also said to not use them, but one day if she encountered an emergency and used it by herself, would her life come to an end? This recognition made her feel cold. You have me. Wu Lingyu hugged her, stopping her from continuing her wild thoughts. Sima Yu leaned her head on him. Actually, I'm not afraid of death. I just can't bear to part from you guys. I understand. Wu Lingyu said. You have to promise me, no matter what, don't use the power inside your body, especially the power of faith. Okay. The two leaned on each other. Soon they heard Shiman Feng outside calling for her. The two separated. Sima Yu adjusted her hair before going out with Wu Lingyu. It turned out Lu Hai and Tang Yun came to look for her. Yu, did you rest well? Lu Hai asked. Only then did Sima Yu realize that a day had passed since the end of the competition. I just consumed some mental energy. It's not very problematic. Sima Yu said. Vice President Yen, Deputy Valley Master Tang, what may I help you with? It's that way. There are other precious things in bet with the other party. We distributed some to Xiaohong and some for you which we sent over. Lu Hai said as he took out some boxes. The treasures were in the boxes. The people of Heartbreak Valley couldn't see what were in them. Sima Yu accepted them and casually said, "You can just tell me and we could just pick them up. Why bother to come here in person? We also stopped by to see you." Lu Hai said. "If it wasn't for you this time, we would be in trouble. I'm also from the primordial lands. In this situation, should help. Besides, didn't I get rewarded?" Sima Yu beckoned them to sit down. She took out a tea set and water and made a pot of tea to treat them. Counting Wu Lingyu and Shimin Feng, she took out 5 cups, poured each person a cup and held them in front of them with tweezer. Wu Lingyu and Shimin Feng had drank the teas she made, so they didn't find it particularly novel. But it was the first time for Lu Hai and Tang Yun. The fragrance made them happy. "Your tea is different from other places. This same tea had so much more delicate flavor," Tang Yun said. Sima Yu wondered how her own tea was similar to other places. This was the product of Spirit Pagoda. How could ordinary tea compare? She chuckled. When he finished, she poured him another cup. "This tea is indeed better than the outside," Lu Hai praised. "This was obtained accidentally by Yu. If Vice President and Deputy Pavilion Master likes it, then Yu can give you 2 pots of it. I hope you won't disdain it." Sima Yu laughed and took out 2 pots of tea for them. Seeing the 2 cups of tea, both Lu Hai and Tang Yun's eyes lit up. Unlike other people who like to drink wine, some people just like to drink tea, and Lu Hai and Tang Yun were these types of people. When they drank the Sima Yu's tea, they knew it was different. Regardless how she made the tea leaves could not be purchased even if there was a huge demand. So seeing Sima Yu sending each one, they both happily accepted it. "Yu, what are your plans?" Lu Hai asked. "Since you overtaken the other continent, and the immortal land will be open for quite a while." "I am not sure," Sima Yu replied. "I probably would go along with the crowd. If I find an opportunity, maybe I can have a chance of snatching it." She was probably the only one that would blatantly say she would go snatch it. However, part of the reason for how the other continents changed their method was because she started reverse plundering them. After they drank tea for a while, Tang Yun and Lu Hai returned with satisfaction with Sima Yu's tea. At that moment, there were just 3 people left at the tea table. Sima Yu changed to a more fragrant tea and made a cup for each of them. They each held their teacups enjoying this temporary peace. "By the way, after we leave, did the other side go to find trouble with you?" Sima Yu recalled some people from the other side that had problems with Heartbreak Valley because they were plundered by them. They might still be holding a grudge. "Those people? After they witnessed your talents, and the brutal way you robbed them, how would they have the guts to deal with us?" Shimin Feng laughed. "Since there was such a strong and amazing Deputy Valley Master, who would dare to provoke them? Maybe in the next moment, powerful arrays and spirit beasts would appear. If their opponent was not strong then they wouldn't be beaten so badly." Having understood this, those people finally calmed down. They no longer wanted to find trouble with Heartbreak Valley. After a while, Bai Sheng walked over. "Deputy Valley Master, Xiao Hong is here and wants to see you." "Xiao Hong wants to see me?" Sima Yu was a little surprised. Except for the competition, they didn't have any interaction. Why would she want to see her? "Yes," Bai Sheng answered. "After all, it's someone that fought alongside me. Let her in," Sima Yu exclaimed. Bai Sheng left and very soon he came back with Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong was a little surprised when she saw Sima Yu and others leisurely drinking tea. "I didn't expect you and you all to have such a leisure and elegant taste. You're all sipping tea." She walked in smiling. Seeing her hearty smile, Sima Yu beckoned her over. "I'll make you a cup of tea. Come have some." Xiao Hong came over and saw a freshly brewed tea for the spot. She drifted over. "I'm an unrefined person. I don't understand these. It would be a waste to give the best tea to me." She took a sip of the tea and continued, "But your tea is very fragrant." Sima Yu drank the whole cup in one gulp and didn't say anything. She picked up the boiling pot of water and poured more water for her. At the same time, she asked, "Why did you want to see me? Is there something wrong?" "In fact it's nothing. I just came here to chat with you," Xiao Hong replied. "You won't blame me for being abrupt." "How would I?" Sima Yu said. "It's just that you came a bit suddenly, so I thought you have something going on." "Actually, there is a matter." "I came for a matter," Xiao Hong said embarrassedly. "You can tell me," Sima Yu said. Xiao Hong looked at Wu Lingyu and Shimin Feng and smiled embarrassedly. Sima Yu understood. "Aren't we preparing to leave? Fenger, go tell everyone to get prepared. We may leave at any time." Such shrewd people like Wu Lingyu and Shimin Feng, they could tell that Xiao Hong wanted to say something private to Sima Yu. So they left. "I'll come find you later," Wu Lingyu said softly to Sima Yu before going. "All right." Xiao Hong looked at Wu Lingyu. Although he had changed his appearance, his face was still good-looking, and his temperament made people look up to him. Cough cough, dash, Sima Yu coughed a few times when she saw Xiao Hong staring blankly at Wu Lingyu's back, which drew her attention back. Xiao Hong was not embarrassed by being caught, but instead smiled heartily. "I really envy you. You have a good partner. We can only look from afar." Sima Yu was somewhat irritable when Xiao Hong stared at Wu Lingyu. But she didn't expect her to say that directly, and her clean smile made her embarrassed. "You said that you have some matter. Can you tell me now?" Speaking of this, Xiao Hong's expression changed. She turned the tea cup around and said sheepishly. I hear that you are a good doctor from heavenly sect. I learned some, it's not that amazing. Sima Yu didn't expect her response. That. Xiao Hong hesitated for a while, before she mustered the courage. Well, I would like you to take a look at my body. Is your body feeling uncomfortable? Sima Yu asked. You know, armament masters have high requirements for their body. So I have been practicing some methods to strengthen my body. Sima Yu nodded in agreement. She didn't need to guess that she was practicing some method. Then what is bothering you? She asked. I don't know if it's because I am practicing that. I haven't had my menstrual period yet. Xiao Hong answered. Sima Yu was a little surprised. Although being 70 or 80 wasn't old in the continent, it was not normal for her period not to come at this time. Give me your hand. Let me see. Xiao Hong put her hand on the table. Sima Yu pressed her hand on her and began her inspection. Xiao Hong saw that she had not spoken for a while. She didn't want to disturb her, but she became more and more worried. Her expression was not relaxed. Was it really troublesome? The more she thought about it, her heart felt colder. Was she really not going to be a normal girl for the rest of her life? After a while, Sima Yu withdrew her hand. I basically understand your situation. It is a bit troublesome, but it's not without a solution. Xiao Hong's heart was relieved with her words. She grinned when she heard her body could be cured. Sima Yu looked at the smile on her face. She was a little stunned. You don't even know the method, yet you are so glad. What if it would be difficult? No matter how difficult it will be. Xiao Hong smiled. It's great that there is hope. Sima Yu didn't know what she had experienced, but most likely it wasn't anything good for her to want it so much. Although the process will be a bit painful, the good news is the acne on your face will disappear and your body would return to its original appearance. Sima Yu said. Xiao Hong's smile froze. What did you say? Your body skeleton is not large, but your body is stronger than others. It might be the result from the method you practice. Sima Yu explained. If I cured you, your body would return to its original appearance, but your strength would not decrease, and your acne will naturally disappear. Although Xiao Hong's body was sturdy, her face looked a little scary because of the acne. But if those were to be removed, she would be a beauty. How do you know? Xiao Hong stared at her blankly. Blankly. I am a doctor, so naturally I got the information from your body. Sima Yu replied. But it's a bit troublesome now. What? We are about to leave. It would take a long time to cure you. If I do it now and stop midway, what I would have done would be wasted. Sima Yu said with some embarrassment. The time in the immortal land was precious. It was impossible for the people of Heartbreak Valley to stop because of her. Sima Yu also couldn't because of her, leave them alone. So even if there was a way, it could not be done now. Sima Yu thought Xiao Hong would feel troubled, but she didn't expect her to say, it's okay, we can go along with you. You can just cure me along the way. Xiao Hong looked at her. She was afraid she might refuse to take them along. Then she wouldn't get her treatment. Sima Yu saw her confidence and asked, will the Armament Masters Guild agree? Your vice president is quite cold. Will it be okay? My father is a bit cold and not very talkative, but he will agree to my requirements. Xiao Hong said. If he knows you are going to treat me, then it will be fine. Sima Yu pursed her lips. The vice president is your father? Was she complaining about? Yes. Xiao Hong smiled. I am my father's youngest daughter. In order to not be treated differently by others, I changed my surname to my mother's. So that's the case. Sima Yu's impression of her increase again. Those who do not take the surnames of their fathers or mothers to show off outside, instead think of changing their surnames to prevent others from knowing their identities. This was truly rare. This was enough to show her temperament was good. Well, is it okay? Armament Masters Guild people follow you? Xiao Hong asked cautiously, afraid of being rejected. This should be possible. Sima Yu replied. I'm afraid we might delay your trip. It won't delay at all. My father and others said that it's good to make friends with you. Xiao Hong said. Then that's settled. Our guild members will go with you and you'll cure me along the way. Alright. Sima Yu replied. Anyways, the people from the sect in Kong Valley were also going with them. Adding an Armament Masters Guild shouldn't be a problem. Besides, she had little contact with the Armament Masters Guild before. Now she would have the opportunity to establish contact with them. In the future, she would be learning armament and it would be good to have a good relationship with them. Then it's settled. I'll go back and tell my father. Xiao Hong was about to leave when she suddenly thought of something. She sat back down and looked at Sima Yu. Speaking of which, I don't know what is the treatment, or even how long it will take. Sima Yu chuckled. I thought you won't ask. I was too excited just now. Xiao Hong said. What is the treatment? It's hard to explain the way of treatment, but time will tell you. It can be as short a few months or as long as 1 to 2 years. During the treatment, the process will be painful, but once you start you can't turn back. Otherwise, your body will be damaged and it's unknown whether you can refine tools in the future. So you have to think about it. Sima Yu said solemnly. Xiaohong didn't expect it to be so difficult. She only hesitated for a few seconds before she asked. There won't be a problem as long as I persist. As long as you persist, I will be able to cure you. Sima Yu said confidently. Alright, no matter how difficult, I will persist. Xiaohong said. I'll go back and tell father. If they all agree, just send someone to inform us. We'll tell you when we will leave. Sima Yu said. Alright, then I'll be heading back first. Let me send you off. After sending Xiaohong away, Sima Yu returned to see Wu Lingyu waiting for her in front of the tent. When will we leave? He walked over and gently held her hand. Later on, when they move with the crowd, the two of them would have less time together. Thinking of this, he felt a little uncomfortable. At the least, we'll wait for news from the Armament Masters Guild. Sima Yu pulled him into the tent. Wu Lingyu sat down on a chair and pulled her to his lap. He wrapped his hands around her waist. Although the Armament Masters Guild would not be beneficial to learn armament, it would be beneficial to the development of Heartbreak Valley. I think so too. Sima Yu agreed. Although Heartbreak Valley's strength is already pretty good on the surface, but with such a big force like the Armament Masters Guild, it is better to make friends than enemies. Your fortune has been the same after coming here. You won't have much to gain in the future. Wu Lingyu said. If you follow them all the time, it's better to find a place to go into close cultivation. You also know this? When did you become a divinator? Sima Yu joked. Although I am not divine as Yin Lin, but I can sense fortune. Anyways, I was once a devil king. If I can't even see this, then I should stay put. Wu Lingyu said. Arrogant. Sima Yu poked his head but didn't retort him. Because it wasn't the first time she heard these words. Qing Yi also said similar things before. A person's fortune was limited. Her fortune in the Immortal Land had almost been consumed. News spreads quickly to the Armament Master Guild. He Chengdong's family came to spread the words, saying that they were willing to be with him. Seemed like the vice president really cared about his daughter. Come to think of it, since he had such a talented and low-profile daughter, who wouldn't like her? After both parties discussed, they went on the journey early in the morning on the second day. Before the day breaks, Armament Master Guild came over. Although the Armament Master Guild members didn't know Xiaohong was the daughter of Vice Valley Master, but this didn't affect their love and care for her. Everyone agreed to follow Sima Yu once they heard it was to treat her. Actually, they also wanted to come in close contact with that young little guy who was so competent. When they came, Heartbreak Valley's members hadn't finished packing up. Luckily it was only some tentage, it would be done just packing it in the interspatial ring. Before He Chengdong left, he met Sima Yu privately. Xiaohong felt nervous seeing that, in fear that he would provoke Sima Yu and she might treat her anymore. Everyone knew perfectly of their president's temper. Many people and even the Armament Masters Guild were fueled by his temper. So their worries weren't baseless. The longer they were inside, the more worries the others got. Just as when everyone thought something really happened inside, they saw Sima Yu and He Chengdong came out of the tent. What surprised the Armament Master Guild was that their vice president was actually smiling. The vice president that rarely even talked was actually smiling. This was too weird. Sima Yu stared at those who were stunned and asked blankly, what happened? Ahem, nothing. Xiaohong continued, it looks like you're done packing, shall we make a move? Heartbreak Valley members' speed was fast. They finished packing when they were talking. They kept Sima Yu's tent and a line of people also found a direction to move forward to. In order to treat Xiaohong, she had to sit on Halcyon's back with Sima Yu and the rest. Sima Yu read her pulse again, and gave her a pill. Eat this pill, I'll give you the needles at night. Needles? What is that? Xiaohong asked curiously as it was the first time she heard that. You'll know at night. Sima Yu said. Alright. Xiaohong ate the pills and waited obediently for the night. If it was the last time, usually they would rest only after a few days and wouldn't stop to set up a tent at night. But now the situation was different. She needed to treat Xiaohong, so they would need to set up a camp if she said so. Fortunately Sima Yu's prestige in Heartbreak Valley was high enough, no one would dare to oppose anything she said. Everyone got along well with each other along the way. At night when they set up the camp, Sima Yu brought Xiaohong into the tent, set up a spirit barrier and asked her to remove her clothes. Remove clothes? Xiaohong blanked out. This sickness required her to remove her clothes? She never heard of it before. If she wasn't sure that Sima Yu was a woman, she would have exploded right there. Sima Yu got ready with the silver needle, turned around, saw her still dazed and said, how am I going to help you to put the needles if you don't take out your clothes? Xiaohong saw the long and thin needles in her hands. She got shocked, staring blankly and said, are you going to poke this into my body? Of course. Sima Yu saw her being like this, asked in doubt, are you scared? Ahem, it's okay if it's others. Seeing this thin and long thing, I feel a little terrified. Xiaohong confessed. Don't worry, this is for the acupuncture points. It's not used to poke anywhere else, it won't be painful. Sima Yu said. Really? Xiaohong didn't believe it. If I'm lying, will you still do it? Sima Yu teased her. Xiao Hong's gaze shined, then became firm. She said with a face of not being afraid of dying, I'm not scared even if it is really painful. Do it. Sima Yu was amused by her and said while laughing, then you'll have to remove your clothes first. Xiao Hong still felt embarrassed as this was the first time being naked in front of others. Luckily Sima Yu let her have her underwear on, so she felt better. Relax, don't tighten your muscles too much. Sima Yu patted her arm, seeing her whole body muscles being tightened by nervousness. Xiao Hong took 2 deep breaths and said, Yu, I won't even blink if you wave a knife in front of me, but this thin and small little thing. I've already tried my best to relax. Sima Yu understood what she was trying to say. Some people were more sensitive to some things, maybe others wouldn't think the same, but to them, it was something that was hard to accept. Then do you want to close your eyes? Forget it, I'll be more scared if I close my eyes. Xiao Hong continued, let me warm up a little, I'll be fine after a while. Okay. Sima Yu wasn't rushing, she held on to the silver needle while chatting with her. Can you tell me how it's like in the Armament Masters Guild? I haven't been in there. Armament Masters Guild? If I have to say something about it, then there are a big group of guys. Xiao Hong continued, it's different from other guilds, there are very little women in the Armament Master Guild, most of them are guys and smelly. Really? Sima Yu laughed. Why didn't I notice your senior brothers being smelly? That's because they didn't refine weapons. Xiao Hong continued, when they just started to refine weapons, they surround the furnace the whole day, polishing the spirit weapons, drenched with sweat every day, and they don't maintain themselves, that makes them smelly and dirty. Then how did you bear with it? Usually I won't notice it. Once Xiao Hong started to chat, she talked non-stop and slowly became more relaxed. Sima Yu poked the needles on her acupuncture points when she wasn't paying attention. In a few breaths, her body was poked with a few needles. When Xiao Hong came to senses and realized those needles were being poked on her body, she said oddly, it's really painless. I told you it's not painful. Sima Yu continued, you're not afraid anymore, right? Then I'm going to continue. After trying it out herself, Xiao Hong totally relaxed and let Sima Yu poke a few more needles. There weren't many acupuncture points to poke on the first day, it finished in about half an hour. Xiao Hong put on her clothes, Sima Yu sent her out, seeing Wu Lingyu in a daze on a tree branch at the side with his brows slightly creased, it seemed like something happened. He felt her coming out, he lifted his head and only nodded to her, it was rare that he didn't move towards her. Sima Yu noticed his heavy expression, it seemed like something happened. But he didn't say, so she didn't ask because it was pointless asking here. But recently he had been in a daze for longer periods of time, even in the day. It seemed like it wasn't easy to settle what was happening outside. She walked over, held his hand and accompanied him. After a while, he stopped as he tightened his grip on her hand and asked, how was it? It's nothing. Although there was a little bit of a problem, but needling wasn't hard. She smiled, giving it a thought and decided to ask, is it very problematic there? More troublesome than I estimated. Wu Lingyu continued, it seems like Lu Shitian figured out something, recently, they have been massacring people from our side. After all he is the current devil emperor and the forces with him cannot tolerate weaklings. Our members aren't gathered fully, so we have lost many people. How then? We'll let them delay it for now, if it doesn't work, then we'll think of another way. You can go out earlier? Sima Yu felt she asked in vain after she asked, he could even contact the members outside, it would be easy for him to get out. I can't for now, but this won't be difficult for it. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yu knew what he was talking about, with that scary thing's existence, she felt relieved. Although she knew he might leave earlier, she didn't expect it would be this fast to separate. After walking and stopping all this while for less than a year, he told her that he needed to leave. They knew each other's strength, so they weren't worried, but they still didn't bear to. She also thought about going with him, but she couldn't leave Heartbreak Valley members alone, furthermore, Xiao Hong's illness wasn't fully treated, she couldn't leave just like that. Both of them left the team, they couldn't let the others know about this. Be careful when you go there. Don't make me worry here. She leaned in his embrace and warned him in a soft and gentle voice, for you, I won't let anything happen to me. Wu Lingyu hugged her, he didn't bear to leave her, but the other side couldn't be delayed anymore. You better practice what you preach, if I notice anything missing when you come back, I'll be angry. I'll let you check naked. Wu Lingyu said in all seriousness. Sima Yu punched his chest, vulgar. Let's quickly find your parents, then we can be married earlier. Wu Lingyu said while resting his chin on her head. If I go out this time, I might contact the Sima clan. I'll go and ask Yin Lin then, see if I can get my parents' whereabouts. Sima Yu continued, but mother will still have to Ghost Realm. Hey, that's unbearable. Wu Lingyu sighed. Although he knew she was still young, she still needed to do many things, but he felt time was moving too slow and it was hard to wait. When I go back, I'll get Ghost Realm's members to try if they can check your mother's whereabouts. Thank you. Sima Yu nodded, but even cousin and the rest can't find out, can your members? I'll only know the result when I go back. I hope we can get some good news. With that, they could get married earlier. Alright, she admitted, she too wants to get married. Both of them dazed for a while, Wu Lingyu said unwillingly, alright, I have to go. You too, take care of yourself here. I will, don't worry. I won't let you worry too, right? Sima Yu smiled while getting up from his embrace. Wu Lingyu pinched her cheeks. He loves this side of her, understanding and smart, knowing how to treasure her life for others. I'm leaving. He kissed her lips and left unwilling after a while. Go, they must be worried there. Sima Yu released him and took a step back. This was the longest time they interacted, from immortal land to here, so many years, she was used to having him around. Now that he left, she was not used to it. Wu Lingyu had the same feeling, but the other side couldn't wait anymore, so he had to be callous, getting the devil beast to tear apart a tunnel and flew in. Sima Yu saw how the space was torn apart and seeing it closed up, separating them. She sighed in her heart, this time he really left. She stood there blankly a while, calming down herself and then went back to the camp. Heartbreak Valley members saw 2 people going out but only her coming back, they roughly understood. They thought he left the big team only, but what they didn't know was that he already left immortal land. Will he be fine leaving alone? Nie said as he saw Sima Yu's mood being dull. Dai Yi who was beside him slapped him on his back and said, when did you start to show interest in him? I'm just worrying for boss. You see, there's no more smile on boss's face. Nie said. Holy Sun left, of course boss will be sad for a while. But with boss fighting spirit, she will recover quickly. Shurchen said. Hey, we haven't met any big opportunity this 1 year, it's always small-scale ones. Nie said. It's fine having the small-scale ones, we already got quite a lot from the start. Shurchen on the other hand was more positive. That's true. Xiao Hong walked over from far, greeted everyone smilingly, then went into Sima Yu's tent. Nie and the rest saw her passing by, how could that elegant figure be the same strong girl as the one in the competition? Boss's medical expertise is indeed powerful, that ugly girl can also be treated into a fairy. Nie sighed. Then do you want to try and let boss treat you? Dai Yi asked. Me? I'm so outstanding and elegant, why would I need to be treated? Nie rubbed his chin narcissistically. We're talking about your brain. But seeing you like this, I doubt boss can help you in any way. Shurchen left and turned around back into his tent after speaking. Third brother is right. Dai Yi patted Nie's shoulder and went back too. Nie blinked, he came back to senses after a while, they scolded him while beating around the bush. Xiao Hong went into Sima Yu's tent and said when she saw her feeling down, are you all right? I'm fine. Come. Sima Yu took a deep breath, stood up and took out the silver needle, set up the spirit barrier and said. Let's begin. Xiao Hong lay on the bed naked as per the routine. After a year of treatment, the pimples on her face disappeared, her skin went back to how it was, fair and tender. The swell on her body was also dissolved, even the muscles on her body went back to how it was, but her energy wasn't dispersed, she even felt that her power became stronger than last time. Sima Yu came to the bedside and said, today we'll be going into the follow-up treatment, every needle needs to be poked into the big acupuncture points on your body. In this process, you'll need to trust me unconditionally, as long as there's a little conflict, it won't get the result of the end treatment. Do you understand? All right. Do it, I won't move. Xiao Hong looked at her with trust. After interacting with her for so long, she finally understood her, and also believed that she would treat her to recovery. Then I'll begin now. Once Sima Yu started needling, the mood in her heart would be thrown to the side, all her focus would be poured on Xiao Hong's body. Xiao Hong was still a little nervous deep down, especially when Sima Yu poked those important acupuncture points. If it wasn't for her trust in Sima Yu, it would be hard for her to be unable to move. All the needling in the past only needed half an hour to an hour, but this time they spent almost 2 hours. When it ended, her face was full of sweat. She wiped her sweat, told Xiao Hong that it was done, then went to clean the silver needles. Xiao Hong put on her clothes and said, the chilliness last time seemed to lighten a lot, my body felt less stiff and my body felt warmer. You didn't sort out your channels from the start when you started to practice your moves, that led it to how you were. Wait till your body fully adjusts, then it will recover naturally. Sima Yu continued, what we did before for so long was to help adjust the various systems in your body, we've only started the highlight just now. Sorry for the trouble. Xiao Hong continued, you treated me without asking for any reward, and it even took so long, I don't even know how to thank you. Who said I didn't want any reward? Sima Yu kept the silver needles, turned around, looked at her and said, your father gave me quite a lot of benefits. My father gave you? What did he give you? How come I didn't hear you mention it before? Xiao Hong was shocked. Your father wants to love you in a low-profile way. Sima Yu made fun of her. You don't have to hide from me. Xiao Hong continued, but even so, I should thank you. Sure, I'm not someone who will refuse. Sima Yu said smilingly. I'll go back and think about it, how to thank you to show my sincerity. Xiao Hong said in seriousness. I'll wait. I'll make a move first. Xiao Hong left, Sima Yu who was busy the whole night went into silence, her yearning poured out like water. Hey, better get something to do. She muttered in her heart, then she took out the armament books from Spirit Pagoda that Shurchen got. There were some similarities in refining weapons and pills, at least the fire control in that aspect was almost the same. She had seen Fatty Chu refining weapons, and also she had knowledge about armament, that was why it was easier for her to read these books. Also, the books she read now were the basic books, for example, the book she read now was introducing different kinds of mines and some raw materials for armament. With that, armament was different to her. Refining pills, she had the memories of 2 of her past lives, it wasn't difficult for her to remember those medicinal ingredients. With the Beast Tamer Master's insight which Wu Lingyu gave her, everything was a shortcut. Array Master, she had a super high talent, and an Array Master that Wu Lingyu found for her. Seeker Spirit Masters, although with a book named U003C Origin of Seeker Spirit is 003E, that one didn't need to memorize any raw materials. Materials. To add all up, armament was the hardest to her. The worst problem wasn't the cultivation after, it was the accumulated basic knowledge in the early stage, the cognition of the raw materials. Only after passing this stage, the cultivation behind would be easy for her. The days after Wuling Yu left made her feel like she missed out something. Even when her everyday life was the same as before, she left empty. She could only gather all her attention when treating Xiaohong. But, very quickly, this was gone too. The treatment she gave Xiaohong ended after a few months. He Chengdong and Xiaohong showed thanks to her, inviting her to Armament Master Guild after getting out, and left with Armament Master Guild members. The only thing that could gather her focus was also gone. She walked around with the big ground leisurely. Seemed like the few years after was her most leisure time. She only had to walk with them and snatch the opportunity when they had the chance. Without any chance, she also didn't read any books. She just swayed around and became much more relaxed. She used to be busy every day in the past. Now that she had leisure for a few years, instead, she wasn't used to it. So, when she saw a place for people to cultivate, she decided to stay in seclusion. After leaving a way to contact, Shimen Feng brought others to continue on their journey. The place to cultivate was an entrance of a dormant volcano. Sima Yu set up an array at the entrance of the cave and leapt into it. She looked around. The elements of the fire were abundant, suitable for her to cultivate. She looked for a position and started diving into cultivation. After cultivating in no time, she didn't know how long she had been staying there. She was awakened abruptly by the power of immortal land closing up. She removed the array and flew into the air, felt an energy sweeping past her body, followed by a spatial tunnel appearing on top of her head and sucking her in. Sima Yu felt dizzy. She couldn't help to shut her eyes. When she heard herself falling on the floor, she was already outside. Who is this? How did she fall on the ground? A voice came through from her head. She lifted her head to look. She saw Third Mo with the smile that deserved a beating. Why are you here? She got up from the ground and dusted the dirt away from her dress. Just nice I came out from there too. Didn't think that I'll fall with you. I heard a lot about you inside. It's a pity we didn't meet inside. Third Mo said. I thought you didn't go. Sima Yu continued, you're always unpredictable. She rubbed her own arm then stunned. Her face changed and quickly read her own pulse. Third Mo sensed something wrong from her facial expression. He stopped smiling and asked, what happened? Sima Yu looked at him with a face full of shock. Third Mo never saw her like that in the past. After reuniting, he too got anxious. What exactly happened? Sima Yu's body swayed and said, I can't adjust the spiritual energy in my body anymore. Third Mo was shocked from what she said. He leaped over with 2 steps, held her wrist and read her pulse. Indeed, he couldn't feel the movement of her spiritual energy. How did it go missing? Are you injured internally? He searched again and got back the same result. She didn't injure anywhere except for the fall just now when she got out. How could the spiritual energy go missing just like that? I was in seclusion when I came out. At that point of time, everything was still working fine. How did it go missing right after I came out? It was outrageous to her. It was too strange. This was too shocking. Don't be anxious. We don't know what happened to you too. Let's go ask Lin. Third Mo continued. He should know what's happening. Yeah. Sima Yu suppressed the fear in her and calmed herself down. At this point of time, 2 people flew over from afar, stopped in front of both of them, bowed and greeted Sima Yu. Miss Yu, our clan master asked us to fetch you over. Sima Yu recognized their uniform. It was almost the same as Lin's, knew that he sent people over. She remembered him saying that he would fetch her when she came out, nodded. She said, just right, I have something to ask him as well. Please lead the way. Because it was him, knowing that she would be here when she came out wasn't anything out of the ordinary. They brought them and flew around an hour plus. They ended up at the mountain before when they were going into immortal land. Lin stood on the mountain top. The wind blew along his silver hair and white shirt. The pale side face made him look as if could levitate and become an immortal anytime. The little child who grew up into an adult was standing by his side, his eyes filled with worries. Sima Yu and Third Mo went over. Having to see Sima Yu, the little helper's eyes shone with glee, looking as if she brought some hope. Lin turned his over, looked at her, smiled faintly. You're out. You don't look good. Sima Yu said. Cough. Lin coughed. The little helper quickly went up to hold him. He waved his hands, showing that he was fine, but his extra pale face didn't seem like it. Sima Yu watched helplessly. After all, she wasn't that close to him that she could go up to him and treat him right away. According to Wuling Yu, whatever they got, they would have to pay for it. That is heaven's will. It wasn't something that she could change. Did you predict anything that is against heaven? She asked. Immortal Land had an unforeseen situation the last time. Master calculated. He didn't think that injury would be that serious. It's already been over a decade. It didn't seem to get any better, the little helper answered. That's serious? Is there no way to treat it? Sima Yu questioned. This is the cycle of heaven. Lin said faintly. He didn't sound worried about his health. But he sounded helpless. Since it's the cycle of heaven, then there should be a way. Sima Yu continued. It's because you have a key opportunity and you have to pay a price with life, but also just like elements of wood, water, fire and earth, even if they clash with one another, there are also those that are in harmony. That's true, however it isn't so easily attained. At least, this is not something that a common medical expertise can solve. Lin said. At least there's a way, then you can give it a try. Sima Yu said. Lin smiled, changing the topic. Which divinator of the past generations hadn't had a taste of this before? But those things were so hard to find, they were mostly myth, and who could really find it? As time went by, the will to search gradually faded. Let's not talk about this, let's talk about you. Didn't you have something to ask me? Lin asked while smiling. You know? Sima Yu was slightly astonished. Your health isn't in good condition already. If you continue to divine, your health might not be able to hold any longer, right? Since it's something that has already happened, I just need to have a feel of it and I'll know. It won't cost me a lot. Lin said faintly. Sima Yu glanced at the little helper. His face didn't change. That means it was really fine. Then what exactly happened to me? Why is it all fine when I am inside, but when I get out, I can't seem to use my spiritual energy anymore? Because you gained too much. Lin continued, you've brought out a life form which would change the future. Naturally, you'll be punished by heaven. Sima Yu was stunned momentarily. He actually knew about this as well. But she didn't know if he was talking about Qing Yi or devil's blood. Then can it be recovered? She questioned. If she couldn't recover her spirit energy, then wouldn't she be a waste? This can be naturally healed. Lin continued, this is only a punishment to you, not an intention to kill you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get out of immortal land. How long will it take? Third Mo asked. Sima Yu was concerned with this question as well. But Lin shook his head and said, I don't know about this either, your life chart is too unusual, I'm predicting yours as how I usually predict others, I can't get any more information anymore. If I insist on predicting more, I'm afraid this frail body of mine will. Don't predict anymore. Sima Yu continued, since it can be recovered, then means it will be sooner or later. Even if I know it, I can't make it recover earlier anyway. Lin laughed, she was indeed an extraordinary lady. From the start, she was flustered, but after she knew the reason, she calmed down and was also able to see through this matter. Although I can't estimate when you can recover, what I can tell you is that heaven doesn't look at time, but at will. Maybe you can use it tomorrow, or a few years. There's no time restriction, it depends on heaven. Lin said. Then, is there any way to let it unseal for me earlier? Sima Yu asked. You'll have to find it out yourself. Alright, didn't matter if he was unsure or unwilling, after all, she couldn't get anything out of him. The thing I entrusted you earlier, how did it go? Lin indeed stopped talking about that, he changed the topic by asking about the thing he entrusted her to do in immortal land. You mean the purest water? Sima Yu took out a few bottles of water from immortal land while she was traveling, looking for water and said, purest water, without any criteria, I don't know what kind of water you want, so I brought out a few. Lin looked through, shaked his head, needless to say, all these waters weren't the purest water he was talking about. Is that all? He lifted his head and asked softly. So many of them, none of them is the one you're looking for? Sima Yu was somehow disappointed, she would bring back a bottle of water every time she saw one, she didn't expect that none of them were the one he wanted. These waters indeed look clean. But it's not the one I'm talking about. If you don't have any others, then I can't tell you about your father. Previous chapter. Wait. I have one more thing, see if this works. Sima Yu kept all the waters, took out a spirit stone that contained a few drops of tears and passed to Lin. Lin saw the spirit stone she took out and felt somehow weird, this was considered water too? But when he extended his hand and touched that spirit stone, his body trembled, the face that had always been calm showed an astonished expression for the first time. The little helper followed him for so many years and it was the first time seeing him like that, he asked surprisingly, Master, what is this? Love stone. Lin calmed himself down, this is a love stone, it has the purest water in the world inside it. The little helper got excited when he heard about the love stone and asked, Master, is this the legendary love stone? Yes, it's something we have been looking for. Lin continued, I had a premonition that you'll find the purest water, but I didn't think that you'll bring this out. Sima Yu saw their expressions and said, is this thing valuable? Maybe it's not to you, but it is to our divinator, this is something more valuable than my life. Lin continued, with it, it might be able to change this child's destiny. This can change one's destiny? Sima Yu and Third Mo were surprised that a small stone which was the size of Lin's nail could change a divinator's destiny. No, Master, it's for you. The little helper continued, I won't use that. You've only been a divinator for a short while so the damage that your body suffered isn't much yet. You have a long future ahead, this will work better on you. Lin continued, I'm already like this, using it on me will be a waste. But Master, this can treat the injury in your body. The little helper said. Master has already decided. Lin was firm, he didn't allow the little helper to disobey his words. The little helper's gaze asking for help turned to Sima Yu and said, Miss Yu, you found this, please persuade Master. His health can't be delayed anymore. Sima Yu only knew that this thing was so important to them after seeing these two bickering, if not they wouldn't push to each other. Lin, is this counted as the purest water? Yes. This is the thing that I'd hope you find. Lin said. The deal you made before, is it considered done? Sima Yu questioned again. Yes. Then my father's information. This isn't the best time to give you the information, I'll tell you when the time comes. Lin said. Sima Yu's eyes stared roundly, what? This still needs to wait? Lin smiled lightly and said, don't worry, I won't run away from the deal. Instead, other than telling you where he is, I'll also tell you an important term to finding him. Then why can't you tell me now? If I tell you now, won't you go now? Lin asked. Sima Yu was stunned for a moment. What he said was right, if he told her now, even when she couldn't use her spiritual energy now, she would still rush over. But Sima Yu didn't concede, she could find him earlier if she knew about her father's information. You're trying to say, even if you can't go, you'll get your uncles to go, is that right? Lin said. Sima Yu nodded. Uncle Lu Feng and Uncle Lu Yun, they all were looking for my father all these years. If I can tell them the information, they can go and look for him first. It's useless even if they get the information, they can't go to the place where your father is. Lin continued, only you can go there, then we can save your father. They can only be your backup. Was there even such a thing? She sighed in her heart and said, then when can you tell me? When the time comes, I'll tell you. Lin said. Really, talking to these people was like talking to the monk in her past life, keeping her guessing, talking about time and whatnot. Miss Yu. The little helper felt anxious seeing how Sima Yu and his master only talked about that but didn't try to persuade him. Sima Yu recalled how he was a little kid when she went in and grew up into an adult when she came out, she felt deeply moved. Can I ask, what does this do to you guys? I already know it can treat the injuries in your body. Lin went silent for a while and said with emotions, as everyone knows, our health is damaged by all the predictions, one of it is our health, another is our heaven's eye. Heaven's eye? Sima Yu blinked, she didn't see that they didn't have a third eye. You won't see it normally. Lin laughed lightly seeing her facial expression, he explained and continued, just like what you said, everything inhibits between the elements, there is actually something that can treat the injuries our body has. This love stone is one of it. You said earlier on that this might be able to change the little helper's destiny, what does that mean? Divinator's power and all the damage we attain are through our heaven's eye. The more things the heaven's eye sees, the higher the damage for its health will be. The little helper's heaven's eye just opened, hence there aren't many injuries sustained. By applying the tears on the love stone on his heaven's eye, it can treat the injuries he has. Lin explained. Master, I won't use this. The little helper continued, if you don't use it and I don't use it, then why don't we just return it to Miss Yu? Nonsense. Lin chided, we as the divinator, although we've attained the care from heaven, we have to pay a painful price. Now that we finally can change your life, how can you just give up on it easily? It was the first time the little helper saw his master being angry, also the first time that he was scolded by him, he turned his head aside without talking when he felt wronged at that moment. Sima Yu didn't expect that someone like Lin would also be angry, then she saw the atmosphere between the two of them, she felt rueful, both of them just want the best for each other. Lin, don't be angry, you want the best for him, he also wants the best for you, isn't it? She explained, is he still the little helper if he only wants it for himself and changes his destiny without thinking about you? The little helper bit his lower lips, wasn't that it? Lin's face cooled down, seeing the little helper's wronged face, he let out a long sigh. You both don't have to be angry with each other, this isn't something that is unsolvable. As Sima Yu spoke, she took out 2 love stones. Previous chapter. When they saw the love stone on Sima Yu's hand, the little helper sucked in a breath. Lin's expression changed as well. You actually have this as well. In this world, having a single drop is precious enough, but you actually have 3 pieces, each one with 2 drops. This really is. The little helper was already so excited that he couldn't speak. Sima Yu saw how excited they were and felt too embarrassed to mention how she had 2 more. How do you have so many love stones? Lin asked. I got all of these at a single location. Sima Yu said, you should know the origins of this, right? Lin grasped the love stone tightly in his hand. He closed his eyes and sensed for a moment. After a while, he opened his eyes with a sigh. I didn't think it would actually have come about this way. He said ruefully. However, our deal is only for this one. The other 2 are not within our previous agreement. I'm not here to use the 2 as an exchange. Sima Yu said, this is my gift for you guys. A gift for us? The little helper gasped. That's right. You guys said it, right? This isn't useful or me. On the other hand, it's extremely useful for you. Sima Yu said, if it remains with me, I'll merely be able to play around with it. I might as well give it to you. Lin watched Sima Yu and hesitated for a moment. Then, he took the 2 stones. This truly does have a large effect on us, to the extent that I am unable to refuse. However, there should be a beginning and end to everything. He will return the favor. Hehe, so you're saying that I can expect something from today. However, you don't actually have to. Back then, if not for your help, my father and I would not be alive today. Sima Yu said with a smile. It seems like you already know about what happened that year. When I was inside, Uncle Lu Feng and the others already told me. That year, when they wanted to kill me and my father, you were the one who saved us. That is why this is my gift of gratitude. Sima Yu said, it's also like you said just now. There is a beginning and end to everything. If that is so, it would be impolite to refuse. Lin said with a smile. Right, there's something that I don't understand. Why did you want me to look for the cleanest water before you were willing to tell me news about my father? Sima Yu asked. It's because you had to obtain that piece of news in order to affect the future of this world. You had to pay a fixed price to obtain it. Lin explained. My rescue of my father will affect the future of this world? Sima Yu was surprised. That her rescue of the father would affect this world was something a little hard to accept. Your rescue of your father might be your personal issue, but it is because the rescue will impact the lives of others. It might only be a small impact in the beginning, but once it reaches the later stages, it might be perilous. I wonder if this has anything to do with the butterfly effect. Sima Yu muttered. Butterfly effect? Sima Yu blinked. She recalled that this was a saying from her previous life, and there was no such thing here. She explained, what I mean is something like how a butterfly might be fluttering its wings at the beach, which may only impact the wind around it. However, once this wind continues to blow, it might result in a typhoon somewhere else. Something like that. Lin said. Sima Yu thought about it. That meant it was most likely that it would impact the ghost clan. However, hearing the way Lin said it, it definitely wasn't anything small. Small. However, no matter what happened, she wouldn't be able to stop looking. She would definitely rescue her father. The men from Heartbreak Valley are almost here. Lin said. Sima Yu saw that there were so many people around them and asked rather curiously, why did they all get transported here while Third Mo and I appeared in another place? Lin looked smilingly at the two of them, saying, in order to protect the people who got the biggest fortuitous encounters there. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. She did indeed get a big fortuitous encounter in there. That must mean that Third Mo did as well. They're here, so we should leave. Lin said, Yu, when the time comes, I will deliver the news of your father to your doorstep. During this period of time, you need not be anxious. You might as well perfect your previous vacancy. Just as he spoke, a unicorn dragging a beast cart flew from the sky, finally landing on a mountain. The little helper supported Lin up the beast cart and the unicorn beast led them away. Only Yu and Third Mo remained on the mountain. The two exchanged smiles. They had no opportunity to talk about each other. However, Third Mo knew what was going on with Sima Yu. However, he didn't have all the information. At this moment, Shimen Feng and the others flew in from far away. When they saw Sima Yu and Third Mo, they hurriedly flew over. Big sis, are you okay? Shimen Feng asked. Something's up. It's still really serious. Third Mo said, your sister might be a cripple for the rest of her life. Cripple? Shimen Feng and everyone else who came cried out. Big sis, what's wrong with you? How did you end up being a cripple? Do you have any other injuries? Shimen Feng stepped forwards and pulled Sima Yu's hand, wanting to take a look at it. Nothing much. Sima Yu said, I don't have any other injuries. I just can't use my spirit energy. You can't use your spirit energy? Why can't you use it? Boss, did you encounter any situation inside that hurt you? Yeah, boss. Did something happen? Those people cried out anxiously. Sima Yu saw how worried they were and hurriedly explained, I'm fine. Lin said that I should recover soon. But it's possible that you may not for a long time. Third Mo added on, if this really is the case, what are you if not a cripple forever? Enough, don't scare them. Sima Yu glared at him, since Lin said that I'm fine, it should be fine. Although she said that, everyone still looked extremely worried. Right, what are you guys doing here? Sima Yu asked. We received the divinator's report saying that you were here, so we came to get you. Shimen Feng said, Big sis, are you really okay? I'm fine. We should head back first. Sima Yu said, I'll explain to you guys in more detail when we're back. Alright. They left the place and found a desolate place before taking out a temporary array and heading back to Heartbreak Valley. Valley Master, Vice Valley Master, you guys are back. Why was this immortal land open for so long? Some plot twists happened, so we took a little longer. Sima Yu said, how has the valley been all these years? The valley has been great. Someone else has been waiting for your return. Someone has been waiting for my return? Sima Yu was shocked. Huh, Yu, I haven't seen you in 20 years. You haven't forgotten me, right? When she heard the familiar voice, Sima Yu didn't need to guess to know who it was. Fatty, when did you guys come into the valley? Sima Yu beamed as she saw the people come out from the valley. We've been here for a while. Fatty Chu said, who would have thought that the immortal land would open for 20 years? That's 10 years longer than the one we had. How was it? Did you get any fortuitous encounters? We encountered quite a bit. Sima Yu said, before I came back, I was wondering whether or not I would head to the academy to take a look to see if you guys were there. Who would have thought that you'd be here? Why are there only the few of you? Where are my brothers and the rest? They initially wanted to come. But you know that they have a group to look after. They're still tied up with some things at the moment. Bei Gong Tang said. Sima Yu headed over and gave Bei Gong Tang a big hug, we've never been separated for so many years before. I missed you guys so much. Bei Gong Tang patted her back, she was rather moved as well. Isn't that so? When we were in the Little Realm, we kept saying that it would have been great if you were with us. We thought that we'd be able to meet up with you the moment we got out, but we didn't think that we'd only be able to see you after more than 10 years. You're back to wearing female clothes? Has your identity been exposed? Ouyang Fei asked from his place behind the two of them. Sima Yu released Bei Gong Tang and said, because a few things happened, so my identity was accidentally revealed. Anyway, there isn't much to worry about now, so if it's female clothes then so be it. Is there really no issue? The Sage Pavilion. Wei Ziqi was a little worried. This time, they had gotten to know about a lot more powers and were more knowledgeable about the continent. The more they knew about the Sage Pavilion, the more worried they were for Sima Yu. No problem. Sima Yu said, when did I ever do anything I wasn't certain of? That's true. Wei Ziqi and the others nodded. Yu, let me tell you. Bei Gongtang grabbed onto Sima Yu's hand and her expression suddenly changed. Why can't I sense your spirit energy? What? The disciples of the valley, along with Fatty Chu and the others, cried out loudly. Yu, how did you lose your spirit energy? Fatty Chu and the others were anxious. The initially joyful atmosphere took a sharp turn. Yu, what's going on? How did you? Guys, relax. This is just temporary. I'll recover soon. Sima Yu said. Just what is going on? Ouyang Fei said with furrowed eyebrows. It's just because I did something that I shouldn't have done, which might impact things in the future, so the heavenly law gave me a punishment. Sima Yu said. How could that be? Everyone's eyes bulged. They had never heard of something like this happening before. Do you know about Yinlin? Bei Gongtang and the others nodded. This time in the Little Realm, they had heard others mention about an extremely powerful divinator. I didn't at first, but Yinlin told me. Sima Yu said, he said that I don't need to worry about it. Whenever the heavenly law feels it's right, they will take away the suppression. When she said this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Since Yinlin had said that it would be fine, it really would be fine. Once the tension had cleared, Fatty Chu grew curious again. He came to Sima Yu's side and placed a hand on her shoulder. However, once he did that, countless eyes glared daggers at him, causing him to become aware that Sima Yu was female, so he placed his hand down. Yu, just what heaven-defying thing did you do that the heavenly law would actually seal your spirit energy again as punishment? Everyone's eyes were trained on her, so she smiled, saying, I'm not too sure myself. Yinlin didn't say it clearly. He only said that this was the reason why. Alright, let's not tarry here. Everyone should continue doing what they were doing. Those who should rest, please do so. Everyone's been tired these few days, so after you're done resting, let's party. Alright. The Heartbreak Valley men were elated. They just loved to party, and would party without a care or worry. Let's go prepare the necessary ingredients. The married women in Heartbreak Valley said. Okay. Thank you for the trouble. Sima Yu said with a smile. What trouble is there? Everyone was waiting for you to return. In the past, I felt like those from Bloodfiend City would just fight and create a ruckus all day. When you left, we finally knew that we were used to that sort of noisy environment. Alright, Vice Valley Master. Let's go prepare our things. Alright. Everyone dispersed quickly, leaving only Yu and the others behind. Yu, do you want to rest as well? Bei Gongtang asked. I've just been in closed-door cultivation the whole time I was out. I'm not tired at all. We've finally gathered after so long, how could I not properly reminisce on the old days? Let's go, we'll continue the conversation once we're back at the courtyard. I'm extremely interested in what you guys have been up to. You guys have really grown a lot stronger. We're also curious about what happened with you. We want to know just what you've done that even the heavenly law couldn't stand. Wei Ziqi said with a smile. Fatty Chu and Ouyang Fei nodded. They really were very curious. Nothing much, actually. I just took 2 things out. Sima Yu said. Things? What things? It even moved the heavenly law. Bei Gongtang asked. Don't be anxious, I'll tell you slowly. It's because I don't know which one it is, or whether it's because I bought them both out. Which one? Fatty Chu cried out, heavens, you even ravaged the immortal land. Let's go, I'll tell you more when we're back. Little Spirit has had many things to tinker with these few years. After not seeing those guys for so many years, I've rather missed them. Should we continue this in the Spirit Pagoda? Alright. Sima Yu took them back to her courtyard. After 20 years, her courtyard still remained relatively similar to how it was before she left. Someone would come by to sweep it every day, so there wasn't a single speck of dust. Due to their request, she took them into her Spirit Pagoda and got Little Spirit to prepare some wine. She and Bei Gongtang prepared some side dishes and everyone ate and drank while recounting what happened all these years. What happened to Bei Gongtang and the others were relatively straightforward. They found some treasure in the Little Realm and snatched some fortuitous opportunities. It was pretty similar to the experiences of others. However, it was not the same for Sima Yu. Every incident of hers was hair-raising. As they listened, all 4 of them were stunned. So you're saying that your spirit energy was sealed away possibly due to you taking out Qing Yi or Little Black? Ouyang Fei said. Yinlin merely said that what I took out would influence what happens in the future. He didn't say what it was, so I have no idea which one it is. Woof woof dash. Little Black ran in front of Sima Yu and cried out twice, scaring her till the wine cup in her hand dropped on the table before her. Woof 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 dash. Little Black barked 3 times, and black lines were going to fill Sima Yu's head by now. She slapped the table with both hands, shouting, Little Roar, you better get over here. After a few seconds, Little Dream finally carried Little Roar and appeared in front of her. You're messing around again. Sima Yu glared at Little Roar, who was held inside Little Dream's embrace. It was my idea. Little Dream said. Sima Yu looked at the both of them. With a single thought, Little Roar appeared inside her arms. She stretched out both hands and started to rub Little Roar's head non-stop, saying through gritted teeth, Little Black is not a dog, so why the hell did you teach him how to bark like one? Little Dream was helpless. It looked like she couldn't con you. Little Roar's face was changing under Sima Yu's claws. He waved his little paws, trying to push her hands away, but his helpless paws were too short and therefore completely useless. You, I didn't do it. Although his legs were short, Little Roar didn't give up trying to resist. You're still denying it? Apart from you, who else here would do these kinds of things? Sima Yu pinched him and pinched him again. Although she knew that Sima Yu wouldn't really do anything to Little Roar, her heart still ached. She stepped forward and took Little Roar back. Little Roar hurriedly took a few breaths after managing to escape her claws. A raging Yu was really too scary. It really wasn't me. He tried to defend himself, I just tossed him into a pack of dogs for 2 years. Sima Yu's expression turned even darker. He clearly knew that Little Black's intelligence had dipped along with the ceiling of his strength. Seeing that it looked similar to those barking dogs, it would have been weird if he didn't learn the wrong things. Woof 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 dash. Little Black was upset that Sima Yu was ignoring him, so he opened his mouth to bite the edge of her skirt. Sima Yu picked him up and said, Little Black, you are devil's blood. You're a heaven-defying existence. You're not a dog. Do not bark like one. Woof 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 dash. Little Black cried out twice, but he was still barking. Don't bark like a dog. Woof 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 dash. Sima Yu glared at Little Black. She was speechless. Ha 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 dash. Fatty Chu and the others burst into laughter. They watched as Sima Yu quarreled with Little Black and felt like this was a really familiar feeling. It was only with her that they had this kind of feeling. Yu, don't be mad. It's good that Little Black is like this. Ouyang Fei said. That's right. Wei Ziqi agreed, although there are few who do know about Little Black, he truly has been sealed away right now. However, if others know about his existence and also come to know of your contract with him, they might do anything in order to exterminate him. It wouldn't be a bad thing to be able to deceive them. Sima Yu understood where he was coming from. After forming a contract with her, Devil's Blood, who wasn't killed by heaven's calamity, was an immortal. She was his one weakness. If others found out about his identity and wanted to kill him, they just had to attack her. If she was dead, he would be too. It's not like those didn't know what Wei Ziqi was saying, but she still couldn't accept Little Black barking like another dog. Little Black came out from her embrace. His little nose took a sniff and it led him right to Sima Yu's wines. His tongue lolled out for a tiny taste and he felt like it tasted good, so he bit onto the wine jar, drinking the wine down along with the jar. Everyone was stunned. It was fine if he wanted to drink the wine, but why the heck did he have to eat the jar as well? Woof 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 dash. Little Black didn't have his fill and turned around to run into Sima Yu's lapel and cried out. Sima Yu didn't understand, and this guy was learning how to bark, which made her upset. Little Black saw that Sima Yu didn't understand. He cast his gaze over to the few wine jars on the table. Bei Gong Tang smiled as she pushed her own wine jar over and he swallowed the jar again. Then, he looked at the wine jars belonging to the others. Wei Ziqi and the others pushed their own wine jars towards him, and Little Black ate it all in a similar fashion. Such a strong appetite. Fatty Chu chuckled. Sima Yu helplessly glared at Little Black as she took out a pile of wine and placed it on the ground. She casually broke the seals on them. Woof 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 dash. Little Black saw the huge pile of wine and cried out happily. He hopped out from Sima Yu's embrace, buried his head into the wine and drank away. Bei Gong Tang and Wei Ziqi took a new jar of wine, poured it and continued chatting with everyone. After not meeting for 20 years, there were many things they wanted to say to each other. As such, their chit-chat lasted for 2 to 3 days. By the time they left, the sky had already turned dark. Third Aunt Du and Auntie had taken the Valley Men and managed to prepare the necessary ingredients for the party in such a short time. With so many people, she would naturally have to be the one to prepare for the party by herself. As such, she was the lead chef to prepare for the hot pot and barbecue. Everyone else prepared the miscellaneous items. The ones involved in preparations just had to prepare the base ingredients tools. Everyone else just did their own things. Of course. The wine was the most important part. After working hard for so many years, everyone had once again returned to Heartbreak Valley. Their attitudes were different from before. If, in the past, everyone may have just treated this place as a stopover and just treated the sect as a shelter, everyone now felt that this place was their home. Now, it was no longer just for the sake of safety. They truly wanted to protect this place. Everyone ate and drank till late at night when, suddenly, a portal opened in space and out stepped Sima Yulin, Sima Yuming and the others. Sima Yu had once left a temporary array in the valley. She thought that if her brothers had it, they would be able to head here directly. She didn't expect that they would really use it. When they saw Sima Yu in female clothing, Sima Yuming and the others somewhat couldn't come to their senses. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother, Yulin. You're here. Sima Yu saw them and wanted to fly forward to welcome them. However, she forgot that she no longer had any spirit energy. Sima Yulu and the others flew down and hugged Sima Yu, saying, "Little sis, we finally got to meet you. We missed you like crazy. Fourth brother, you're squishing me." Sima Yu patted Sima Yuli's back, getting him to release her. Sima Yuming and the others saw this and thought that she was teasing Sima Yulu. Meanwhile, Sima Yulu was more crude in general, so he didn't notice her condition. Sima Yulu released her and only then did she manage to catch her breath. She smiled at everyone, saying, "Brothers, what are you doing here? We saw that our academy mates had returned, so we thought that you were probably back as well." Sima Yuming explained, "What, you guys are even celebrating?" "That's right. Since you're already here, let's talk about whatever it is once we're back. Let's first eat and drink well," Sima Yu said. Sima Yulu looked around and said, "Why don't I see grandfather or Aunt Yu and the others?" Grandfather, Aunt Lan and Aunt Yu along with Bei Gong's brother managed to absorb quite a bit of spirit energy in the immortal land, so they're inside in closed-door cultivation. Sima Yu said, "Come, let's party." Previous chapter. On this night, nobody from Heartbreak Valley rested. They ate and drank all the way till daylight. Sima Yu did not have any spirit energy and her body was much weaker. Since she didn't get to rest these 2 days, she was extremely tired. That was why she waited for everyone to leave before she finally went back to rest. Before Sima Yulin left, he noticed that she kept on yawning. That was why, when she had gone, he asked the others, "Do you guys feel like something is different about Yu? There does seem to be a difference." Sima Yuming said, "It feels like she's become a normal person. Yu's spirit energy has been sealed, so she's now the same as any ordinary person." Bei Gong Tang said. "What?" Her brothers cried out, "How did that happen?" "Don't be too anxious, Yin Lin said that Yu would be fine," Fatty Chu said. "Really?" Sima Yulin didn't quite believe him. Ever her spirit energy had been sealed away. How was that fine? If it was Yu who said it, we wouldn't have believed it either. However, Yin Lin really did say that. Wei Ziqi said, "I have asked Brother Feng. Yin Lin definitely did say this." "That's fine, then." Sima Yuming and the others let out a breath. They knew Yin Lin as well. Since he said that it was fine, it would really be alright. If Sima Yu heard these words, she would probably be depressed. What did they mean when they said they wouldn't have believed her? Were her words that unreliable? "Do you guys know what happened?" Sima Yuchi asked. "Yeah, Yu told us." "Tell us, then." "Alright." Sima Yu slept all the way till late at night. Finally, it was the growling of her stomach that woke her up. She rubbed her belly with her hand and sighed, "I don't have spirit energy, so I'm like the average person. I feel sleepy and hungry again. This isn't a bad feeling." She rolled around for the bed a little longer until she was really too hungry and couldn't help but crawl up to search for food. The moment she opened her door, she saw Sima Yulin and the others talking inside her courtyard. "What are you guys doing here?" she asked suspiciously. "You don't have any spirit energy." "Energy, but can you not sense anything anymore either?" Sima Yuchi walked over and asked as he grabbed onto her wrist. "I can, but I was a little lazy, so I stopped scanning the area once I returned to the courtyard." In order to keep things simple, she casually said this sentence. "It's good that your body is fine." Sima Yuchi let go of her wrist. Sima Yu walked over, but she didn't see Bei Gong Tang. "Where's Bei Gong? She told us just now that you would probably wake up when you were hungry, so she went to cook something," Fatty Chu said. "Great." Sima Yu sat in front of the stone table, waiting for Bei Gong to bring her something to eat. The others looked at her as she rubbed her face, asking, "Is there something on my face?" "Little sis, don't worry. Since Yin Lin said that you would be fine, you will be fine," Sima Yu said. Sima Yu didn't know why they would suddenly say this. "I'm not worried, though." "Really?" "Of course." Sima Yu said with a smile, "Although I can't use my spirit energy, it's not necessarily a bad thing." "Why do you say that?" Fatty Chu's thoughts were also one step behind everyone else's. "I've been going too fast these years, chasing after the next level to become stronger. There are many things that I haven't been able to complete. To put it simply, I haven't gone deep enough." Sima Yu said, "Now that I don't have to put in effort into my raw strength, I can take the opportunity to think about the previous things. I can plan the path ahead and stabilize my frame of mind." "It's good that you're able to think that way." Sima Yulin and the others were initially worried that her light-hearted attitude from before was just a facade. Hearing her now, they realized that she really wasn't that anxious. In that case, they didn't have to worry about her. Although it might delay her for a few years, this might end up being a good thing. There were always two sides to a coin, right? "Why isn't Bei Gong here yet? I'm going to starve to death." She rubbed her belly. Sigh, although hunger was a basic part of life, it really felt uncomfortable to be hungry. "I could hear you guys from downstairs." Bei Gong Tang came up from the mountain and smiled as she pushed open the door to her courtyard. Sima Yu saw Bei Gong Tang and her eyes lit up. When Bei Gong Tang saw her expression, she shook her head with a smile. She came to the side of the table and, with a wave of her hand, 4 different dishes and a bowl of rice appeared in front of everyone. Sima Yu excitedly took the chopsticks, picked up an emerald vegetable and ate it. Bei Gong's cooking is getting increasingly delicious. This dish is really good. It's not that my skills have improved, it's just that you're too hungry. Bei Gong Tang said, "In the past, although you ate these things often, you weren't actually hungry. You were eating for the sake of it. It's different from the way you are now." Sima Yu swallowed the vegetable and sighed. I didn't think that I would ever in this life be able to taste the heavenly taste of food that only comes with a hungry stomach. Honestly though, it isn't a nice feeling. I already told Aunt E and the others. From now on, you will get 3 meals a day. They will cook for you. Bei Gong Tang said. Aunt Yi's cooking skills aren't bad. Sima Yu said, if it's anyone else, let's just forget it. Aunt E said that she would cook for you personally every day. So you should just eat it obediently. Don't worry about those unnecessary things. Sigh. Sima Yu sighed deeply as she emptied the contents of the 4 dishes along with her bowl of rice. No way, you actually ate everything by yourself? You're not able to use any spirit energy now, you know. Don't get indigestion. Fatty Chu said. Sima Yu rubbed her belly and said, I don't feel like I ate too much. I feel like I would still be able to eat even 2 more big bowls of food. When did your appetite grow so much? Sima Yu was a little surprised as well. I got used to eating a lot of food when I had spirit energy. That I'm still able to eat this much even without spirit energy is a little strange. Could it be that I'm naturally a food dump? Your appetite didn't used to be so big. Sima Yuming exposed her. When you first started cultivating, you didn't have that big of an appetite. It's possible that it changed because of your physique. Sima Yulin said, your body doesn't stand out, but your strength is nothing to look down on. Your ability to consume would naturally be great. You used to be able to use spirit skills, so it wasn't obvious. Now that you don't have any spirit skills, you can only use food to nourish yourself. Everyone thought about it and agreed that it was very possible. However, she didn't like this theory. So you're saying that I have to eat a lot in order to be able to fulfill my body's needs? Wouldn't I be doing nothing but eating all day then? When they saw how speechless Sima Yu was, everyone was beside themselves with laughter. Yu, it's fine. Even if you do nothing but eat all day, Heartbreak Valley can still provide for you. Fatty Chu laughed as he slapped his thigh. A few black lines streaked the side of Sima Yu's head. These laughing guys were really skiing for it. Every single person was laughing, but Bei Gong was a little better. She didn't laugh at her. However, when she cast her gaze to Bei Gong stepped backwards, hurriedly waving her arm saying, if you eat like this, there's no way I can help to cook for you. You should look for someone else. She really took her seriously. Sima Yu pushed the plates away before climbing onto the table with a roar. She pouted, you guys are the worst. We just got reunited but you're all laughing at me. Have you no conscience? What is a conscience? Can you eat it? Fatty Chu burst into laughter. Sima Yu turned around to glare at him, saying, do you believe that I'll eat you up? I believe you, not. You can't catch me now. Fatty Chu stuck his tongue out in response to Yu's glare. Sima Yu saw that Fatty Chu was actually sticking his tongue out at her and she casually picked up a bowl and tossed it at him. The speed at which the bowl flew shocked everyone. Although she had no spirit energy, her raw power was still the same. However, it's because she tossed it at Fatty who had refined his body as well, so this bit of power wouldn't hurt him. As expected, Fatty Chu merely stuck out a hand and stopped the bow. Then, he tossed it and the bowl landed back on the table. He said, beaming, you don't even have spirit energy but you're still so powerful. It's a good thing that it was me. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to catch this. It seems like you've trained rather well. Sima Yu said. Of course. Although I wasn't with you, we didn't loosen up a single bit. We knew that you'd definitely be stronger. Fatty Chu said what everyone else was thinking. But when will you be able to recover? Sima Yu looked at her worriedly. Although it was good for her to rest now and then, it wouldn't be good for her to continue this way. Sima Yu shook her head. Yin Lin really didn't say. You guys know divinators. They love keeping things abstract. They always say, the mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed. But you can't go about your days without peace. What if 300 to 500 years go by? What will we do then? Sima Yu said. Alright, even I'm not worried. You guys don't have to worry either. Yin Lin said that he would tell me news about my parents soon, so I should recover soon as well. Enough. Sima Yu waved her hands, telling them not to worry. What do you plan to do till then? Sima Yulin asked. Without spirit energy, there's nothing much I can do. Sima Yu said, I plan to use this time to read some books, eat some food. We'll see whether or not I can bring my spirit energy back through nourishment. Who knows, I might be able to. This made everyone else speechless. This girl was doing weird things again. Then do you have any books you want to read? I can bring them back for you. Sima Yu asked. No need, I plan to read some books about cultivation. Sima Yu said, right, now that we're on this topic. Fatty Chu, I'll give you a book later on. It'll definitely be useful for you. Alright. Sima Yu then turned to look at her brothers and asked, is there anything you guys want to learn? I can teach you guys. Us? Her brothers were stunned. Yeah. I was too busy before, so although I got so many things, I didn't have the time to ask you. Sima Yu said, I have time now, so you just need to give me a bit of time if you want to learn anything. Of course, I don't know how to refine tools. If we only learn it now, would it be too late? Sima Yuming asked. Others started learning ever since they were children, while they were now 60 to 70 years old. It was a little too late. Not really, in the whole span of life, what are these few years? Sima Yu said, anyway, if you learn it now, you have your own advantages. What advantages do we have? Sima Yu thought about it. He had never had any kind of talent. Sima Yu sat straight and said to them, these few years, I have been continually strengthening your souls and mental energy. With a strengthened mental energy, you can remember things quicker. Although it's not imprinted immediately, you will be able to remember it after seeing it a few times. That's true. Sima Yu said. With a strengthened mental energy, they should be able to remember things much quicker. Also, with a stronger soul, your control should be better. Let's talk about refining, for example, it will be much easier to control this. Sima Yu said, your mental strengths surpass the average person, so even if you only start now, it's not too late. Sharpening the blade won't slow down the chopping of wood. Everyone thought about it. This was indeed the case. Yu is right. Even if you start now, you have your own benefits. Wei Ziqi said. If you guys want to learn how to refine tools, you can look for me. Although I'm not that good, I'm still acquainted with the foundations. Fatty Chu said, you can learn everything else from Yu. She's much better in those other areas. Sima Yuming and the others thought about it and figured that they might as well give it a shot. To pick up a new skill in their free time wasn't a bad idea. Then it's settled. Sima Yu said, Sai, why is it that we just chatted for a bit but I'm already hungry? Yu can't keep eating like this. Sima Yulin saw that she had taken out some spirit fruits to munch on, why don't you try eating pills? They're more nourishing. Maybe you won't have to keep eating non-stop. Sima Yu thought about it, that makes sense. Bei Gong, you guys can help me refine a few pills once we're back. It'll be good if those can fill me up. Alright. Bei Gong Tang agreed. Refining pills was a lot better than having to cook for her every day. In the later days, the Sima brothers began locking themselves in the spirit pagoda to study. If Sima Yu was outside and they had something they didn't know, they could ask her anytime. She just had to send out a thread of consciousness. She let Fatty Chu take a look at the personal letter of the tool refinement. When he saw that ladder, Fatty Chu could see the value immediately. He was so excited that he almost hugged Sima Yu and spun her around. It was a good thing that he managed to control himself in the end. Otherwise, her brothers who were nearby might have beaten him up. A few days later, the upper ranks of Heartbreak Valley held a meeting. She, who was always absent, actually went to attend it for once. Everyone was rather surprised to see her. Nine finally asked, Boss, what are you doing here today? I knew that you guys were having a meeting so I came to listen in. Sima Yu casually found a chair to sit in, saying, you guys can continue. Just ignore me. Previous Shimin Fong smiled as he looked at his elder sister, who was munching on a spirit fruit. There were smiles in others' eyes as well, but at the same time, they felt sorry for her. She used to shake the whole world, but now she had to eat meals every day. Although they knew it was temporary, they still felt sorry for her. Sima Yu saw how everyone looked at the spirit fruit in her hand and said helplessly, I'm more hungry than usual, eating pills is tasteless. Just ignore me. Ahem, elder sister, is there a problem? Shimin Fong asked. I saw the information that Old Bai sent over, I heard that you guys had a meeting today, so I just wanted to sit in to listen. Sima Yu said. There's so much information. You actually finished reading it? Bai Sheng asked in doubt. Those were 2 stacks with the height of 1 meter of accounts and data, but she finished reading all of it in just 2 days? I finished reading it. Sima Yu continued, 2 days is enough to finish reading it. Perverse genius. Bai Sheng ridiculed quietly in his heart. The data was sent over on the 2nd day he came back and he took 4 to 5 days to finish reading it before passing it to Shimin Fong, who took another 5 to 6 days to read it. When it got into her hands, she finished reading it in 2 days. However, come to think of it, she was mentally strong. It was a piece of cake for her to read 10 lines at a glance, so it was normal for her to be this fast. She had always been a perverse genius. Since elder sister has already read all the accounts and information, what do you think of it? Shimin Fong asked. What do I think of it? I do have something. Sima Yu continued, firstly, I have to praise Old Bai for getting Lu Liangkai to manage business, he's indeed talented. He actually doubled our shops in the 20 over years that we were gone. Although there was support from the Alchemist Guild, Divine Devil Valley and Qin Clan support, without his lead, we won't be able to get such results. Lu Liangkai is indeed a genius in business. Shimin Fong said agreeingly, we really have to thank Old Bai for that. Lu Liangkai was from Blood Fiend City last time, and he had known Lao Bai long ago. When Old Bai was looking for someone to manage the business, he had asked directly for him. Sima Yu and the rest didn't know him from the start. When they saw him, he was skinny and small, and they wondered whether or not he would qualify for this role. However, because Old Bai's trusted him, she and Shimin Fong didn't oppose it. They didn't think that they would be surprised with this when they came back. Oh right, why didn't I see him? Sima Yu asked. He went out 2 days ago. He said that something has happened in the Eastern Ridge. Bai Sheng creased his brows as he spoke. Shimin Fong stared at him. When he saw his frown, he asked, what happened? Before Liang Kai left, he said the situation there was a little odd, as if something had happened in that city. However, he said he doesn't know what exactly happened. There hasn't been any news this past 2 days either. Bai Sheng said. Follow the situation there closely. The clan will fully support if there is any need. Shimin Fong said. Yes, Valley Master. Bai Sheng responded. At this point of time, no one ever thought of what happened in the Eastern Ridge. They didn't expect that the situation there would be serious, so no one put a thought into it, even Bai Sheng. Other than praising Lu Yongkai, elder sister, do you have any other opinion? Shimin Feng questioned. This is your meeting, I'll just listen in. Sima Yu said. We're discussing about how to deal with Yin Yang Palace and Zhongzhen clan. Shimin Feng continued, their members were fully wiped out in Immortal Lan and the members outside in both clans aren't idling around either, they go around causing destruction. Everyone thought that the Zhongzhen clan would be exterminated, but we're not sure where they got their support from. They've been fighting with the Yin Yang Palace for so long but they still haven't gotten exterminated. Shimin Feng was unsure how much Sima Yu knew about the situation regarding Zhongzhen clan and Yin Yang Palace, so he explained briefly. Sima Yu only saw the information regarding the shops from Yin Yang Palace and Zhongzhen clan and she wasn't aware of these information. She recalled about the shady force in the inner regions after hearing what Shimin Feng said. In the recent decades, there were many things regarding that force, so she subconsciously thought about that when she heard about some unknown supporting Zhongzhen clan. What force were they exactly? They kept getting involved in these matters, so just what were their motives? Vice Valley Master, what's your view on this? Feng Kai's voice pulled her out of her deep thought. When she came back to senses, she realized that her spirit fruit was resting on her mouth for a while now. She put down her spirit fruit and said, I think, since they're fighting with each other, then we shall not rush to attack them. And according to what you guys said just now, since the Zhongzhen clan has someone backing them, the Yin Yang Palace should have some backup as well. Otherwise, their fight with the power backing the Zhongzhen clan would not have been able to last so long. We think so too. Then what should we do after that? Since our business is developing well, then let's take advantage of their shops. Sima Yu continued, I believe it's not hard for you guys, right? Fenger, what do you think? Actually, we've already been discussing for a while before you came. Shimin Feng continued, the result of what we discussed was almost the same as yours. We intend to tackle their business and eat up their roots of resources. Since you guys are already done discussing, then why ask for my opinion? Sima Yu glanced at everyone. Don't we just want to know what you think? Feng Kai continued, since everyone has agreed to do this, then we can formulate a plan. Sima Yu taught them how to formulate a plan. She showed them in the past when she had first established her group. I think it's better to talk about it when Lu Langkai comes back. Sima Yu continued, you guys don't have his sense of business, and you guys don't know both the economy of those two forces as much as him. True. Bai Sheng continued, we shall plan the initial plan first, then talk about it when Liang Kai comes back. Sure. At this time, a guard came in and bowed to Shimin Feng and said, Valley Master, someone outside Heartbreak Valley said he is from Armament Masters Guild and requests to see Vice Valley Master. Members of the Armament Masters Guild want to see me? Sima Yu blanked, then thought of Xiao Hong and said, give him a one-time antidote and bring him in. Yes, Vice Valley Master. That guard went back, very quickly, he brought a guy in. I'm Xiao Yi, Little Miss Guard. Xiao Yi bowed to Sima Yu after coming in, he self-introduced, Miss Yu, our young miss asked me to bring you something. Previous. Xiao Yi took out a box, Sima Yu went over to open it and saw an invitation card and a sound stone lying in it. Sima Yu looked at the sound stone helplessly, this thing needed spiritual energy to listen to the contents, but she didn't have spiritual energy now to even open it. She passed the sound stone helplessly to Dai Yi, sorry for the trouble. She suddenly thought of something and turned to Xiao Yi, she didn't say that I have to listen to this on my own, right? Xiao Yi blanked, thought about it and said, no. Then it's all good. Dai Yi, come. Sima Yu said. Dai Yi imbued some spiritual energy in and Xiao Hong's voice came from inside. Yu, did you miss me so long after we separated? Oh my god, I miss you so much. I'm thinking that if I miss you this much, you'll definitely miss me too. Hee hee. Ahem. Sima Yu stared at them, those guys were teasing her again. I know you miss me too, but you're so busy that you won't have time to play. But today, I want to tell you something. You better not reject it. Xiao Hong's voice continued, did you see the invitation card in the box? That is an invitation to my father's successor ceremony, I now officially invite you to join us. This invitation is handwritten by my father, you better not reject it. We'll meet in 2 months. I look forward to it. Xiao Hong's voice ended here, the sound stone went quiet again. Sima Yu held the invitation card, opened it up and took a look, inside it was written that He Chen Dong's successor ceremony would be in 2 months' time. It invited her and Heartbreak Valley's members to attend the ceremony. She put down the invitation card and said, we will accept this invitation card and will go on time. But I'm curious, since we all just came out from Immortal Land, why the rush in holding a successor ceremony? Although Xiao Yi was curious why Sima Yu needed Dai Yi to start the sound stone, he heard from people that came back from Immortal Land about how Sima Yu was so powerful, so he kind of knew how she was like. Even if he didn't believe how powerful she was, the changes on Xiao Hong's body couldn't be made up. They noticed her changes when she came back from Immortal Land because that change was too obvious. It's like this. Previously, our president was killed in a robbery. Xiao Yi continued, our group currently has no leader, that's why they rushed to get the vice president to be the successor. Your president was killed? When did it happen? Everyone on the scene was shocked, there was no news about it at all. A few months back. Xiao Yi continued, there were a few tries previously but weren't successful. But this time. Do you know who did it? Shimin Feng questioned. We've some leads, but it's still under investigation. Xiao Yi replied. Sima Yu could tell it was an official response, meaning that this was insider's information which couldn't be leaked. Everyone was wise enough to understand that. Since you've come here from afar, stay a few days with us here. Let an E keep you company and have a few drinks. Sima Yu said now. Members of the guild have always been curious about Heartbreak Valley. Since Miss Yu requested, I shall refuse to be impolite. Xiao Yi responded. Feng Kai, Shurchen, and E, you three keep our guest company and give him a tour around the valley, then have a good drink. Sima Yu threw a glance at them and they understood straight away. Ni came forward, he pulled Xiao Yi's shoulder, laughing and said, Big brother Xiao, we never had an outsider in Heartbreak Valley before. I must tell you, the scenery here is very beautiful, others won't even get to see it. I must be lucky. Xiao Yi said. You are. Let me tell you, other than great scenery here, we also have great wine. Fruit wine from Memory Restaurant, have you ever heard of it? You can drink whichever you want and as much as you want, you can even bring some back to your friends. Ni left with Xiao Yi, Sima Yu was preparing to keep the invitation card and sound stone. Vice Valley Master, can I take a look at the invitation card? Bai Sheng voiced out. Sure. Sima Yu gave it a toss and the invitation card landed in Bai Sheng's hand. Even without spiritual energy, this was nothing to her. Bai Sheng fetched the invitation card and took a detailed look. Old Bai, is there something with the invitation card? Feng Zhi asked as he sat below him, seeing him looking at the invitation card over and over. I heard that the Armament Master Guild's invitation card is categorized by ranking, I want to see what's the rank of Vice Valley Master. Bai Sheng said. Oh. What's my rank? Sima Yu got curious too. Even though it's not the highest ranking special guest invitation card, it's still second to being VIP. Bai Sheng continued, seems like Yi Dong sees highly of you. Although it said to invite her and Heartbreak Valley members, everyone knew that he was primarily inviting her and conveniently inviting Heartbreak Valley members. If not, her name wouldn't be in front of Heartbreak Valley. Boss, who do you intend to bring with you? Dai Yi asked. Those who want to go can go. How about it, do you want to follow me and see how the Armament Master Guild's President Successor ceremony will be conducted? Sima Yu asked smilingly. Forget it. We're not interested in those things. Hong Wu and the rest shook their heads, also, we have too many foes, if we go, we might bring you trouble. I'm not going to. Yu Si said. Really? It's not like we never seen how Yi Dong looks like, this kind of occasion doesn't suit us. Feng Zhi said. That's right. Sima Yu shrugged her shoulders and said, alright, you guys have already seen the world. You're different from us. I'll bring those who haven't seen the world, like me. You want to bring Bei Gong Tang and the rest with you? Shimin Feng asked. I'll ask them later and see if they're willing to go. If they don't want to, then I'll go by myself. Sima Yu said. I'll be worried if it's just the few of you. Shimin Feng continued, the Armament Masters Guild's President Successor ceremony will definitely invite many forces, then everyone will be mixed around. Furthermore, you don't have spiritual energy now, they can't protect you if something happens to you. I also have my master to guard me. Sima Yu said. They are all in Little Realm, how are you going to open Little Realm without spiritual energy? Sima Yu stared blankly. Oh right, how did she forget about this? Luckily, Wu Lamai and Shui Qingman already brought Little 11 back. Otherwise, they would be trapped inside too. As for the guards of the Feng clan, they were living in there happily. If that's the case, Old Bai, can you go with me? Since you're so powerful, you will definitely be able to keep me safe. Right, Old Bai? Sima Yu smiled while looking at Bai Sheng, who was in a daze. No one had seen Old Bai acting like that before. If he agreed, there might be something interested to see. Bai Sheng's facial expression was a little odd, he hesitated and said, since you already put it this way, then I'll go with you. Great. Deal. Sima Yu kept the items and said, then I'll just let you handle everything. I'll go find Fatty and the rest to ask them for their opinion. Alright, go ahead. Shimin Feng said. The reason why she came here was to tell them that it wasn't the time to suppress their military force for now. It was the best to step up on the economic side of things. Since she now knew that was what they thought as well, she could wash her hands off this. If anyone else said it, they might not have been able to understand. However, they knew how busy she was, and how tiring it was for her. They couldn't wait for her to take a rest without having to handle so many problems. She even requested for these accounts, that was why Bai Sheng sent it over. When she left, they continued to discuss, but she wouldn't need to worry about the plans afterwards. This place was filled with geniuses. She smelled food when she went back to the courtyard. Even though she had just eaten a spirit fruit, once she smelled the delicious smell, she felt the glutton in her acting up again. She pushed the door open into the courtyard and went into the kitchen where she saw Bei Gong Tang cooking and Wei Ziqi and a few of them were talking. When they saw her, they smiled and greeted her. Sima Yu leaned on the side of the door with her arms folded in front. Looking at everyone, it was as if she had gone back to Imperial Academy and just got to know them, those times where they just cooked in the small kitchen in the courtyard. The only difference was that the chef was her, and not Bei Gong Tang. In a flash, these were 30-40 years ago. Do you still remember when we first got to know each other? She asked with sighing emotionally. How could I forget? Wei Ziqi continued, Fatty's nose is the sharpest, he gets tangled when you cook in the kitchen. I've no immunity when it comes to food. Fatty Chu continued, Yu, the food you made smelled so nice, and our relationship wasn't that close. I became greedy every time I smelled the food you made. But I didn't dare to approach you, in fear of getting beaten up by you. Are you afraid of getting beaten up, or losing your innocence? Sima Yu walked over and sat down. That time when you saw me, you looked at me as if I was going to eat you up. If you really want to eat me up, I'm more than willing now. Fatty Chu said as he lifted his chin looking like she violated him. Go away. Wei Ziqi knocked his head, not letting him take advantage of Sima Yu. But at that time, your reputation wasn't good, it was normal for everyone to be afraid of you. Ouyang Fei said. Then why weren't the few of you afraid? Sima Yu held up her bowl and chopsticks and started to eat. That time Ouyang and Bei Gong were like 2 blocks of ice. If it wasn't for me who was so passionate, how would I be able to melt your ice-cold heart? Fatty Chu said proudly. Shameless, did you really melt their heart that time? Wei Ziqi didn't feel like talking about him anymore. His skin had thickened as he aged. Although everybody wasn't familiar with each other at that time, we were all good. It wasn't easy for us to be like how we are now. Sima Yu said. Sima Yulin sat by the side and had tea while listening to their chatterings. He couldn't say anything about Dongqing Kingdom, but he was willing to listen. Oh right, I've got something to discuss with you guys. Sima Yu said as she took out Armament Masters Guild's invitation card. Invitation card? Who invited us out to play? Fatty Chu asked. Wei Ziqi opened up the invitation card and read out the content on it. The Armament Masters Guild has invited you to join the succession ceremony? Yes. Sima Yu continued, they don't want to go with me, do you guys want to? Sounds good. Fatty Chu agreed without hesitation, he liked lively places. Who do you intend to bring with you? Sima Yulin asked. Only Old Bai. Sima Yu said, actually I didn't want Old Bai to go. After all, he has so many things to do in the valley. However, I saw his expression change after seeing the invitation card and I think he must be hiding something regarding Armament Masters Guild. So I decided to bring him along. No one else? Nope. See if you guys want to tag along. Sima Yu said. Of course I'll go. This kind of eye-opening ceremony can increase our experiences. Fatty Chu said. What about you guys? Sima Yu asked the rest. We're one, of course I'll go if you guys go. Wei Ziqi continued, but we aren't that strong, your spiritual energy can't be used, and you're only bringing Old Bai alone. Wouldn't it be too dangerous? Although I can't use Little Realm, I still can use Spirit Pagoda. Bird Clan and Elder are there. If there's anything, I'll call for them. Sima Yu continued, if it doesn't work, then it'll be useless even if I bring more people. Everyone thought so too, if those elders couldn't settle it, it would be useless bringing more people anyway. I feel that I should go and prepare more Thunderbolt bullets. In the event we can't make it, at least the Thunderbolt bullets can give us some time. Fatty Chu said. Great, you should prepare some more. Since this thing can be put in use anytime, be prepared just in case. Sima Yu said. It just happens that I can use the refining method written in the letter. Let's see if it will be upgraded. Fatty Chu continued, I can't stop once I start thinking about it. Yu, let me in quick, I want to make it. Fatty Chu always did what he wanted to do. Now that he thought about using the new method to refine Thunderbolt bullets, he was itching for it. Sima Yu knew how his character was and transported him into the Spirit Pagoda. At the same time, Feng Kai, Shi Chen and Nie brought Xiao Yi around Heartbreak Valley. When he saw those poison creatures and poison barriers, and thought about how they actually built a clan here, his respect for them gained. As far as he knew, no one could stay here for long. They were the first in history. Seeing how those poison creatures were scared and friendly to them, he was amazed. They brought him to a cliff. From the view there, it was just right for them to watch the sun set. The scenery was beautiful, therefore they stopped here. How can a nice scenery like that not be accompanied by a good wine? Shi Chen took out 4 bottles of fruit wine. The fruit wine was contained in a bottle that was similar to a beer bottle for convenience's sake. This beer bottle was made with reference to Sima Yu's past life. It was specially refined for this kind of situation where they wouldn't have to take a sip from a big container, spoiling the scenery. A few bottles of wine later, Xiao Yi felt tipsy and floaty. They didn't think that they would be able to drink such great wine from Memory Restaurant. This trip down to send an invitation card was worth it. Shi Chen and Xiao Yi clinked their bottle and said, Big brother Xiao, I have been thinking about something for a while now, I want to ask you about it, I wonder if it's appropriate for me to ask. That night, Sima Yu waited for Shi Chen in her courtyard. When Shi Chen came in, Sima Yu was having some tea. Placed opposite her was a cup of tea that was freshly brewed. He smiled knowingly and sat across her, sipped on the tea and said, Boss, I've gotten some information. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Sima Yu praised, what have you found out? Xiao Yi told us how those who assassinated the president were dressed. I can confirm that they are related to Cloud Sea City people. Shi Chen said. Indeed, it's them. Sima Yu squinted her eyes and said, what force are they exactly, that they actually keep stirring the guild? I always feel that there's a secret behind this, and this secret will get the whole continent into turmoil. Then should we continue searching from this information? Shi Chen asked. We just built this force not long ago. Although we have a memory restaurant, the information system isn't complete. If we search now it will be a useless effort. Sima Yu continued, but you just reminded me that we will need to build up a proper information system next time. This can be done. Shi Chen continued, if you want to take root in the continent, other than business and power, information is important too. We kept neglecting that in the past. Sima Yu continued, I'll get Fenger and the rest to come here for a discussion. She only remembered that she didn't have spiritual energy when she took out the Mother-Sun stone, so she could only get Shi Chen to do it. After a while, Shimen Feng, Bai Sheng, Feng Ji and Feng Kai, the four of them, went to her courtyard. When they heard about the setup of an information system, they were supportive. They discussed it till late night, and they finally decided to set up an information system center at Memory Restaurant. Sima Yu yawned a few times and told everyone tiredly, this initial plan needs to be amended. You guys don't have to inform me of anything else. Let's call it a night, I've to go to sleep. I'm dead tired. She got up and went into her house. Yesterday she read a book about armament and got addicted, so she didn't really sleep. Now that it was almost daybreak, it was almost the same as not sleeping for 2 days and nights. Let's go to the discussion hall and discuss about the next move. Shimen Feng said. Since they were talking here, they would definitely disrupt Sima Yu's sleep. Alright. As the person who gave out the others only, she only needed to give them an initial plan, and they would finish the process after. These guys really were worrywarts. Whatever comes after, Sima Yu really didn't care. She handed everything completely to them. Xiao Yi stayed in Heartbreak Valley for 2 days, bringing some special items back from Heartbreak Valley. Thinking of using the poisonous powder made with poisonous creatures, he wondered who else would give these kinds of items to guests and as gifts. Luckily, they prepared a bunch of fruit wine for him later on, so he didn't find them petty. What he actually didn't know was that the poisonous powder was more valuable than fruit wine. Using Sima Yu's words, this was priced by supply and demand. Heartbreak Valley had more fruit wine than poisonous powder, so this wasn't worth it at all. Sima Yu stayed for another half a month and brought Fatty Chu and the rest as they left Heartbreak Valley, moving towards the location on the invitation card. It was different from mysterious Cloud Sea City. Everyone knew Armament Masters Guild's location. They were at Southern Desolation while the Armament Masters Guild was at the Barren North. They didn't know how many places they had passed, plus she didn't have spiritual energy protecting her so they couldn't use long-distance transportation. They could only walk and rest, to keep them going. Oh. Sima Yu vomited right after getting out of the transportation array and felt like her intestines were falling out. Without spiritual energy, she couldn't set up the transportation array. Initially when they came out from Immortal Land, she set up her own transportation array, so she was fine. But she didn't expect after so many years, she started being sick on the transportation array again. It's a good thing that she started the journey earlier. If not, she wouldn't be able to reach there in time. Fatty Chu and the rest felt bad for Sima Yu after going through such a turmoil. Yu should be sick from the transportation array because she didn't have spiritual energy protecting her. Maybe. Bei Gong Tang continued, though she was fine, I didn't expect it would come again after not having spiritual energy. Don't know when will her spiritual energy recover. Walking and stopping the whole journey, we should be there soon. After taking 2 more transportation arrays, we'll reach soon. Sima Yu, who just finished vomiting, started to bend over and vomit again after hearing what they said. She wailed in her mind. It would have been good if it was just one journey for her to vomit once and for all. Others would only get dizzy if they didn't have a direct transportation array. It was different for her. There would be a direct one after 2 more arrays, but she couldn't use it. Just thinking about it gave her heartache. After she was done vomiting, they looked for a nearby inn to stay for a day or 2 before they continued their journey. Now they were deep in Barren North. The distance from Barren North Central to Armament Masters Guild City was a 4-day journey. Luckily, they still had half a month. Even if they had any disruptions on the way, they would still have 3 to 5 days of rest and they reached Armament Master Guild City. Sima Yu wailed in her heart, she must be drunk for her to agree to participate in this successor ceremony. Xiao Hong, if I didn't promise you, I wouldn't have to get punished like that. Once, she slept till the next day afternoon. She woke up in hunger and saw a familiar smiling face right after she opened the door. You lazy bum, you can actually sleep in so late. Why are you here? Sima Yu asked curiously, looking at Xiao Hong who completely changed. I'm here to pick you up. Xiao Hong continued, I heard you left long ago but you still haven't reached, so I got worried and wondered if anything happened to you and got someone to check. What if I didn't get here? Sima Yu asked. Never mind, I sent people all over nearby. I'll go wherever you are. Sima Yu touched her tummy and said, we'll talk about it while we eat later, I'm hungry, let's go. Hungry? Xiao Hong thought she had heard it wrongly when she saw Sima Yu eat everything quickly. She then understood that when she said she was hungry, she really was very hungry. Because Sima Yu had been vomiting a lot lately and everyone felt bad for her, so every meal would be cooked by Bei Gong Tang. These inns would have a small kitchen that they would be able to use by giving some crystals. Hence, there would be a sumptuous meal waiting for Sima Yu when she woke up from hunger. Xiao Hong saw how Sima Yu finished up everything alone. Shockingly she asked, oh my god, how are you so good at eating when I just didn't see you for a decade? Sima Yu drank 2 bowls of porridge, ate 2 buns, munched on a chicken thigh and a chicken wing before she finally recovered. Seeing Xiao Hong in shock, she rolled her eyes and said, Xiao Hong, do you not know how much suffering I've had to go through just to see you? You better treat me well when we get to Armament City. If not, I'll just use my needles and change you back to how you used to look. Xiao Hong retreated, both her hands covering her chest, and said, such an evil mind. Haha. But how did you become like this? You lost a lot of weight. Also, you as a spirit lord, how can you be that hungry? This transportation array too, why didn't you arrange a one-time transportation array to Armament City, having to stop so many times in the middle? I know you feel sick on transportation arrays, but wouldn't you suffer less if you just take it once? Xiao Hong took her chopsticks and also started eating on the chicken thigh, seeing her eating deliciously. I don't have spiritual energy anymore. Sima Yu continued, so it's only normal to feel hungry. Without spiritual energy, I can't take a long transportation array. Clank. Xiao Hong's chicken thigh dropped into the bowl, which tipped the bowl over, and dropped on the floor and stopped after rolling 2 times. She held Sima Yu's hands and said, how did you not have spiritual energy anymore? What happened? Don't scare me, don't be so shocked. Sima Yu continued, I'm fine, it's just temporary. Really? Xiao Hong was in disbelief. You don't believe Yin Lin's word? If it was what Yin Lin said, then she would believe it. When did this happen? When I came out of Immortal Land. Yin Lin said I've gained too much inside, so I'm being punished for a while. Sima Yu changed a little of what Yin Lin said to prevent her from asking. I didn't know that such a thing could happen. Xiao Hong felt unfathomable. Then did he not tell you when you will recover? No, he said I'll recover when the time comes. Sima Yu continued, so, I came here even though I'm like that now, aren't you supposed to treat me nicer? Huh, that goes without saying. You're in my territory, how can I not welcome you and treat you well? Xiao Hong said while laughing. When did Armament City become your territory? Sima Yu rolled her eyes at her, but come to think of it, your father is going to be the president, you as the youngest daughter, wouldn't you be turning everything upside down? Don't tease me. Xiao Hong continued, winning the armament competition in Immortal Land made everyone stare at me everywhere I go now. Then I don't know what happened, but the relationship between my father and I was made known to others. When I came out, everyone in the guild knew, then, you can imagine what happened next. Sima Yu looked at her with sympathy, low-profile people like her went out and got the attention out of nowhere, she could totally relate to it. But, the ceremony is nearing, is it alright for you to come out like this? She asked. Why isn't it alright? Xiao Hong continued, I came out for a breather. You know, I'm suffocated to death there. So exaggerated? Where in the city can I really hide and not come out? So you escaped? Sima Yu frowned, this girl, I wouldn't say escape, your parents dote on you a lot. Since those people who went before would ask her to come out, this meant that everyone valued her. Hehe, yes. If not, they wouldn't allow me to change my name. But you can't hide like that, you'll still have to deal with it when you get back. I've thought about it already, I'll say that I've to keep you company. You're my savior, this will be reasonable and fair. Sima Yu suddenly stared at her face and said, are you being wooed by someone? Xiao Hong's face suddenly flushed and said, what nonsense are you spouting? Alright, I knew after seeing you like that. Not any genius. Just those that want to form connections by marriage. Humph, they didn't know my identity and talent last time and nobody came when I looked ugly and thick. Now, there are so many just 2 months after coming out. What's the point? I'm guessing that it's not only that. If it really is like what you said, why were you so bashful just now? Sima Yu continued, come, tell me. Do you have anyone in mind? There's someone that's not bad recently, I'm a little moved. But I don't know if it's good or not, and my heart is a little uncertain. I knew it, I was wondering why you would come and welcome me. Sima Yu muttered, I really wanted to come and welcome you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent so many people to the cities around. Xiao Hong quickly explained, alright, I'm just kidding with you. Sima Yu sighed and shook her head when she saw her being anxious. A lady who had talent, background, and was straightforward. It would be better for her to stay single if she couldn't meet someone who loved and doted on her. Xiao Hong smiled when she saw that she wasn't actually angry. Oh right, how does the guy who moved you and scared you look like? What is his name? Identity? Age? I don't know his identity or his age, but I know his name, Jun Mou. His name is Jun Mou, he came with a force. Xiao Hong said with a blushed face, Jun Mou? Never heard of him before, I'll take a look when I get to Armament City and check on him. Alright. Sima Yu wanted to see Jun Mou, little did she know that he was also waiting for her to come. And she didn't know that by the time she saw him, she had already swum at the brink of death multiple times. But because she didn't know, she was still worried about the transportation arrays later, she felt distressed thinking about having to change twice and vomiting twice more. Although Xiao Hong heard her saying she would be sick taking the transportation array, she hadn't seen it before and didn't know how it was like to be sick on the transportation array. Is she always like this? Yes. Fatty Chu continued, she has been vomiting like that for over a month. Xiao Hong was touched, this was all for her. No wonder she lost so much weight compared to the last time. Bei Gongtang quite liked Xiao Hong's personality when she came in contact with her the past 2 days. Xiao Hong nodded, but she still blamed herself deep inside. When will she stop vomiting? She'll be fine when her spiritual energy recovers. An extremely stable transportation array? Will it work just by using that? It should be able to help a lot. Then I'll get someone to try when you guys are going back. After Sima Yu finished vomiting, they rested for a day. On the second day, they headed straight to Armament City. Initially, they wanted to change once more to reach the cities that were connected to Armament City, and use the specially connected transportation array. But seeing Sima Yu suffering, Xiao Hong sent others to look for a temporary transportation array to send them straight there. Last time, they felt that this was useless. Maybe it was because Xiao Hong urged them to bring one that was more stable, but Sima Yu didn't vomit this time when she came out of this transportation array and only had a strong dizzy spell. The city gate is right in front, can you still persevere? Sima Yu could only hold on under Bei Gong Tang and the support of her arm. Bei Gong Tang took out a pill for her to eat, took out a soft pillow and helped to lie her down. Rest here for a while first. Sima Yu laid down. Seeing her pale face, Xiao Hong bit her lips and blamed herself badly. Sima Yu opened her eyes, looked at her and said, "Don't blame yourself, just give me lots of supplements later and I'll be fine. Don't talk, take a good rest." Xiao Hong said, deep down, she told herself that she would treat her well when they got into the city. "Young miss, the president got us to fetch you back. Father arranged it?" "Yes. The president said you guys should have arrived, so the president got us to come out of the city to fetch you guys. It must be because I sent someone back to get the transportation array that my parents knew about it." Sima Yu nodded. Xiao Hong was powerful. The guard's captain waved and the spirit beasts galloped towards the city. At the city's door, although the guards didn't know who was inside, if it was someone that had to be welcomed, then it wouldn't be nobody. Since Armament City was actually named like that because it was a literal name. Because the succession ceremony was nearing, the Armament City was unusually bustling with noise and excitement. Who is that? They actually dared to use carriage in this period of time. Regardless who it is, their identity must be extraordinary. So what if it's Armament Masters Guild? I'll go up and ask regardless who it is. A girl who wore a goose yellow dress came onto the street, stood in the middle of the road, blocking the troops' way and called out, "Stop." Even without the captain of the guard's order, those spirit beasts automatically halted. "Miss Huang, what are you doing?" "Captain Hao, you guys from Armament Masters Guild said that the city is small with a high population and don't allow us to use a beast's carriage. Who is this in the carriage that can go against the rule? This is the president's order." "Miss Huang, please excuse us." "President's order?" Xiao Hong pulled the curtain aside, popping her head out from inside and shouting at the girl in front, "Huang Ying, get out of the way." "Oh, I thought who it was. It's actually the guild missy that purposely goes low profile." "Why, I thought you said it was an important guest, you're counted as a guest. As the president's daughter, you can't rely on power to break the rule." Didn't you talk about identity just now? The guest I have here, her identity is much nobler than yours. You make it sound as if I'm scared. What rights do you have to get her down the carriage?" Previous chapter. Everyone did not take Xiao Hong's words seriously because they could sense the other two people in the carriage. One of them was a divine rank junior and the other did not possess any spirit power. "You said powerful, then we should see them more." Say it. "I'm afraid that you won't be able to stand when you leave here." "Xiao Hong, don't talk nonsense." Xiao Hong almost wanted to vomit blood because of her words. "Say it." Sima Yu said weakly behind. "It's not that I can't see people." Xiao Hong noticed that her silence caused dissatisfaction to arouse around them. They called for the president to come out. Since Sima Yu consented, she started, "It's not impossible if you want to know. I'll ask you a question first. Of course, I know if it wasn't for that competition, we wouldn't have this current position. Then do you know the other person who competed along with me?" Sima Yu, the honorary elder of the Alchemist Guild, the young valley master of the Divine Devil Valley and the deputy leader of the Heartbreak Valley. "That's right. Now that you know, make way." "Huang Ying, if you dare to block us, then I will make people kick you out of the city. You're going to use force since you can argue over me?" Huang Ying's guards rushed out from both sides. "What's the matter?" Everyone gave away and He Chendong and a group of people came over. "Father." Xiao Hong got out of the carriage and curtsied. "Father." Huang Ying called out to the middle-aged man behind He Chendong. "Ying, the Armament Masters Guild is busy. Are you making trouble for them again?" "I didn't," Huang Ying retorted. "I just saw someone using a carriage inside the city regardless of President He's order, so I stopped them for questioning." "Nonsense. Since it's the guild's beast carriage, it is naturally a distinguished guest. How can you be so reckless? What if you offend something?" Huang Feng scolded. Then he said to He Chendong, "This old man has been lax with Ying's discipline and offended the guild's guests. Please don't be angry with her." "No problem." He Chendong's relationship with Huang Feng was pretty good and didn't blame Huang Ying. He cupped his hands toward the carriage. "Miss Yu, are you okay?" When he said this, it proved it was indeed Sima Yu in it and that Xiao Hong was not lying. The curtain opened. Sima Yu appeared under the support of Bei Gong Tang. With her pale face and tottering body, the people at present immediately understood why they had picked her up with the beast carriage. Fatty Chu and the group in the behind also got down and came forward. Yu greets Uncle He. "Congratulations on your success." He Chendong stepped forward in an attempt to support her. "Why did you get down? Just stay at the top if you are in poor health. Uncle He is a senior. How can you not leave the carriage?" Sima Yu got up with the help of his hand. "How's your body?" Yu is fine, I just need a day's rest." "Father, why are you here?" "Uncle Huang and I happened to pass by. We heard some noise here so we came over." "Then Yu will leave first." Sima Yu saluted He Chendong and then Huang Feng before returning to the beast carriage. "Father, daughter will also leave. Ying, please go back and repent on it. Don't be so impulsive. It's just a junior, is it worth it?" Huang Ying muttered reluctantly. "A junior? Aside from other things, just the Rock King alone is enough to conquer the entire continent. Not to mention, the benefits she won for the continent. You dare to quibble more, then go stay in your courtyard. Before the ceremony, you are not allowed to go out." "Father. Hurry and go." "Humph." Huang Ying stomped her foot and ran away. She felt aggrieved. Although her father didn't discipline her much, he rarely scolded her in public like this. Now he actually stood on the side of a junior younger than her. Apart from feeling wronged, she also started hating Sima Yu. Ying is still young. Why bother? She's not young anymore. Look at Miss Yu. Her age is only a fraction of her age, yet she is so sensible. Alas, she has been spoiled by her mother. The leads of the show had disappeared. He Chendong waved his hand and those who came with excitement also dispersed. In the tea house beside the road, Mou and Jun's family head were sitting opposite each other. Master, that is Sima Yu. Jun's family head looked at the beast carriage that was moving further away. She looks very weak. Master, do you want to tell ghost concubine? Jun's family head asked. Inside the beast carriage, Sima Yu leaned on the soft cushion. Her face showed fatigue. Yu, there was someone looking at you just now. I know. I sense them. With so many people just now, there are definitely people watching Yu. It's not that kind of watch. Bei Gong Tang explained. It's the kind of look with purpose. You all know this? I felt it. Sima Yu replied. Xiao Hong, what kind of person is Huang Yingying? The relationship between you two seems unusual. It's just that because Uncle Huang has a good relationship with my family and she knew my identity way earlier. But because she is older than me and not as talented as me, she always tries to find fault with me. Then she didn't reveal your identity before? What? Others don't know my background, but they know hers. Doesn't she feel superior at that? Xiao Hong said. But I don't have time to pay attention to her. The time spent on refining tools is already not enough. Good mentality. To fight with someone like Huang Yingying was not worth it. The best way to deal with her was to ignore her. After Sima Yu said that, she closed her eyes and said nothing more. The beast carriage took them to a courtyard. Xiao Hong led them in and the other guards departed. I know you like the quietness, so I specially asked them to prepare this courtyard for you. Although it is not very big, it is behind the guild far from the bustle and not far from the guild. Everyone followed her in. The courtyard is exquisite. Not really. Sima Yu subconsciously noticed Bai Sheng didn't speak much throughout the journey. Sure enough, there was something. Yu, I'll take you to your courtyard first, so you can go rest. Xiao Hong said. Bei Gong, your courtyard is the same as Yu. Sima Yu felt uncomfortable so she didn't go ask Bai Sheng. Sima Yu had laid on her bed for 2 days before fully recovering. On this day, Xiao Hong came to see you early in the morning because yesterday, Xiao Hong had asked her to tour Armament City on the next day. Although there were other shops in Armament City, most of them sell raw materials for refining. Fatty Chu couldn't move his feet when he saw these materials. Fortunately, he had sold a lot of refined tools, which was enough to spend quite a lot. Miss, why did you come to the tea house today? They knew she was talented, but they didn't expect her to be the president's daughter. Shopkeeper, can I reserve a private room facing the street? Oh, I'm really sorry, there have been many people here recently. Not to mention a private room facing the street, even the private room upstairs has been occupied. I didn't get any news that Miss was coming so I didn't reserve any rooms. What should we do? Then just the lobby. But. Miss Xiao Hong, if you don't disdain me, how about coming to my reservation? What's wrong? This is June family head's voice. Sima Yu raised her brows. She remembered that she said that the person was called Jiang Mou. The person is here too? Xiao Hong nodded. Normally he is wherever the June family head is. Do you want to help me check and see that person? Since we are here, why not go up and see? The person upstairs didn't get a response, so he asked again. Miss Xiao Hong, you don't want to drink tea with this old man. Uncle Jun's words is making Xiao Hong ashamed. Since Aunt June is inviting, Xiao Hong will bring her friends along. She waved her hand, and the shopkeeper stepped aside. Then she led Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tang up the stairs to the private room. They knocked on the door and the door opened from inside. A black-clothed guard stepped back blankly and let them in before closing the door and stepping aside. When Sima Yu passed by him, she frowned. Uncle June, Brother June. Xiao Hong saluted the two of them. Greetings to June family head. This is the famous Miss Yu of the continent. Meeting you today, you really deserve your reputation. June family head smiled at Sima Yu. June family head is overpraising. Yu is just a regular junior, undeserving of June family head's praise. Sima Yu said with a light smile. Don't just stand. We just made a pot of tea. Let's try it together. The June family head beckoned. Sima Yu's group of 3 sat down. Xiao Hong took a sip from the tea and applauded. Good tea. I didn't know Miss Xiao Hong could appreciate tea. Since you say it is a good tea, can you tell me what's good about it? June family head asked. Xiao Hong was taken aback, she just gave a casual comment. How did it go to something else? Xiao Hong is a blunt person that knows how to drink it but not talk about it. Yu is the master of tea tasting. She pushed the ball to Sima Yu. Oh. Jun Wei shifted his gaze to Sima Yu. Miss Yu can taste tea? I can a little bit. Then try. Sima Yu softly sniffed the tea that Mou handed to her. She originally had wanted just to say something but it resulted in a poem she had heard before. An iron-colored wrinkled frosted belt, holding an excellent verse, the tongue root has not tasted innocent, but the nose smells the holy fragrance. Xiao Hong and June family head did not understand Sima Yu's words, but Mou knew what she meant. She was a somewhat knowledgeable guy. Tai guanyin is a very simple tea to make. This tea tastes mellow and sweet but because of the water temperature and brewing time is not enough. The taste of the tea was affected and does not display fully the aroma of the tea. Jun Wei's and Mou's expression changed, but more so Mou. This tea was the best tea he found in the human realm, and it was better than the previous teas he had. In order to infuse this scent, he specially lived with the tea farmers for more than a year, until he felt that he brewed well enough before leaving. But she said he didn't make it well enough. So you know how to make tea? Mou murmured. Although June family head didn't hear any joy or anger, it made his heart shuddered. A little bit. Sima Yu reply. In that case, how about you make a pot of tea for everyone? Sima Yu pondered for a bit. Sure. Mou handed her the tea set but she declined it. I prefer to use my own tea set. With a wave of her hand, a whole tea set appeared on the table. Then she started brewing. Mou saw that her tea set was as good as his. He realized she was also a tea lover. His impression of her improved a lot. But he didn't know that Yu didn't like tea that much at first. Because Wu Lingyu liked it and she happened to know a lot of ways to make tea, she made it for him from time to time. She slowly fell in love with it. She used to prefer to drink alcohol, boil water, pick tea leaves, brew, wash cups, and finally brew again. She waited for 10 seconds before pouring into a small cup. Then she picked it up with tweezers and show everyone. Please. She picked up a cup for herself. She sniffed and smiled contentedly. Mou's group of 4 people never saw such a method of brewing before. They curiously picked up the small cup of tea. Mou sniffed lightly and commented, eyes golden and bright as amber. This smell is natural and rich, but I don't know how it will taste. You won't know if you don't taste it. See what is the difference between my tea and yours. Sima Yu drank her tea and was in a good mood. Mou didn't think her tea would be better than his but it did smell good. However, after he tried it, he immediately forgot his previous thoughts. People like them were well versed in tea ceremony, they can tell even if the difference was slight. Not to mention, hers was obviously better than his brewing. What is your tea making technique? Kung Fu tea. Sima Yu saw that he finished and offered him another cup with her tweezers. She was already beautiful, and her movements were graceful. Her temperament made him feel that drinking tea with her was a pleasure. Kung Fu tea, he held the cup of tea and glanced over. His gaze landed on her. Can you teach me? This Kung Fu tea is not hard. I think you should know the process after watching me. Sima Yu replied. But as long as a certain part is not done right, it will ruin the whole cup of tea. I want to know all the steps in detail. Mou said. Miss Yu, can I go find you for the tea ceremony? Sima Yu was startled. Were they that familiar? Sorry, I. Before she finished her statement, she felt Xiao Hong's pleading look. She then reverted, in this case, Yu also would like to discuss with young Master Jun. They stayed at the tea house for a while. When she saw Fatty Chu's group come out of the stores, she said, Jun family head, my friends have come out. We will be leaving. Xiao Hong glanced at Mou in dismay. Jun family head, young Master Jun, we will be leaving. Miss, have a safe journey. Sima Yu and them left the private room. Her smile faded from her mouth. Bei Gong Tang glanced at her and said nothing. Xiao Hong, we went out shopping for a long time. Let's go back. Sima Yu exclaimed after leaving the tea house. Xiao Hong saw that her face was not well. Are you angry? No. Sima Yu replied. You want to get to know him more. I understand. I'm not angry. I'm just a bit tired. Right, we have been shopping for quite a while this year. I will send you back. Sima Yu wanted to say no, but she was afraid she was being too abnormal and suspicious. So she agreed. Inside the private room, Junwei and Mou were tasting tea. Lord, why didn't you kill her? If the ghost concubine knows, would she be angry? Junwei asked. I told her that I would help her investigate the person. I did not promise to avenge her. Mou said. It's a pity if such a super person was killed. The tea she makes is really extraordinary. Junwei was quite sure of this. He often tasted tea made by Mou and had become used to the tea that ordinary tea did not draw him in. Sima Yu's tea, honestly, was indeed better than the tea made by his lord. It's hard to meet such an amazing person. If you don't work hard, wouldn't coming to the human realm be in vain? Lord is right. Xiao Hong sent them to their courtyard and returned. Thinking of how she might often meet Mou, she smiled happily. Sima Yu waited after for her to walk far, before entering the door with Bei Gong Tang, and the group with a calm face. Fatty Chu and the group saw Sima Yu's expression changed. What's wrong? That Jun Mou is abnormal. Sima Yu said. He is a member of the Ghost Clan. He is very strong. When I was in your private room, I felt his killing intent on me. Ghost Clan? How do you know? Qing Yi told me. Sima Yu said. Moreover, I think he seems to know me. Why do you still agree to let such a person come to the mansion? If I refuse, I might not be able to leave the private room. Even now, Sima Yu could feel Mou's eyes were inadvertently looking at her, although there was no strong killing intent. For people like him, they wouldn't show their anger in front. Is that Jun family head also from the Ghost Clan? Bei Gong Tang asked. I am not sure if he is. You saw how he sat in the main seat, but his words and actions reveal respect to him. It showed that the other party has a higher status than him, and he is not a member of the Jun family. You agreed for such a dangerous person to come here. What if he kills you later? Fatty Chu asked. Since he let me go today, he won't kill me for the time being. Sima Yu said. But next time I will go ask for Qing Yi's help. Probably the only person beside her that is his opponent is Qing Yi. Right, where's Bai Sheng? I don't know, I haven't seen him in the past few days. Wei Ziqi said. It feels like old Bai has something on his mind. Ouyang Fei sighed. I think his expression was not right after he got here that day. Old Bai is a person with a story. Maybe his story is related to this place. Sima Yu said. How do you know? Fatty Chu asked. When Xiao Yi came to send the invitation, I noticed old Bai's expression changed a little when he heard of Armament Masters Guild. I had asked him to protect me, but he was a little hesitant at that time, like he was wavering on to do or not do. So I guess it was related here. Is it related to the previous owner, the female Armament Master Elder? Later, I will ask Xiao Hong about this elder. Yu, there won't be a problem with MOU. As long as he's from the Ghost Clan, if I am prepared, he can't kill me so fast. Sima Yu said. After all, the flames of Crimson Flame are their nemesis. Qing Yi wouldn't watch me get killed. Even if he doesn't make a move, the other party would be surprised by his existence. Sima Yu said. Besides, since he uses the Jun family to cover up, he doesn't want people to know he's from the Ghost Clan. So he won't casually make a move. Then when did he say that he would find you to discuss tea ceremony? Sima Yu shook her head. Although the other party did not say anything, it would probably be possible any time in the next few days. As she thought so, she didn't expect MOU would come find her so early. When MOU arrived, he didn't send a message, or take the normal route. He went straight to Sima Yu's courtyard. She was eating breakfast. MOU saw a stack of bowls on her table. He was stunned before immediately understanding. Sima Yu was drinking her last mouthful of porridge. When she saw MOU suddenly appeared, she almost choked to death as she coughed desperately. You, how did you come here? MOU's face darkened. Didn't we say we're going to discuss tea ceremony? Cough cough, then you don't have to come this early. Sima Yu was choking as she shot him a look. Qing Yi was currently outside. She didn't care about him that much. In addition, she was choking miserably and felt a bit angry. The sun is already in the sky. Then you shouldn't come in directly. Why didn't you tell me beforehand? It's troublesome to walk through the front door. MOU said. Okay, you're finished eating, let's talk about tea ceremony. Although she was cursing him in her heart, she obediently took him to a small pavilion near the lake in the courtyard. Even though Xiao Hong said that this courtyard was relatively small, this was just a comparison to other courtyards. This was actually large, at the least for the front and backyard as well as the viewing lake. Why did you come here? MOU asked. The pavilion here is located on a rocky side by the lake. The scenery here is the best. Humph, she wouldn't tell him that she walked so far to just let the others know he was here. MOU saw the scenery here was indeed good. So he didn't think about anything else. He grabbed her shoulder and led her to the small pavilion. No one has been to the pavilion for a long time. MOU frowned and waved his hand. All the dust was swept away. Sima Yu pursed her lips. But fortunately, this guy didn't ask her to wipe the dust off. Please. MOU casually chose a place to sit down, watching Sima Yu who was still standing. Sima Yu went to the other side and looked at him. Do you want to learn Kung Fu tea? I want to learn your tea ceremonies. Then you will have to learn for a long time. Sima Yu replied. Each tea has several brewing methods, and each brewing method has different requirements for different teas. It's not simple. Then I will follow you and slowly learn until I learn everything. Sima Yu's mouth twitched slightly. She really did have the temper of those capable people and would do what she wanted to do. I think understanding too much might let you lose your interest in tea, tasting. If young Master MOU really likes tea, you don't need to be so serious, especially about tea. How would MOU not understand Sima Yu's meaning? Wasn't she turning the corner and telling him to leave after learning Kung Fu tea? Life is too long, so I find a hobby for myself. That didn't mean she had all the time? She stared at him. She wanted to ask, don't you want to go back to the ghost realm? Are you not afraid of being discovered in the human realm? Don't be unreconciled. MOU said. What you have to do is to please me. Why? Sima Yu sneered. The last thing she would ever do in this life was to please others, because the information on you is in my hands. The Dark Princess's daughter, the ghost concubine, wanted me to get your news, at the best, kill you directly. Sima Yu curled her fist. Her heart sank. This MOU knew too many things. No wonder he held killing intent toward her. Are you nervous? MOU said. You should be thankful that you are so familiar with tea ceremonies that I don't want to kill you for the time being. So how about you hurry and please me? Sima Yu took a deep breath. I didn't bring this habit of pleasing others from my mother's womb. If you really want to learn tea ceremonies, I have my requests. A dim light flashed in MOU's eyes. He had been in the human realm for many years. He had also heard a lot about her, and many of them, he had people check them. Judging from the news he received, this girl was young, but she was quite courageous. How could someone who was capable of many things be so timid? So when facing her who had said about requirements, he was only surprised for a moment. Tell me, what are your conditions? If you just want to come discuss about Kung Fu tea with me, I am extremely happy about it. If you want to learn all my tea ceremonies, then I am sorry. I will only teach my disciple. Sima Yu shrugged helplessly. MOU's face turned darker. His hostility was exposed. The entire pavilion was surrounded by a whirlwind. Sima Yu still kept still. Although the wind was strong, it made her breathing hard, but she was not frightened. Are you not afraid that this lord will not kill you? Or because you know tea ceremonies, this lord is reluctant to kill you? MOU's voice had a strong killing intent. It could be said that once Sima Yu said something wrong, he would kill her immediately. Even the ghost concubine had to allow him. No one in the entire ghost realm would dare to disobey him. How could a youngling like her say that to him? Reluctant to kill me? Cough cough, dash. When Sima Yu opened her mouth, wind seemed to rush into her mouth. When did people of the ghost clan have such a heart of reluctance? It seems that you still understand a little bit. I thought you have something to rely on, so you were whimsical. He withdrew his aura and the wind around them suddenly stopped. Sima Yu didn't relax her vigilance because of this. Is this right or not? Why right or not? I do have something to rely on. So right. But my request is not whimsical. Sima Yu retorted. If you don't want to take me as a master, you can't kill me and you can't learn them. She glanced at the lake and smiled confidently. Mou followed her gaze. Little Seven and Little Dream were playing by the lake and Qing Yi was watching them dozing. Qing Yi turned his head slightly when he felt Mou's gaze. The two of them met. But that instant was like 10,000 years. It turns out that there is such a powerful person here. No wonder you are not as obedient as yesterday. Mou retracted his gaze and his expression was not good. Sima Yu chuckled. Thank you young master Mou for your mercy yesterday. Humph. You threatened me. Mou was in a bad mood. Over the years, he had forgotten the taste of being threatened. I didn't threaten you. Sima Yu took out the tea set, boiled water and made a cup of Thai guanyin for both of them. The method of brewing was the same as he did yesterday, but when he sniffed, the scent was stronger than his. Please. Smelling the fragrance of the tea, the anger in his heart dissipated a lot. He picked up the tea cup and took a sip. He wanted to see if the tea she made with the same method was better than his. The answer was evident. One person held a cup of tea and tasted it. The pavilion was quiet for a while. The strong killing intent and the raging wind seemed to never have existed. After drinking a cup of idea, Sima Yu added boiling water to the cup. You won. After a long time, he said helplessly. Then I don't know which choice did young master Mou pick? Sima Yu asked with a smile. Like you, I chose neither. Mou said. But I can promise I won't kill you. No, it seems that young master Mou hasn't understood what I mean. It's not that you won't kill me, but you can't kill me. I think we have to understand this before. Sima Yu continued, what we are saying now is whether this tea ceremony discussion should be continued for short-term or long-term. What do you think? Mou sniffed the tea lightly. Even the second cup was so intoxicating. If following my thoughts, then naturally after today's discussion, young master Mou lets this little human being, go. And you and I will not interact with each other in the future. I will teach you this kung fu tea and the technique of making tea today. Sima Yu replied. You don't want to get involved with me. Mou said affirmatively. Young master Mou is a sensible person. Although I don't know what your identity is, since you can say ghost concubine so naturally, I think your relationship with her is not bad. And I killed her son, and if you pestered me like this, I think it's too dangerous. Weren't you certain I can't kill you? The danger I said means that you will cause me too much trouble. Although I am not afraid of trouble, I have never liked dealing with trouble. Therefore, it is best to not to associate with you. Sima Yu said frankly. Ha. Mou chuckled. As expected of her daughter, got the guts. You're not afraid that I will send your news back. If this is the case, I am afraid you will have no peace in the future. Even if the Ghost Clan people can come here, there are not many as powerful as you, right? Sima Yu said. If that is the case, send as many to kill me. Anyways, to people who want to kill me, I've never been soft. For example, you do? Sima Yu shrugged, confirming. But I'm talking about your news. Mou said. You mean? That's right, if those in the ghost realm knew that your mother was Yuko Luo, what would your life be like in the future? Sima Yu was a little helpless. She couldn't restrain the aura of the Ghost Clan. Therefore, experts of those big forces could sense she had royal blood. When they think of her age, they could easily think of whose child she was. Isn't it just being known? Anyways, they can't do anything to my mother. As for me, I will go to this ghost realm sooner or later. Sima Yu did not take his threat seriously. Although having this identity exposed now was not good, but she was not afraid of being the mother's daughter. You're quite open-minded. Mou looked at her. But after 10 minutes of getting along, he knew more about her. I don't need to do anything, but I only need to take care of myself. Sima Yu poured tea for herself. How many more ways do you have to make tea? More than you, anyway. Sima Yu said. So, do you want to consider becoming my disciple? Haha, I'm afraid you don't have the life to become my master. Mou said. My life is sturdier than my master's. His masters really had all died. Really? Sima Yu smiled. My life is sturdy. People who are not unbeatable rivals cannot be my disciple. Previous chapter. In the end, the two hadn't yet set up their master-disciple relationship. Sima Yu never really thought of making him her disciple anyway. She wasn't the type of person who would accept someone as her disciple before even meeting them. This was just her way of stalling everything. Later on, Mou had promised that he wouldn't do anything against her. He wouldn't spread any news of her either. Finally, as he promised that he would protect her during this period, they finally came to an agreement. Despite this, she didn't know whether or not she could trust him. However, this was currently the best possible outcome. Since we have come to an agreement, can we begin? Mou asked. All right. Sima Yu had managed to settle the other party and was feeling quite good. She took out the tea and water that she had prepared earlier and prepared a strong bout of tea for him while casually telling him about the important areas of focus during the production of the tea. You really enjoyed tea. That was why he paid a lot of attention when Sima Yu explained it and memorized every single thing she said. However, everybody would make tea in their own way. Although she could tell him how she did it, it wouldn't taste as fragrant as when she did it. You'll figure it out after making it a few more times. Sima Yu said. Actually, the differences between them were minute. The average person wouldn't have been able to tell. However, to those who loved tea, this was a very big difference. That was why Yu had never been satisfied with the way he did it. As such, he continued to practice from the morning. She was implicated and had to drink a lot of tea. It was a pity that tea wasn't filling. After drinking so much tea, she was still able to eat her lunch. However, seeing the way the other party was, it seemed like he wasn't going to leave. We've already been drinking the whole morning. Haven't you had enough? Nope. Then you can continue on your own. I have things to do. Sima Yu said. What are you going to do? It's hard to labor on an empty stomach. I'm now an ordinary person who cannot use spirit energy. I'll be weak with hunger if I don't eat. Sima Yu said, so you can continue brewing your tea. I'm going to cook something. The things that you make, are they even edible? Yu said, why don't you go outside for a meal instead? Sima Yu was stunned. This guy had a personality change. It was a pity that she didn't enjoy eating things from the shops outside. I prefer eating things I've cooked myself. If you want to go, remember to close the main door. I won't see you off. She hopped off the steps in 2s and 3s, heading towards her own courtyard. She really left Yu behind without a care. After drinking tea with him till the afternoon, she was rather familiar with who he was. For someone as powerful as he was, he wouldn't randomly kill people. Since they had already come to an agreement and he hadn't even finished learning how to make the tea, he wouldn't care about her. Of course, the most important reason as to why she had run so fast was because, after drinking tea for the entire morning, she had long since needed to pee. It was just that the other party was male, so she felt a little awkward to say so. Sigh, it's really so inconvenient to be without spirit energy. Just as she was coming out of the toilet with the sigh, she saw Yu standing at the courtyard and got a huge shock. What are you still doing here? Waiting for you. We can continue in the evening. Yu said. Tea addict. She quietly muttered a curse and headed towards the kitchen. Yu followed her in and saw the familiar way she cooked and said, you actually really know how to cook. It's like tea. It can be considered as a hobby. Yuko Luo didn't know how to do this. Sima Yu's hand froze as she turned around to look at him. Were you very close to my mother? Not really, we just met a few times. Oh. Sima Yu turned around and continued. Since they weren't close, there was no need to ask him anymore. Oh right, do you want to eat together? If he wanted to eat as well, she would have to cook a bit more. Otherwise, if she didn't prepare any for him when he wanted to eat, she wouldn't be able to fill her belly. Yu sat down at the dining table. He was initially just waiting for her, but when he smelled the food she cooked, it did smell pretty good. You can give me a bit. Sima Yu initially planned to prepare 5 dishes. Since he wanted to eat, in order to avoid there not being enough food for her, she took out a whole entire duck more and made roasted duck. Then, she prepared another 1.5 kilograms of spirit beast meat and prepared 3 more dishes. It was a good thing that she still retained her divine senses and could cook a few dishes at once. That was why she managed to prepare 7 vegetables, a meat dish and a roasted duck within an hour. Yu saw how quickly she prepared the meal and knew that she often cooked this way. Others used their divine senses to cultivate, but she was special. She used it to cook. Sima Yu placed the completed dishes on the table and each of them held onto a bowl of rice and started to eat. It was long since lunchtime and her stomach was already rumbling. She had just eaten breakfast when he dragged her away to try his tea. She was so flustered that she forgot to eat her spirit pills, so she was ravenous right now. This damned body of hers. It was a good thing that her skills weren't bad. Otherwise, she really didn't know how she would survive this period of time. Yu saw how heartily she was eating and picked up his chopsticks to try a little. He wasn't a foodie, so he just planned to try a little bit. However, after eating the first bite, he never placed his chopsticks down again. Although he didn't eat quickly, he didn't eat any less than Sima Yu. For example, he ate half of that roasted duck. He also ate almost an entire kilo of the spirit beast meat. Not to mention that he ate around half of each vegetable dish. When they finished eating, the plates on the table were already wiped clean. Sima Yu looked pointedly at him. This guy obviously didn't eat quickly, so how did he manage to eat so much? It was a good thing that she had long foreseen this and prepared a bit more. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough for her. She rubbed her belly. It seemed like she wasn't full enough, so she took out a pill that Bei Gong Tang refined for her. She saw Yu looking at the pill in her hand and she shook it, saying, it's because you ate so much that I didn't have enough. This pill is able to make up for that. You have pills, so why do you still need to eat? To fulfill me, I guess. She kept the pill away. Although eating pills helps, if I don't eat, I always feel like my stomach is empty. Pills don't have tastes either, so I don't have any feeling when I eat it. I still have to eat. You're such a foodie. You really are different from your mother. Yu said. Sima Yu didn't know that she was so different from her mother. Everyone kept pointing out the differences between them. Didn't you eat a good half of it as well? You're a foodie as well. Sima Yu said. Since we've finished eating, we can continue discussing tea. Mo didn't answer her question and stood up to leave. Sima Yu pursed her lips as he left. She kept the dishes into the spirit pagoda. Someone would naturally help her to wash them. The two of them came to the pavilion again and Xiao Hong came shortly after. When she saw that Mo was actually there, her eyes revealed joy and envy. Sima Yu sighed secretly. Oh Xiao Hong, if you knew about his real identity, would you still feel this way? Mo was cold to Xiao Hong. For every 10 sentences she pelted him with, he only answered one. However, he had a lot of patience towards Sima Yu and would take the initiative to talk to her, even if Xiao Hong's personality was rather loud and brash. After having interacted with him for around half a day, she was aware as well. Before evening came, she said that she had something on and left. Sima Yu saw her forlorn silhouette leaving and shook her head helplessly. Although she would be sad for a few days, it was better than being hurt once she found out about his real identity. In the later days, Xiao Hong came less often. Every time she came, it would be when Mo wasn't around. The moment Mo came, she would leave. Sima Yu was rather begrudging towards Mo as she drank her tea. It was all because of him that she wasn't able to talk well with Xiao Huang and had no time to ask her anything about that elder. You have already severely impacted my life. She complained. After speaking a few days today, they had already gotten quite familiar. She knew about his identity. He was the first clan leader in the ghost realm to delegate roles to others. His strength was second only to the royal clan, surpassing Ghost Concubine's maternal clan. That was why Ghost Concubine kept trying to entice him. After knowing that he was recently obsessed about tea, she would go through all dangers to come to the human realm to prepare some quality tea for him. He didn't like owing anyone anything, so he helped Ghost Concubine out with many things as well. To the eyes of others, their relationship looked very good. However, to Mo, this was merely a mutual exchange. This was something that he told her while they were drinking tea. When she found out that he wasn't really on the side of Ghost Concubine, she became even more open. Since Ghost Concubine could use tea to entice him to help, she would be able to use tea to draw him over to her side as well. Mo noticed that Sima Yu would always act increasingly brazen with him and realized that she wasn't afraid of him anymore. Otherwise, how would she dare to blame him? The familiar way in which he brewed the concentrated tea, the graceful methods. It seemed far off from her abilities. How have I impacted your life? How have you not? Xiao Hong won't even play with me anymore. She is the president's daughter and will one day be the ceremony's successor. She will naturally have to help. But I have things I want to ask her. Now she runs away faster than the wind whenever she sees you. You hurt her poor maiden heart, better than harming her life. Sima Yu saw his expression and knew that he wasn't exaggerating. What do you want to ask her? It has to do with their organization. You wouldn't know. Then I really am not able to help you. Mo said. No, you can. Sima Yu said, as long as you stop looking for me, I'll be able to chat with Xiao Hong. After the roundabout chatter, she was just complaining about him making her drink tea for 2 days and didn't want to accompany him anymore. Let's stop for 2 days. It's not like you'll be leaving anytime soon. Sima Yu said, you have to give me some time to settle my own things. Mo saw that she was blinking rapidly at him, as if she was asking him to hurry up and agree. He hesitated for a moment before saying, we don't have to drink tea, but I want to accompany you. See what you're up to. Why? Because you said so yourself. I'm responsible for your safety. Only if I know what you are going to do can I properly guard you. Mo said it matter-of-factly. He would never admit it, but after interacting for a few days, he had grown more interested in her. She wanted to see who was more powerful between her and her mother. Sima Yu glared at him. Was this guy crazy? However, she couldn't persuade him otherwise, neither could she beat him in a fight. And so she had no right to decide. However, the good thing was that she wouldn't have to drink any more tea. On the second day, since she no longer had to drink tea, she finally found Bai Sheng. Then again, not really. It was through the information that she got through her scarlet bees that she managed to find him. However, at that time, he was in a bad situation. He was currently being pursued. Sima Yu took Little Seven and the others, Little Seven and the others took her to where Bai Sheng was being chased down. She saw that he was being surrounded by a few tens of people who were as powerful as he was, and it had also suffered quite a bit of heavy injury. Damn, they dare to kill my old Bai. Watch as this lady deals with you. Little Dream and Floey went along too. The other party wasn't weak, and Little Seven was strong enough. However, adding an injured Bai Sheng to the mix was a little dangerous. Qing Yi, Mo and her stood there together. Although they did not form a protective circle, once the energy reached their area, it naturally dissipated. This was the first time that Sima Yu felt that standing with strong experts was such a good feeling. On the other side, Little Seven and the others quickly got rid of the others. They killed some and left some alive. Those who were left alive were nestled inside Floey's little flower. Sima Yu walked over and saw Bai Sheng eat some pills. Her face was solemn and she didn't speak. Bai Sheng saw her acting this way and knew she was genuinely angry. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Bai Sheng, who were those people and how did you end up fighting? Let's talk again at home. As they left, she casually released a bout of fire. Little Birdie went to burn the bodies and casually took their interspatial rings. Sima Yu saw Little Birdie place the interspatial rings into her hand and pursed her lips. Where did it learn that from? If anyone wants to look for old Bai, I'm guessing it wouldn't be difficult to find where we've stopped over. She kept the rings away and casually said a word before leaving with the street with a group of people. This sentence of hers was said for the ears of the one acting behind the scenes. She set these people on fire to show them that, since they dared to come over her people, she would deal with them such that not a single bit of them would remain. These were all powerful people, and they were just burnt to ashes in such a public place in front of everyone. It was so attention-grabbing. The one behind the scenes would definitely be angered to death. When they returned to the courtyard they were staying in, Fatty Chu and the others came up. What happened? Are you okay? Bei Gong Tang saw blood on Bai Sheng's clothes and asked. It shouldn't be anything major. Sima Yu said, let's talk in the guest room. She walked 2 steps forward before stopping. She said to Mou, shouldn't you be going now? I think that I should stay and watch the show. Mou said, who knows, you might need my help. Help? Sima Yu looked pointedly at him. She kind of understood what he meant. You can't watch the show for free. After saying this, she led everyone to the guest room. Old Bai, why didn't you contact us? If I didn't send my bees out to look for you, do you know what would have happened? Previous chapter. Bai Sheng was silent and he didn't speak. How was he supposed to talk about his feelings? To tell them of what happened that year? Old Bai, we already know that there's something you're hiding, but you shouldn't not communicate with us. Little Seven said, you don't know how worried Yu's been about you. Once she knew that you didn't return for 2 days, she immediately sent her bees out to look for you. Once you were being chased down, you should have contacted me, us. Sima Yu thought about how he would have died if they had been a moment too late, and her expression paled with fear. Who are those people? A few of them are from the Sage Pavilion, a few Wu clansmen. There was one who was from the Armament Masters Guild as well. Bai Sheng said. Wu clan? From the inner regions? Sima Yu said. Yeah. Their power is a level higher than the Sima clan. Bai Sheng said. Now is a good time for you to tell me about it, right? Does it have anything to do with the Armament Masters Guild? Bai Sheng sighed as he told everyone about what happened that year. 100 years ago in Armament Masters Guild, Bai Sheng encountered the youngest and the most beautiful elder, Shangguan Wanqing. Although they were enemies in the beginning, the enemy finally became a lover. A romance was something that was supposed to be shared between 2 people. However, when it came to them, it was something that involved everyone. Although Ol Bai was strong, it was based on his own talent. There was no powerful support backing him, while Shangguan Wanqing was born in a huge guild from the inner sect and was an elder of the Armament Master Guild too. It could be said that the 2 of them were unsuitable because their background was too far apart. As such, whatever was happening between the 2 of them was faced with strong opposition from their clan. They definitely refused to allow them to be together and even came to blows. The Alchemist Master Guild wouldn't agree to them being together either. However, the president at the time was relatively open-minded and did not care much for what was happening between them. However, he didn't step forward to do anything about what happened after that either. Aside from these 2 places, there was an even bigger barrier. Young Master Wu Qing, who was violently attached to Shangguan Wanqing. Once Wu Qing knew that the 2 were together, he sent a lot of men to chase them down. He didn't expect that Bai Sheng would actually kill him, and the Wu clan was temporarily drowned in sorrow. They swore that they definitely had to kill Bai Sheng and Guan Wanqing. Wu Qing had an uncle. He was an elder whose position was relatively high in the Sage Pavilion. He doted on him since he was a young boy. Once he knew that his nephew had been killed, it was an unpardonable sin. That was well, during that period of time, the couple was chased by the Wu clan and the Sage Pavilion. They even had to deal with the Shangguan clan's interference. Before Shangguan Wanqing had been killed, the Shangguan clan had initially looked for her, promising her that they would let Bai Sheng go if she returned. However, the both of them had gone through so much hardships together. How were they to let go? Even if they were to die, they would die together. However, the outcome was tragic. Shangguan Wanqing had died, and Old Bai, though he had suffered grievous injuries, was rescued by those of Blood Fiend City and taken back. From there on, he had continued to live in the city. He would go out occasionally, but because of the poison in his body, had no choice but to return. He remained this way till Sima Yu arrived at Blood Fiend City and changed his life. After they finished hearing his tale, everyone's heart filled with rage and pain at what he had gone through. If he was a person with a strong backing, would he have been forced to go through this? The Shangguan clan would more likely have been begging him to take her as his concubine. Who poisoned you? Sima Yu asked. The Wu clansmen. Bai Sheng said. The ones who came to kill you today were from the Wu clan and the Sage Pavilion. It seems that they have come to Armament City. Ouyang Fei said. What's up with the people from the Armament Master Guild? Were they sent by the guild? Fatty Chu asked. Probably not. Old Bai said, that person had quite a good relationship with Wu Qing and is also well acquainted with the Wu clan. During this period of time, I'm guessing that the Armament Master Guild just doesn't have the time to deal with this. This should be an individual act. Has that person from the Armament Master Guild died yet? Sima Yu asked. Flowey produced a single flower, and spat out a person from inside. It was a manager from the Armament Master Guild. Because he was infected with Flowey's poison, he was no longer completely lucid. Will he die? Fatty Chu asked. Flowey has many different poisons. We'll have to see which one he's inflicted with. Not for the time being. He isn't feeling too good, though. Flowey said. The other 2 powers speak for themselves. What do we do with this one? Bei Gong Tang looked at Sima Yu. As for the other two powers, in any case, their relationship with them was never good to begin with. In the little realm of Wenhai, when they had killed everyone in the Sage Pavilion, it was destined that both sides would be enemies forever. As for the Wu clan, they had never encountered each other. However, based on what happened to Old Bai, the two parties would probably never get along. If that was the case, since the relationship had already been ruined, then so be it. It was inevitable anyway. However, the Armament Master Guild was different. They were in their territory right now, and had come to congratulate their successor. Now that something like this had happened, was this not troubling the other party? It was a good thing that she had a good relationship with Xiao Hong and He Chen-dong. She saw the person lying unconscious on the ground and wondered how to deal with this person. She wanted to kill him, but it wasn't too good either. However, she didn't want to let him go just like that. This really is difficult. She heaved a long sigh. However, even before she could make the decision, someone helped to make it for her. Lady Yu, the president is coming. A servant girl ran over. Although this was the Armament City, and everyone was also from the Armament Master Guild, they were currently living in this courtyard. Out of respect, they would notify them before coming in. Sima Yu glanced at the person lying on the ground, then stood up and left. They just arrived at the courtyard when they saw He Chen-dong and Xiao Hong, along with a few other armament masters, walk in. Greetings, Uncle He. Sima Yu lightly bowed to He Chen-dong. She asked, the great ceremony is tomorrow. Uncle He, why have you come here at this time? I've come to take a look at your situation. He Chen-dong said, I am already aware of what happened at the main northern street, are you guys okay? We're fine. Sima Yu said, Uncle He, please come in. Everyone returned to the guest room. The first thing they saw was the manager of the Armament Guild lying on the ground. Then, they saw Mo Yu sitting on the chair, leisurely drinking tea. Uncle He, we were just discussing how to deal with this person. Since he is a member of your Armament Master Guild, we'll hand him over to you since you are here. Sima Yu and He Chen-dong were the leaders of their group. The one below wasn't anyone important, so she might as well hand him over to He Chen-dong. Although the person is from the Armament Master Guild, he acted of his own accord. No matter what the reason, it is unforgivable. Once we return, I will properly discipline him and give you an account. He Chen-dong said seriously. Sima Yu smiled. Based on the way he said it, she could tell his stance on the whole thing. As for what would happen after that, it would be easier to deal with whatever came. Previous chapter. You should know the identities of the ones who you killed on the street today? He Chen-dong asked. I do. Sima Yu said. Are you worried? I am. Of course I am. Both parties are huge and stable powers. Sima Yu said, however, I've said this before. If anyone touches my Heartbreak Valley, we will definitely return the gesture. Ha ha ha, seeing the way you are, you don't look the slightest bit worried. He Chen-dong saw that, although Sima Yu said that she was afraid, why did it seem like her expression showed none of it? Can I take this as your high praise of me? Sima Yu said with a smile. You can still smile. The Sage Pavilion and Wu clan are not the average power. You offended both of them in a single moment, but you can still smile. You killed them in front of everyone, which is equivalent to a slap in their face. The other party will definitely find trouble with you. Xiao Hong said worriedly. Yeah, I'll wait for them to arrive. Sima Yu said. How could you? Xiao Hong was anxious, you didn't bring anyone with you. If the other party comes to look for you, where will you hide? Hong is right. He Chen-dong said, in Armament City, we can ensure your safety. However, once you leave this place, even if we appear, they may not show respect for us. Then I will have to trouble you, Uncle He, to take care of me during my days in the city. Sima Yu said. Are you not worried for what will happen to you once you leave? He Chen-dong saw how calm she was, why don't you stay here for a while longer? Once we are done with this, I will get someone to send you back. They will still have to show some respect for the Armament Master Guild. Will I not implicate you and set you up against the other powers then? Sima Yu said, Uncle He, I am already very grateful that you can ensure my safety during my days in this city. As for what happens later on, we can deal with it by ourselves. The Wu clan and Sage Pavilion have brought many people along with them. Xiao Hong said. One doesn't need many people. It's enough as long as we're strong. Sima Yu said, however, if we really have to compare numbers, it's not certain yet who the victor will be. They recalled that she still had the King of the Rocks amongst her contracted beasts. If she amassed the bird clans, it was yet to be determined who had the bigger army. Alright then. We will now go to appease the other two powers to ensure your safety in the city. He Chen-dong rose to leave. Sima Yu stood up as well and bowed deeply to He Chen-dong, saying, Thank you, Uncle He. This was the most heartfelt address of uncle that he had ever heard from her, and when He Chen-dong noticed it, he laughed loudly and left, taking the one lying on the ground with him. He had come to this place first, and still had to placate the other two powers. Time was of the essence. After sending off those from the Armament Masters Guild, everyone returned to the guest hall. I thought that you would need my help and that I could make you indebted to me. It seems that was unnecessary. Mo Yu sat on his seat, and he didn't get up the entire time. Sima Yu wasn't very familiar with the Jun clan, but when she saw the way he was acting, she guessed that they probably weren't bad. If you insist on helping me, I can give you an opportunity to do so. Mo Yu was speechless. When did he insist on helping her? How could he do something so shameless? Do you need the valley men to come? With MOU around, why would I need anyone else? Am I right? It's all my fault. Bai Sheng was rather guilty. I knew that I would bring trouble just by coming here. However, I just wanted to come and take a look. This was a place that he had come to before. Sima Yu saw how self-depreciative he was being, and the rage in her heart had subsided quite a bit by now. We long since guessed that you would probably have something to do here, but we never had the chance to ask you. We didn't think that it would be to this extent. Alright, don't feel bad anymore. This issue isn't one that wouldn't happen even if you didn't go out. I promised you before that I would help you to avenge your hatred. Those weren't empty words. But this isn't the right time. She had no spirit energy right now and wouldn't even be able to protect herself in the case of any danger. If she got injured, he would never be able to face his brothers at the valley. She was like his family now. It was not the same as it was before. Relax, with the big boss here, we'll be fine. Sima Yu said. Big boss? It's MOU. He just has to wave his hand, and everything will be crushed. Sima Yu explained. Humph, you didn't ask me for my opinion. MOU said, am I someone who intervenes so casually? Is that so? Forget it then. It's better for me to think of something on my own. Sima Yu said, but I'll be rather busy during this period of time, so you have to make the tea on your own. I initially wanted to tell you that if you helped me with this, then I would give you some tea leaves that you've never tried before, but it seems that it will not be necessary anymore. In any case, you won't help me out. Everyone was speechless. This threat was too straightforward. Okay, could she have a bit of tact? The other party was a huge influence in the ghost realm. Could he accept this kind of threat? However, the certain someone was beaming at MOU, as if looking at him to wonder whether or not he would take the bait. If it were anyone else, and if it were any other bait, MOU would really not have cared for it. However, it just had to be the one that he had just acknowledged, and the bait was a type of tea that he had never tasted before. Although it was not even a thinly veiled threat, he just had to take the bait. Who asked her to be someone that he acknowledged? I can ensure you stay alive. I care not for anything else. MOU said. Deal. Sima Yu slapped the table lightly and said happily, alright, Old Bai, you don't have to worry anymore. But those people who hurt Old Bai back then, we can't just let this go. Little Seven said. How could I let it go? Sima Yu sighed, but there's no need to rush. We have to get a hold of more information first. Only by knowing your enemy will you be able to win 100 battles. That's right. Wei Ziqi said, how many of those people come, what type of people they are, how powerful they are, you have to find out more information about them. Isn't this easy? Just let the bees do it. Little Seven said. Yeah, on the way back, I already released my bees. Even as Old Bai was telling us about what happened, my bees have already received the orders to scout for information. Sima Yu sighed. You thought of that so early. Little Seven looked at her with admiration. She was just saying so. How was it possible for you not to bother about Old Bai? When they had pretty much finished their discussion, Sima Yu was dragged away by MOU again to drink more tea. She rolled her eyes at him, saying, MOU, the Great Ascension ceremony is tomorrow. Let's just forget about it today. I have to properly think about how to deal with those people tomorrow. What is there to deal with? MOU said disapprovingly, they're just a tiny group of bandits. In your eyes, they are tiny bandits. In their eyes, I'm the tiny bandit. Sima Yu said, it's not like I don't have to deal with it just because I don't want to. Didn't He Chen Dong already deal with it for you? The only thing Uncle He can do is to stop them from killing me during this period of time. It doesn't mean that they will not make things difficult for me when they meet me tomorrow. Sima Yu said, just let the Jun clan deal with it. MOU said. Is Jun clan very powerful? They're still able to keep you safe. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then I wouldn't have had to think about tomorrow anymore. So can you drink tea with me now? Trust this guy not to forget about tea. You said so earlier that you have tea that I have never tasted before. MOU was strongly attached to tea. Since you can't stop thinking about it, I'll let you try some. This is something I've stowed away for a long time. Sima Yu said, I'm telling you now, this tea tastes better the longer you steep it. From the time I discovered this tea till now, it's already been a few years. I've never had the heart to drink it. I'll let you drink it today. How about it? Not bad, is it? What is this called? Pu-er tea. Sima Yu said, this tea is different from the tea you've drank in the past. You can take your time to enjoy it in a bit. She took out a purple-lidded tea set. After pouring water in, she used a tea knife to cut off a piece of the pu-er tea. Then, she waited for the water to boil. Once the water had boiled, she filled the cups till they overflowed, washed the tea, then poured it again. Then, she handed the tea over to him. During this period of time, MOU had seen her take out various types of tea sets. Now that he saw her take out this type, he felt like he had wasted a lot of good tea in the past. It was a good thing that he had bumped into her in the human realm and she had allowed him to find out what the true ways of tea brewing were. Otherwise, he would never have found out the true essence of tea. People like Ghost Concubine only knew how to find good tea for him. Compared to her, it really wasn't anything much. Although she always wore her heart on her sleeve, it didn't turn him away at all. The others saw the two of them in the pavilion drinking tea and chit-chatting, and Yu's laughter would be heard from time to time, and secretly found it lucky that she knew how to brew tea. Otherwise, not only would she not have this new helper, her own life would be pretty miserable. On the morning of the second day, Sima Yu had to get up and clean up. By the time she opened her eyes, her first thought was to wonder how long this punishment was going to last. She had to sleep every day, and it was okay in the beginning, but she was starting to feel like it was a complete waste of time. She sighed as she rolled around in bed. With a flip of her body, she got up and packed up the tent. By then, everyone had already gotten ready. Because there were too many people and Armament City was relatively small, everyone had to walk to the large courtyard of the Alchemist Guild. It was initially supposed to be held in the Armament Master Guild, but there were too many people, so they had to change to a bigger location. However, this courtyard wasn't too far from where Sima Yu and the others stayed. They arrived within half an hour of walking. Sima Yu and the others came to the outside of the main gates when they saw the Jun clan's clan leader walk in with a group of people. She glanced at him, but Mou actually wasn't around. Young Miss Yu, what a coincidence. Jun Wei cupped his fists in salute to Sima Yu in greeting and smiled. Clan leader Jun, what a coincidence. Sima Yu returned the bow. He was already all the way at her door. This coincidence was really coincidental. Since we're all headed to the courtyard, we might as well go together. Jun Wei said. Sima Yu thought about how Mou told her that the Jun clan would help be her barrier against those people today, and figured that they had come here on his instructions. That's great. Clan leader Jun, please. Please. It could have been due to Mou's instruction, but there seemed to be more amicable people who had come this time. They chatted with her on the way, and were not as cold as they were before. Why isn't Mou here? Sima Yu asked. That guy. He said that he doesn't like to watch the festivities, so he's not coming. Jun Wei said, we have to thank you, Lady Yu, for taking care of him these 2 days. Otherwise, I would have been too busy these few days. Sima Yu heard the underlying meaning of his words, and secretly thought about how well he had absolved himself. She had to drink a few days' worth of water, okay. Just as they arrived at the courtyard, she could feel a dense wave of murderous intent surrounding them. She lifted up her head and saw a group of uniformed people bathed in killing intent, watching them. Sima Yu could recognize the uniforms. They were from the Wu clan and the Sage Pavilion. What surprised her was that Nailan Lan was actually within the fray. Based on her identity, how was she able to come and participate in this ceremony? As for Nailan Lan, it seemed that her eyes were filled with even more hatred than before when she looked at her. It seemed as if she had killed someone important to her. It seemed like the bees had sent back some information that was something like that. A lady had her heart set on someone, but he had been killed on the streets. That lady couldn't possibly be her, right? Jun Wei saw Sima Yu looked at Nailan Lan with puzzlement and said, that is a holy daughter that the Sage Pavilion has just chosen. It sounds like she has carved her own path in the Wonderland, so they made an exception to promote her. Her own path, eh? Sima Yu smiled. Nailan Lan's path was not fully formed, where the most important, heart, had flown into Han Miao Shuang instead. Whenever she thought about it, she wanted to laugh. It seems like she particularly hates you. Jun Wei said, could it be due to the fact that two talented beauties cannot coexist? Clan leader Jun, you overthink. Sima Yu said, it's just that I accidentally killed the person that she had her heart set on that day. That's why she wants to throw herself at me to beat me up. You killed someone she had her heart set on? Then she should indeed come and beat you up. Jun Wei agreed. Hey, clan leader Jun, isn't this already exciting enough for you? On the other side, when Nailan Lan saw her, she secretly started to recount all her hatred towards Sima Yu. She hated her even more than she did when she had exposed her cheating on Murongan. If she wasn't at this location, she would definitely have killed her on sight. Her master had brought her to this continent and she had bumped into Mubai, who had come down from the head pavilion to patrol. From that time on, she had developed a crush on him. All these years, she had diligently strived to grow stronger and cultivate just to enter the head pavilion and see him often. That was why she didn't actively chase Sima Yu down even when she knew that Sima Yu was here. However, she had killed the person she had set her heart on. And it was right when she had entered the inner sect only 2 months ago. She was clearly so close to her happiness. However, the moment she appeared, she shattered her dreams once again. Just like she did when they were young. This Sima Yu was simply the bane of her existence. The more Nailan Lan thought about it, the more she couldn't suppress the rage in her and her body unconsciously wanted to dash over. Lana. A girl by her side held her arm, not today. Today was the Armament Masters Guild succession ceremony, whoever made trouble today would be going against the Armament Masters Guild. If it wasn't for He Chendong who looked for them yesterday, they wouldn't hold back on it. Master. Nailan Lan bit her lips with tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. Don't worry, there's nowhere they can run to. That girl stared at Sima Yu coldly, I'll seek revenge from whoever dared to kill my nephew, no matter what. But not today. If we do it today, not only will we be going against the Armament Masters Guild, we will also be in conflict with other forces, so, don't be rash. Nailan Lan nodded and softly replied, I understand, master. She knew this master from the head pavilion. They weren't that close yet, so she didn't dare to be impudent in front of her. Didn't think that she was actually with the Jun clan, same for the Jun clan, protecting them. The Jun clan rarely connects with other forces, how did they get connected? Wu Gaofei said as he pulled a long face. How long can Jun clan protect them for? After today, I shall see who else can protect them. He would definitely avenge the hatred from killing his son. Sima Yu was surprised at the Jun clan's strength when she saw how the opponent didn't dare to approach and provoke themselves even though they hated them to the core. From what she could see, even if they couldn't kill her, they would still threaten her. However, they could only stay where they were. This meant that they were fearful of the June clan. However, outsiders didn't know much about the inner region's news. So, she also didn't know what position the June clan was in. What made her more curious was the relationship between the June clan and MOU. It was obvious that the June clan were indeed humans, but following MOU's conversation, the June clan were affiliated with them. They won't come over, let's go in. June Wei told Sima Yu. Sure. Once they stepped in, someone came up to them and welcomed them and brought them to their reserved seats. Coincidentally, the Wu clan and Sage Pavilion were facing each other. Thanks to the cultivation of good eyesight, they could see that Sima Yu and June Wei were chatting joyfully and not even a little bothered by their killing intention. Actually, Sima Yu and June Wei were talking about them. It was because their facial expressions were relaxed that made them think that she didn't care at all. Aren't you worried? June Wei asked as he saw how calm Sima Yu was. What's there to worry about? Sima Yu continued, in the city, Armament Masters Guild already told me that they will keep us safe. I'm talking about after getting out of the city. June Wei said. Her relationship with the Armament Masters Guild was good enough. In Armament City, he knew nothing would happen to her. What he was curious about was, when she left this place. How would she be able to escape? Who knows who will actually murder whom, after getting out of city? Sima Yu smiled lightly. You're confident. From what I know, you don't have any spiritual energy now, right? You'll be in danger once you're alone. It's indeed a little dangerous. Sima Yu admitted, but no one would really know who would deal with who. The Bird clan and elders were already half paragon rank, the opponents didn't look like they had that many strong people. June Wei didn't know if she was pretending to be calm or if she really had someone to rely on when he saw Sima Yu without a tint of worry. Regardless, even being able to be this calm in this situation was considered hard enough. After a short while, the successor ceremony officially started and everyone quietened down. This ceremony wasn't different from others. There was nothing else but talking and coronation. After repeating the cycles, it took up to 2 to 3 hours, and by the time that the ceremony was over, it was already noon. Afternoon was everyone's free and easy entertainment timing. There would be a banquet and program in the night, but Sima Yu wasn't interested in those. She attended the banquet as a token and left earlier, but didn't think that she would be blocked by people at the exit. I knew you'd leave earlier. You really understand me well. She didn't see Nalan Lan in the banquet hall and knew she would be waiting for her at the door. You've quite a gut. You knew that we wanted to kill you and still dared to come out alone. She already heard that she was a girl in a mortal land, now she saw it for herself and realized that she was actually so beautiful. It made others jealous and wanted to destroy her beauty. Sima Yu shrugged, I always had the guts, it's not like you don't know about it. You're still so irritating. Sima Yu stood on the ground, seeing that her spiritual energy was coming, she didn't move one bit. Pung. When the spiritual energy came nearer, Sima Yu's body shone with a faint blue ray of light and reflected Nalan Lan's spiritual energy back. Nalan Lan dodged, the spiritual energy landed on the ground, producing a resounding impact sound. The guards from the main gate rushed out hearing the sound. They quickly separated both of them, but from the way they positioned themselves, it looked as if they were protecting Sima Yu behind them. Miss Nalan, fighting is prohibited in the city. Nalan Lan knew she wouldn't be able to kill her tonight seeing how they positioned themselves. There was an Armament Masters Guild protecting her, if not, how would she be this savage? Miss Nalan, wouldn't it be hard for Sage Pavilion to manage it if you're being like this? Captain Hao warned. Nalan Lan obviously knew she couldn't touch her today. She had secretly come out too. If her master had found out, even if they didn't kill her, she might still be punished by her clan. Humph, Sima Yu, you'd better not step out of Armament City your whole life. Otherwise, I'll kill you with my own hands. I'll wait. Sima Yu smiled faintly, but, by then, I don't know who will kill whom. Humph. Nalan Lan then glared at her like a knife gouging her, then walked in unwillingly. Captain Hao turned around and cupped his hands together toward Sima Yu and said, Miss Yu, it's not safe in the city, let us escort you back. Sima Yu smiled and said, it's alright, it's not far to go back from here, I'll walk. Captain Hao wanted to say that the president ordered it, but when he saw MOU walking down the street, he didn't say a thing. Sima Yu was astonished to see MOU walking over. This guy didn't appear in the day, why was he here at this time? Why are you here? To fetch you. To fetch me? I went to the place you stayed and saw that you weren't back, so I came here to take a look. Sima Yu turned her head toward the banquet hall and took a look. Bei Gong Tang and the rest walked out from the door. Yu, how was it? I told you my armor was good. Fatty Chu said as he smirked at Sima Yu. It's enough to deal with Nalan Lan, but if someone more powerful came to attack you, then it might not be useful. Just now, they were guessing that Nalan Lan would be waiting outside, so Sima Yu said to come out and give it a test. Hence, everyone stayed behind the door and watched. Indeed, they saw that Nalan Lan was alone, so they didn't show themselves. It's a bit useful, a bit. Sima Yu continued, who knows? My spiritual energy might recover. I hope it'll be back fast. Alright, let's not hustle here anymore, let's go back first. Back to where they lived, Sima Yu got everyone to go back and rest and stayed to talk to MOU alone. MOU, why did you fetch us tonight? MOU looked at Sima Yu, seemed like she didn't believe the excuse he used just now. I heard that someone sneaked in, so I was worried that you might be in danger. Someone sneaked in? Are they stronger than the clan leader of June clan? Sima Yu was flabbergasted, if it was someone powerful, there was no need to sneak in. If they were able to sneak in, this meant that the person shouldn't be exposed. Sima Yu was flabbergasted. Connecting the dots to the previous death of the president, Sima Yu also guessed that it wouldn't be that smooth sailing. She was still thinking in the morning if any tiny moth would appear in the ceremony and didn't think that she would actually come back smoothly. It should be because He Dong and the rest did well to conceal the danger. I accidentally heard about it while I was taking a rest in the jungle outside the city. What forces are they from, do you know? Sima Yu asked. I don't know, and I'm not interested. If it wasn't because you were in the city, I wouldn't even mention this. This indeed was his character. No, I have to let Xiao Hong know about this. She took out a brush and a blotting paper, wrote a note and got a few scarlet bees out, passed the note to them and got them to bring the note over. Mou and her waited in the courtyard, unsure if the scarlet bees managed to pass the news over. Bang! The sound of battling came from Armament Masters Guild. Sima Yu looked at that direction, the light from spiritual energy almost brightened up the dark sky. Bai Sheng popped out from nowhere and inserted spiritual energy in the river beside the little pavilion and the array ripple wrapped up the whole courtyard. Seeing Sima Yu and Mou in the little pavilion, he flew over. What happened? Fatty Chu and the rest came out from their house and looked in the direction of Armament Masters Guild. Why did they suddenly fight? If they didn't come back earlier, then they would be entangled into the battle. The people fighting are powerful. Yang Fei continued, if it were not for the protection of the array, our courtyard might not be able to stand it. Yu is in the little pavilion, let's go take a look. Everyone came to the little pavilion and saw Bai Sheng inside too. What exactly happened? Why did they fight all of a sudden? Someone sneaked in. Who? Seeing how the previous president died, it's not hard to guess who it is. Is this array able to hold this power? The people battling over there were really powerful, it might not be able to hold on after a few impacts. This array is specially set up by 100 Changing Doors members who Wan Qing requested from, so it shouldn't be a problem. Unless it's a battle of Paragon rankers and other high rankings. This was his lover's yard, everyone would naturally believe his words. Bam! The spirit skills clashing impact trembled the whole city. Luckily we came back early, if not, we'd be in danger. The others nodded in agreement. It was a good thing that Sima Yu didn't like participating in such a banquet and left after showing her face. If not, no one would know what situation it would be if they were trapped inside. I think Uncle He and the rest should be prepared. Even if we don't come back, nothing much will happen to us. But it's still for the best that we came back earlier. Sima Yu looked out worriedly, I wonder what's the situation there. Such an intense battle, she didn't even dare to let out her scarlet bees, if they left the protected area, they might be dead. It was also because of that, they didn't say to go out and help, because they couldn't participate in this situation. The battle continued for a whole night till the next noon, when the sound slowly lessened. It stopped. Fatty Chu came to the little pavilion, looking in that direction, there's no more sound, the battle should be ended. Wait a while before you go out. Let the scarlet bees check on the situation outside first. She released her scarlet bees and got them to check on the situation and waited for them to pass the news, the battle has ended, the guild won. Everyone sighed in relief, it was a relief that the guild won, if they lost, it would have been troublesome for them to leave. Bai Sheng turned off the array and everyone went out and ran toward the guild. The night-long battle was really intense. Some buildings on the street were already destroyed, only those with arrays managed to survive. She came to the hall of the dinner banquet. It was filled with many corpses outside, it seemed like the battle last night wasn't an easy one. She saw Xiao Hong talking to a few guys and walked over. Xiao Hong saw her and asked the people around her to leave, she walked over and asked, Yu, are you okay? I'm fine. Sima Yu saw that her face was rather pale and asked, are you injured? Xiao Hong looked at her own arm and realized her clothes were drenched with blood. It's fine, just a little injured on my arm. It's a good thing that you went off earlier last time. Otherwise, I won't know how injured you would be while you're in this situation. Good to hear you're fine. How's the situation here? Sima Yu asked. My father and the rest were already prepared. Although this battle was a little hard, fighting with us, the Armament Masters Guild, our spirit weapon would crush them to death. Not many of our people died, instead, they were taken out by us. Xiao Hong smiled proudly, but many of us are injured. Sima Yu thought so too, the Alchemist Guild had pills while the Armament Masters Guild had spirit weapons. They could crush people by the sheer quantity of them. She already guessed that Armament Masters Guild would definitely think of that, so they would be prepared. Seeing how the situation was in control now, she didn't have to worry much. Is there anything that we can do to help? Sima Yu asked. There is. Xiao Hong continued, although not many died, but many were injured. Everyone is at least injured a little, even our alchemist master. The healing pills aren't enough, Bei Gong Tang and the rest are alchemist masters, can they help refine more pills? Sure. Bei Gong Tang nodded, refining pills were nothing. Sima Yu was depressed. She didn't have spiritual energy now, so she couldn't help even when she wanted to. She took out an interspatial ring and said, these are the healing pills I refined, use it first. If it's not enough, then refine some more. We have some too. Bei Gong Tang and Yang Fei took out their accumulated pills. Xiao Hong kept the 3 interspatial rings and said, I'll continue with this and cut the formalities with you guys. If you guys manage to refine healing pills, notify me and I'll get someone to go over and get it. Alright. Then I'll pass these pills over first. You guys can go back, the situation here isn't stable yet, it's not safe. Xiao Hong continued, I'll go over and look for you after settling this for 2 days. We got it, you go ahead. Sima Yu said. I'll go first. Xiao Hong took the 3 interspatial rings and got into the banquet hall from yesterday night, thinking that there would be more injured inside there. Those that were injured were being treated while those guards who weren't injured took care of the bodies. Sima Yu and the rest walked around and went back when there was nothing to look at. Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei went back to their house and refined pills. The others wanted to talk to Sima Yu regarding last night, but were pulled away by Mou. This Mou, is he an almighty from the Ghost Clan? Why does he love tea so much? Fatty Chu whined looking at both their backs. You should rejoice that he likes tea. Sima Yulin said. True. Fatty Chu sighed, but if this goes on, Yu will be sick of drinking tea. If she has to go to Ghost Realm next time, Mou will be a good helper. Sima Yulin said. I'm afraid he will be a different person when he goes to Ghost Realm. Fatty Chu didn't trust Mou. So we have to do our best to pull him to our side. Sima Yulin continued, but I think Yu and his relationship got better, both of them feel like true friends. I feel so too. Wei Chi-zi continued, Yu will only accommodate friends and family, look at the way they left earlier on, Yu only have a gaze that she sees as a friend. We don't know what Mou thinks of her. I think it isn't bad either. Didn't you see that when he heard that some people had snuck in, he immediately ran over to fetch Yu? If he didn't care about her, he wouldn't have come here himself. Wei Ziqi deduced. True. I didn't think that in just a few days, they would turn to being friends from evil intentions and guarding against each other. Sima Yulin sighed. They both like tea, have common interests, and got closer after communicating. Maybe. But this time, Mou didn't get Sima Yu to drink tea, but brought her out of the city. Sima Yu saw them being outside the city after a while and asked curiously, why did you bring me here? Before I brought you here, didn't I tell you that I don't know what their identity was? I brought you here to see the bodies. You killed those people? Yesterday it was noisy in the city, so I came to the outside of the city for some peace and got disturbed by them. Mou continued, so I casually took them out. According to my past experience, they definitely wouldn't leave any evidence on their body. Sima Yu said. We'll only know after we try. Mou brought her to the place where he killed them yesterday and found those bodies. Sima Yu saw those bodies and didn't feel any results. After all, seeing all these clothes from the bodies, she could confirm if they were the same forces from the ones before, and also guessed that their bodies wouldn't leave any evidence. But she went up to check, not because of anything else, but because Mou thought that she wondered about it. In those days that they talked about tea, they talked about other things too. Sima Yu once talked about something regarding this. She remembered that she only talked about some of it without showing any concern, but she didn't think that he remembered it all, and also leaving the bodies here after killing them. But the result was the same as she guessed. These bodies didn't leave anything, nothing useful on the body, also, because they were dead for almost a day, she couldn't read their memories anymore. There's nothing at all. Then grasp their soul and ask. Mou said. Grasp their soul? I left their spirit here. Mou said. What do you mean by leaving their spirit here? Their spirits are still in their body. Mou rarely explained patiently, when I killed them, I trapped their spirit in their body, it didn't leave their body. There's such a thing? Can everyone in Ghost Realm do that? Sima Yu looked at him shockingly. Others don't know, but I know. I created it myself. Mou continued, if you're interested, call me master, and I'll teach you. Do you think it's possible? Maybe. Mou continued, although this dark skill isn't very useful, what comes after the dark skills is very useful. Without this dark skill, it's useless even if there's spirit. What dark skill? Grasping spirit skill. Grasping spirit skill? Sima Yu blinked, it must be a powerful dark skill just by hearing the name. Of course it's powerful, these are the top few dark skills in Ghost Realm. How? Do you want to learn? You only have to call me master and I'll teach you. Sima Yu never learnt any dark skills before. Even when she was with her cousin, she never thought of learning it. But now suddenly she heard him saying it, she started to feel tempted, thinking how it was like to use dark skills. But, if she had to call him master, then she would rather not learn. I can't use spiritual energy now, how do I learn? When my spiritual energy recovers, you will be gone already. How about that, you write down the method of this dark skill, when I recover my spiritual energy then I'll practice with that method, how about that? There's no, how about it? This dark skill of mine can only be passed verbally, it can't be recorded or written down. Mou continued, also, I checked your health, although the rare light devil physique made it hard for you, but it's not without its benefit. Just like now, even if your spiritual energy is sealed, you can use your dark spiritual energy, it's the same. That's possible? Sima Yu widened her eyes, she never thought about this before. You've always sealed your dark energy because you thought that your body wouldn't be able to take it if it comes out. So when your spiritual energy got sealed, you never thought of unsealing your dark energy, that's why you didn't think of it before. Mou said. Sima Yu admitted to what he said, she indeed didn't think about that, so she didn't think of releasing the dark energy. With what Mou said, she was emotionally affected, days without spiritual energy were really boring. But at the same time she was worried that once she released the dark energy, there would be some unforeseen circumstances, for example, her body being unable to take it or something like that. She told him her worries, Mou laughed lightly and said, you were afraid that your body wouldn't be able to take it, but that's because both kinds of energy clash together. But now the situation has changed. You have no light energy, and that means that there won't be any clash, really? I'll try when I get back. Sima Yu laughed mischievously, but even so, it's impossible that I'll call you master. You don't have to come to a conclusion right away, after you know the power of grasping spirit skill, you'll naturally want to learn from me. If you are willing to call me master in the way of tea, then I won't mind calling you master. Sima Yu continued, after all, we talked about tea first, call me master first. Call her master? How was that possible? Do you know how many people in Ghost Realm want to be my disciple? Now, I'm giving you the chance but you don't want to. Then don't you know how many people want to be my disciple in the human realm? Now, I'll give you the chance too, aren't you going to reject it too? Sima Yu used his words to refute him. What a clever and eloquent girl. Alright, let's settle the main thing first, show off your grasping spirit skills too. Who knows, it might be so amazing that it attracts me. She rushed. Then look closely, this grasping spirit skill is not only useful to the spirit in the body, it's useful to everyone's spirit in their body. Mo said. Then isn't it comparable to soul cultivation? Sima Yu asked curiously. The soul cultivation skill she was talking about wasn't the one where she trained her own spirit, but it was a method to refine the spirit by Ghost Realm. You know soul cultivation skill? Someone from Ghost Realm mentioned it when we were in Immortal Land. Sima Yu casually explained, is your grasping spirit skill the same as this soul cultivation skill? Of course not. Mo denied, my grasping spirit skill mainly controls their spirits, making it possible for me to use them when they are under divine knowledge and conscious state. This is a more proper dark skill. But soul cultivation is different. What's the difference? The difference between soul cultivation and grasping spirit skill is that, grasping spirit skill keeps the spirit conscious, and soul cultivation will completely shut off spirit's divine knowledge, making them look like a walking corpse. Mo explained. Aren't both of them used to control spirits? To those spirits, they already lost their freedom. There aren't any differences. Sima Yu pointed out. Of course it's different. Once you stop using grasping spirit skill, those spirits can regain their freedom. But those that are cultivated by soul cultivation skills can't. Mo retorted. But, since you already control those spirits, those that learnt grasping spirit skills, even people like you, wouldn't let them regain their freedom easily. Sima Yu guessed, even so, what's the difference even if they can and can't? You don't know about this. You know what Ghost Realm has the most? It's not ghost clans, but it's spirits. Mo continued, if you learnt this and come to Ghost Realm next time, it means you'll have a lot of power. Even without this, I have my ways to deal with those spirits. Sima Yu muttered. The 100 ghost banner that she had, to her, was their worst jinx. Regardless if you were grasped by grasping spirit skills or cultivated by soul cultivation skills, once you met the 100 ghost banner, you'd have to surrender obediently. Of course, she couldn't let him know about this. What method do you have? Mo didn't believe her words, just learn this grasping spirit skill from me. Look closely. He walked to those corpses and waved his hand. Ripples appeared on his body, and it was as if the power of binding of spirits had disappeared. Sima Yu could see that the shadows slowly appeared. They looked like they were heading to the Ghost Realm, but Mo formed a seal with both his hands and those spirits stayed where they were and couldn't move. How is it? He asked her. Not bad I guess. The rule of spirits going into Ghost Realm after they die, you can even make spirits go against this rule, this means that you're amazing. Sima Yu continued, but this isn't of any help in checking up on this, right? The newly formed spirit didn't have any power, these few spirits looked confused, they didn't know they had already become a spirit. Are you thinking of questioning their spirit by torture? Sima Yu asked, I heard that humans won't remember anything they did before they die when they go into Ghost Realm, it's equal to starting anew. Even if you catch their spirit, you can't get anything out of them, because they don't know anything in the past. Who says I'm going to ask? If you don't, then how are you going to get the information we want? You'll know when you see it. Like what you said, it's time to see a miracle. Previous chapter. Sima Yu couldn't help the cold sweat rolling down after hearing what he said. She said that sentence when she was brewing tea, but now that it came from him, it felt weird. But she couldn't think too much about it. Mo congealed a seal with both his hands and a ray of black light shone towards those spirits, trapping them. Something shocking happened and those spirits slowly dispersed, transformed into tiny bits of bright light, followed by scenes appearing one by one. Sima Yu went blank seeing those scenes and listening to those people speaking. In the scenarios, those people's appearances weren't clear, but their voices were clearly heard. They were saying, other than Alchemist Guild and Armament Masters Guild matters, they also planned an attack towards other guilds. But even so, there wasn't much regarding the information of these forces, it seemed like these few people weren't the core people. She slowly digested the information after getting it. The scenes disappeared along with the light, meaning these spirits were gone too, with no chances to go to the Ghost Realm. How, is it very useful? Mo tempted, want to learn? Sima Yu came back to her senses and said, this one is indeed amazing, but it's not useful to me. It will come in use when you go to Ghost Realm. Mo continued, you can't only learn dark skills when you reach the Ghost Realm, in addition, you can use dark spiritual energy now, might as well learn it now. True, but I can't call you master. You haven't called me master after I taught you how to brew tea. Sima Yu was still twisted by this. Don't you want to learn it? Mo was losing his patience, she kept rejecting, he kept wanting to teach her, if she continues to reject, he would really agree to it. I can learn even if I'm not your disciple. Sima Yu continued, we can investigate tea, we can also investigate dark skills too. Right? Both of them discussed for almost half a day, and Mo finally compromised and agreed to teach her dark skill, but didn't take her as a disciple. If you become my disciple, next time when you get to Ghost Realm, no one will dare to touch you. Mo looked as if she lost a deal. Sima Yu laughed and said, when I get to Ghost Realm, you'll be the same in Ghost Realm too. I believe that you won't reject me if I asked you for help. In others' eyes, I'm with the Ghost Concubine. You and the Ghost Concubine are enemies. Mo said. But you're actually not. Sima Yu continued, but, with your identity, you should know about my mother, right? A little, but I didn't get involved with those things, so I'm not really clear with it. Then can you tell me what you know? Actually it's about the Ghost Emperor. He's your grandfather. After bringing your mother back, some people went there to make a fuss, requesting that they kill your mother. But I think she was locked up in the end. Sima Yu compared it with what Deja said, both of them said almost the same thing, so it must be true. Then do you know where my mother is locked up? Abyss of Hell. Mo continued, but I can't confirm that. Cousin said the same thing, so it should be right. Sima Yu continued, seems like it won't easy to get my mother out. Even the Ghost Emperor won't set foot in there easily. I guess you'll need to wait for 1,000 years if you want to save your mother. Mo said. I won't let my mother suffer for so long. Sima Yu continued, I'll get her out. Mo saw her firm gaze and although, deep down, he thought that it was something that she couldn't do, he kinda believed her. Since it's like that, then you should learn the dark skill. When you're there is little light-type spiritual energy, so you won't be able to replenish properly when you use it, it would be useless no matter how powerful you are. I'll go back and tell the rest about this information, then try and test if I can release this dark energy. If possible, I'll learn some dark skills from you. Sima Yu said. After the both of them went back to the city, they immediately went to look for He Dong and told him about this information. They got him to notify all the guild members to be on high alert, then she went back to the courtyard she stayed. If it wasn't for them coming back from the outside, others wouldn't even know that they went out. Sima Yu didn't confirm if He Dong spread the news, but with her current strength and identity, she couldn't do anything about it. She got Bai Sheng to spread the news back to Heartbreak Valley, asking Heartbreak Valley members to be careful, then also spread the news to Heavenly Sect to Mao San Quan and spread it to the Alchemist Guild and Pill Subdivision. The three forces that received the news saw this high-importance news, especially Alchemist Guild, it clearly said that they would aim for them. By that, they didn't know if they would take action during Alchemist competition, so they couldn't treat it lightly, they must tighten their defense. Heartbreak Valley and Imperial Sect were closely surveillancing their surroundings, they were afraid that they would be involved with those forces. After spreading the news to them, Sima Yu didn't need to care about the other things, so when everyone else was busy, she became free. Mo left, and she went into the Spirit Pagoda alone. I'll need to try to release the dark attributes of spiritual energy later. It'll temporarily replace the light attributes. If anything dangerous happens during this process, you guys have to suppress the dark spiritual energy. Sima Yu summoned all the beasts in front of her and ordered them. You don't worry. We won't let anything happen to you. Little Dream said. That's right, if anything really happens, we have Qing Yi here. Little Seven agreed. Of the whole Spirit Pagoda, or should we say the whole world, only she could be that confident to summon Qing Yi. Sima Yu sat cross-legged, sinking divine knowledge deep into her body, following her own channels and went to her acupuncture points. The dark spiritual energy was moved to the acupuncture points long ago. Although it was sealed, it would still release a dark aura from time to time to compete with the spiritual energy around. If other energies were still like dead water, only the dark spiritual energy would have a little surge. The heaven sealed all the other spiritual energy, but on the contrary, this sealed dark spiritual power was overlooked. She sighed, left the acupuncture point and searched for the place where the dark spiritual energy was. Seeing the crack on the seal, she led the dark spiritual energy out from inside. Little Seven and the rest looked at her nervously. They could obviously feel that the aura on her changed. It was slowly being wrapped up by the dark aura, then the aura was kept back and she was back to her usual self, nothing changed. Seeing her open her eyes, everyone asked anxiously, Yu, did you fail? Sima Yu smiled, flipped her right hand, and a black ball of spiritual energy appeared on her palm. Seeing the power in her hand, everyone's eyes brightened. Is that a success? Sima Yu nodded, throwing the spiritual energy towards a place with nobody, and the floor exploded with a pothole left behind. Without dark skills and only using spiritual energy, the power won't be strong. She said unsatisfyingly. Didn't Mo say he will teach you dark skills? Then let him teach you more. Little Roar was cautious while in Little Dream's embrace. We will see when the time comes. Sima Yu continued, but it seems like I can fly again now. She tried and, true enough, she flew. After flying around in the air, she came back to ground, cracking her fingers and said, it feels so much better with spiritual energy in the body. Of course. If not, why would anyone want to cultivate? Little Seven said. Alright, I'll go out first. I can learn dark skills when Mo comes. She went outside and started practicing on dark spiritual energy. Because the Spirit Pagoda was musking the aura, if she didn't purposely release it, or she wasn't using the spiritual energy, then others wouldn't feel her aura, and also wouldn't know that she had dark spiritual energy. Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei refined pills for the whole day, both of their success rates of refining pills were very high, so in one day, hundreds of pills were made. In the evening, He Dong sent someone to get the pills. At the same time, he informed Sima Yu that he already spreaded the information she gave. Some of the forces that were related to armament masters started to leave after 2 days. Only those that were close would stay and see if they needed any help. The Armament Masters Guild didn't keep them. The situation now was more special. With messy and confusing people in Armament City, it would pressure them less if those unfamiliar ones left. Sima Yu wanted to leave too, but Xiao Hong said that Sage Pavilion and Wu Clan members hadn't left, and the guild was busy. If she left now, they couldn't guarantee her safety. She insisted for her to stay for a while longer before she left. Also, they requested Ouyang Fei and Bei Gong Tang to continue helping by refining more pills. Sima Yu discussed with everyone. They felt that it would be dangerous if they left now, so everyone agreed to what Xiao Hong said. They would leave after a few days. Sima Yu saw how everyone agreed, so she didn't persist and agreed to leave after they were done being busy. After Mo Yu came, she told him her plans. Initially he planned to leave with Jun Clan first, but didn't expect that he would immediately notify Jun Clan's members that he would go back alone later. Sima Yu thought that he would have guessed it since he didn't hesitate when he made the decision. Did you release the dark spiritual energy? Mo Yu asked after he sent his orders to his side and saw Sima Yu's faint aura emitting from her body. You can even see that? I've already hidden it well enough. You did hide it. Those who aren't my level wouldn't notice it. Mo Yu continued, so, let's start today. Other than grasping spirit skill, I'll teach you some other dark skills. Sima Yu looked at him in shock after hearing what he said. I already feel odd when you said you want to teach me grasping spirit skill yesterday, you even want to teach me other skills now. Why do I feel that you have another agenda? Oh. Tell me, what agenda could I possibly have? Mo Yu smiled thinly and didn't mind when she said that. If I knew, will I still need to ask you? Sima Yu said. You can't guess it when you're so smart. Who can guess your thoughts when you already lived for about 1,000 years? Sima Yu continued, why don't you tell me straight? Who says you aren't smart, you even guessed my age? Mo Yu said. Damn, really? You're really that old? Sima Yu looked at him with her jaws dropped. She was just exaggerating, she didn't expect that she would have guessed it right. No wonder this guy could become an almighty from a realm. If he was going to kill her later, she guessed only Qing Yi could save her. Look at me, am I old? Mo Yu asked. Sima Yu nodded, seeing his black face, she quickly shakes her head and said smirkingly, you're so young, hee, one look and I know you're 16 forever. Mo Yu saw the way she was trying to get on his good side, he extended his arm and flicked on her forehead. Actually you're right, I do have other thoughts other than teaching you this. Sima Yu's attention was caught, she didn't pursue him from flicking her forehead anymore. I knew my intuition wouldn't be wrong. Why are you so proactive on teaching me dark skill? Mo Yu didn't say much, he muttered, Ghost Realm is going to be chaotic. Ghost Realm was one of the most chaotic realm in the 3 realm between human, devil and ghost. There were more massacre compared to the other 2 realms, also because of that, Ghost Realm could contain countless spirit in it, it would never be saturated, because there were too many deaths, those that were going to come might overpower the dead ones. And the chaos Mo Yu said wasn't the small bicker that Ghost Realm usually had, something that could make the realm's almighty worry must be something huge. Now that Sima Yu had spiritual energy, her hearing recovered, hearing what he said, she asked curiously, I'm from human realm, it won't cause a lot of problems if I want to save my mother next time. The chaos and ghost realm you're talking about, what has it got to do with me? That you have to teach me dark skills? You'll know when time comes. Mo Yu started the climax. Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him and said, you even learn to be like the divinators. Hee. Mo Yu lightly laughed, when a human reaches a certain level, they will sense heaven. It's not odd that they would a certain thing or two about the future. But this is different from what the divinators predicted. That was also why I can sense the chaos in ghost realm, sensing your usefulness in that chaos. He added in his mind. But also because he could sense it, even if it wasn't as accurate as divinators, he knew the importance of Sima Yu, although he couldn't predict the exact role of hers in that chaos. Sima Yu understood this kind of circumstances, so she didn't deny what he said. Since when did you sense it? Did you intend to not kill me? Kill me in the first place? Unexpectedly Mo Yu shook his head and said, although we can sense some things, but in terms of things like that, we can only sense it after we have interacted with each other. I only realized it 2 days back. Then can you tell me where and how is this chaos? When will it start and how? Sima Yu questioned. To that, Mo Yu shook his head. I can only see the glow of fire filling the whole sky, a boundless mountain made by corpses, writhing in death aura, I can't see any other things clearly. Previous chapter. There was one point that Mo Yu hadn't pointed out. It wasn't that he sensed the chaos first before realizing her importance. It was only after talking to her that he sensed the chaos. This kind of situation only had 2 reasons, first, she was important in this chaos, another one was, the chaos was because of her. After giving a thought, he thought that the latter wouldn't be possible, how could Ghost Realm be in chaos because of one person? So he concluded that it should be the first reason. But the one that was impossible, would usually be the cause. There's something I don't understand. Sima Yu said. Spill it. Even if I'm useful in that chaos next time, I'm not someone who is warm-hearted, why teach me? Sima Yu asked. Because. I'm bored. Mo Yu continued, although the Ghost Realm will be in turmoil, to me, it has been peaceful for very long. It's been so long since. I've seen something so exciting. Whatever happened to my mother the other time wasn't considered exciting enough? I didn't participate in your mother's affair, how could you say it's exciting? Mo Yu continued, and also that wasn't considered as something huge, so it's not something exciting. Sima Yu was speechless. Deja said that the news had spread around in Ghost Realm buzzingly, it wasn't considered exciting enough in his eyes? Alright, do you have any other questions? If not, can we begin now? Mo Yu asked. Sure. Sima Yu kept all the other questions to herself. It didn't matter what kind of motive he had to teach her, she would think about it later. Regarding other matters, whatever comes after would be covered. In addition, it would be next time, when she went to the ghost realm. Maybe MOU didn't have any disciple before, so the dark skill he taught her was very brief. He explained it to her once and showed it once, then let her practice the way he explained, and he would sit aside and watch while drinking tea. It was also because he met Sima Yu, such a talented person, that was why he could teach her in this way and still be able to comprehend the essences of these dark skills. Maybe Sima Yu had also inherited her mother's talent, that she was able to comprehend the dark skills naturally. No matter how hard the dark skill MOU taught her, she could comprehend it within a day. Although it wasn't that good, but that would be achievable in time. MOU was resolutely shocked when he saw her learning speed. With her practice, didn't it mean that she wouldn't need much time to learn all the dark skills and light skills? But Sima Yu didn't think the same. After all, she had inherited her mother's talent, but other conditions were essentials as well. For example, the principle she comprehended was currently the most powerful, most primitive, the closest to heaven's principle. All this was helpful to comprehend Dark Realm's essence, or you could say, that it was a huge factor. And there was one more important reason, it was MOU's way of teaching. Although he only taught the methods, and then demonstrated once, he was the Almighty from Devil Realm, how could the dark skill he comprehended be compared to ordinary people? Anything from him, although it sounded simple, was pure. Hence, Sima Yu's doubt would always be cleared with the most accurate teaching. To Sima Yu, this helped her a lot effortlessly. After MOU experienced her talents, not knowing what he was thinking, the month after, he kept teaching her dark skill. Additionally, it was one skill per day, it felt like he was imparting his skills. And obviously, he looked as if he had something in mind as he went into a daze many times while sipping on tea. After another month, Sima Yu already learnt many dark skills, forced by MOU. Furthermore, he would teach her a new skill once she learnt one. Sima Yu couldn't help but voice out the doubts she had after practicing. You've taught me so many dark skills, aren't you afraid that I'll forget or get mixed up? MOU only faintly threw her 2 words, will you? She really wouldn't. Didn't you say you only want to teach me grasping spirit skills? Now you taught me so many, I'm not your disciple, aren't you at a disadvantage? She took a sip of the tea he brought over. When she became tired, tea tasting became gulping. What a waste. MOU continued, if you think I'm at a disadvantage, then send me lots of tea leaves, I won't come back to human realm anytime soon once I go back this time. Sima Yu was startled, you're going back. I can still delay for a while. MOU said. With that said, means that he would have to leave after a while. Maybe it was because they bonded over tea tasting, maybe because he gave everything to teach her, or maybe because they both had been interacting with each other for 2 months all the time. She was reluctant when she heard that he was leaving. Reluctant to let me go? MOU smirked with his eyes. This was totally different from the faint smile in the beginning where she just knew him. If you can't bear to let me go, then go ghost realm with me, how? Sima Yu presented him with a roll of her eyes, such a nice thought. But too bad, it's not practical now. But, when I go to ghost realm, then I'll find you and reminisce together. Then I'll wait. MOU said as he poked her forehead. She immediately felt a cooling sensation passing through her head. Although Sima Yu was fearful, she didn't panic. She looked at him and said, what did you do to me? Actually nothing much, just leaving a divine knowledge on your body, it's like a marking, I'll sense it when you go to ghost realm. MOU said. Sima Yu sensed it, her brain actually had a faint shadow, but this shadow was different from Feng Ruyan's, the color was much lighter. Maybe because this wasn't a soul mark, but only a divine knowledge mark. I wonder if this thing will come out if there was danger. Sima Yu muttered. It won't come out, but it will release my aura. People of Ghost Realm are more sensitive to aura. If they feel my aura, they won't do anything to you. MOU said. This means, I already have a protective umbrella even before I go? Sima Yu beamed, it was so cooling, sheltering under a tree. Sima Yu learned from MOU for 2 months. After learning from him, MOU suddenly said that he had to leave. Sima Yu knew long ago that it would happen, so she wasn't surprised, but she still felt reluctant deep down. These are books of knowledge about Ghost Realm. Forget about those books about dark skills, I won't pass it to you, you just have to continue learning the skills that I have taught you and you'll be good enough to sweep the whole Ghost Realm. But if you can read these books, you'll be able to use them when you come to Ghost Realm. MOU said. Sima Yu kept the books, took out an interspatial ring, passed it to him and said, this is the tea I have prepared for you. MOU took over and scanned it with divine sense, even the calm him became stunned. Previous chapter. Next chapter. You have so many tea leaves? Looking inside the interspatial ring, MOU almost couldn't deal with the pile of tea leaves that were as high as a mountain. Who was the one who told him to drink less of it because tea leaves were sparse? Sima Yu rubbed her nose and said rather sheepishly, towards people that I'm unfamiliar with, I'll naturally say that there aren't many tea leaves. Of course there will be many of my friends. MOU lost his smile. She was still so calculative. However, the way she acted now was proof that she had accepted him, right? Sima Yu didn't have to explain much more. She took out a tablet and placed it on her forehead. After a moment, she said, I've placed all my knowledge on tea brewing inside of this. It has recorded it all. The basics of which is that you need to brew it yourself. With that many tea leaves, you will have enough to drink for a few tens of years. Alright. MOU took the tablet and placed it on his forehead. All the knowledge transmitted into his brain immediately. When are you leaving? Sima Yu asked. Once I send you off. Mou said, our Jun clansmen sent back news saying that those from the Sage Pavilion and Wu clan have not left yet. They are waiting for you outside the city. I won't be able to send you back. Will you be okay? No worries. Sima Yu said, let's return, then. In order to prevent anything big from happening in the armament city, Mou had been bringing her around when she went outside the city before bringing her back. Mou sent her back to her courtyard where everyone happened to be chatting. Mou placed Sima Yu down and said, if anything happens, go to the Jun clan for help. I got it. Although I don't know what situation requires you to return home to settle personally, and I know that you are very powerful, I still have to say it. Be careful. Sima Yu said, if I chance upon any good tea, I'll keep it for you. You just have to send your men to come and take it from me. I remember that. I'll definitely get them for you. Mou said, I'll be waiting for you in the ghost realm. Alright. This time, Mou didn't leave through a portal in space. He directly tore a hole through space and left. This act of his was similar to the one Wu Lingyu used when he left the Wonderlands. Once Mou left, Sima Yu walked over to the pavilion, where everyone was gathered. Yu, did Mou return to the ghost realm? Perhaps it was because of their separation, but she wasn't in a good mood. Separations are just so you can meet again. Bei Gong Tang comforted her. I know. I was just sad for a while. Sima Yu said. Oh right, Xiao Hong came to look for you these past 2 days. But heard that you were in closed-door cultivation, so she asked us to tell you to contact her once you were out. You said that I was in closed-door cultivation? Will she even believe that? When Xiao Hong came, only Fatty Chu was around. Fatty Chu said so we could only continue the story. Fatty Chu threw a soft glare in his direction and sighed. When Xiao Hong ran over, I hadn't thought of what to say, alright. When she asked me where you were, I just said something random. Then didn't she say anything? It seemed like she muttered something back then, but I didn't hear what she said. Then she left, so I didn't look into it. Sima Yu shook her head helplessly. Xiao Hong probably mumbled something about how she didn't even have spirit energy. She took out her mother stone and inserted some spirit energy in. Xiao Hong's voice was quickly heard. Yu, are you out from closed-door cultivation? Yeah, just out. They said that you came to look for me, and wanted me to let you know once I was out. I'll come look for you in a bit, then. Sima Yu could tell that she sounded a little anxious. Yu. Xiao Hong walked over and looked at Sima Yu as if she was her savior. What's the rush? What happened? The other organizations have been attacked by a group of black-robed men these past 2 months. Xiao Hong immediately released a shocking piece of news the moment she appeared. What was the result? Because they had us to notify them, they had time to prepare. That was why the black-robed men didn't reap any benefits. However, because it was so sudden, although they managed to fend off their attacks, it wasn't a clear victory. Only after she said this did everyone finally heave a sigh of relief. If any of the guilds were controlled, it would have been a huge problem to the continent. Those guilds sent their men over to thank us. They knew that you were the one who had sent us the information, so they all said to send you their thanks. Xiao Hong said, they sent their men over to thank you, but you were in closed-door cultivation. Added on to the fact that each guild had their own things to do, they left their gifts of gratitude and returned. Here, these are their gifts. Xiao Hong took out an interspatial ring and Sima Yu took it over for a look. She was happy. There were really quite a bit of things inside. It could be because everyone knew she was a genius, so within their gifts, aside from high-ranking pills and spirit tools, there were even a few rare ingredients. Within the Alchemist Guild's gift of thanks, there was even a sound stone left behind by Xia Chang Tian. Sima Yu handed the sound stone over to Bei Gong Tang, who helped her to insert in some spirit energy. Although she could use her dark spirit energy, she didn't want Xiao Hong to know about that, so she could only get someone else to help her. Yu, you're so heartless. You left for such a long time without coming back for a look. Did you forget about us? Xia Chang Tian complained like a little mistress, causing the entire courtyard to fill with laughter. Yu, are you really an elder of the Alchemist Guild? Sima Yu pursed her lips. She really wanted to say that she didn't recognize this person. However, if you didn't send word back to inform us, we would have fallen prey to that group of people. So that proves that you, still care about our guild. The others wouldn't stop laughing and Sima Yu rested her forehead in her hands. She was already speechless. Alright, don't look so helpless. Xia Chang Tian acted as if he was watching her helpless state as he said, I came to look for you because I have something I need to tell you. Sima Yu heard that his tone had changed and assumed that he really had something important to say. However, his next words almost made her fall down. After going through this, a few guilds are enraged. Just because we don't strike out, they take us to be sick cats. That is why we have decided to band together to retaliate. After discussion, a few guilds have decided to form an alliance. They will gather in Red Tinted City in the Eastern Ridge to discuss things. Alright, what I want to say is that I will be heading over there personally. If you miss me, you can look for me there. Just as Sima Yu was about to go crazy, the voice in the sound stone disappeared. This president really is. It's been so many years, but he's still so improper. Xiao Hong saw the way Sima Yu was acting and laughed even more. She sat on the seat, clutching her stomach and laughing non-stop. Yu, I've met the president of the Alchemist Guild before, but I didn't think that he would be so playful. The way he spoke to you. Ha ha ha. Alright, stop laughing. Sima Yu said rather helplessly, do you know about the guild alliance that he talked about just now? Of course I know. I was even planning to attend it with my father. Xiao Hong said. Since her identity had already been revealed, she no longer had to pretend and could loudly admit to her identity as the young miss of the guild. You want to go as well? That's right. Xiao Hong nodded. Those dark powers have provoked the guilds again and again. I have my temper as well. I'm not easy to mess with. This has caused all the guilds to decide to retaliate, so they have decided to form an alliance. We definitely have to find out who's manipulating things behind the scenes. This was obviously her father's succession ceremony, but it had been ruined by those people. Adding on to the fact that the previous president had treated them so well and had watched her grow up only to be killed by them, she really hated them to the bone. She would definitely participate in this. Since those people dare to act against your guilds, they should have some substance to them. Sima Yu sighed. If you ask me, they will expect you to form an alliance to deal with them. To fight you in spite of this situation means that the other party isn't simple. My father said the same thing. Xiao Hong said, but no matter who they are, even if they are from the hidden clan, we will never let them off. If you can find out who it is, just call us if you need help. Although my Heartbreak Valley has not been established for long, we can still come up to contribute to your manpower. Sima Yu said. What do you mean you can contribute to our manpower? Do you think I don't know about your Heartbreak Valley? Every single one of them is a brave and skilled fighter. If we really need help, each one of your people will definitely be able to fight 10 enemies. Xiao Hong said with a smile, since President Xia invited you, will you head to Red Tinted City with us? Me? Sima Yu thought of how Xia Chong Tian was and hurriedly shook her head. No way, no way. I have to return to my Heartbreak Valley. I heard that the Sage Pavilion and the Wu clan are still waiting for you outside the city. They're waiting for you to appear so that they can kill you. Xiao Hong sighed. The moment you leave Armament City, they won't let you off on our account anymore. If you go with us, they might still hold back if they see you with my father. It's alright. They want to kill me, but I want to kill them even more. Sima Yu said. Since she was still able to use her dark spirit energy, she was naturally able to open her little realm. There were 100,000 Blood Fiend City residents in there, each and every single one a desperate fugitive. Would she still have to fear the Sage Pavilion and Wu clansmen? At this time, Bai Sheng was standing at the side and opened his mouth, wanting to say something when he finally decided to swallow his words. However, Sima Yu noticed him. Xiao Hong still wanted Sima Yu to go with them, but Sima Yu glanced at Bai Sheng then said that she would consider it. Then, she headed back. Once Xiao Hong left, Sima Yu looked at Bai Sheng and asked, Old Bai, what did you want to say? If it's possible, I would like to go to the Eastern Ridge as well to take a look. What happened? Does it have to do with Lu Liangkai? Sima Yu asked. Based on Bai Sheng's personality, if nothing had happened, he would not casually speak like that. Bai Sheng nodded, saying, I received news from the valley a few days ago. It said that something seems to have happened in Eastern Ridge. The men that I've sent have disappeared without news. Oh. So strange? Sima Yu frowned. Her Heartbreak Valley men were all relatively powerful. They weren't peerless, but they wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. What has the valley decided? Sima Yu asked. Valley leader has already taken Feng Ji and the others and left. Bai Sheng sighed. Initially, Valley leader instructed me not to tell you this because you have no spirit energy. However, since you are able to use your dark spirit energy, I feel like we can go take a look as well. Furthermore, Fair Eastern City where Liang Kai and the others disappeared isn't too far from Red Tinted City. Sima Yu was rather hesitant. If anything really happened in Fair Eastern City, it might affect what happened in the guild. Although she didn't really want to see Xia Chong Tian, that shameless old man, she was quite attached to the Alchemist Guild. The Guild Alliance. Why did they have to go to the Eastern Ridge? It might be because the Armament Master Guild and Spirit Master Guild are in the Eastern Ridge. Bai Sheng said. However, we don't know the fundamental reason. It might be because of what's happening in Fair Eastern City. That is possible. They can discuss the alliance as well as what is happening in Fair Eastern City. I also feel that this is very possible. Otherwise, they would not have chosen such a close city. It could be because she had followed MOU these past 2 years and studied the underground arts that she did not care for whatever was happening in the world outside and had no idea about this. On the outside, this news had already spread as common knowledge around the continent. Then should we go? Since our people have disappeared there as well, we naturally have to go and take a look. Are we going with the Armament Master Guild? Sima Yu thought about it and shook her head. If she went with the Armament Master Guild, didn't that mean that she would have to head straight for Xia Chong Tian and the others? We'll go on our own. Also, I have something I need to do before we go. What? Everyone looked at her. Of course it is to ensure Old Bai can reap some interest. Sima Yu said, aren't those people waiting for me to go out? Then we should go and meet them. Bai Sheng was stunned. He didn't think that she still remembered what happened to him, and that the first thing she did after recovering her strength was to help him out. Alright. We'll collect our interest before we leave. We'll leave tomorrow. I have to let Xiao Hong and Uncle He know. Alright. When Xiao Hong and He Chen Dong found out that they were leaving on the second day, they were extremely surprised. They wanted to leave with her, but since she resisted, they could only let her have her way while saying that they would send their own men to go with her. The Alchemist Guild was already so busy, how could she give them even more burden? As such, after saying goodbye, she led her people through the teleportation array on the morning of the second day and headed outside of the city. The moment they appeared in the city, the Sage Pavilion and Wu clansmen were immediately notified. Previous chapter. With spirit energy, she wouldn't get dizzy taking the teleportant arrays. As she was walking one round inside the city, it seemed like something had suddenly caught her attention and she sprinted outside. When the Wu clansmen who had rushed to the armament guild knew that they had escaped, they were so angry that they nearly spit blood. Wu Gaoyun smirked coldly and said, "You knew that we were guarding this area, so you didn't dare to take the teleportation array. I want to see just where you can escape after leaving the city." "Young master, they are headed outside via the east gate. We'll chase after them. We will definitely have to kill Bai Sheng and the few of them. Then, we'll trample Heartbreak Valley." Wu Gaoyun sneered. "Young master, should we go and call the Sage Pavilion? We can send some men to inform them, but we do not have to wait for them." "Yes, young master." One person went to inform the Sage Pavilion while Wu Gaoyun led the rest of them towards the eastern part of the city. After leaving the eastern gate, they saw a continuous row of mountains. "You want to make use of the terrain to escape? You're thinking too much." Wu Gaoyun laughed icily as he led his men in a mad dash. Throughout the journey there, they depended on the markings left behind by their clansmen and managed to track Sima Yu and the others in less than half a day. "Young master." Those who were tracking Sima Yu and the others met them halfway. "What about those people? They're not too far ahead." They stopped the moment they reached that place. "Why didn't you go up and catch them?" Wu Gaoying said with a solemn expression. He had sent more than 10 people. Could it be that they couldn't deal with a few brats? Furthermore, there were only the 3 of them. What in the world was going on? "Young master, although the other party isn't strong, they have many powerful contracted beasts. Useless things." Wu Gaoyun gave the person a single kick. "Follow me, just look at how I kill them all." Wu Gaoyun led the men in a high-speed chase and never once stopped to think why Sima Yu and the others had run non-stop only to stop suddenly. Sima Yu and the others were currently waiting at the mountain peak. What littered the mountain valley were the corpses that Little Dream and the others had torn apart. The moment Wu Gaoyun and his men arrived at the mountain, they saw the bodies and immediately filled with rage. They didn't say a thing before charging straight at the foot of the mountain where Sima Yu and the others were, attacking. Bai Sheng took Sima Yu and the others, flying towards the sky. Wu Gaoyun's attack happened to land at the ground where they were, taking off the top of the mountain. As the mountain top was crumbling, the mountain valley suddenly flashed with the light of an array, surrounding the Wu clansmen completely inside. Trapping array. Wu Gaoyun and the others recognized it immediately. "Young master, this is the dragon trapping array." "Dragon trapping array? Isn't that the 100 changing doors array?" The dragon trapping array was very famous in the inner sect because there was once someone who had half a step into the paragon rank who went to make trouble with the 100 changing doors. The 100 changing doors men used the dragon trapping array to lock him up for a few tens of years, until finally they sent someone to let him out. From then onwards, nobody dared to cause trouble for the 100 changing doors. I heard that, 20 years ago, this Sima Yu used this array to trap a group of strong experts inside. Then, she used a lightning calamity to kill them all. Sima Yu saw that they were all trapped, and no longer needed Bai Sheng to hold her as she stopped in midair by herself. "Not bad, you're able to recognize the dragon trapped array." She and Wu Gaoyun threw leveled looks at each other. Their expressions were light, but their eyes filled with killing intent. "How do you know the 100 changing doors dragon trapping array?" Wu Gaoyun's expression was a sight to behold. If she had any relationship with the 100 changing doors, they would have another problem to deal with if they killed her. "Of course I learnt it." Sima Yu said, "I not only learnt this array, but even added something new to it. That is why it is no longer just an ordinary array, it's a killing array." After speaking, she attacked the array. It was clear that she had sent a casual attack, but the people inside the array felt 10 times the power. "Vicious brat, you'd better stop this savagery. You, those from the Sage Pavilion aren't here yet. I'm guessing that they're coming after. We should deal with it soon. Then they can just go through it together." One shouldn't look down on Sima Yu and the others for being only divine ranked. When they attacked together, adding on to that the multiplier effect of the array, it would still catch them unprepared. This was especially so since the attacks of those inside couldn't carry out at all. They were now like meat on a chopping board, waiting for Sima Yu's knife. How long could they keep up the one-sided battle? Especially Fatty Chu, who was still tossing his thunderbolt bullets in. That explosive strength made it so those inside couldn't hold on. That was why, by the time the Sage Pavilion's men rushed over, the more than 100 strong Wu clansmen had already been annihilated. "Big brother." Wu Gaofei saw the dead Wu Gaoyun and his eyes turned red. He shot a vicious glare at Sima Yu and the others, yelling, "I'm going to kill you all. We'll have to see whether or not you have the ability." Sima Yu sneered, then took out the little door to her little black lotus realm. She opened it, releasing over 1,000 monarch-ranked men from inside. The expressions of the men from the Sage Pavilion underwent a great change. The other party had so many men. Furthermore, each one of those men were filled with murderous intent. There was no need to think about how many days these men spent living on the edge of the blade. Furthermore, there were only 100 of them. Compared to 1,000 men, they weren't their opponents at all. "Brother Fei, the other party has too many people. We should return first. We'll come back for our revenge later on." Although Wu Gaofei was unwilling, in the face of the sudden change of events, he had no choice but to let go of his thoughts of revenge. He first had to secure his little life. He had to stay alive if he wanted to get his revenge. "Retreat," he ordered reluctantly. "Since you've come, you should stay." "What do you mean that you're going? You think you can stop us just like that?" "I can't open a space portal," Wu Gaofei said. "Let me try." Nalan Land's master tried, but the result was the same. They looked at each other, their hearts solemn. "Continue trying, why don't you keep going?" Fatty Chu's mocking voice said happily, "Yu has already sealed up the space here. If you want to open a portal through space, that's impossible, you know. Previous chapter. Although they didn't know what Sima Yu had planned, they knew that unless they killed their way out, it would be impossible for them to leave. However, could they even? The answer was that it was impossible. For 100 of them to face 1,000, and they were even one level weaker than the other guys. How were they supposed to survive? When they thought of this, many of them felt demoralized. They didn't even have any morale left to fight, and most of them had gone soft. Sima Yu, do you really want to shed all sense of cordiality with our sage pavilion? Sima Yu immediately laughed. She looked at her like she was an idiot and said, hey, old lady. You're already so old, so how could you have the audacity to say such words? What do you mean that we shed all cordiality? When you were fighting with my people at Armament City, did we not already do so? Saying this now, isn't it embarrassing? That's right, ha 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 dash, the others burst into laughter. This kind of thinking was just too big of a joke. Furthermore, if it were not because we had more people on our side and there were only a few of us, I'm guessing that you, old lady, would not say things like shedding all sense of cordiality, am I right? Who knows, we might even be corpses littering the ground by now. Sima Yu continued to say, could it be true that a person's skin gets thicker as they age? Isn't that so? Bei Gong Tang said, it's better to be young like us, right, Yu? The both of you better stop it. Nalan Lan shouted at the both of them, Sima Yu, Bei Gong Tang, your mouths are as poisonous as they were a few years ago. It seems like all your efforts were spent on training your mouth. Nalan Lan, after not seeing you for so many years, your fake pretentious holy daughter attitude hasn't changed a bit. Lanner, do you know them? In response to Master, they came from the same place I did. They're enemies that I've had since young. We are enemies. Sima Yu said, ever since we came from the Dongchen Kingdom, she hasn't ever stopped trying to kill me. It's just a pity that she has never succeeded. It so happens that I can finally settle the accounts of all those years. Leave Nalan Lan to me. You guys can handle the rest. Yes, but those from Blood Fiend City still remember the night that year, they remembered what happened back then. They still liked to call her boss, and were totally unfazed by how young she was or how much weaker she was. I want to kill you today as well. Nalan Lan glared hatefully at Sima Yu as her eyes filled with a dense killing intent. We'll see who actually kills whom today. Sima Yu snorted coldly as she ran towards the back. Nalan Lan chased after her and those from Blood Fiend City didn't stop her, allowing her to escape the encirclement. Since Sima Yu wanted to deal with her personally, they wouldn't get involved. In any case, Nalan Lan would definitely be unable to escape today. Sima Yu kept on flying without a care for whatever happened behind her. She only cared about killing Nalan Lan. Nalan Lan chased after her until she arrived at a place a few tens of kilometers away. The moment she got close to Sima Yu, she could feel that her surroundings were no longer the same. What did you do? She looked at Sima Yu, trying to guess whether or not she had done something to the space. You've been in the Sage Pavilion for such a long time. Have you ever heard of a domain? Sima Yu floated into the sky and smirked. Nalan Lan had encountered quite a bit during her time in the Sage Pavilion. She knew that those of Paragon rank and up could make their own domain, but she had never thought that a person who was 2 years younger than she was would be able to produce a domain. No. She couldn't believe it. This domain is something that I learnt while I was inside Qing-Yi. I heard that you found your heavenly Tao as well when you were in there. It's a pity that my senior sister snatched away your most important heart. Sima Yu mentioned the point that made her want to spit blood. That woman was your senior sister? Nalan Lan clenched her fist tightly. How could it be that way? Even without mentioning how Sima Yu kept suppressing her wherever she went, even the heavenly Tao that she had gotten with much difficulty had been stolen by her senior sister. Did heaven really put her on this earth as her arch nemesis? No. She could not accept Sima Yu's continued existence in this world. When she looked at Sima Yu, she felt as if 1,000 ants were crawling on her heart. That's right, my senior sister said that she had obtained your heavenly Tao at no cost. She was truly embarrassed and said that I would definitely have to thank you when I saw you. Sima Yu said bashfully, I'm thinking, though, that you might not accept her thanks. I'm going to kill you. Nalan Lan was incredibly riled up by her words, and her spirit energy burst forth as she attacked Sima Yu. Sima Yu saw her ball of spirit energy and wasn't anxious at all. As the ball of spirit energy got closer, she waved her hand and a black protective barrier blocked the spirit energy. Nalan Lan saw the black barrier and cried out, Dark Spirit Energy. You're a Dark Spirit Master. Sima Yu waved her hand and the barrier disappeared. She saw Nalan Lan in a state of shock and said, actually, I don't even need to use a barrier to defeat you. Do you know I locked you inside my domain from the start? Nalan Lan immediately felt apprehensive. Did she even need to say this? It's because she wanted to make sure that she died here today. You've tried to kill me so many times, but I have always let you off no matter how much I wanted to kill you. Today, either you or I will die. Sima Yu said. However, I feel like there's no need to say that, because you will definitely be the one to die here today. That's not for you to decide. You may not know this, but my physique counters dark spirit energy. Upon encountering me, your spirit energy is completely useless. You're right, either you or I will die today, but the one who will die is you. If she was worried when Sima Yu had said that she had locked her inside her domain, she was now relaxed after seeing that she used dark spirit energy. I know that my dark spirit energy is suppressed by your physique. That is why I never planned to use my spirit energy to deal with you from the start. I heard that you were injured, and your spirit energy is useless. That is why I was a bit surprised to see you use dark spirit energy. However, for someone like you who can't even use spirit energy, what could you possibly do to me? You're just like your master. Is your brain made differently from everyone else? Sima Yu said, who said that I called you over here to fight you one-on-one? Darlings, come out. As she spoke, Sima Yu's contracted beasts appeared beside her. Nalan Lan, we'll broaden your horizons today and let you know what it's like to be ganged up against. Her little beasties hated Nalan Lan to the core as well. Ever since the Dongchen kingdom, she had plotted against Sima Yu many times, it was just that they had managed to escape. It went without saying that Nalana Lan's luck was always full to bursting and was always able to escape. This time, she had come again and Sima Yu had no plans to let her off. However, even if she had a lot of ways to escape, she wouldn't be able to break through the domain. Her beasties were filled with rage towards Nalan Lan and they finally had the opportunity to get rid of her, so they definitely had to take good care of her. However, Nalan Lan had many treasures on her. After beating her up for half an hour, although she had turned into half a cripple, she didn't die. This lotus physique sure is handy. She isn't dead after being beaten up for such a long time. Even the claws of me, this young lord, is hurting. Her skin really is thick. We have been using a little bit of strength. Should we try harder? Although he had turned into the appearance of a male, his arm was encased in a layer of iron, and the beast stood beside Nalan Lan, expressions grave as they spoke nonsense. Sima Yu's smile was quickly turning stiff. Nalan Lan was wrecked with pain and she was finally forced to release the Tao that she had comprehended. She immediately sent the unsuspecting spirit beasts flying. The pressure of this golden word is huge. Although everyone was given a scare, they weren't actually that injured. Nalan Lan crawled back up and saw the spirit beasts who appeared fearful. If a tiger doesn't fight back, you'll take it for a sick cat. Golden words from the Tao. They look so powerful. Although your senior sister stole a word, I still have 3 of them. It's more than enough to deal with you. After that, the smile of her face hadn't even had the time to grow larger when it froze. That was because she saw 20 golden words flying out from Sima Yu. Ceaseless time, endless space, immortality, how do you have Tao as well? She cried out in shock. That's right, I comprehended my own Tao as well. Sima Yu said with a smile, it's just that I'm a little embarrassed. I have 3 times more golden words than you do, so I can crush you with its sheer weight. Nalan Lan was so frustrated that she spit out a mouthful of blood. She couldn't stop crying out in her heart, why? Why? Her contracted beasts lay on the ground. 3 of them had expanded too much energy and took in too little. However, Sima Yu's spirit beasts, no matter in power or in numbers, superseded her. Right now, she had pulled out her Tao with much difficulty, but it was much less than hers. Sima Yu controlled her golden words and used them to attack Nalan Lan. The Tao that she had comprehended would be different according to strength. The closer it was to pure heavenly Tao, the stronger it would be. It would even be able to suppress other Taos. That was why, the golden words that had just come out so splendidly were subsequently suppressed by Sima Yu's golden words. They finally started to fade and eventually disappeared. Spatial lock. Sima Yu gave a thought, and Nalan Lan felt as though her surroundings had frozen. What did you do to me? Nalan Lan cried out. Sima Yu looked at Nalan Lan. The space pulled together according to her thoughts. She could watch as the space slowly changed her body. Nalan Lan, although I've always hated you since we were young, I didn't have much of a vendetta against you. If you did not try to harm me over and over again, trying to kill me, even if we weren't friends, we wouldn't have needed to become enemies like now. Sima Yu said, it's a pity that life has no ifs. That is why you must die today. If you want to kill me then go ahead. Even if you kill me, my ghost will never let you off. Nalan Lan spat hatefully. Your ghost? Sima Yu acted as if she had just realized something. She said, you just reminded me. I will definitely let you turn into a ghost. Following which, under Nalan Lan's puzzled gaze, she took out the 100 ghost fan. With a thought, a few souls came out from inside. They surrounded Nalan Lan before flying back. Did you see that? The 100 ghost fan. I'll definitely fulfill your wish of becoming a ghost. Sima Yu said. You. Nalan Lan looked at Sima Yu and was completely speechless by now. She felt like she couldn't swallow her words, but she couldn't speak up either. You can stop stuttering and muttering now. You've already escaped so many times just because you've been lucky. Do you really think that I can't deal with you? You're so arrogant, but every time you got a little bit stronger, I harshly kicked you down. How is it, the taste of jealousy? Sima Yu said. Nalan Lan cried out crazily. Why was it that she was so talented but Sima Yu had to exist to suppress her? She was unresigned. Unresigned. So much rage. I wonder whether or not you'll turn into a vengeful ghost after you die. Sima Yu muttered before glancing at her little contracted beasts, aren't you going to move a bit farther away? When her beasts heard what she said, they immediately retreated and hurriedly left the area. Although your soul will live on, you will lose all your memories. Even if I capture you, you won't remember anything about us, so this is goodbye forever. Sima Yu saw the panic in her eyes and her mouth hooked into a charming smile. She lightly mouthed the word explode, and Nalan Lan immediately exploded. Nalan Lan's body turned into a bloody rain. A transparent silhouette floated there and Sima Yu kept it into her 100 ghost fan. Since I said that I will give you an opportunity to turn into a ghost, I'll give it to you. It's just a pity that you can only be my slave forever. Sima Yu kept the 100 ghost fan away satisfactorily before withdrawing her domain. You're so gross. Little Seven looked distastefully at the blood pooling on the ground. It was a good thing that she was far away. Otherwise, it would have gotten on her. How am I gross? Didn't I warn you guys to stay far away? Sima Yu rolled her eyes, I learnt this move from Halcyon. If you want to complain about it being disgusting, then tell him. She glanced at the blood on the ground. She had nursed the grudge for a few tens of years and finally got to settle it. In the future, there would never be a woman called Nalan Lan coming to harass her again. They settled Nalan Lan, even the Heartbreak Valley side was settled. As Sima Yu had a spatial lock, so this time, no one ran away this time. When Sima Yu brought a bunch of beasts back, that side had already cleared all the corpses. You killed them? Bei Gong Tang asked. Sima Yu nodded. Bei Gong Tang could feel people's heart. Nalan Lan was considered the longest they knew in this continent, but it was a pity she wasn't a friend. Sima Yu kept all the Blood Fiend City members back. In a flash, there were only a few of them left. Old Bai, this time you can just collect the interest, wait till the things here are settled, then we'll seek revenge from them. Sima Yu said. Bai Xing's Adam Apple moved, then took a while and finally with a deep voice he said, alright. Let's go to Fair Eastern City next. Sima Yu was worried that Shimin Feng and the rest would get into any trouble there. All these people prepared to head to the Eastern Ridge after packing up. They couldn't get back into the city. Everyone knew Sage Pavilion and Wu Clan members were chasing after them. If they went back and Sage Pavilion and Wu Clan members didn't go back, what did that show? If others found out that they were missing, they could evade and said they didn't know where they went. No one saw them killing anybody, wasn't it? Sima Yu and Sima Yulin set up a transportation array together. When they came out again, it was already 100 kilometers away from Armament City. They looked for a spirit beast and asked where the nearest city. Just right, there was a bigger city nearby. There should be a transportation array to Eastern Ridge. Barren North and Eastern Ridge Fair Eastern City were millions of kilometers away. If they were to make their own transportation array, then how much resources would they use up? The most important thing was that they would be tired and wasting a lot of time. So they chose to use other people's transportation array. They found the city after flying for 2 days, found the transportation array, and rushed off after paying. Now that Sima Yu had spiritual energy, she wouldn't be sick on the transportation array. The whole journey was a rush. After half a month, they finally got to Eastern Ridge. They contacted Shimin Feng on the way, and got to know that Heartbreak Valley members reached there long ago, and went to the city where they were. As nobody could get close to Fair Eastern City, so those who came from outside could only choose to step foot at the nearest city. For example, Shimin Feng and the rest were at Six Water City, red-tinted city that the guild chose. Those were nearer to Fair Eastern City. Sima Yu went towards Memory Restaurant right after getting off from a transportation array. Shimin Feng brought Heartbreak Valley members there to stay. Yu? A hesitated voice came from behind. Sima Yu turned around and saw familiar faces. Why are you guys here? Behind here was Tuoba Yen Er, Tuoba Han and Feng Wu Hen. Hey, it's really you. I saw you just now, I thought I saw wrongly. Tuoba Yen Er heard her and knew it was her and excitedly came over and grabbed her hand. I've always heard that you're a girl. Today I finally see you dressed as a girl. You're so beautiful. That time when Immortal Land just opened, 3 of them didn't go, so they didn't see her. Sima Yu nodded to Tuoba Han and Feng Wu Hen and said, how come you guys aren't in the academy but here? This is my clan's territory. Something happened in Fair Eastern City. Of course we have to come over and take a look. Tuoba Han continued. Wu Hen came along with us. Yu, why are you here too? Some of our members from the valley went missing in Fair Eastern City, so we came over and took a look. Sima Yu said. Then where do you guys stay? We just came from Spirit Master Guild, haven't even gathered with Valley's members. Sima Yu answered. Oh right, since this your Tuoba's territory, then you guys should know what happened here. This. Tuoba Yen Er hesitated, showing that the situation here wasn't good. Why, you can't tell. Sima Yu's heart sank seeing her like this. It's not that I can't say, but the situation is complicated. This isn't the right place to talk about it. Let's go elsewhere. Tuoba Yen Er turned back and took a glance at Tuoba Han with astonishment in her eyes. But Tuoba Han had his own thoughts, so he shaked his head to Tuoba Yen Er. Sima Yu understood immediately and said, let's go to the Memory Restaurant. Memory Restaurant was Heartbreak Valley's, as everyone knew. Hearing her suggestions, everyone nodded in agreement. A bunch of people went to Memory Restaurant. The manager immediately bowed to Sima Yu when he saw her, respectfully called out, Vice Valley Master. Sima Yu nodded and asked, is Valley Master here? Yu. Shimin Feng came from the backyard, with Feng Ji and Feng Kai beside him. Their facial expression was somehow heavy, and it seemed like the news they got wasn't that good. Boss, who are these 3 people? Let me introduce, this is my sex friend, Tuoba Yen Er, Tuoba Han and this is Feng Wu Hen. This is our Valley Master Shimin Feng, Feng Ji and Feng Kai. Memory Restaurant was only a restaurant, there wasn't accommodation, but to their own Valley members, it was a small courtyard to reside in. They came to the discussion hall in the backyard. After a while, the manager sent some tea in person. Shopkeeper Bai, you've been here all the way and you're more familiar with the situation here, tell us something. Sima Yu said. Yes. Baita sat at the lowest seat. Sima Yu looked at Tuoba Han and asked, can you tell me what exactly is the situation now? Initially the clan sent out orders, no one was supposed to talk about it, but now I think of it, it might help the situation if I tell you. Tuoba Han said. Everyone made a report in their heart, wanting the Tuoba clan to seal the news, but they were afraid it wasn't something minor. Why? Everyone knows that outside Fair Eastern City is now covered with black smoke thousands of kilometers away, can't get close to the black smoke, once anyone steps in, no one will be able to get out. Tuoba Han continued, our members sent out a news after, saying the devil is here. From then on, no one can be contacted anymore. Devil is here? Sima Yu was startled, what do you mean? You mean real devil or generally talking about the people involved? Not sure. Tuoba Han said, the clan sent quite a few people in, but no matter how strong that person in, once they get in, they can't be contacted again. Means those people died? Feng Kai asked. Tuoba Han shook his head and said, no, their life plates are still in good condition, meaning they aren't even hurt at all. They just can't be contacted. They didn't die, but they're uncontactable, no one ever came out, it was very strange. Can you differentiate what kind of aura that black smoke is? I heard the clan member said, it isn't ghost aura nor devil aura nor is it an aura that belongs to this continent. But you'll feel a chill when getting close to it. Tuoba Yen Air said. Chill. Everyone looked at each other, a black smoke that had a chill? No ghost clan's aura nor devil clan's aura, why did it sound so odd? Could it be that tomb aura we had last time? Sima Yu asked. Ancient tomb? Sima Yu repeated what she experienced in the ancient tomb in the inner regions. It was at that time when Jiang Junxian stole the Sky Splitter Devil Sword away. After hearing about her encounter, Tuoba Han shook his head and said, maybe not this kind. If it is, that black smoke should have an ancient aura, but it doesn't have. Then I'll only know when I investigate it myself. Manager Bai, do you have any useful information? Sima Yu questioned. Everyone knew that people came in and out of the restaurant and in, the information would be the most effective, so when Sima Yu questioned him, everyone turned their focus on Bai Ta. The information we got is almost the same, nobody is allowed to go near Fair Eastern City this few months. Bai Ta continued, but, before this, we got some information regarding other things. Oh. What is it? Before this happened in Fair Eastern City, someone came to have a meal at the restaurant, saying something weird happened to Fair Eastern City, maybe it's related to this. Bai Ta said. What weird things? Half a month before Fair Eastern City happened, people from Fair Eastern City came here, that period of time, they said they were always sleepy and felt like sleeping. Those who cultivate, why would they feel like sleeping? Other than feeling sleepy, they overslept unexpectedly, but since they didn't have anything going on, so everyone didn't put it to heart after leaving here, they took it as an unusual thing happened. Bai Ta said. People who cultivate feel sleepy, this is too abnormal. Fatty Chu said. That's right. Tuoba Han continued, Manager Bai, is there any other information? We screened, there's only this information that might be related. Bai Ta said. This is an abnormal phenomenon, we have to go back and let the clan know, see if they can investigate anything based on that. Tuoba Han said. Sure. We'll be staying at East City Courtyard, look for us there if there's anything. Tuoba Yen Air said. Alright. Then we shall take our leave. 3 of them stood up and greeted. Let me send you. Sima Yu sent them to the gate, seeing them leave, she suddenly called out for Feng Wuhen. Feng Wuhen stopped and asked, yes. Has master ever come here? Sima Yu asked. No. But the master sent out news, asking the clan to take good care of you. But from what he family head said, Uncle Feng is good there. Feng Wuhen said. That's better, thank you. Sima Yu slightly smiled and said. We'll take our leave now. Goodbye. Sima Yu went back to the backyard after they left, Shiman Feng and the rest were discussing what happened in Fair Eastern City. No use discussing so much for now, I'll go there and check for myself tomorrow then we'll know. She told everyone. Leave the checking to us. Your spiritual energy hasn't recovered yet, if anything dangerous happened. Shiman Feng said worriedly. Although my other spiritual energy hasn't recovered, there's others I can use. It will be fine. Sima Yu continued, instead, I'm more worried that the black smoke will be related to Ghost Clan, if I go, and if it is, I'll be able to sense it earlier. Bei Gong, Zi Qi, you guys wait for me here, tomorrow Feng Er, Old Bai, Feng Kai you both go with me. Wei Zi Qi and the rest understood their strength, if they went, it would only drag everyone down, so she didn't have any objection towards Sima Yu's arrangement. Shiman Feng was worried that she hadn't recovered her power, but seeing Old Bai not saying anything, means what she said was true. Since her strength had recovered, then it would be good for her to be present in this kind of situation, but to dark power, she was indeed much more sensitive to it compared to others. After discussion, Bai Ta arranged rooms for everyone, Shiman Feng, Bai Sheng and the rest would stay in this courtyard while Sima Yu, Bei Gong Tang and some younger generations would stay in the courtyard beside. The second morning, Sima Yu, Shiman Feng, Bai Sheng, Feng Ji, Feng Kai, 5 of them sat on the flying beast and flew towards Fair Eastern City. As they weren't sure of the spatial there, they didn't use a transportation array and chose to take flying beasts as a safer way. Fortunately what Sima Yu didn't lack was flying beasts, as such, they didn't have any problem rushing on their journey. Flying Beast flew for 8 days and nights and finally reached outside Fair Eastern City. Looking from afar, Fair Eastern City looked like it was covered up by a huge black mushroom. At the cutoff of the black smoke, Sima Yu couldn't scan in with divine knowledge, they couldn't check about the situation inside nor could they see how it looked like inside. The black smoke aura is indeed lesser. Once they got closer, even if there were spiritual energy protecting their body, they could feel the bone-chilling sensation. But what was weird was that the river and pool on the surrounding didn't seem to be frozen. We came here once, not even a month and the temperature here dropped a lot. Feng Kai said. We can't see what formed the black smoke, if we're going in, it will be dangerous. Shiman Feng said. Pfft, Sima Yu laughed and said, you guys are tricked by the thick smoke. Boss, do you already know what this is? Feng Kai asked. Although I can't exactly pinpoint it, it contained the ghost aura. I don't know what kind of aura covered it, but I can sense it. Sima Yu said. Are you sure? Shiman Feng asked. Definitely. Sima Yu continued, the blood running in me is Ghost Clan's spiritual power, so it's more sensitive to ghost aura. With that said, this thing here is made by the Ghost Clan. Should be. But I'll need to check to see specifically to see what happened inside. Sima Yu said. People who go in don't come out, there must be something fishy inside. All the forces don't dare to send people in rashly, fearing that they might not come out after going in. Feng Zhi all came earlier, so he knew more about the situation here. Is Liang Kai in the city? Sima Yu asked. Their life plate is still good, meaning to say he's fine, but they are uncontactable. Then I'll get the bees to go in and take a look at the situation. Sima Yu summoned some scarlet bees, getting them to fly inside, but after a while, those scarlet bees were uncontactable. Sima Yu's face sank. It was only a few minutes that the scarlet bees went in the black smoke and they were already uncontactable, no wonder everyone who went in became uncontactable. They guessed in their heart after seeing Sima Yu's face. Sima Yu called out a few scarlet bees to go in again, this time, she sent those who were stronger, but they all were uncontactable after going in for less than half an hour. Half an hour, it should be near the city. Sima Yu continued, seems like the stronger it is, the longer they can hold up in the black smoke. Are those scarlet bees still alive? They are. Scarlet Queen Bee said that the contract is still there, but just that they are uncontactable, calling out for them there was of no use too. Maybe it's the same as those people. Sima Yu answered. Even your scarlet bees can't investigate any information out from there, what is exactly happening there? Everyone went silent, if one went in and lost an information, then who else would know what happened inside? At this time, Scarlet Queen Bee requested to come out, saying that there was a situation but couldn't be confirmed. Sima Yu summoned the Scarlet Queen Bee and asked, did you find out anything? It's not clear sensing inside. I'll try to contact them. Their soul has been controlled? Scarlet Queen Bee nodded, my bees and I were born with spiritual binding, but when I was trying to contact them, I felt an obstruction, it should be because their spirit was controlled. Could it be that the spirit controlling master came? Sima Yu guessed. What is a spirit controlling master? Spirit controlling master was what Mo told me, a kind of specialist master in Ghost Realm. They controlled people by using their spirit, they are the despicable people in Ghost Realm. Sima Yu explained. Mo? One of my friends, Almighty of Ghost Realm. Sima Yu said, what she didn't say was that Mo also taught her one dark skill that involved controlling spirit, if she wanted to, she could also become a spirit controlling master. If it's a spirit controlling master, why would he catch so many people? Feng Kai didn't understand. Not only him, others were also curious. If it was really the spirit controlling master, he didn't kill these people, instead, what was he controlling them for? The beasts in Spirit Pagoda saw the scarlet bees all come out, also requested to come out and check out the mysterious dark smoke. Sima Yu made a thought, calling all of them out. This is that dark smoke? Doesn't seem any special to me. Little Seven said. This black smoke makes people uncomfortable. Little Roar nested in Little Dream's embrace and twisted uneasily. Little Dream touched it and comforted him a little. Sima Yu rolled eye on it, this guy purposely took an advantage. If people get into the black smoke, would their spirit really be taken away? Thousand Resonance asked. I don't know if their spirit will be taken, but their spirit is being controlled. Scarlet Queen Bee said while frowning. If that's the case, then will it be controlled if we get someone without a spirit to go in? Thousand Resonance suggested. Someone without spirit? Who doesn't have a spirit in this whole continent? Feng Zhi and the rest didn't put it in mind, but Sima Yu's eyes brightened, clapped her hands and shouted, oh right, how did I not think of that? Shiman Feng saw her being excited, before they even asked her anything, a mecha appeared in front of them. Seeing the mecha's metal body, everyone tensed up. Is this the legendary mecha? That's right. Sima Yu continued, mechas doesn't have spirit, if it goes in, it should know what situation it is inside. Then quickly let it go in and try. If it is purely controlling mechas, we won't be able to hear anything through what it sees. So I'm planting a little divine sense in it. With that, no one can disturb it. Sima Yu continued, you guys help me to keep a lookout. Sure. Sima Yu looked around and sat cross-legged on a huge stone and inserted divine sense into the mecha's brain, then controlled it walking into the black smoke. She could only control the lowest graded mechas for now, this low-graded one couldn't fly, so it could only walk into it step by step. Luckily the speed wasn't too slow and it was agile, if not she would be tired out. After mechas walked into the thick smoke, she tried releasing the divine sense, but it was closed up tightly, anywhere within 100 meters wouldn't be able to search. Search. Fortunately the black smoke wasn't always this thick, about half a distance, the thick smoke became lesser and was about to see the outline of the city. Suddenly, a serene flute sound came from the city, hearing that flute sound, Sima Yu felt like her divine sense being pulled in. Was that flute sound the thing that controlled the other spirit? Wasn't it spirit controlling master? Luckily the flute sound only lasted for a while and stopped, so it wasn't that hard for her to bear. She was only a strand of divine sense and it was messed up by that flute sound, if it was someone with spirit, it might really be controlled. But this flute sound was spreaded too far away, the distance of the city's river to her was about 500 meters, whose flute sound could spread so far? It seemed like this flute sound was the main thing that she needed to investigate. She continued walking forward, as divine sense was injured a little just now, so the speed now would be slower than just now. When mechas reached the city's gate, the black smoke was almost non-existent, but there was still a layer blocking on the top of its head, so the brightness wasn't good. There wasn't any guard at the city's gate, even the city's gate wasn't shut. She carefully walked in and realized there wasn't anyone in the city at all. Where's everyone in the city? She walked around the city, not one shadow was seen. Didn't they say that no one ever gets out after coming in? Did they escape from the ground? Just when she was puzzled, a footstep sound was heard. She knew immediately, many people came, but their footstep sound was unanimous. Footstep sound came from the street's bend. Such weird footstep sound was heard when no one was in the city. She subconsciously controlled the mechas to hide in a room at the side, at the same time pulling back her divine sense. Without breathing, without divine sense, placing the mechas aside, no one would realize any difference. Stamp stamp stamp, the sound of mechanical footsteps slowly sounded from the street and walked past the house that Sima Yu was in. Their hands couldn't move anymore, their legs couldn't bend when they walked, it looked strange. But Sima Yu sensed a life on their bodies. It seemed like they were actually still alive. But where did they come from, and where were they going? There were so many people in the city, where did all of them go? Previous chapter. Next. These people walked past in front of her. She came out from the house after they turned into the street corner. She hadn't decided if she wanted to follow. Footstep sound came from the back again. She quickly went back into the house to hide again. This time, the people who came made Sima Yu's eyes brightened, because she actually saw Lu Yongkai and two of the members from Heartbreak Valley. And she felt that when Lu Yongkai was passing by her, she carelessly shot a glance at her. After the group of people passed by her, she came out from the house, hesitated for a few seconds and eventually followed them. These people passed through the street, they kept going against the direction Sima Yu was going. Sima Yu followed them to the city's gate. When those people got out of the city, Sima Yu saw Lu Yongkai drop something with her straightened arm. When they all went out, she went to pick it up and realized it was a piece of leaf with one word written on it, danger. Was she trying to say it was dangerous going out? With that said, Lu Yongkai wasn't really being controlled, and was sending out news to people who came to save them. At this point of time, the flute sounded again. The flute sounded serene, but Sima Yu felt a chill. After the flute sound stopped, she saw a few of them coming in from outside with stiffness. It was different from Lu Yongkai's dirty clothes. These people's clothes looked clean. It showed that these people were being controlled recently. There must be something with this flute sound. Sima Yu pondered. Lu Yongkai thought of a way to warn. It seemed like there was some dangerous person outside the city. But Sima Yu was more curious on what they were doing outside the city. Thinking of the situation in the city gave her a rough estimation, so she controlled the mechas to follow the few that just got controlled to go out of the city. Not far away from the city, there was a deep hole. Sima Yu walked over, seeing there were a lot of people there. Everyone was holding some sort of shovel, digging for something in the hole. Some people came out, others were going down, exchanging to make sure there were people in the hole all the time. She looked around her surroundings. It was all those people that were being controlled and didn't see anyone else. Fortunately there wasn't anyone. These people were being controlled, their brain couldn't think, so seeing such a weird person like her there didn't attract any reaction. Sima Yu went close to the edge of the hole wanting to see what was inside. When she just got to the edge, she saw that it was packed with human heads and heard a guy's voice from behind. A different clan? Followed by, a ball of energy attacked from the back. It was a strong power. Sima Yu hadn't had a chance to turn around and see who was talking. Mechas was already broken into useless metals. Her divine sense was also extinguished. Oh. Outside the city, Sima Yu's body suddenly jerked. Her face became pale and opened her eyes. Shimin Feng was safekeeping beside her. They surrounded when they saw how she was. Elder sister, are you alright? Shimin Feng went up to hold her. Sima Yu waved her hand and said, I'm fine. She took out a pill and ate it, as her body was dark spiritual energy, so the pill she took was different from last time. After resting for a while, she then felt better. She leaned in Shimin Feng's embrace and said, I saw the situation inside and also saw Lu Yongkai. How are they? They aren't at risk of one's life. She then told them what she saw inside. Listening to her descriptions, everyone and beasts were shocked. What is in the hole? Why are there so many people there digging? Shimin Feng frowned. If they couldn't get a clear picture of it, then they wouldn't be able to solve this puzzle. Everyone in the city was controlled to dig that hole? That is so odd. Little Seven cried out. It indeed is outrageous. Qing Yi, do you know what they are doing? Sima Yu asked. Qing Yi shook his head. It was also his first time hearing this. No one ever seen anything like that, so they didn't have any leads at all. This is no small matter. I feel even with our power, it might not be possible for us to solve this puzzle. How about we tell the Tuoba clan about this and they'll keep watch here, who knows, they might know what is the reason. Bai Sheng said. That works too. Fair Eastern City is under the Tuoba clan's jurisdiction. They are more familiar with this place. They might know something the outsiders don't. Feng Kai said. Valley Master, what do you think? Shimin Feng gave it a thought and said, I too feel that we should tell the Tuoba clan about this, but we need to know what kind of attitude Tuoba clan is first. If they weren't sincere, then it would be useless to tell them. Boss, what do you think? Sima Yu's divine sense was destroyed. It injured her own body as well. She leaned on Shimin Feng's embrace weakly, seeing how they were asking her and said, do what you guys said. I think it will be better if you're the one telling them. Bai Sheng continued, you have friendly ties with the Tuoba clan, it'll be better if you tell them. Let me rest first, then we'll go find them. Sima Yu said weakly. Wah, Yu. Suddenly a voice made Sima Yu's body become stiff. Hallucination, must be a hallucination. Sima Yu muttered with her eyes shut. Yu, didn't you say you won't come? Why did you come here? Is it because you miss me? Xia Chong Tian ran to Sima Yu, just that he didn't clash onto her. Bai Sheng and the rest turned their heads, seeing the others coming out from the light of the transportation array. Other than Alchemist Guild members, there were other guilds, even those that they just parted ways with, He Chendong and Xiaohong. Yu, what happened? Xia Chong Tian saw how pale Sima Yu was and stopped joking with her. Sima Yu gave up and opened her eyes and said, aren't you guys at Red Tinted City? Why are you guys here? When we met at Red Tinted City, we realized the situation here was more urgent. We decided to settle the matter here first, then settle with what other team. So we came here to take a look at the situation here first. Xia Chong Tian continued, Yu, did anything happen to you? Boss just went in to get some information inside. Her divine sense was hurt, so she looked like she didn't have any energy. Feng Kai answered on behalf of Sima Yu. So what information did you get? An elder asked. There's indeed some information, but it's not something that can be clearly explained in a sentence or two. Sima Yu continued, President, I need to rest now. Alright, you rest and recuperate first. We'll talk about it later. Xia Chong Tian said. But the situation is urgent now, we don't have time. A lady said unsatisfyingly. What do you mean by time? My Yu recuperating is the priority. Xia Chong Tian said to that lady unsatisfyingly. Previous chapter. Next chapter. President Xia, this matters a lot of people's lives. She is perfectly fine, able to talk, we only asked her to talk, not asking her to do anything. Why are you so affected? That lady said dissatisfied. With what she said, Heartbreak Valley members and beasts were unhappy. Little Seven jumped in front of her, both her arm on her hips, stared at her and asked, who are you, what rights do you have yapping here? I'm a Ray Masters Guild's elder, Yao Mei. I'm an honorable elder, not an honorary elder. Yao Mei glanced at Sima Yu in disdain, seemingly looking down on Sima Yu's identity. Seeing her face made people unhappy, what an evil woman who only knew how to seduce people. A Ray Masters Guild's elder. Little Seven continued, seeing you so old, I thought you're the president of a guild. You're impudent. Yao Mei loudly chided. What she hated most was others saying that she was old. Elder Yao, your shouting makes me dizzy. Oh, I can't, too dizzy, I need to rest, I'm too dizzy. President, since you have such capable people, you can check out what's the situation inside yourself too, we shall not disgrace yourself. Sima Yu held her own forehead, leaning in Shimen Feng's embrace. Fenger, I'm not feeling well, let's go back and rest. Sure. Shimen Feng was very angry when she saw Yao Mei's attitude, but seeing Sima Yu like that, he felt it was funny. But he didn't show that he was laughing, he held Sima Yu up wanting to leave. Stop. Yao Mei saw that they were really going off and chided, Sima Yu, you're only a member of Alchemist Guild, you're also a part of an alliance, you have to tell us what information you get. Fenger. Sima Yu patted Shimen Feng's shoulder, asking him to turn around and face everyone. Everyone saw her turning around, thinking that she wanted to reveal the information. President, what did you say when you asked me to join the guild? Sima Yu questioned. I said, you can come and take a look at the guild anytime, if you can make some effort for the guild when you're happy, you can ignore it too when you're unhappy. Xia Chong Tian answered. The corner of Sima Yu's lips raised after hearing his answers, she looked at Yao Mei and said, Elder Yao, did you hear that? I'm injured now, so I'm unhappy, because of that, I can't remember anything. Fenger, let's go back. Sima Yu, don't be undiscriminating. Even if you're the Glory Elder, you're also a part of the alliance, if you don't tell us the information, are you trying to make the whole guild alliance into your enemy? Yao Mei shouted. Sima Yu's face sank and laughed coldly, what a huge hat. Since that's the case, what else can I say? She took out a token plate, it was given to her by Xia Chong Tian after pestering her. She threw the token plate and landed in Xia Chong Tian's hand accurately. Xia Chong Tian called out while holding the token plate, went toward Sima Yu and squeezed the token plate into her hand and said, Yu, why are you being serious with a crazy woman? You can't throw this token plate. Come, cool down and keep this token plate. This token plate is so scary, if I take it, if I don't say anything today, I might be an enemy to the whole guild alliance. For my little life, I think President, you should keep it. Sima Yu said as she felt wronged. Who says? You're my guild member, if I don't talk, who else can force you to? Xia Chong Tian stared, Yao Mei, you this old woman, you're being too much. You want to order my guild's members? Who are you to do that? Xia Chong Tian, you. It was Yao Mei's first time being scolded like that in front of so many people, she was speechless and angry. Xia Chong Tian, there's so many people here, you better look out a little. A man in black long sleeve said. Fang Ming, Yao Mei is your guild member, you feel sorry just because I chided her a little. Yu was someone who's closer to me than my own granddaughter, Yao Mei chided my member, do you think I'm not angry or feel sorry? Xia Chong Tian fumed, and it seemed like his relationship with Fang Ming was closer. Fang Ming was shot speechlessly, since when am I biased with my own guild members, I'm only asking you to look out for a little. There's nothing to look out for. Xia Chong Tian waved his hand, showing impatience. I tell you, Yu is the reputable elder in my guild, no one can force her to do anything. If not, don't blame me, old Xia, for not being concerned about sentiment and faces. This sentence of his was significant. Other guild members looked at Yao Mei. No one else could make Xia Chang Tian, who was always indecent, like that. Sima Yu didn't expect that Xia Chang Tian would defend her like that. She felt warmed. That's right, did you not see Yu injured? If you're that strong, why do you need Yu to tell you anything? Go and check it out yourself. Xiao Hong was angry for Sima Yu and shot her back. Hunger, you must not be rude. Elder Yao, Hunger is still young, please don't argue with the younger generation. Although He Chendong said that, his tone didn't sound like he was blaming her. At the same time this hit Yao Mei in the face. Sima Yu was younger than Xiao Hong, you bickered with other younglings, weren't you embarrassed? Xia Chang Tian glared at everyone, then turned around and told Sima Yu, keep your token plate well, since you joined my guild, how can you quit just like that? This kind of thing, you can take care of it if you want to, if you don't want to then forget it, no one can force you. This time Sima Yu didn't shoot anything out or say anything, but she kept it in her heart and didn't speak, looking like she was wronged. Yao Mei stared at Sima Yu, wanting to say something but was stared by Fang Ming, so she didn't dare to speak, but in her heart, she bore grudges towards Sima Yu and might come out with something or two anytime. Alright, Yu, you're injured, you should go back and recuperate. Xia Chang Tian continued, no, I think it's better that I follow you, in case anything happens, I can protect you. Although Sima Yu was angry with that woman, but she didn't want Xia Chang Tian and He Chendong to risk, she said weakly, President, I heard those who went in, never comes out, you guys don't go in too, let those who are capable go in and check. Xiao Hong, last time you said you have something to tell me, look for me at Six Water City's memory restaurant when you're free. After she spoke, she looked at them with intentions, then asked Shiman Feng to take out a temporary array, opened up the array and went back to Six Water City. When they came here, the spatial coordinates were unclear, but since now they were going back straight, they could use the transportation array. Sima Yu saw Xia Chang Tian and the rest coming out from the array, she sighed that the Array Masters Guild still had some skill, if not they wouldn't dare to go there using an array. Previous chapter. After seeing Sima Yu leaving just like this, the people in the various guilds had different expressions. Xia Chang Tian, what's the meaning of this? We are obviously here to check the news. Aren't you letting our efforts go to waste? Xiang Yang, the president of the Spirit Master Guild frowned. Old Xiang, this is not my intention. Xia Chang Tian explained. Although Yu is our honorary elder, she is not restricted by us. She has always had a relatively big temper, which is known in the entire continent. You want her to tell you her investigations, but if you don't talk to her nicely and act arrogantly, how can she be cooperative? So now she is angry, and she doesn't want this honorary elder position anymore. You can't get your news, it's my fault then? What he said was all true. Everyone could tell Sima Yu didn't start off being resistant, but when Yao Mei said those words, she became angry and refused to say anything. Therefore, this matter shouldn't be blamed on the Alchemist Guild. Since she can investigate it, we are people who have been alive for so long, why can't we find anything? Sighed Fan Yuanlong, the president of the Beast Tamer Guild. It's easy to say. Shui Yonglin, the president of the Spirit Master Guild rebuked. We have sent so many people to investigate, yet we found no news and we lost so many people. Isn't Yao Mei very good? Let her go investigate. Xia Chang Tian snorted. I'll go. I don't believe that with an array in hand, I can't find anything. Yao Mei said coldly. You said yourself. Xia Chang Tian said. Alright, Yao Mei says she'll go, so let her go. We'll wait outside. Old Xia. Xiang Yang looked helplessly at Xia Chang Tian. This guy really loved to hold grudges. I think it's okay. Xia Chang Tian exclaimed. We have to send someone in to investigate. Since there is a leader going, so why not, old he? He Chendong did not speak, indicating he agreed with his statement. Humph, I'll just go. If I find something, Xiao Chang Tian, you'll have to call me your aunt. Yao Mei said. Chuckle, you? Tell me when you come out. Xia Chang Tian rolled his eyes at her, then shifted his gaze elsewhere. Just wait and see. Yao Mei. President, the Alchemist Guild is looking down on people. If I don't go, I'm afraid I will never be able to hold my head up in front of him again. Yao Mei replied. Then be careful. Fang Ming knew Yao Mei's personality. Once she decided on something, she would go do it. Well, each guild will send 2 people and form a small team. Fan Yunlong said. Seeing Xia Chang Tian want to say something else, he quickly added, what happened now is bygone. Old Xia, your Alchemist Guild is still part of the alliance. Xia Chang Tian glared at Fan Yuanlong unhappily. Although he was a little unhappy, he didn't say anything. Then it's decided. Let each guild send 2 people. Xiang Yang said. Finally, the Alchemist Guild, the Armament Masters Guild, the Spirit Master Guild, Spirit Seeker Guild, Beast Tamer Guild, and the Array Masters Guild formed a team of 12 people to go into the Black Fog together. Knowing that those who enter might lose contact with everyone, so every few minutes, the people outside will contact the people inside. This was so until everyone lost contact within half a day after entering. Humph, they all said to don't go in. But you don't listen, now it's all good. We didn't get any information, instead we lost contact with them. Xia Chang Tian grumbled. Everyone was silent. No matter how they contacted those inside. There was no response. Fang Ming saw that Xiaochang Tian was turning to leave and asked. Where are you going? I'm going to find my Yu. Xiaochang Tian replied. Since you're not going to find anything, it's better to see if her injury has recovered. I'll go with you. He Chendong offered. Why, you don't want to go to Red Tinted City? I remember the news I got from the head of Tuoba family who brought his people to Six Water City. These have always been under the Tuoba's jurisdiction. Maybe I should ask them what news they have. Xue Chonglin suggested. You want us to go find someone from that family? Not going. Fan Yuanlong said with a long face. You're not going? That's fine. Then you stay here and continue to investigate. Maybe you can contact the people we lost contact with. Xiaochang Tian said. Old Fan, this Tuoba family manages this area after all. They often interact with those cities. Maybe they really know something. Xue Chonglin persuaded. Maybe by then Sima Yu is willing to share the news she found. After all, if she didn't take the initiative to tell the news of the previous incident, the guilds would have difficulty with that disaster. Fang Ming said. As a result of the discussion, everyone did not return to Red Tinted City and went straight to Six Water City. Anyway, Red Tinted City was a temporary foothood, and it would be the same at Six Water City. Old Fang, you do it. Fang Ming came to a clearing and set up a teleportation array within a few seconds. If Sima Yu was here, she would definitely have admired this speed. On the other side, Sima Yu returned to the memory restaurant with her injuries. The people of the memory restaurant got nervous. They were relieved until she repeatedly assured them that she was okay. She took her medical pill and nursed her injury for a day. When she was about to find Tuoba Han and them, Baita came in and told her Xiaochang Tian and He Chendong were here. Sima Yu was taken aback. As soon as she went out, she saw Xiaochang Tian coming to hug her. Yu, I didn't see you for a day. I miss you. Because Sima Yu was short, she subconsciously avoided his embrace and slid aside. She got behind Shimen Feng's back. Xiaochang Tian rushed into the air and turned around. He was met with Shimen Feng's cold face and withdrew his hands angrily. Yu, are you okay? Xiao Hong came over and asked Sima Yu. I'm okay now. Sima Yu poked her head out from behind Shimen Feng and looked at Xiao Hong and them. Why are you here so soon? We came here too soon. According to my calculation, you should have come over in a day or two. Sima Yu said. The people we sent to find news lost contact with us after entering for half a day. Then we came here decisively. Xiao Hong replied. I told you to not go in, but it seems you didn't listen. Sima Yu sighed. Those people were unreconciled. It's a pity they went in. Xiaochang Tian said. Don't worry, those people won't die for the time being after going in. Sima Yu said. You know? Of course. Sima Yu said. I personally saw the scenery with my own eyes. Then tell us about it. Wait until I come back. I still have things to do now. Sima Yu said. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Report chapter comments. Tip, you can use left. Xiaochang Tian and them finally realized that Sima Yu was preparing to go out. Where are you going? Didn't you find something in Fair Eastern City? I'm going to find people of the Tuoba family to ask about it and see what they discovered. Sima Yu replied. Tuoba family? You're going to find them? Tuoba family is more knowledgeable on this matter. Sima Yu said. Seeing their expressions were strange, she frowned. What's wrong? In fact, we had a little disagreement when we first came here. Xiao Hong replied. What disagreement? President Xia said to come see you while the other presidents said they would go to the Tuoba family first. Afterwards, we came here and they went over there. What did you find? Because we didn't find anything, so we went to find them. Xiaochang Tian replied. Since you're going to see Taoba family, then let us go with you. Maybe those people haven't seen them yet. Sima Yu nodded. Alright, let's go together. She only took Shimen Feng and Bai Sheng along to Tuoba family's place while the others stayed at Memory Restaurant. When they arrived at the place, and as soon as Sima Yu reported her name, the guard at the gate said respectfully, Miss Yu, the young master has ordered that if you come to find him, you will be taken directly in. Young master? Young master is Tuoba Han. The guard explained. Miss Yu, please. Sima Yu had never asked Tuoba Han of his status in the family. She didn't expect that he was the direct young master. The guard took them directly before the meeting room and asked them to wait there while he went in to report. Very soon, Tuoba Han appeared from inside. Yu, you're here. These two must be President He and President Xia. Han greets the two presidents. Are you busy? Sima Yu asked. The presidents of the guilds are talking to the family head and I was just listening. Tuoba Han said. Since you're busy, I'll come back later. Don't the guild presidents know that you're here and have invited you to discuss together? We are talking about Fair Eastern City. Tuoba Han stopped her. Then alright. Sima Yu thought about it for a few seconds before agreeing. Although she didn't have a good impression of the guild presidents, this matter was not trivial. She would be delaying the matter just because of her little displeasure. When they came to the meeting room, they saw the guild presidents were all here. Tuoba Hongyi, the head of the Tuoba family, got up and cupped his hands to Xia Chang Tian's group. President Xia, President He, Valley Master Shiman, and friend Yu Yu, please sit. Xia Chang Tian and He Chen Dong sat down beside the other guild presidents. Sima Yu Yu, Shiman Feng, Bai Sheng, and Xiao Hong sat beside Tao Ba Han. Old Xia, weren't you going to see her? Why did you bring her along? Xue Chonglin asked. When we arrived, we happened to meet Sima Yu Yu going to find Tuoba family's head. So we came along. Xia Chang Tian replied. Miss Yu Yu, do you want to talk about the news found in Fair Eastern City? Fang Ming looked at her expectantly. Why, friend Yu Yu has found something in Fair Eastern City? Tuoba Hongyi asked Sima Yu Yu curiously. The president said that they haven't anything. He didn't expect her to have news. Tuoba family head, President Fang, you can just call me Yu Yu. Sima Yu Yu felt awkward to have a miss or something added before her name. Haha, good. Then you can call me Uncle Tuoba. Tuoba Hongyi was someone of straightforward temperament. So when said this, Tuoba Han was embarrassed. He was a grandfather. If Yu Yu calls him uncle, wouldn't he have to call Yu Yu aunt? This seniority was too wrong. Sima Yu Yu's face darkened a bit. Wasn't that a bit too close? Cough cough, Yu Yu, what did you find in Fair Eastern City? Tuoba Han tried to change the topic to hide his embarrassment. Oh right, Yu Yu, you can now tell us what you found. Xia Chang Tian urged. Everyone's eyes turned to Sima Yu Yu, waiting for her to speak. Tuoba, uncle, I want to ask first, is Fair Eastern City special compared to other places? Sima Yu Yu asked ahead. Special? Tuoba Hongyi pondered. Which aspect do you mean? Does it have anything that attracts the Ghost Clan? Sima Yu Yu directly asked. I felt the aura of the Ghost Clan people in Fair Eastern City. What? Tuoba Hongye's expression changed suddenly. Is what you say true? Everyone noticed his overreaction. They knew that there must be something others didn't know. Why, is Fair Eastern City really related to the Ghost Clan? He Chen Dong asked. Tuoba Hongyi showed some hesitation. An elder of Tuoba family started, family head, the matter has already reached this point, what need is there to conceal it? Only by speaking out that we can solve this problem. Otherwise, it would be a bigger problem in the future. Tuoba Hongyi sighed. It's not that I don't understand, it just, sigh. The presidents looked at each other. There really was something hidden inside. Sigh. Tuoba Hongyi sighed again. As things are up to now, needless to say, it will be a big problem in the future. I'm afraid we won't be able to get through this time. Family head, this Fair Eastern City. Tuoba Han never paid much attention to Fair Eastern City before. He didn't know that this city was actually related to the fate of this family. Family. Tuoba family head, the situation is critical now. I'm afraid even if you don't want to talk about it, you still would have to. Fan Yuan long sighed. Yu Yu, are you sure it is the aura of the Ghost Clan? Tuoba Hongyi asked. It is certain. Not only can I be sure that this matter is related to the Ghost Clan, I also know what's going inside. Sima Yu Yu affirmed. You know? What's going on inside? Sima Yu Yu thought for a while. She took out a piece of crystal clear jade, then infused divine sense into it and then let Shiman Feng inject spirit power in. The jade gave off a burst of light. Several pictures slowly formed from the light. One was the empty Fair Eastern City, one was of people walking about dully, and one of the huge pit outside of the city, where people were controlled to dig the pit. The three pictures were fleeting, but all the people present could see it clearly. For several months, everyone gained nothing of the situation in Fair Eastern City. They didn't know that it had evolved into this. Although they did not know how she came to attain this, it was definitely not easy to get this information. No wonder she was badly injured before. Sigh, since the Ghost Clan has committed this deed, then I must tell you this matter. Tuoba Hongyi sighed and explained what he knew about Fair Eastern City. Tuoba Hongyi slowly revealed what knew. Everyone was shocked. It started 10,000s of years ago. People of the Tuoba family discovered a portal connected to the Ghost Realm. If the portal were to be broken, the people from Ghost Realm will flock over and hurt the people of this continent. At that time, Fair Eastern City was not built yet. It was still a deserted place. After discovering this portal, Tuoba family immediately called for powerful experts to seal the place. Later, in order to secure this place, a city was built in place, which was now Fair Eastern City. In order to not cause panic in everyone, not many people knew of this matter except those who sealed it. With the passage of time, those people passed away. Only the Tuoba family continued to pass down this family secret. In addition, they established an ancestral rule in which they must take care of Fair Eastern City. Therefore, when such a situation occurred, they suspected this might be the reason. But because they couldn't sense the aura of the Ghost Clan, they did not become anxious. Now with Sima Yu Yu's affirmation in the scenes she showed, they realized the matter was really related to the Ghost Clan. They no longer dare to continue to hide it. According to you, Fair Eastern City has a portal to the Ghost Realm? Everyone's complexion was not good. If there really was a portal to the Ghost Realm, and once it was opened, wouldn't the Ghost Realm be completely connected to the human realm? The Ghost Clan were eviler than humans, and their strength was much stronger. Once the two realms completely connected, no one dared to imagine this consequence. So, they were digging the portal. But why did they do it slowly at a time? Xiao Hong asked. Because the seal could not seal the portal, but the seal could seal the land around it. It made the soil hard and unable to be broken with spirit power. But it can be dug bit by bit. Tuoba Hongyi explained. In other words, the Ghost Clan has nothing that can break the seal and only humans can do it. That's why they controlled people in Fair Eastern City and let them dig out the sealed place. He Chen Dong concluded. It should be so. Xue Changlin said solemnly. After receiving this news, everyone's moods became heavier. The result was more serious than they thought. Yu, I'm curious. When others enter, would they get controlled? How did you find out the news? Fan Yuanlong asked. Can you go in without being controlled? I'm not capable. Sima Yu felt that this Fan Yuanlong didn't have any demeanor of a president at all. So she didn't speak politely. Then how did you find this news? Of course, I used my secret method. Sima Yu replied. I don't think I need to report it to President Fan. This remark was merciless, but Fan Yuanlong had asked her in an interrogative tone. It was normal she would be upset. Besides, she also reminded the various guilds that there would be an attack, so they avoided a disaster. Although he was not grateful to her, why was he going against her all the time? Fan Yuanlong was stifled by Sima Yu's remark. He wanted to get angry but Fang Ming interrupted him. Since it is a secret method, it's normal for her to not say. But I hope that in time of need, you can offer your help. Sima Yu didn't expect Fang Ming to speak up for her. She thought that he would be unhappy because of Yao Mei. He would speak up on her difficulties. He seemed to be a good person. She chuckled. Broken Heart Valley is part of this continent. If there's something that needs we will do our part. Good. Yu is a robust girl as old Xia says. Fang Mig exclaimed, if there's something in the future, please lend a hand. Definitely. Sima Yu replied politely. Fan Yuanlong heard Fang Ming's words. He had to shut up. To say anything else was petty of himself. I have a question. Xue Changlin started. What? How are these people controlled? Xue Changlin glanced at everyone. If this is the reason, and we know the purpose of controlling them, now we have to find out how they can control people. That way we can deal with matter, otherwise it would be useless to know the reason. That's right. Xiang Yang echoed. Although we know the reason, the black fog can't be resolved and we don't know how they are being controlled, wouldn't knowing the reason be useless? We could only watch it happening. Yu, since you find these, do you know the cause? Tuoba Han asked. I know what it is most likely, but I don't know how to resolve it. Sima Yu replied. You know the cause? Tell us. On the way in, I heard a flute. Sima Yu said. Flute? Sima Yu nodded certainly. When the flute sounded, I felt divine sense was in pain. Later in the city, I heard the flute again, I saw new people come in. I guess they were being controlled by the sound of flute. People of the Ghost Clan are researching the human soul. It is normal for them to have a spirit tool that can control the human soul. Xia Chong Tian rarely has a serious look. You only heard the sound of the flute? Did you see anyone else? Do you know who is controlling the flute? Tuoba Hongyi asked. Sima Yu shook her head. I didn't see anyone besides those people. But I heard a voice behind me, I didn't get to react before my divine sense was destroyed. So you had a pale face because your divine sense was injured the day before yesterday. Xiao Hong exclaimed. If it was a general physical injury, one would be able to endure and talk to others. But when the divine sense was injured, they would become extremely tired. No wonder she didn't want to talk that day. In fact, they didn't know that Sima Yu drank spirit fluid and her soul recovered. But because she was angered by Yao Mei, she deliberately didn't tell them. It won't be easy to deal with just knowing that it was caused by the sound of the flute. Tuoba Hongyi said. Everyone fell into silence. That was true. If they couldn't find the root cause, it would be not much use to know the control method. It seemed there was a slim chance to resolve this matter. Sima Yu didn't reveal that she had mechas that could enter in place, since there were so many seniors here, there would not be a need for her to come forth. If they really couldn't think of a way, she could talk about it later. However, thinking of Lu Yongkai, she didn't know whether to tell them. In such a situation, he was able to stay awake. This was worthy for her to ponder about. Previous chapter. Next chapter. At the end, Sima Yu didn't tell them Lu Yongkai's strangeness. They returned to discuss this matter amongst themselves. She didn't really speak much after she told them the news she found. In the subsequent discussion, she was just a soy sauce on the side, just listening. The people present were all elders who lived several hundreds or some thousands of years. Using a phrase from her previous life, they have eaten more rice than her. So in her opinion, they should have a way to fix this problem. However, things were not as she thought. They didn't have much contact with the Ghost Clan and in the face of this situation, they couldn't think of any useful methods. After half a day, they put forward more than a dozen plans, all of which were rejected. By the way, the Ghost Clan are afraid of thunder and fire. Can't you go draw out thunder and splinter the black fog? Xia Chong Tian finally thought of a more reliable idea. Sima Yu had long thought of using thunder. It was not that she didn't want to, but she couldn't. Her body now had dark attribute spirit power. She was now afraid of thunder. How would she dare go draw thunder? This was like having a lantern in the restaurant. She was seeking death. President, it's really not that I don't want to help, but I've been in poor health recently. Sima Yu explained. President He and Xiao Hong know this. Even if I want to, I can't. That's right. There's something wrong with Yu Yu's body. She can't use spirit power for the time being. He Chen Dong confirmed. Sima Yu added a look of helplessness. Shimin Feng and Bai Sheng, who knew the real reason, felt she really could act. That's true, if you draw thunder down, you will definitely get destroyed. Xia Chong Tian said. You are not in good health now. Let's forget about this method. But I think this method is feasible. Fang Ming said. Old fan, what are you saying? Yu Yu is still injured. Xiao Chong Tian rebuked. Don't be so agitated. Fang Ming saw that he was going to yell at him again and interrupted. I didn't mean for her to go draw thunder. I mean that the method of using thunder is feasible. Use other methods to draw thunder. That's right. Fang Ming nodded. Let's find some people with thunder attribute and check if the thunder is useful against the black fog. We can try that. Xiang Yang said. We do not seem to have anyone with a thunder attribute. Tuoba family head, do you have anyone with a thunder attribute? Fang Ming asked. Yes, Honor has thunder attribute. Tuoba Hongyi replied. Sima Yu didn't expect Tuoba Han to have a thunder attribute. She peered at him curiously. Cough, cough, my thunder attribute spirit root is not as powerful as yours. Tuoba Han whispered. Back then she had shocked people until they had no hair left. Sima Yu saw his smiling eyes, and she subconsciously touched her face. If he didn't say, she would have forgotten about it. It's just one person. I'm afraid it's not enough. Old Xiang, your Spirit Master Guild has the most people, do you have anyone with a thunder attribute? Fan Yuan Long asked. There is. Xiang Yang replied. But not among the people who came with me. They are all in the guild. It would take a few days for them to come over. Then send a message for them to come. Let's continue to see if there are other thunder attribute spirit masters. Xia Chong Tian said. Recently, there are a lot of people paying attention to Fair Eastern City, and many people coming from surrounding cities. I think there should be thunder attribute spirit master amongst those people. Should we gather them together to deal with this matter? He Chen Dong initiated a proposal. I agree. Fan Yuan Cheng said. I also think it is feasible. Xue Chong Lin chimed in. However, in order to avoid panic, we shouldn't tell them the real cause for the time being. Then we won't announce the cause, but instead have a recruitment for thunder attribute spirit masters. But if this is the case, I'm afraid that some price must be paid. What is this little price? As long as the matter can be solved, spending something is a small matter. Xia Chong Tian said. Then use the name Guild Alliance and Tuoba family to recruit thunder attribute spirit masters in other cities. Tuoba family head, what do you think? Of course, my Tuoba family will cooperate fully. Tuoba Hongyi said. Then everyone, get ready. Xiang Yang, go mobilize your guild, and we will send the messages to recruit the rest. Fang Ming proclaimed. Then let's make the arrangements. Naturally, Sima Yu didn't care about the recruitment. She asked the people in Heartbreak Valley and found there was no one with a thunder attribute who came. So she no longer focused on this. She led Bai Sheng and Shimin Feng back to Memory Restaurant. After returning, Sima Yu called Feng Ji and Feng Kai over and told them Lu Liang Kai was not under someone's control. Bai Sheng and them were stunned for a moment. Liang Kai seems to have a sole secret method. Maybe he used this method to escape control. So that's it. Sima Yu said. Since Liang Kai is not under control, I don't know if I can contact him. Since Liang Kai is not under control, why didn't he leave instead stay there? Feng Kai asked. This is unclear. Maybe it is to obtain other information. Bai Sheng said. Since he stayed behind, he should have his reasons. Sima Yu added. Sister, do you think it is useful to use thunder attribute to deal with that thing? Shimin Feng asked. Not necessarily. Sima Yu was not optimistic about this. Since the black mist can cover the aura of the ghost clan. I think it's not an ordinary black mist. If it is just a regular thunder attribute spirit power attack, there might not be an effect. If it is possible, it's more reliable to use the heavenly tribulation. Bai Sheng said. But your current situation doesn't allow for you to trigger the heavenly tribulation. We'll know if it works after they tried. Sima Yu said. Those people won't be in danger for the time being. Let's wait for these few days and see if they are able to find enough people. For the next 10 days, they stayed in the Memory Restaurant. Occasionally, news would come telling them how many thunder attribute spirit masters had been found. Today, Xia Chong Tian sent a message to Sima Yu telling her the preparations were almost ready and if she wanted to watch, she could go to the Tuoba family house. With such a good viewing opportunity present, how could she not go? She sent Fatty Chu and the others to the Spirit Pagoda while she, Shimin Feng, Bai Sheng, Feng Ji and Feng Kai went to the Tuoba family place. When they got there, a teleportation array was prepared. With Fang Ming and them at the helm, the teleportation array would be fine. There were more than 100 spirit masters standing outside the teleportation array. They should be the thunder attribute spirit masters that were recruited. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Thunder attribute spirit masters were rarer compared to wind and ice attributes. Unexpectedly, they found so many in just 10 days. Yu, the array is ready. We're just waiting for you. Xia Chong Tian announced. Sima Yu walked over. She secretly thought in her heart if only they would notify her earlier. These people looked at her begrudgingly. Fang Ming had already set up the array. When he saw Sima Yu, he told everyone, let's go first, and you will follow afterwards. The array can be used 6 or 7 times. In short, he took the lead and went into the array. The other presidents, Tuoba Hongyi, and the others also went up. Xia Chong Tian waved to Sima Yu to let her pass. Sima Yu led her Broken Heart Valley people in. Although those people were dissatisfied and none of the presidents said anything, they naturally had no right to complain. After they went in, the people on the side quickly activated the array, and they quickly disappeared from the array. Alright, next batch. The organizers on the side waved towards the Thunder Attribute Spirit Master and another group of people were sent away. A space channel opened outside of Fair Eastern City. Sima Yu and the others exited. Sima Yu truly admired Fang Ming's accomplishment in this array. Group by group of people left the array. Within a while, more than 100 people arrived. Now that everyone is here, let's start. Those Thunder Attribute Spirit Masters were told to fly into the air collectively, condense their spirit power with both hands, and aimed their various spirit skills at the black fog. At this moment, thunder was flying everyone. The scene was so magnificent that it led Sima Yu to be amazed. She scanned around and discovered a monarch rank expert. It seemed that the Guild Alliance used a lot of effort to find these people. Unfortunately, though the scene was magnificent, its effect was not good. Those Thunder Attribute Spirit skills were engulfed by the black fog, let alone eliminating them. The Spirit Masters attacked 2 more times, but the effect was the same. It was like a stone being thrown into water. There was sound, but their spirit skills did not produce the desired reaction. The faces of these presidents sank. Although this was what they expected, they still held on to some hope. Now it completely negated their efforts. It seems that this method is useless. Although they were unwilling to admit, it turned out to be so. The Spirit Masters flew down. Since their abilities were useless, then they were useless here. The atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Since thunder attributes were useless, they had to think of another way. However, they really didn't have much experience in dealing with the Ghost Clan. They had come up with a method that didn't work. They were not sure when they could find another way. In a pessimistic atmosphere, Sima Yu started. Everyone instantly turned their attention to her. Yu, do you have another way? Xia Chong Tian knew Sima Yu had plenty of ideas. Since she spoke, she must have a way. Sima Yu was taken back by their reaction. She subconsciously scratches her cheek. I mean, the black fog is too strong, so it is not afraid of the thunder attribute spirit power. But what if it is stronger, will it work? Stronger? You're talking about thunder tribulation? Shui Chonglin said thoughtfully, you are right, maybe it's because everyone's thunder attribute isn't strong enough. If it is a thunder tribulation, it contains the rule of heaven. Maybe that would be enough. President, why don't you let me try it? The monarch rank expert said to Xiang Yang. Sure. Xiang Yang nodded. You can also unite heaven and earth, summon a thunderbolt and see if the heavenly thunderbolt is useful. Go try it. Other monarch rank spirit masters, please join us. The several spirit masters nodded their heads. They flew into the air. They condensed their spirit power. This time they did not use their spirit power the same way as last time. But they used the thunder attribute of it to sense heaven and earth. Soon, the original clear sky was covered with dark clouds. Everyone moved away. Although it was not the most powerful, it won't be nothing if they get it. The dark clouds became thicker and thicker. Sima Yu felt the presence of that real thunder tribulation. Zap. Thunder fell from the sky, directly onto the black fog. Perhaps she had been zapped too many times before and now she had a dark attribute body, she trembled when she heard the thunder. However, the power was sufficient, but against the black fog, it seemed to have no effect. After the thunder entered the black fog, like the spirit skills before, it became silent again. After a half an hour of thundering, everyone realized this method had also failed. This doesn't work either. He Chendong said. Why don't you try the method you said and invoke a thunder tribulation? But she said she can't invoke a thunder tribulation at the moment. Fan Yuancheng said. I can't, but there are other ways to. Sima Yu exclaimed. That's right, we old fellows can do it. Why must we put pressure on Yu? Xia Chong Tian said. Old Fang, you can try first. Shui Chonglin said. As far as I know, there are some arrays that can invoke a thunder tribulation. Let me try. Fang Ming didn't hesitate. He flew into the air and surveyed the surroundings. Then he took out the array stones and arranged them in the bushes. Sima Yu watched him set up the array without blinking an eye. His smooth movements perked her excitement. So amazing. She sighed sincerely. That's true, else, how would he be the president of Array Masters Guild? Feng Kai commented. When you reach his age, you will be better than him. Bai Sheng said confidently. Heh. Sima Yu chuckled. She stopped talking and focused on Fang Ming's array. After more than an hour later, the array was finally set up. Fang Ming told everyone to retreat to a safe distance and then activated the array. With the array shining in bright light, the sky was again covered by dark clouds. This time, the dark clouds were thicker than the ones drawn out by the spirit masters. Everyone could clearly feel the power contained in them. What kind of array is this? It can invoke a thunder tribulation? Feng Kai and the others asked curiously. This is called the heavenly tribulation array. Sima Yu replied. But the heavenly tribulation by this is not the real heavenly tribulation. Why do you say that? Because, the cloud spirit is not here. Sima Yu said. A thunder tribulation without a cloud spirit is not a heavenly tribulation. Cloud spirit? Xiaochang Tian leaned over. What is that? The center of a heavenly tribulation is a cloud spirit which controls the thunder tribulation. Now that it is not here, it means that the array has not attracted over a real thunder tribulation. I think this will not be useful. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Others didn't pay attention to what Sima Yu said. What did a young lady know about? The power in the dark clouds terrified them. It was 100 times more powerful compared to the monarch-ranked lightning. Why would it be useless? Also, what was a cloud spirit? No one ever heard of it. Just because she said it was in lightning tribulation, did it have to mean that it was from the lightning tribulation? Although she had more experiences of lightning tribulations compared to others, still, she wasn't supposed to use this method to deceive everyone. Sima Yu knew what they were thinking once she saw the look in their eyes, but she didn't have the mood to debate with them over anything. Stupidity originated by ignorance. She didn't need to argue with these people. She lifted her head and looked at those dark clouds, knowing that it was ready after accumulating enough power. She estimated the lightning would strike soon. We'll see, hopefully it's useful. Xiaochang Tian said. If this didn't work, then we would have to think of other ways. No matter what, we must bring down the black smoke. While waiting, everyone was having a discussion with high expectations. It'll definitely work this time. Of course, this is lightning tribulation, it's not like any other lightning. Let's see, it'll definitely work. There won't be a problem this time. Pa. While everyone was having high hopes, lightning finally struck, but it was almost the same as the previous time. There wasn't any reaction after striking. There isn't much power in the beginning of lightning tribulation. Those people said. That's right, wait for it. Sima Yu also waited, to be honest, although she already knew the result of it, but deep down, she was hoping that it would work. Everyone waited for a period of time, wanting to see if those people were right about it getting stronger later. But till the end, it didn't work. Although the few strikes at the back had a little effect, to fair Eastern City which was hopefully wrapped up, this little effect was utterly inadequate measure. This result made everyone on the scene feel dejected. It still didn't work. President, why don't you refine a high-graded pill and try attracting pill tribulation? Sima Yu suggested. Even arrays don't work, will that little pill tribulation attracted by pill refinement work? Everyone had this doubt as well, even Xiaochang Tian and the rest. I can't confirm it, but we'll only know the result if you give it a try. Sima Yu said. Alright. Today, I'll show you how 10th graded pills are refined. Xiaochang Tian took out the pill furnace and medicine ingredients and let Sima Yu watch beside him, getting others out of the way. He checked the medicine ingredients once more and started to refine. It was Sima Yu's first time seeing someone refining a 10th graded pill, also the first time seeing Xiaochang Tian refining pill, so she looked carefully at every step and delicately understood every method he used. Usually alchemists didn't like others to see themselves refining pills. Apart from those competitions, they would usually hide in their own house and refine pills alone, so it would be hard to witness someone who was more powerful than her doing pill refinement. 1st grade to 3rd grade were termed as common grade, 4th to 6th grade as medium grade, 7th to 9th grade as advanced grade, 10th to 12th grade as overlord grade. Between 9th and 10th grade, there would be a wide gap that was hard to cross over, but once stepped over, it would be of a soaring quality. 10th grade pills were enough to attract pill tribulations, so they could only wait for Xiaochang Tian to finish refining pills. Although Xiaochang Tian always looked unreliable, without Gao Hongji's restrictions, he looked like he would soar up the sky. Despite that, he was serious when he refined the pill. That dignified look made him look like a different person. Indeed, guys who worked earnestly looked the most handsome. Sima Yu sighed in her heart during the intervals of free time. They kept refining from day to night. 8 hours later, this furnace of 10th graded pills were finally done successfully. When they were congealing the pill, the dark clouds in the sky coagulated. It indeed attracted pill tribulation. Sima Yu stood aside when the tribulation cloud was almost done, then she saw Xiaochang Tian throw the pill into the dark clouds immediately after taking it out from the furnace. Pa! Pill tribulation noticed the trace of pills and striked it accurately. The pill dropped into the black smoke and then the pill tribulation striked into the black smoke. Lightning strikes continuously and the dark cloud disperses rapidly. With this speed, it was as if it was rushing. Look, the lightning opened up a hole in the black smoke. Xiao Hong cried out while pointing to the spot where the pill tribulation striked. Everyone looked over. They saw a piece of missing black smoke. It looked as if someone took a bite on the black mushroom. The lightning that Fang Ming attracted with the array wasn't of no use. It was because it immediately recovered after a part of the black smoke was striked and dispersed. But this time it didn't. The hole looked like it was fixed. The black smoke didn't dare to expand that way. Looks like this method works. Xue Changlin said. They had already tried so many methods. This was the only effective one. But this method is impractical. Although they found a way, Xiang Yang's facial expression didn't look good. It will be good if the condition is common, but 10th grade and above pills need to be refined to guarantee every pill tribulation. This isn't some vegetables on the street, and it's not a medicine ingredient that we can pick on the floor. It is easier said than done to refine pills that are 10th grade and above. Furthermore, only a small hole will be made each time. Xiang Yang's words made everyone who was cheering quieten down. What he said was right, this method was only suitable for small scale, it was impractical to use this method on Fair Eastern City as it had a big area. At least it proved a point, it is only effective by using lightning tribulation with heavenly Dao. The common lightning won't work. He Chen Dong said, since we now know this point, we'll work to find a better way. That's right. We'll think of a way to attract lightning tribulation, at least it's better than being at a loss. Although this method was hard. Sima Yu stood aside without speaking. Anyway, she had dark spiritual energy in her body now, she wouldn't dare to casually attract heavenly tribulation. If they really had no other ways, then she would try again. Shimin Feng somehow knew what she was thinking, tugged on her hands and said, don't causally take initiative. If you attract the heavenly tribulation, you'll undoubtedly be strike together. You have that kind of energy now, it's restricted by heavenly tribulation. Nobody will know if you will still be alive if lightning tribulation strikes you. Sima Yu laughed seeing Shimin Feng's worried eyes, patted the hand that was tugging on her and said, don't worry. I'm not silly, I won't casually take the initiative. The elders will think of a way. Shimin Feng then let go of her when she said that. Everyone stayed there for 2 days. They had more than 100 people, but not one thought of any idea, so they went back temporarily. But, also because of these people, the news of Fair Eastern City spread like wildfire, in a short period of time, many other forces rushed over. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Six Water City had never been so lively. Baita said that the local elder and younger generations had never seen so many forces coming here before, nobody dared to step out of their door in fear that they would accidentally offend any almighty. And Six Water City's inn was filled with people, many people got there but couldn't get a place to stay in, they could only use residence houses temporarily as an inn for people to stay in. Fortunately most people didn't mind about the condition of the houses and rooms, it was livable once it had been cleaned up and improvised. Everyone widened their eyes when Sima Yu and the rest heard Baita describe what the situation outside was, while they were in the backyard of Memory Restaurant. Wasn't that too exaggerated? Luckily they didn't need to squeeze in with them outside and were still able to discuss this matter comfortably in Memory Restaurant. If Heartbreak Valley members weren't in Fair Eastern City, they might not care, but because Lu Yangkai and the rest were inside, they couldn't not care. Actually, if Sima Yu's health was in good condition, then it wouldn't be a problem at all, but it became a big problem just because she could only use dark spiritual energy now and couldn't attract lightning tribulation casually. Forces of inner regions gathered over. Even when the forces of the inner region came over, some wanted to help out, some only came over to join in the fun. Yu. Something happened. Fatty Chu shouted while coming in from outside, Bei Gong Tang and the rest were following from behind. Their facial expression didn't look good, it seemed like the news they heard must be something major. Why? Did something happen? Why are you guys so anxious? Yu, something happened to Fair Eastern City again. These past 2 days have been good, isn't it? How did it happen? Shimin Feng questioned. It happened today. Heard that some forces didn't believe the situation there, they brought people over this morning and used all kinds of methods and tried to disperse the black smoke. But not long after, a flute sound spread from the black smoke, those people went into the black smoke after hearing the flute sound, now they are all uncontactable as well, the rest from that force are heading to there right now. Are you sure that they went in after they heard the flute sound? Bai Sheng asked. I heard it's that case. Bei Gong Tang continued, I think there were others who went together but they were further away, so they didn't get controlled. Those people quickly contacted the people here after seeing the rest disappeared, this was how the news spread out. The Guild Alliance already told these people earlier on and asked them not to get close to the area. But they didn't pay attention to them. Feng Kai said faintly. He didn't feel anxious for those people, weren't they asking for it when they didn't bother to listen to others' advice? They didn't have any sympathy for people who asked for it. What are their reactions? Sima Yu asked. The few forces that were involved already rushed over, and the Guild Alliance also sent out people. But they don't know exactly who went. Oh Yang Fei said. Many days have passed, and so many people came, none of them thought of a solution. It's not that easy to think of a solution. Sima Yulin said, not everyone can attract heavenly tribulation. The people from this continent might be able to attract lightning tribulation, but if it's a tribulation cloud, not many people can attract it, very few here could. That's right. Wei Ziqi agreed, for now, the only way to get heavenly tribulation was by refining the pill, but how many people can actually do that? And on the expenses of the ingredients, this method is impractical as well, no one will even think of it. Ha ha ha. Bai Sheng laughed loudly, looked at Wei Ziqi and said, how, these kids are much more amazing compared to kids we have seen before in the past. Feng Ji nodded, actually they are much better than anyone we met before, up till now, they are definitely able to become the continent's well-known figure. Fatty Chu and the rest became embarrassed. Bai Sheng had always been their idol, now that they heard their idol praising them, their faces blushed. Ha ha ha, Feng Kai and the rest laughed, look at them, they're embarrassed. Sima Yu laughed, their skin is thin, their skin is not as thick as yours. Hee hee, Fatty Chu also laughed while scratching the back of his head. Should we go and take a look? Shimin Feng asked. Let's go and take a look, after all, it involves so many people, we'll just join in the fun. Sima Yu said. Then we'll go prepare. Hold on, I'll ask the president and the rest, we can get a free ride if they want to go too. Sima Yu said as she took out the Mother Sunstone and contacted Xia Chong Tian. Xia Chong Tian, Fang Ming and a few others were just right going there, having heard that they wanted to go too, they let her join. They went to Fair Eastern City with Xia Chong Tian, it was different from the other 2 times, now it was packed with people here. A few people were crying in the crowd, a few of them were comforting, a few of them just watched indifferently. Needless to say, the relatives of the ones that were crying must be in it, but they couldn't go in, so they could only cry outside. Seeing them crying so miserably, usually others would sympathize with them, but Xia Chong Tian and the rest were indifferent. They were warned beforehand not to act blindly without thinking before they came out with a proper solution. But they took their words lightly, came here and caused problems. Not only did they go missing, they inadvertently alerted the enemy as well. The most annoying thing was that this matter would be blamed on the Guild Alliance regardless, coming here with the excuse that it would affect the Guild's appeal and wanted the Guild Alliance members to save them. Xia Chong Tian was scolding them in their heart. They came here on their own will and didn't put Guild Alliance in mind, but they couldn't evade, in case other forces were unhappy and stopped taking part in it. Alright. What are you crying for? Will they come back after you cry? Xia Chong Tian said impatiently. President Xia, you have to help us. They've already been inside for a day, could they be? We've already warned you guys not to act blindly, look what happens now. Don't worry, they won't die for now. Then what do we do now? How can we get them out? If we had the solution, would we still be stuck here? Sima Yu stood aside and listened to Xia Chong Tian's chidings. She felt movement in Spirit Pagoda, she used her thoughts and Little Black came out in her embrace. Woof woof woof. Little Black barked at Sima Yu once it came out and attracted the attention of people around them. Previous chapter. Woof woof woof. Little Black barked at the black smoke, it wanted to struggle to get out but was stopped by Sima Yu. Yu, it's been long since we met, how did you get a dog with you? Is it your contract beast? People who saw Little Black for the first time asked. Yes. Sima Yu saw everyone looking over, Little Black was still struggling, she slapped its head. Woof woof woof. Little Black looked at Sima Yu aggrievely. Yu, is this really a contract beast? Why does it feel like it's a spirit beast without wisdom? Xia Chong Tian turned back and looked at Little Black in Sima Yu's embrace after he finished chiddening, wondering why this little guy wasn't in tune with Sima Yu. It's my contract beast, but seems like it's not that reliable. Sima Yu laughed. Yu, could it be because all your other spirit beasts are too powerful, that's why you contracted something like this? Fan Yuanlong walked over and said. Woof woof woof. Little Black bared its teeth at Fan Yuanlong, wanting to bite him. Fan Yuanlong saw the chill in its eyes and subconsciously shivered. Little Black, they're just joking with you. Sima Yu quickly brushed its fur, afraid that it would bite others. Little Black had many teeth in his mouth, Little Roar and the rest would know if you asked them. When it was in the Spirit Pagoda, it bit an oar into half with one bite. After that, Little Roar experimented, getting it to bite things in the Spirit Pagoda, it even bit open the soil of Dark Spirit Stone that Sima Yu and the rest couldn't do anything with. One had to know that Fatty Chu had to use a spirit weapon to grind the soil in order to get a little out, and it took up a lot of time. Nobody thought that it could open it in one bite. So now, Sima Yu was afraid that it would bite others. If it opened its mouth and bit an arm, it would be much easier than biting on a cucumber. Not only Fan Yuanlong, others were also afraid of Little Black's gaze and they all felt the chill as well. Why did it feel like fear from hell looking at its eyes? This little guy's gaze is so scary, I think it's not any ordinary creature, looks like we've all mistaken it. Xue Chonglin hid the curiosity in him and took a glance at Little Black but didn't dare to look at its eyes. Ahem, none of you use contract beast are ordinary, they're all powerful. Xia Chong Tian said. Xiao Hong patted her own chest. She wasn't as strong as others, so when she saw Little Black's eyes, she couldn't breathe. Sima Yu didn't know Little Black would be like that. She was awkward, carried Black and said, I'll bring it for a walk around the place. After she spoke, she carried Little Black and ran away without waiting for others to reply. You. She ran far away even before others could even get to call her name, everyone sighed at her speed. Sima Yu carried Little Black and passed by everyone, she went to a place with nobody and released Little Black. Woof woof, Little Black was finally released, but it still looked at Sima Yu aggrievedly. Sima Yu wanted to tell it off. How could it give off such a scary gaze in front of so many people? But when she saw its eyes, she couldn't bring herself to say it. You. She patted its head, never show that kind of gaze in front of others again, understand? Little Black saw Sima Yu's expression and knew that she was angry but she didn't scold it, it nodded quickly. Why were you so agitated just now? Sima Yu squatted down and put Little Black down on the floor and held its two short legs and played with it. Woof woof woof. Little Black barked towards Sima Yu, then barked towards the black smoke. You want to go in? Sima Yu couldn't communicate with it directly, she could only guess what it was trying to say, no, it's dangerous inside. Little Black shook its head, then barked towards there again, but Sima Yu couldn't understand what it was trying to say. Little Black knew Sima Yu didn't get what it was saying, it withdrew its paw from her hands and ran towards the black smoke. Woof woof woof. Seeing the black smoke, Little Black ran friskily and into the black smoke. Little Black, Sima Yu stood up and rushed to the side of the black smoke but didn't dare to go in. She called out twice, Little Black didn't respond and she got anxious. She had much less interaction with this little guy compared to others, even if something happened to it, she wouldn't know. Just when she was being worried, Little Black's barking sound was heard from the outside. It didn't sound fearful, scared or injured, it sounded rejoiceful. Woof woof woof. Sima Yu heard its familiar bark, the burden in her chest was relieved. Little Black, come out quick. She called out. Woof woof woof. Little Black barked twice inside, not wanting to come out. Just when Sima Yu was losing her patience, she suddenly realized that the black smoke was decreasing, slowly shaping into a crack that looked like a passage. And, when the black smoke decreased, it didn't fill up the passage. She was shocked and didn't believe the scene before her. This. It was the first time she was speechless from shock. As the black smoke decreased, she finally saw Little Black, and also she knew the root of the cause. Flap, flap. Little Black opened its mouth. Every time it inhaled, the black smoke went into its mouth. Inhaling again, the black smoke lessened. This black smoke was eaten by it. Sima Yu looked at Little Black in shock. She looked up to it once again. Although now it was sealed by heavenly Tao and couldn't use its powerful skills, it was still powerful in other ways. For example, its teeth, and also how it could swallow this black smoke. Smoke. All over the world, no one would have this ability. Little Black seemed like it loved the black smoke. It made a kilometer-big hole within a few minutes. Very quickly, it attracted many others' attention. Look, the black smoke is decreasing. It looks like it. Did someone already find a solution? Xue Changlin looked at that spot in surprise. Let's go, we'll go there and take a look. A group of excited people ran towards that direction, wanting to know who found the solution. Sima Yu heard them and knew it attracted their attention. Sensing the people who were getting closer, then looked at Little Black who was eating happily, she subconsciously ran over, carried Little Black and ran into the spirit pagoda. A short while after they disappeared, a group of people rushed over, seeing the disappearing black smoke and emptiness, they were all puzzled. Who was the one that found the solution? Xia Chong Tian took a look around. He had to give up and leave as he didn't find any special people or things around. Sima Yu was observing from the spirit pagoda. She sighed in relief after seeing them leave. Woof woof woof. Little Black barked at Sima Yu twice dissatisfyingly. How could she bring it in when it wasn't done eating? Sima Yu lowered her head and looked at it. You scare people from the start. How can anyone be prepared for it? What if they found out?